Good morning, PTG, Paired Weapons Podcast, and YouTube. I am HyperG, and it's Masters time, everybody. I mean, I really hope that you can hear me. Put in the chat that you can, because to settle my nerves. But I am not alone, and I'm going to get straight to introducing my co-host, MattyP. Good morning, Matty.
How
Sorry,
are you on this
Matty,
fine...
I didn't unmute you because I'm such a rookie. Try again.
Okay, good morning, Hyper-G. How are you on this fine, well, it's not a fine morning here in the UK, is it? But we're not that bothered about the weather outside because it is hot, hot, hot on the gaming tables. That's right. It's 2023. Who will it be?
Yeah.
Couldn't be more excited, Hyper-G. How are you feeling?
I'm very nervous, but nothing to do with the battles. Nothing to do with the battles at all. The players can go do whatever they like. It's all about the technical side for me. And once that's rolling, I couldn't care less.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, you are. We're hearing that sound is working. That people are hearing us live on the feed, and so you are coming up trump. We never doubted you, mate. Never, ever, ever in doubt.
Right. Well, I would say that 90% of the prep has been Lucky Sixes. He's just such a valued trooper to PTG. He just does everything. But you know, I've done the last 5% of pressing the go live button. So we'll see. See. But now it's all over to us, isn't it? And speaking of us, Matty,
absolutely.
I think you've got quite a job to do first of all before we even begin talking about the battle or anything, haven't we? Because we've got. I mean, is it your word, plethora, or is that Lucky Sixes? I can never remember. But we have whatever that is of guests with us. So over to you to introduce
a plethora. Lucky Sixes plethora.
Exactly.
Yeah, it won't be quite the same today without it, will it? No. Well, we have got for you today, spam bots, a plethora, a smorgasbord, a veritable embarrassment, an elegant sufficiency of ninth age aficionados drawn from literally around the world. In addition to Hyper-G out of the East Midlands and MattyP up here in the rainy wastelands of northwest England, we are joined by none other than the man himself, US Masters qualifier. He's up there in Northern California, in the land of the vineyards, but this time apparently it's going to be having some snow. It's the much beloved brother of the Paired Weapons podcast, aficionado of ninth age, the most prolific painter and player that's probably there's ever been. You know who I'm talking about with no further ado. Welcome, Johnny Crass, a.k.a. Henry Grigg. How are you, my friend?
Pretty good. I couldn't miss doing a third UK Masters coverage, so
you're the pro
here
now.
I am,
yeah.
1 a.m., ready to rock and roll.
That is dedication.
Your dedication to the your dedication to the cause is absolutely remarkable. So thank you very much indeed for coming on again.
Very grateful.
And fresh back from your honeymoon in Hawaii. How was Hawaii?
It was nice. It was warm, and since I was waiting for the balance patch to drop, there wasn't too much ninth aging to do.
Your poor wife.
I should say, Matty, before I urge you on to the next guest, because we do have two others, it does look like these legends of top table have already began. So, you know, we are aware of that as we introduce people. I think Tanker has already been making his first moves, but we'll catch up with the battle shortly.
I think actually Ed dropped for first.
You did, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, there's all sorts of sideways movement going on. You're right. Tanker's just deploying.
Tanker's still deploying.
But anyway, go back to the guests, because I was panicking that we were midway through turn one there, but we're not. It's all right.
No.
Don't panic,
Ed dropped for first.
Good man.
We're still working through
Good
deployment.
man. Right, I'm going to stop panicking and let you get back to the guests.
Don't worry, Steph. You take a chill pill, man. It'll be cool. We got the pros in the house. Don't worry.
Good. I'll let you go back to what you do best.
If you were to stare out to the west, I know you can't quite see the Pacific Ocean, but if you were to imaginally stare out towards the west and you had real super X-ray vision that could go a very, very, very long way indeed, you would eventually come across the two islands. Well, there's plenty of islands, aren't there? But the North Island and South Island of the country of New Zealand, and beaming in live from North Island, New Zealand, one of the nicest guys you're ever likely to meet out there on the Ninth Age circuit. Captain of the New Zealand Ninth Age team from the land of the long white cloud. It is my friend, Ryan Simster. How are you, mate?
I'm good. Yep.
Welcome. How's it hanging down in New Zealand, man?
It's great. We've actually had some dry weather for a day, so looking forward to that after about a week of rain.
Yeah. Oh, cool. Excellent. Well, you're very welcome. Thank you very much for coming on. I know that it's coming up late in the night on Saturday with you. So there we go. But thanks for coming, man. Right. And our next guest is hails from somewhere much closer to MattyP's stomping ground in Rochdale, just outside of Greater Manchester. Came across this guy via my mate Key up in Glossop. He's a good friend of Key, and we've met a few times. And I thought, this guy is such a character. We have simply got to get him onto the broadcasting. A relative newcomer to the Ninth Age scene, but a really fantastic player in his own right. Welcome, if you will, making his PTG and Paired Weapons podcast debut, the beautifully named and beautiful man that is broadcasting live, I have to say, from his listed home, Khadid Hamuda Pemberton. Welcome to the show, big man. How are you?
I'm good, mate. Yeah, I think I make up the embarrassment of guests that you were going through earlier. I tick that one off. Yeah, no, I'm excited, mate. This is going to be amazing. Exciting stuff.
Fantastic.
Very pleased to have you. Very pleased.
So there we go. Yeah. Right, I think we better.
Matty is the ferryman of Ninth Age. He takes all lost souls. So
yeah, which means you all owe me a silver coin, don't you? So
that's ominous. That is ominous.
There we go. Right.
I think you'll find I gave you a 20-0. That's my gift to you, mate.
Silver coin for crossing the river Styx, eh? Yeah, awesome. Excellent news. Right. Okay,
you're right, Henry. We do need to turn our attention to actually what's happening, because the boys on top table were very eager, understandably, to get cracking. So much so that we even had to trigger the live stream a little bit earlier than planned. But hey, what's last minute plans at a big event like this? You know, let's get in there. And Henry, you seem to be the one who's paying the most attention already to what's going on, because I thought we were well into turn one and I really was panicking, but we're clearly not. So Tanker is deploying. You've said Ed's dropped for first, which makes sense because his army is down. I am going to throw on screen Ed's list. I don't know who wants to volunteer to take us through left to right of Ed's deployment, maybe?
Yeah, I can do that.
Amazing. I will throw Ed's list onto the screen for the viewers. 1 second. There you go.
Pull it up
so hopefully the viewers can see Ed's list on the screen. And yeah, Henry, if you can see left to right.
Yeah. So for Ed's list, it looks like left to right. It's the Claude Fiends, Unhinging Jaw, full command 5 Claude Fiends. Then the Courtesan, who's the General, Div Iron Husk, Veil Serpent's Champ, 5 Sirens, Hot Blood, 24 Myrmidons, Brazen Backbone, full comm, the Scourge. Then it looks like Succubi, and then the Brazen Beasts.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Henry. I mean, this is one of the more concise lists of the Masters tournament. You know, it's a good one to volunteer for, Henry.
Yeah.
You know, get yourself out of the way.
I did coverage on Ed's games last year, so I know what models are what. So.
Yeah, and I mean, it goes without saying that Ed is the current master, the reigning champion. He won last year with the Demons list.
Yes.
It did begin with a courtesan and a
Scourge.
And a Scourge. So in that sense, he hasn't changed his list, has he? There are other changes, obviously.
So if I understand this right, the first round pairing is top seed versus the master.
Yes, it is. Right. Yes, there were there were discussions over whether or not the top seeds would be kept out of each other's draws for the first round. That was moved on from, and so we have ended up with the Master versus Seed 1, which is fine for us because it means we get right in there with top seed and the Master playing each other round 1. I mean, there is no bigger way of starting our Masters trip, is there? So. Yeah.
You could have Craig tag in halfway through if you want to get it really.
Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, he is, while we're mentioning Craig, he is off doing family duties this weekend, which is totally understandable. Yeah, I mean, he might pop on if he gets the chance, but
he's actually in Manchester somewhere. So if he wanders past, I'll just drag him in. So
yeah, good man. Wrangle him with the lasso that you have at hand every day, every moment.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Plenty of coffee at mine, mate. Send him over here.
Good stuff.
So it looks like Tanker's still trying to get a position on
things, yeah.
Where these wretched ones and
yeah. Do you want me to run through Tanker's deployment?
Yeah, I mean, it depends whether you want to wait until he's finished doing his last couple of bits or not.
Well, I'll talk a little bit about the list, and
Go ahead.
It looks like he's just finally adjusting. So, I actually played this list in a practice game versus Kev on Thursday night, and it's not a subtle list, but it's very effective. Okay, so from the left, as you're looking at it. We've got 5 chosen Knights of Wrath with full command of the Flaming Banner, which means there's the inevitable Alchemy Adept going to be somewhere. Next, we've got 30, count them, 30 warriors unmarked, which gives them the extra 5, of course, full command with the Zealot's Banner, which gives you support attacks 2, which means that the 3rd rank is now fighting with 2 attacks. This is absolutely horrific. So you're talking about, I mean, if you go in and don't kill a whole bunch, you're looking at 49 attacks coming back at you. So,
yeah.
I mean, that's right, isn't it? 16, 32, 48, 49 attack. I mean, that is just fucking horrible.
It's not pleasant.
No, and I would imagine that nothing in Ed's wants to fight that block, so I'd imagine he'll be zoning the crap out of it and doing what he can to chaff it. That's why he'll have his fast stuff over there. In the middle, of course, that Ruins is going to be a pain in the ass for Tanker, which is why he's lining up the Wretched Ones, the first of his Wretched One block, right by it. To the right of them is one of his units of Flayers. I think they've got bows and stuff, but that's just packing out points, isn't it? That'll be almost irrelevant. In behind them is the Barbarian, 15-man Barbarian bunker, in which I can't see, but I would imagine he'll probably have at least one of his casters. I said there's going to be an Alchemy Adept, which will be presumably taking, I'd imagine, Word of Iron plus one other, possibly Lash, maybe Spike, I'm not sure. Anyway, we'll look at that in a minute. And then he'll have his Evo Adept, and everyone's talking about the Evo Adept now with the Book of Arcane Mastery, because 3 spells, rerolls to hit, rerolls to wound, and Whispers of the Veil is a great option on an Evo Adept now. To the right of them at the back, he's got 5 further Knights of exactly the same build as the previous ones, and another block of Wretched Ones. Both of them will be within 18 inches of the Adept with Lord of the Damned for rerolls. He's then got a dog dart out the back, and Flayers out to the right in the water. This, of course, is Carnage, isn't it? It's Dawn Assault and Carnage. Yep. So it's number of unit entries destroyed. Yes. It's the critical thing. So I would imagine we won't see the dogs doing anything in this game.
Absolutely, yeah.
One
really interesting thing about Carnage, of course, is, I mean, not that it necessarily applies to either of these 2 lists, but if you shoot a unit off, you don't get the point for the objective. You have to do it via some form of combat action. So, chaff becomes more of a liability than useful, really. You have to really weigh up what you're going to benefit from using chaff as normal chaff. So it'll be interesting to see how both players play that. One thing to note for the camera, thank you both Matty and Henry for going through those, really appreciated. One thing to note with the camera, of course, is that we have got the camera set up behind Ed, which does somewhat reduce a view of some of the battlefield. We're really going to have to hope that all of the units don't just beeline for that corner because we won't be able to see a huge amount, but we'll see how the battle goes, and that was about as what we could do. So we'll have to.
As a trade-off, we do get a very good shot of a very, very fetching ponytail. So it's 50-50, isn't it? You know.
Indeed, and there's also the
thing,
and also the stars and stripes. Like I know you don't like the colonies, but there it is, right in your face.
I mean, there's the other side. Looking at my camera, which I haven't pinned for the live stream, I can potentially try not to disturb the players by moving over and having a different look if I need to, because obviously I am doing the 2 roles today. I am also Chris Kamara as well as Jeff Sterling, sort of. But I mean, you know.
I'm not sure that some of our foreign listeners are going to get that.
No. I mean, we have 17 in the live stream. That's already more than I was actually hoping for. So thank you to the viewers. I probably should speak to the viewers, really, shouldn't I? Because they're what we're doing this for. Thank you if you've already logged in and you are watching. I really appreciate it. So I know you do too, Matty, because that's what it's all about, is the Ninth Age community. That's why we're bringing you this stream.
That's why we do it.
I'm just delighted that it's working at the moment. You know, that's enough for me. So, you know, tell your friends, your mums, your dads that we are streaming the Masters, and maybe they'll mistake it for the snooker and come and watch. So, yeah. Because, of course, the snooker is happening as well this weekend. So, you know.
It's the backup event. I think,
exactly. I think that is absolutely right. Yes.
I can see why Tank has been. There's the main eventer on stream now. Matty's page.
Yeah, we've just wandered past. It's my very own warhound here, Lily. She's all the way from Mexico. She's freezing cold because it's anything below 25 degrees, and she's not very good. So she's just wandered in to say hi because she's a big Ninth Age enthusiast, aren't you?
Of course. Yeah. Well, who isn't? I mean, you know, really.
Mentioned Key before. His cats are an enormous fan of Ninth Age models, especially very delicate elf models. Big fans of having a chew on that. I've got to say, it does make it doesn't surprise me that Tank has took so long with deployment. This Demon's list is really quick. He has to be so careful with his flanks. It's that warrior block. I used to run a block similar to that, and it's absolutely fantastic unless something very narrow hits it or it hits it in the side, and it just comes apart so quickly.
Definitely, and we can see that the Vanguard has been done. We had flayers moving, and we had something of Ed's moving as well.
Tanka didn't really take much of a Vanguard.
No, no, he didn't. And,
the flayers kind of remained pretty stationary.
Yes,
they only get 6 inches, though, don't they, flayers? So
but
he's not as aggressive as I thought he might be.
With the March 18 or 20 or whatever, there's no real need to move them up, especially if this matchup is pretty cagey around Wretched Ones. Until you start knowing those random movements, there's no need to deploy flares to do really anything.
Especially the scenario as well, right? Because I mean, there's nothing in there's absolutely nothing in Ed's army that won't just eat them if they get a hold of them. So
yeah, very much.
Okay, so I think we've got a couple of things we need to talk about. First of all, we could do with finding out what spells they've got. Is that possible at all? MattyP?
I think it may be possible. I will quickly go over there and try not to disturb them in doing so.
In the meantime, perhaps Ryan, you can give us your thoughts on the Vanguard and first movement from Ed. What do you think his tactics are looking like, mate? Oh, he's drifted up. What do you reckon, Henry?
I was actually going to say, just looking over this matchup on paper, this seems like one of the worst matchups in this field for Ed. Just everything seems really miserable for demons. Like both the Chosen Knights and the Wretched Ones are just rough for things like Succubi and Myrmidons. Like the Warrior Brick isn't too bad, but everything else is pretty rough on paper. So I'd expect to see Ed play this pretty cagey. Scourge has a lot of heavy lifting to do, so there's no reason to throw him away too quick.
By the way, he's pushed the Scourge right forward. I'm thinking that that Tanker probably hasn't gone with any of the damage output spells.
Yeah, so one of his mages has the book, right? So he can't have Hellfire. He could have Spike, but the other one, I think both those evocation spells matter too much to take Hellfire.
Yeah.
And if you're not going to have Hellfire, then I think the motivation to have Spike is also pretty greatly reduced.
Yeah, there's no point having one missile.
So I wouldn't be surprised if we're just almost entirely on buffs. And just, you can't take one, so don't take any.
Yeah. Just a quick shout out, Ben Dunford, a long time friend of mine, played against him for years and years and years, has managed to correct me on the Zealots banner. It was hot fixed a few days ago, so no 49 attacks.
Is that in time for the tournament?
Good point. Yeah,
because I'm not sure if that was in time for the tournament. That one might be a question I can pose Matt Wilson later, actually.
Yeah, I would be interested to know. Did you manage to get anywhere with spells, mate?
I did. I went over there very dedicated with a pen and a paper in hand, and then my pen promptly ran out. So let's see how we go with the way that I have scribed into my paper. So let's start with
bless you.
Let's start with Tanker on the Warriors. So the top of your screen. The Evo Adept has, unsurprisingly, reroll to hit, so Ancestral Aid, reroll to wound, Spectral Blades, and the Veil, the -1 leadership and toughness.
Yeah.
That's old money again. Res and discipline, sorry. That's as expected with Evo, very much so. And then the Alchemy has got Word of Iron, Hellfire, and Rod of Battle. So a little bit of ranged output there, tiny bit, which is cool. And then we have Ed, who has got rerolls to hit. I'm not sure where that's come from.
The Scourge.
That'll be coming out of
that'll be coming.
I'd imagine.
No, reroll Ancestral Aid on the Scourge.
Right, okay, Ancestral Aid, right.
You're with it. On his Veil Serpents, he's got Smite the Unbeliever and Deceptive Glamour. Yes, because that's they're a Wizard Conclave, aren't they? So that makes sense. I was trying to work out how you get Thaumaturgy and Witchcraft together, but it's a Conclave, of course it makes sense. And then on the Courtesan, we have got, very much as expected, Fate's Judgment, Unerring Strike, Stars Align, and Know Thy Enemy. So yeah, I would say, I mean, with the risk of being the, kid, you are. If you're going to try and take the noob stat, then I'm only just above you. So we'll let the other three pros talk more. But I would say that that's probably as expected spell selection, wouldn't we say? Or is anyone surprised by any of that?
I am surprised about the Hellfire.
Sure. Yeah.
Just as the only range spell.
Yep.
But maybe it's just an acknowledgement that with the Strength 5 off the Chosen Cav, you don't really need the rerolls.
Yep.
So you can kind of mix it up on your Alchemy Wizard a bit more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, interesting, to see just the one ranged spell. I guess it shows that Tanker isn't going to be hanging around. He's not planning on standing off, which is what is expected, isn't it? So.
Spike is the only other real spell that could be taken, and it's pretty mediocre against Iron Husk and the Scourge.
Yep.
Because Lash doesn't do anything for demons. So I can see why we're on Hellfire.
Yeah.
I think if the Warriors is going to get to grips with this demon list, it really has to be in combat with those wretched ones. So I think more buffs is good.
Yeah.
Do we know where the wizards are on the Warriors of Chaos? Warriors of the Dark Gods. Are they both in the bunker with the barbarians? Just one with the warriors.
I
thought one was with the warriors.
Kind of hard to tell with the paint, but there's definitely one in the barbs.
Yeah.
Yes, because
there's
we've got 16 models in the Barbarians, so that's just one of them in there, and the other one can only go in the Warriors. So yeah.
Oh, okay.
I imagine the one in the Barbs is the Lord of the Damned, I'm guessing? For the rerolls
Yes,
for
you would
the...
expect
Yeah, it makes
so.
sense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that would also be the evocation one, so that the alchemy one with Hellfire can have a line of sight on things, I would imagine.
Scourge just comes with fly in build, doesn't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. He's gonna have to be so. The amount of times I've seen somebody just jump over into a bunker late in the game, it's so easy with a lapse of concentration to leave a room for it.
Well, so I think, let me make sure before I just fire off the hip here. Yeah, Barbs do have a champ. So if the Scourge pops over, the Wretched Ones can spin around and then kind of lock that Scourge in place.
It's more late in the game, isn't it? You never know if it's unless
Yeah.
they sort of like trundle up with him. I'm just wondering with that Scourge if he's because I'm surprised at how aggressive he's been with it. But I wonder if he's looking at that side and thinking this stuff I can break through, and he's just gonna hit it and try and get round.
I think he's probably quite liking that chosen knight unit is quite congested. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, it's surrounded by a whole bunch of stuff, right? Including a Retro One unit. So getting around that if they roll bad could be quite troublesome for tanking.
Yeah.
Those first random moves completely change the complexion of this deployment. If people go 3 inches or they go however far, it's,
Yeah, I mean, with Lord of the Damned, you'd expect it to be a relatively good outcome, but I mean, obviously you can roll a bad distance twice. You know, there's nothing stopping that happening.
and if he shoots right out with him, then there's a lot of stuff that's not being protected by that reverse charge, isn't there?
Yeah.
The Scourge is kind of the only active piece in this matchup. The rest of the demon stuff is pretty passive in the face of Chosen Knights and Wretched Ones. So I think Ed has to play the Scourge more forward than he otherwise would. Otherwise, he's lost too much of the table already.
Yeah.
And like we said, there's not a lot of shooting coming back to nickel and dime him, is there either? So.
No.
Though the change to Smother means that the Fiends are actually pretty decent in this matchup now. They just don't cleanly answer Wretched Ones, which is unfortunate. But
Yeah. And so we're into Ed's magic phase, Demons turn 1, because we've just seen Tanker picking out the card. I can't quite make out the card, but I'm sure we'll work out when dice start getting thrown.
I believe it was the one when it was...
See, I can probably just look. It's card number 8, actually. It's the opposite, so it's a big one.
He's collecting a lot of dice.
Yeah.
He's collecting. Yeah, I always think with matchups like this, especially when it's going to be so close combat, you almost want to get the low cards out of the way first, because this is the phase it's going to have least impact.
With demons, you don't really have low phases.
No, that's true. That's a fair point.
Ed's channel 4 or 5 out of the gate.
That's true. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's a valid point.
The Succubi seems kind of weirdly positioned here, but it might just be that the safest place for them is as far away from this game as possible.
Gotta keep away from those barriers.
Waterproofs out there. It's horrible.
I agree.
Yeah.
That was the most insightful thing said today.
Definitely. And I think, yeah, I mean, so far we can see most of the battlefield, either when Ed moves or whatnot, so we're doing okay in terms of viewing. To the viewers, if there are any questions that we haven't yet covered, feel free to drop them in the chat, and we'll try and notice them when we see them. Like Matty said, thanks Ben for your comment in there a few moments ago. I will try and grab Matt Wilson, tournament organiser, to clarify whether or not the Zealot's banner has been fixed in time for this battle. If it was only a few days ago, then that would have been after list submission. So potentially he would have not gone with that fix yet. So, because obviously you choose Zealots while it's broken.
Looks like he's trying to get something off on the front unit there.
And the players. Card's gone down on the players, hasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that would either be Fate's Judgment or Iron Strike, I imagine.
I imagine Fate's Judgment. He's rolled 4 dice at it. That's quite a big roll for Ed. He's not noted for chucking big dice at stuff.
Unless it's a Smite the Unbeliever to begin with, potentially. But
Has he let it go?
because
I think he let it go through, has he?
the Screamers did push up. So.
Yeah, it looks like he's let it go through. I didn't see a dispel attempt on it.
In that case, it's probably Fate's Judgment. How many dice did he just roll?
Tons.
Tank has put quite a lot of dice on the table there. But, well, there's something. I'm
Taking
not.
some saves.
Looks like
Isn't
he's
it?
taking them off.
Yeah.
Oh,
looks
yeah.
like he's rolled out of the box.
Oh, and
But
quotes Tanker, that was upsetting. I've just heard him say, so yeah.
if my understanding of the scenario is
That
correct,
would
though,
not
that
count towards
doesn't
Carnage.
count towards it.
Correct. Yes.
He picked up the dice to dispel it as well. He picked up his dispel dice and put them back down. I hate when that happens.
Yeah. So that's a little bit of a blow for Tanker to begin with. I mean, obviously, Chaff, we've already said it isn't as useful in this scenario as normal, but you still don't want to see it removed immediately, do you? You know, that's still points at the end of the day. So,
Especially with how long of a reach the Fiends and the Courtesan have, despite not being flyers.
yeah.
Players are such nuisances with their movement as well. Like, even if you don't necessarily want them to be there for chaffing, this is so quick they can get around and cause all sorts of bloody mischief later on. So.
Yeah, and actually being able to flee into the Wretched One's zones is pretty beneficial.
Yeah.
Looks like he's going at the Chosen Knights on the left.
Yeah, with this magic phase already getting rid of the flares, I think anything else is gravy. But
yeah,
yeah.
Ed, of course, is sporting his dice rolling box, much beloved of the continental player. Don't see much of that in the UK.
Indeed. This is a Fate's Judgment, by the way. I've just overheard that. This is a Fate's Judgment coming. So it was possibly an Iron Strike that did the business. Earlier.
Well, certainly given that number of hits, it probably was, wasn't it? So.
Yeah.
I'm amazed he let an Erring Strike go through on flayers.
Well, maybe he didn't. Maybe he tried to dispel it and didn't.
The math is good for the flayers living with like one model, which is the perfect number for flayers.
Yeah.
Because then you can just hide them in a corner and ignore them the rest of the game. Because it's not like you can use them as chaff, really, unless you account for that. But yeah.
So I can understand the logic of just letting it go through.
Sure.
Oh, that's the D6 one, isn't it? Right.
Unerring Strike's the 2d6 one.
Yeah, it's the
2d6.
It's the 2 looking for 4s.
Yeah.
Right, so it's 2d6
maximised
looking for 4s, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, in fact, with 4 dice, would you maximise an Unerring Strike? Would you boost that?
Yeah.
With 4 dice, it's a 12, isn't it? It's quite a high casting value to boost it.
So if you're throwing 4 at it, there's no reason not to boost, right? Because you're looking for a high number anyway.
Yeah, true.
That's a master, right?
Very much so. Yeah, you're looking for an 11 on the dice when you've got an average of 14 with 4 dice. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Might as well go for the boosted. And obviously that's what's done the business.
Gotta say, going back to the use of a dice rolling box, I always think that's incredibly flamboyant. I do think that we need to step it up, and maybe we make it an English thing that we always have dice towers.
Ricket the dice down for 5 minutes before you get the result. Yeah, absolutely. That'll definitely encourage people to enjoy their battles.
when you're rolling your 5d6 attacks and all that sort of nonsense, it'll be
yeah. You could have a helter skelter going on, couldn't you?
Another way to push MSU. Roll less dice.
Yeah, you can't do it with that warrior block. It'd take about a month and a half, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So, Ryan, a question to you. Obviously, we're seeing top table at the Masters. You are in New Zealand. What's the meta like there, and is it completely different to what you'd expect to see top table?
We've got quite a small community. I think our biggest tournament was 18-3.
Okay.
And basically, most people just play one or two armies here. It's pretty rare to see someone change an army.
Sure. Yeah.
Definitely, we definitely had a lot of shooting at our Masters. We've already had ours this year. Last year, sorry.
Sure.
That seems to be the thing that seems to be the biggest discrepancy between different metas, especially when I've looked around Europe, is that you'll go from country to country, and one of them is just all high elves, and then the others you just don't see a bow anywhere. Seems really interesting.
I have to say, when I got given the lists, I was expecting a lot more range damage. It seems this is a much more combat-orientated Masters. That different to normal?
I don't know if it's different to normal.
This is definitely there is a theme here of blocks and bros and punchy lists. I think KOE bring that.
Yeah.
It's funny because when I was talking about the list with a few of the US players, they're like, none of these lists seem very fighty. So
that's classic American. That I can imagine that your lists are beefy.
they can be, yeah. Henry's just upset because there's no 1,200-point dragon models. So
yeah.
3 Sylvans though, 3 Sylvan elves. That's crazy.
There's a
And
few
1
dragons.
Warriors of the Dark Gods.
There's a few dragons out there. I mean,
Oh, there will be dragons.
I haven't mentioned a certain Lucky Sixes yet, and amazingly, I've forgotten about him. But hey,
I'm fancying that that ridiculous high elf list. I've got a proper I might struggle to break Steadfast because it's got so many single models, but I've got a proper soft spot for that. What a ridiculous list!
So it looked like that Wretched One move.
Straight through the
He's trying to thread the needle, kind of in the Myrmidon's arc, and he did take the reroll.
Yes.
So I
expect
the first one went too far.
He's got the arc out on the Scourge, so he's obviously that's naturally his biggest counter threat.
Yeah.
He's done a lot of measuring with the other one because it is just going to get. You don't want to leave room behind it, do you? That's the thing. Is it worth even bouncing that one back off and giving it a turn? Do you reckon?
No, because I think if you can plow the Scourge in the rear, like even a long charge on that Scourge is pretty bad because it blocks up the Chosen Knights too.
Favorite sentence of the Masters so far: "Plow the Scourge in the rear." I think that's.
I'm sure we'll be using that again.
Put it on the thumbnail.
Too right. If I was technical enough, it would already be on there. Superb. Oh, here we go.
These wretched ones, they trade so well with any unit in Ed's army, right?
Yeah.
Like they get into anything, they're just gonna do so much damage.
I mean, their classic opponent is someone who doesn't have armor, isn't it? And you're not going to find a lot of armor in Demon, so
really the only things that can touch them are both Greater Demons, and only because the Courtesan has Iron Husk.
Yeah. Yes, winning on 6s instead of 5s. Yeah.
It's such a good upgrade on that because its output can be really good. It's just whenever I look at a Res 5 and that many points, it just makes me want to throw magic missiles at it all day long and just plink it apart. But that extra res makes a massive difference for it.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
So I mean, overall, then we haven't really spoken about who we expect to be the favourite of this particular battle. Anyone want to go out there and say this is heavily weighted one way or the other?
I kind of said a bit earlier that I think just on paper, because I only know these players by reputation, not by ever playing against them. But on paper, this is a pretty heinous matchup for Demons.
Yep.
But I mean, we're also at Masters level play, so I think going off player reputation actually isn't a good call. because if they're here for a reason.
Yes, they can get around the bad matchups.
Yeah, so expecting the edge just on player skill, I think, is a little less needed, so you can look at lists a bit more.
Sure. So do we go on?
I think the scenario is going to weigh this in the Warriors' favor quite a lot because the demon, he needs, you want to trade units in combat, right? And I think the Warriors is just, the rich ones can clean up most things.
Yeah. Any thoughts?
And they're kind of free, if that makes sense. Like you don't care what happens to them because you have the Chosen Knights to kind of babysit.
Get out the mop.
Yeah. So you can just push them forward like it's doing, and then this is exactly what I expected. Is just watch the Chosen Knights just back up and just wait.
That deployment side. Sorry, go on.
Oh, it's Ed's problem to clean up the wretched ones, and then we just get to see what happens afterwards.
That deployment side has helped him as well because the one thing that I thought the demons had was just their mobility can be really, really scary, and having that impassable on your right essentially just makes your width of your table way shorter, and I think it just it helps. This warrior list, I think, does well when it's compact. I think if it was spread right out, it could. There's more risk of holes. So I think that the table side might have actually been a bit of a win.
Tanker chose the table side, I believe, which is what allowed Ed to go first. So Tanker naturally put the empty corner in that impassable. No, in the opposite. Oh, interesting, the opposite side. Because obviously Ed's in this bottom right as we're looking at it. So Ed's empty corner is the one that we can't see so well, which is very generous of Ed. Thank you, Ed. So yeah. So is that interesting then that Tanker chose the impassable in the corner that he can deploy in, or is it just because it's such a compact list anyway? It's going forward anyway. It just doesn't care.
So
I think it gives him. It just lets him anchor off of that building, doesn't it? And then you can't get the fiends in around the flank on it and stuff like that. It just works quite nicely.
Absolutely.
So I've got to ask because it's kind of bugging me. What's the state of paint at the Masters this year? Because kind of looks like, and it might just be the camera's pretty far away.
It looks
that it's just like
I can
gray
confirm,
zenith highlighted primer.
I can confirm it looks beautiful in real life. There is no concerns about that.
Okay.
Yeah, it is that color scheme does look like it is quite grey, but there's some beautiful paint on display in real life. I don't know if I can. I don't know how far I can reach in without getting in the way of people. Probably not much better view, really. But yes, Tanker's done a very nice job on his warriors. It's not just out of the box grey. I can confirm that.
Okay.
And I think the colour scheme, Matty, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the colour scheme was the usual three colours minimum. I think cohesion is the watchword, isn't it, Matty?
That's right.
So you have to have cohesion on your bases as well as your models. So you can't just have black bases.
That was certainly how Jordan used to do it. Craig Johnson's on the chat saying that Tanker's army is a concept army.
I see. I knew he couldn't keep away.
There he is. Look, there he is.
Hey, Craig. You're welcome to join us whenever you like.
Just jump on, man. Pretend you're going out for a packet of bags or something. Just come back 3 hours later.
Yep, definitely.
Hey, young Seward's on from Oz. How are you, buddy? Ryan is doing this at 11 p.m. If you fancy jumping in, give us a shout.
Absolutely. Everyone welcome. Join the party.
I've got to say, it's a good question with the painting. I always think that warriors, because they're just a sheet of metal, you can sometimes you'll see the most beautiful armies when you're up close, and then at a distance, it's just a sheet of metal because they're all very similar. I think it's probably the wretched ones are in theme color-wise as opposed to being completely crazy. Having said that, I'm both kinds of colorblind, so for me, it's much for muchness.
Fair enough.
Yeah, just from a country where soft scores are kind of our king.
Is that so?
I always look for paint.
I mean, I haven't heard down the grapevine from the rest of the room whether anyone's already been docked points anywhere else. Obviously, it has to be said that there are 7 other Masters tables going on, and there are, I think, 5 other open matches going on. So actually, if I just obviously keep an eye on the battlefield and interrupt me as you need to. So we've got a lot of action going on. No one has stepped away from the table in disgust yet. So as far as I'm aware, we've got 7 other matches also happening in the Masters. No one's been 20'd already, which would be very upsetting if anyone had.
Dog chaff. I expected them to be sitting in their kennels in the corner for the rest of the match, but considering the scenario, but it's...
Yeah, that's quite a play.
So the reason for that is they were checking the arc on the wretched ones a little bit earlier, and I think the succubi have a flank on the wretched ones by like there was a laser out.
Yeah.
So I don't think it was by much.
Oh, no, they've gone back again.
So that could be the reason the dogs would push. But I'm not actually sure wretched ones even care about the succubi flank.
Yeah. Because I mean,
But
the succubi
if
wouldn't
you
get
can
their
stop it
smother
from
ability, would they?
happening.
Against
Yeah.
wretched ones. So
Yeah, they're too large for smother.
they become a little bit not their comfort zone really. Succubi against wretched ones.
But this dog move looks like we get to chaff both
Yes.
the Brazen Beast and the succubi, so this seems pretty solid.
Yeah, I was going to say, how long's that? It can be difficult from an angle, can't it? But how long's the charge from the cavalry out on the right?
Difficult to say.
The risk could be that everything goes in. What's he?
Looks like a 17 or an 18, just going off of like the length of the dog base and a few other things.
Just had a dice roll. That wasn't a charge, was it? What was?
No, it wasn't.
No.
Oh,
Maybe.
magic. Maybe it was magic.
Yeah.
Looked like he threw 3 dice, but then again, I'm like,
Yeah, I don't think it was a match check or anything like that. It wouldn't be at this stage, so. There's going to be plenty of dice rolls that we won't be able to explain as this goes on. I have to say, these earphones that Lucky Sixes have given me is a very good noise suppressant. I can barely hear what Tanker's saying right next to me, so I can't even give you much insight from that side, unfortunately. Oh, we've got a few questions in the chat. Mainly directed at you, Matty, if you're looking at it.
Yeah, there's guys checking in from around the world saying hi.
In terms of Lucky Sixes, if he manages to get to top table, yes, we will cover him. But if he doesn't, then screw him, right?
you mean when, right? Surely.
Of course.
With that,
although I will say that Matt Wilson has said that we as a live stream, the Zoom guests and the viewers, do have some form of power over what goes on to top table. So even if it's not 1 versus 2, we could actually choose a juicy matchup for round 2 and onwards, potentially, if we talk to Matt nicely enough. So it might be that we can get different... I mean, we should get different players on top table anyway, because Tourney Keeper does change your table number around.
Well, I mean...
Yeah, last year we chose whichever fruity matchup there was, wasn't
exactly.
there? So it worked quite well.
If we have a co-host fight, we have to get that on, right?
Well, that's the problem. It's already happening, actually, Henry, because we've got Kev versus Lucky Sixes is already happening.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, I can see it. I mean, I don't know if Matty's getting some secret comments. They're looking very stone-faced at the minute, both of them.
No, when Kev's in the zone, man, he's on a different planet.
Yeah.
He's not even listening to me. So.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
Kev's a repeat Masters player. He's like probably wondering who this champ is.
Absolutely, it's his 3rd year in a row, isn't it, Matty, that Kev's got to the Masters?
Yeah, 3 years. Yeah. He was. Well, we were talking about this the other day because when we started doing the podcast, we were both crap, and now it's just me who's crap. So.
Don't be like that. Don't be like that. Me, you, we're in the same boat.
I did win on Thursday against him with Tanker's list though, so just get that in there.
Mirrors
stuff.
me and Kieran, and the last couple of times I've played Kieran, he's completely and totally outplayed me, but I've rolled through the roof. I had a 6-man block of KOE go through his entire army from behind, just rolling unbelievably well. And I was like, oh, it's tactics, mate. It's all about the skill, but I just trying my best not to play him again because he's going to destroy me. He's gotten a million times better than me now, I think. It's you coaching him, Matt. I'm not happy about this.
I know. Well, he comes around, he brings me beers. So there you go, kid. That's what you need to do, man. Come around here, bring a few beers.
It is. I'll up the game. I'll bring a whiskey. I won't remember anything, but I'll bring a whiskey.
Yeah, you have to. It will stay over, man. We'll have fun. Yeah.
Definitely.
So I've just thrown on screen. I don't know if you Zoom people will be able to see it or not, but I've just thrown on screen for the viewers the matchups that are occurring elsewhere. So we're going from the top of we've got Josh Burns playing against Kieran Dunn. We've got Daminto against Hugh Scarlin. We've got Artem against Jake. We've got Kev versus Lucky Sixes. Tony Hale plays Guillaume. Luke Williams versus Chris Bond, and Wes Wheeler versus Rory Stoves is the matchups going on, which you can check out on Tourney Keeper as we go. And obviously we'll also be flipping to that when it comes to results, and we'll see who's in what place as we go. And I think we possibly need to get back to Tanker's Magic phase. Has it already happened?
Yeah, we're in the Magic phase. It looks like we're pretty deep in the tank, though. Who'd you say Kieran is playing?
Josh Burns. Yeah, that's the Vermins with Kieran versus Josh's Sylvans, of course. I don't think there was any doubt that either of them would be taking those armies.
So going with here, 4 dice, was it? 3.
For listeners, I have just stuck the link to the Dropbox for the Masters lists. There's a couple of people asking for them, so they're out there if you want them.
Good man.
Looks like he's trying to get rid of this spell. I don't know what was thrown in there. He's picked his dice up.
Matt, you should have just posted a link to the podcast. Come on now, that's about branding.
Yeah,
like if they want the list, they're awesome.
Yeah. Which is why I'm going to stay a minnow, isn't it?
I have to say, Matty, the podcast has been absolutely red hot lately. I've very much enjoyed your last 2 episodes in particular about the Masters.
It's all in the guests, man.
And let's just also take a moment for all the other content providers. You know, they've been doing a great job of hyping everything as well. If any of them are available and haven't already been invited, you can get yourself on this Zoom chat and join us throughout the weekend. But thank you to everyone who's a content provider. There have been a few content providers lost throughout the year due to various reasons, but we're still going strong. And yeah, it's a good community, isn't it, Matty?
Oh, it's brilliant. Yeah, it's brilliant. It's just lovely. And in fact, to be honest, it's just globally as well, isn't it? I mean, you know, it's just so nice to be able to sort of chat ninth age with chaps from around the world and stuff. Dave Trickett down in Oz is saying hi to everyone on the.
Yeah,
we got a few guys from the Antipodean lands who are.
I've got above 20, so I'm hitting my milestones. We've got about 20 viewers at any one time. I love it. Cheers, guys.
It's getting real. The Masters hat came off, so
yeah. Brilliant. And actually, in the room, we've just seen Guillaume handing round an auspicious-looking liquid to anyone with a cup. I imagine that's gin, is it?
I would be very surprised if it isn't. As we know, Guillaume is a gin enthusiast, and certainly not scared of a bit of mother's ruin. Do you guys like gin over in California and New Zealand?
I probably used it to pull paint off a model, but that's all I'd use gin for.
Do you like me a bit of Hendrix gin, I have to say.
Good man. Classy gin.
Very good, very good. So, have we any idea what's been going on while I've been talking rubbish?
A spell's gone on the sirens, it looks like. There's a card right in front of the sirens.
Sure.
I think the Scourge is not Scourge, sorry. Wisdom has taken a wound from Hellfire.
Okay.
I thought he put a dice down as well, yeah. Yeah, it looked like he put a dice down on it, didn't he?
On the back of
wounds.
the Scourge. Yes, yeah. There is a correct. Okay. I mean, what is Ed dispelling then if he's not dispelling Hellfire at this stage? Is Tanker buffing up the Wretched Ones, ready to fight? Or?
Yeah,
I believe Ed stopped the buff on the red ones in the middle, not on the ruins.
That's the priority, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Next turn, stick or twist. It looks like for demons.
okay. So we're in Ed's charge here now.
Yes, we've got some dice going out for the charge, so it looks like we've got a Scourge charge on the Wretched Ones, and we've got a Myrmidon charge on the Wretched Ones. They're the ones not in the ruins. Elsewhere, we've got Courtesan charging the Wretched Ones in the ruins, by the looks of it. And we've got Succubi on the dogs.
And Claude Fiend's on the Wretched Ones as well.
Oh, great.
Or at least I think that's where that dice line's going. It can't be Claude Fiend's into the Warriors.
Surely not.
Is the Scourge going in?
Yes, the Scourge
Looks
is
like
going
it.
into the Wretched Ones as well.
It's all going. It's great.
It's aggression meets aggression, isn't it, really? I mean, is that what demons have to do in this unfavourable matchup, do we think?
Oh, man. I'm so excited. There was a poll amongst the California crew that there wouldn't be like a four unit charge.
Oh. What, successful or just declared?
Declared.
Oh, so it's job done then?
Yeah, I think I've earned myself a 6-rack
Hey.
of tasty
Well,
beer.
we've got Myrmidon successful already.
That Succubi charge looks kind of pretty far and dicey, so I don't know about that one.
The Claude Fiend, you mean?
No, that Succubi one into the dogs. It's real far away.
A couple of comments on the chat here. Dave down in Oz is saying, Kurdistan into the Wretched Ones, is this nuts? And Craig is saying that he's loving the aggression coming from that. So
Yeah.
I think with Iron Husk, it's not super nuts. There's zero chance the Courtesan's supposed to go in. But with Iron Husk, I could see an argument for it, especially if the Fiends get in as well.
Yeah, if it can corner clip, it'll be looking a lot better, right?
true. Yeah.
Because
There's also little counter charges on that right side of the ruins.
yeah,
Is
because
that Scourge? So go on.
the Fiends are 2s into 3s on Wretched Ones. So it's probably the best chance we got.
Is that Scourge already in? It's not.
Yes.
It's not. Is that it in? Yeah.
Yes, he's moved a blank base
got
because
it.
the wings collide with other models. So
is
yes,
he-
the Scourge is in.
So he's hoping to completely destroy that block and overrun into the Chosen in the back, or because if that doesn't happen, the Chosen can countercharge there, surely.
Yes.
I think he's okay with that counter charge.
Yeah, if I don't think with the one wheel the Chosen Cav can get into the Myrmidons.
No, I agree.
So going into the Scourge is a clip, and it's a favorable clip for the Scourge. Especially because the Wretched Ones maybe bleed combat res, maybe not.
Yeah.
There's enough attacks going into them, isn't there?
Well, I mean, so Ed's taken off stop the buffs. This is the best chance to go in, right?
There goes the Claude
it's a good
Fiend.
point.
It's now or never, isn't it? I suppose.
I guess they were a front charge. The camera being at a slightly off angle makes some of these charges look like flanks, but very much be fronts.
Yes.
Um,
I'm just happy the camera is still up.
This is a lot better for the Courtesan with it being a front charge.
Yeah.
Because it means we just get to do a cheeky clip.
And the Claude Fiends will get their benefit of smother against the Wretched Ones, of course, won't they?
Yep.
So that's huge.
Yeah, twos and threes because of smother.
Amazing. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, obviously, I always forget this with Wretched Ones, but Wretched Ones will attack back irrespective of being killed first. I always forget that when I go against Wretched Ones, and it gets me every time. So, agility is not a thing. You can't kill Wretched Ones and not expect them to come back at you. But
I assume he's left enough room for the not the Scourge, the Courtesan to go past the Warriors if they break through.
Oh, maybe.
It looks like that's what I thought. It looks like they're going to clip, but you can't possibly want that. I mean, I suppose you're down to only one of them, aren't you, for that round of combat? You know, you're not getting hit by 10 billion of them, but.
And if you were gonna have one thing fight that block, it's probably the Courtesan.
Because it wins that first round of combat.
Yeah, and she's defense 7 distracting.
Yeah.
So it's 5s into 4s.
And then you go back into your turn and the Clawed Fiends if they're free.
Also there's 2 different buffs that make it 6s to hit because of the Witchcraft spell and the Div spell.
Yes, because it would take the defensive skill up to 9, wouldn't it?
Yep. So, yeah.
And Ancestral Aid, not Ancestral Aid. Yeah. No. What am I thinking? What's the one? Deceptive Glamour?
Enemy.
Twisted.
Glamour and no enemy.
Yeah, Deceptive Glimmer.
Deceptive Glamour will reduce their offensive skill. So it swings either way, doesn't it? Yeah. Very much so.
So probably the best thing to go into the Warriors is actually the Courtesan.
Yeah, it's actually quite a good move, isn't it? When you think, especially because the fact that they're attacking 4 billion ranks doesn't really make that much of a difference when you're only fighting 2 of them or 1 of them. I think Ryan made a really good point earlier when he was saying it's either this or you just sit there and get trampled. You either go in or you concede almost, don't you? Because you can't give Warriors another turn backing off. They'll come right at you. At least he's got a chance this way. It's going to be interesting. These combat rounds are going to be really interesting.
Isn't this just a fantastic game 1 though? It's all happening. It's all out there.
Oh yeah, this is going to be 3 rounds, isn't it? This is not going to make it to turn 6. I don't think.
Though I recall last year watching Ed's game and watching something like this happen, and then watching a Courtesan die to Ordo Sergeants. So, while I'm ready, I'm also prepared for the worst possible outcome.
Isn't that just Warhammer like to a T though, right?
Yeah, it just happens. Does I like the I like blocking off the Warriors just in case. I don't know, the overrun is like a half an inch or something.
Well, no, so it's a flank too. So it's like a super hard pull for the Warriors to charge that unit.
Any potential flank charges are chosen to the Courtesan that makes them into the Warriors too.
Yeah. And the Screamers getting in there to be some chaff if they're needed. Because they have a long move but a short march.
It's just nice to see a Scourge down beating things up. It was a decent period of time where you just didn't see Scourges very often, so I do like to see them. Some of those models are absolutely great. I don't actually recognise that model he's using for the Scourge. Legs astride.
I think they are both the not Avatars of War. I can't remember the company now. Oh, that's going to bother me. I'll remember it when I'm at work later.
Those ones that are really, really pretty, that just do loads of monsters. Is it those ones? I can't think what they're called.
No, it's not Creature Caster. It is. They do Witch Elves and Succubi, and I can't remember the company name.
That is definitely an area that I'm not going to be able to help you with. Not the hobby buy.
I put together an entire Empire Sunstall army a few years back. It cost me about 110 quid. I'm using Perry miniatures and stuff. So these high-end casters, Ed's not something I'm familiar with. Their miniatures.
I go a bit too deep down the hobby hole. So.
It's either out of production, looks like trash, and cost me £7,000, or it's some War of the Roses things. I always love it when you get those across from some of the more heroic scale models, because it does look like I'm running hobbits. But it's all good.
Nice.
Are we on Magic now, I think?
Yes, I think we must be.
Guys, I'm going to have to shoot and do a few tasks, but I will be back as soon as I can.
Okie dokie, mate.
My best of luck on the call, and I'll be back any second now. I'll drop straight out, and then I'll come back in staff later on.
Yeah, no worries at all. So we've got Magic card number 2 for Ed, so it's a little one. And I guess that, I mean, obviously you've got an extra couple of Veil tokens from being demons, but that's possibly not ideal.
It's not ideal, no.
You'd have swapped him if you could, wouldn't you?
Yes.
The first and second round.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I hate drawing a big card early on. I absolutely hate it when you just sit there buffing up units that are 47 inches away from anything.
So we've got a chaffing manoeuvre by the Sirens and the Warriors as well. That's in case things go horribly wrong against the wretched ones. I guess that's a smart move. I mean, of course, it does come at a potential sacrifice for the objective. You know, if things go wrong with the wretched ones, then the Sirens will give up a carnage point.
I think Ed's first 2 turns have shown that the only way this objective is going to end is just by going for it.
Yeah.
So if you're trading the 1 pip on the objective for 2 pips, you're up. And also he's picking up the dogs.
Yes, he is.
So
exactly.
the Sirens are a wash.
Yes. And hopefully, of course, he doesn't lose the Sirens to that, although there's always a chance he could lose the Sirens to the Chaos Knights anyway. Chosen Knights anyway.
I gotta say, I like this secondary, especially with army swap being flags.
Yes.
I think it's a clever way to balance that out.
Yeah.
I've not played this. So go on.
Oh, because otherwise MSU is just the correct choice for army swap being flags. I would really like to see this one make an appearance in a US tournament, but we can't count above 3. So
Yeah, I mean, and the only time I played Carnage was against one of the Masters players, against Tony Hale, and the score ended up about 13-11. But that was because we were playing it wrong for half the battle. So, you know.
It's a really interesting scenario, isn't it? I've not actually played it yet, but with people fancying KOE and how hard it can be to shift KOE's units, it's an interesting one for this one, because I think, is it 3 King of Invectine armies we've got in it?
Yes, we have 3 Equitane, we have 3 Demons, and we have 3 Sylvans.
With them bloody healing themselves up every 2 minutes, we're a pain in the backside at the best of times. So it is one that suits them, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Although the Equitane have taken a little bit of a hit in the latest update. I can't say I know Equitane enough to go into that in depth, but
as a KOE player, I have to accept that they might have needed it.
mine have moved to the shelf. They're not getting played in 23. The change was too brutal for my build, so.
Fair enough.
I think that's it, isn't it? You know, earlier on when we were talking about who you give advantages to, I was talking to Kieran about this. Sometimes it's when you look at an army on paper, and the game has gotten to a point now where it's almost as important that fits your play style, that fits an individual's play style.
Yes.
It's more about the pilot. There are times when you look at an army coming like against you, especially something like not Undying Dynasties, the vampire-y things. You'll look at them and just you get bored of listing the rules and all the things they can do. But the pilot is so important, and that army fitting your style and how you like to play. I think we've advanced with 9th Age now that it is probably the best balanced rank and flank game that I've played since I've been playing them since the mid-90s. So I do think a lot of it comes down to, are you playing an army that suits the way you want to play?
Yeah, the death of the net list is the biggest positive 9th Age I think has brought to the game.
Couldn't agree more. Absolutely couldn't agree more, mate. Yeah.
Well, just expand on that a little bit, Henry, if you wouldn't mind. What's the theory behind that?
So I think 8th, for all that it was dominated by lists rather than players.
Sure.
The greatest defenders being warriors and ogres.
Yeah.
You could just see ogres on paper and know what you're going to play against before you ever saw the list or the player.
Yeah.
9th has really moved away from that, and the fact that there's tricks that can be had for pretty much any kind of list or build, and there's things you just still don't see, like they're just not costed appropriately, so you don't see them. But it's not like before where certain armies just had a singular build. Like warriors, you could throw everything into a hat, pull out 6 units, and you have a fine warriors list now. And there are books that still can't do that, but the list is a lot smaller than 12 Iron Guts, 2 cannons, and 2 cats, and that was your army, and away you went.
Yeah.
I think a lot of rank and flank games suffer from it. I think Kings of War suffered from it in its first couple of editions. I think it's something that's sort of inherent to it. There are a few units that I think are very fluffy and probably don't play great, but that is assuming that we're playing purely at a tournament level where you want to get as high a score as possible. There are some units that play really well if you were doing, say, for example, a campaign where just winning is the thing that matters. All of a sudden, that completely changes the way that you look at army books. And I think it's good that Ninth Age, which is very much a tournament game, it's good that it also has that built in where you could play it from a very narrative perspective if you wanted to. I think there's one or two bits that are just definitely like not costed correctly. But there are some things I think that would just work in a very different style of game, maybe not in a game where you're trying to get as big a win as humanly possible.
Yeah.
But then again, I'm a turtly, grindy sort of player who likes to hide in a corner and not fight, so I would say that.
Cool. Well,
Yeah.
I'm just going to go and visit the table to see what spells we've got on the units. Because I think we did see Ed roll 5 dice at a spell, as reported by Craig, who was watching better than me. So I'm going to have a quick glance at the table to see what cards we've got next to units, because we've got one card next to the Myrmidons, kind of, and we've got a card next to the Clawed Fiends as well. So
there's 3 down, isn't there?
Yeah, there's one by Myrmidons, one by Clawed Fiends, one by the Courtesan.
Right, I'll have a little.
That's a good magic phase on a 2.
For the 2 card, absolutely.
Yeah, you'll take that. I always sort of. I mean, maybe it's different with demons, but I'm always looking at one card is what you're looking for, and anything else is a bonus. But getting 3 in this phase where it's so vital, that's
So with tankers countercharges being a bit ropey, like if the richer ones hold and then pop in Ed's turn, so I mean tanker's turn, so Ed gets to reform, that could be really bad.
Yeah.
For the Warriors.
Yeah, interestingly, you almost want them not to die to a man, don't you?
No, I don't think so.
So we have got Ancestral Aid on the Myrmidons. So that's rerolls to hit, and we've got Stars Align on Clawed Fiends, so +1 to hit. So that's...
Who's he rolling for here? This looks like the.
Wait, Stars Align.
Yeah.
Double rerolls to hit on both sides, right?
Oh, okay, yeah.
And the card behind the Courtesan is Guiding Light, so the attribute.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah. So still a good magic phase though.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of actually the magic phases demons-like, with the additional channel plus the additional to cast off low dice. It lets you do these nickel and dime. Yeah, it lets you do these nickel and dime phases.
I mean, if Ed has indeed rolled 5 dice at one of those spells, I didn't leave him a lot of dice left for the second spell. How is it go through? Is it because the dispels failed on the 5 dice attempt?
So, Ed is... So, just off the 2 card, that's 6 Veil, plus whatever's been held. If he held 3 Veil...
So it could have been 8 versus 5.
Then it's 8 on 5.
Yeah, which is still
and also demons are natural +1 on casting spells with 2 dice.
Sure. So it isn't
So
a disaster
off the master. Off the master is pretty reasonable.
Maybe it was 5 dice versus 5 dice Ed made out, and then he got some lucky spells off.
Yeah, could be.
The last few dice.
Could have happened, yeah.
Yeah.
Balls is to throw 5 dice in a phase like this from expensive models. I like it.
Yeah. So
I think it's do or die at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, because either the courtesan dies on the cast, or doesn't get the spells and dies in the combat. So
dies in a minute. Yeah. How many?
we've had
how
4
many wretched
wretched
ones just went there?
4 wretched ones have gone down, and now Tanker's rolling. So
their attack's back, I guess.
and the scourge hasn't swung yet because
No,
it's
it's
agility 0.
Goes
Gypsy
last.
1, I think, but yeah.
Oh, one on the charge. Yeah,
Yeah.
on the charge.
So I guess. I mean, either way, the wretched ones are attacking, so it's not like.
I'm
Yeah.
guessing Tanker's putting all this into the Myrmidons.
But you've got to, aren't you? Yeah. bounce off the Scourge.
Scourge will be 4 up Aegis in combat, won't it? So. And it'd be wounding on 6s. So not ideal at all.
Let's see how many dice go down for a save here. 5 of Aegis, isn't it, across the board? For the...
Yes. On the moment. Here we go.
Oof.
I mean, the camera, it looks like they're all 6s, right?
It's an easy game when you just roll 6s, mate. It's
Well,
a very easy game.
Like Lucky Sixes has made a career out of it, so you know. I'll tell you what, the best thing we ever did was start going to the tournament scene as PTG, because me playing him on my own was just it was terrible for my morale.
Yeah, same with me and Kieran. That's why I keep saying to me, we need to get onto the tournament scene this year, and it's nothing to do with me wanting to play in tournaments. I just want to stop getting beaten up by him. Be nice to get beaten up by a different person.
There's truly something to be said when your club mates, your average games are against very good players, and then you start going to tournaments and you're like, oh, this isn't so bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not actually the chump that I thought I was. Yeah.
Played a lot worse. All right, let's go.
Yeah.
Nice to go to your first tournament with somebody else who's new as well, because then your target is just not to end up them in the rankings.
So how many Myrmidons have we lost? Looks like maybe 2 ranks worth.
Yeah, it looked like 2 ranks.
Is that about expected? Thinking about it, probably.
I think it's actually like less than should.
So wounding on 3s, right? Just with the grind attack.
Yeah.
So and then just 5 up Aegis. So 18 attacks wounding on 3s is
It's 18
12
hits,
wounds.
though, isn't it? Yeah, it's 18 hits.
Yeah, 12 wounds. Then saving a third of them is 8 through.
Yeah. And that looks about...
Yeah, some of it might be hidden behind the wing of the Scourge.
Yeah, it looks about 8 or 9 right there. 1, 2, 3.
Not too much of a spike in return. It's just whether the Scourge can finish the job now. Oh no, we're on to it.
It looks like it's 9 models.
Because the Scourge has to have gone, doesn't it? If he's agility 1 and the binds all happen at agility 0, don't they?
Yeah.
So the Scourge would be...
Yeah.
So they've been held then. The wretched ones have held it up because they are unbreakable. So yes, we're on to the other combat now.
Yeah.
This could be the more important of the two, possibly as well. This is the one that I'm really interested in.
This will make or break, I think.
Yeah. Cloud Fiends are definitely the best choice for this. So.
Let's have a little glance. I can't tell if the ancient dragon is still on the table over there. It's got a few wounds next to it. Sorry, this is my business, not. Yeah. I'm ignoring all other 6 tables over there. It's just straight to Lucky Sixes and Kev.
If it's got some wounds on it, it's Iron Maiden time, man. Time to run for that hill. Get behind that infinitely tall hill.
It looks like 4 wretched ones went down.
Let's see.
They're going to hold then, aren't they?
3 wretched ones went down.
3?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. 7 in the dead.
I mean, does Tanker desperately want this to hold? There's not as much of a counter charge in there, is there? So
I think we were saying before, wasn't it? Like there's risks both ways, whether you break through or not.
Yeah, I think at this point for this Wretched 1 unit, it's just enough of an output to where the Claude Fiends won't be a problem afterwards. Because I think both Wretched 1 units were set up to die, so it's just how much can they do before they actually pop.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Wretched Ones are always set up to die, right?
Yeah.
That's what they do.
Ooh,
It looks like we're trading base for base, which is exactly where you want to be
As
the Wretched 1 player.
Yes. And I mean, by that token, we also haven't got the courtesan buffed to comfortably go into the warriors, haven't we? So is that a blessing in disguise for Ed if he hasn't blown through them?
No, because the courtesan was fine going into the warriors for the first turn.
Okay.
Because of the challenge.
Sure.
And all that.
Yeah.
If the,
So.
Oh yeah, because he's going to charge in front of him and go straight forward, isn't he? I was going to say you can't complete that charge. Interesting.
I wonder if Ed's done enough damage to the one in the ruins. Because if the rich ones hold and are still there in end of Tanker's turn? No, Ed's turn?
We're in Ed's turn now.
Tanker's turn, yeah.
Tanker's turn, yeah.
Yeah. Then
then
Decisive for the demons.
Then is if he can't clear them this turn, though the Scourge could come and bail them out as well.
That other unit's not holding, is it? The Scourge is getting through them.
Yeah.
And like you said,
so the Myrmidons or the Scourge could come to the rescue.
That counter charge into the Scourge from the Chosen just doesn't seem like a fantastic idea, especially from this angle, because there's still a wretched one on the side, isn't there? So you'd only get what, one in?
Yeah, one in, and then the Succubi, or maybe even the Brazen Beast come in. Like the Flares can stop one of those units, but not both.
Yeah.
Did they not stop both if they went one rank and just
conga line?
Yeah.
I think we're having a check.
Oh, it looks like the charge was possible.
I think
see that.
That's yeah.
He's run round him, hasn't he?
That does look like just a check as opposed to a successful charge, though. So we're not there yet. The courtesan has moved inwards a little bit. The wretched ones.
Yeah, so he'll just clip it, won't he? If he overruns into it.
So we see that Ed has very tactically placed his cap on the table there with Master written across it. Is that a little reminder to everyone that we are looking at the Master at work?
Is he trying to get into those? He is, isn't he?
Nah, yeah, I think he's just out for that one. It's so weird because the camera's at the perfect angle to where every single time I'm like, oh, I think this is fine. It's like,
and then it's just off kilter, yeah.
How is it with Rangers when it's on an angle like this? I think, well, he's fine. He can't possibly charge him. And then it's like, it's a 4-inch charge.
Yeah. Anyone who was worried will be pleased to know that Guillaume did find the wizard hat. Anyone who knows Guillaume and knows that he always turns up in his wizard hat, he did find it despite losing it earlier in the week. So he is at full strength for the Masters.
Some sabotage
I think so.
Thrown out there.
Maybe. Yeah.
So an interesting thing for this is, so if there is a charge into those fiends, a failed charge is the worst of every single world. So I think there is an argument to take the safer charge into the Myrmidons just because it's way closer.
Yeah.
Also, if there's somehow the wretched ones somehow survive another round of combat, you can't follow up into anything. Just bump into them because you're only going to be able to hit them at a funny angle, aren't you? They should go. The cards actually eat them, you'd think, this turn. But then again, with a charge and a lot more Claude Fiends, you only get rid of half of them. So the follow-up charge, the overrun, if you destroy them, you're just going to bump into your own guys because he's not a full base across.
So I think the reason the courtesan actually moved over is so this warrior unit, if it charged the sirens, could for sure for sure close the door, rather than have the sirens have to close to them a little bit.
Got it.
Yes, the warriors are not in at the moment. Is that right? Yeah, they're just reforming. It's like a real reform as opposed to.
There's no reason to accidentally give the Scourge a flank.
Yeah, so you don't want those two into you at the same time, dear. That's bad times for everyone. Like you said before, they're literally the two things that you're scared of. And that it's the only thing that's really going to not bounce off them.
If we're seeing the warriors reform, does that mean the Chosen Knights haven't charged them? They can't have done. Yeah.
Or maybe this is just a conversation about how this reform looks with the charges taking place.
Sure.
Or
Yeah, maybe.
maybe it's just Chosen Knights aren't going to charge because it's too risky. But
If you don't want them,
we're moving the barbs, so
getting out of
maybe
Yeah.
Chosen Knights just didn't take it.
I suppose with the movement, they can try and get out of the way of problems coming in. But if the Scourge clears these out, it's got free reform. It can point wherever the hell it wants.
Yeah, because there is an interesting thing where if they go into the Myrmidons, blow up the Myrmidons, but the last two wretched ones die, then the Scourge is free and they're free, but the Scourge has a flank or a front on them.
Do they have to overrun? That's because they've got the...
No, Wrath is
don't.
just +1 to hit
Oh,
now.
okay, you don't have to overrun anymore, because that would be a disaster, because then you're going to get him in the back, aren't you?
Yeah. But yeah, so it's probably just right not to charge because there's no way you can block up the Scourge or the Courtesan, actually, because if you kill all the fiends, the Courtesan's free too.
Yeah.
So yeah, it makes sense to not charge.
It's created a series of very, very difficult decisions for the Warriors there. Because, like you say, there is no good option, which is funny because it took me back half an hour. I would have said he's not played anything wrong, but it's interesting.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about kind of pretty early on was table equity. Ed, if he lets off the gas at all, that Warriors list just takes over too much of the table, to where his only option is foot on the pedal, fast as he can go, and just hope he gets there.
He does have the benefit of maneuverability, doesn't? There's a lot of big areas of bases. There's big base templates in that warrior list. It does make it a little bit more cumbersome to move around. At least if he goes at him, he's got the option of those reforms into awkward positions and all that kind of thing that those lovely chariot bases that the demons are on allowing.
Yeah, I almost wonder if it's right to abandon Horde on the Warriors at this point. Because there's nothing really that being 8 wide is going to let them fight.
Yeah, they've stayed 8 wide at the minute.
I really struggle with an expensive unit like that in Horde, just because, like you say, sometimes it can get under its own feet. And if it's that deep, I just can't see anything breaking it if he drops them back. Because there's 30 of them. Yeah, that's steadfast for about 6 months, isn't it?
I think anytime you get a Warriors player to move backwards, it's probably not... means you're doing pretty well.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the Brazen Beasts are definitely a threat on that side as well, aren't they? So
I think the Flayers are now so very important. And I think this is why we saw Ed clear the first unit, is these Flayers now have a job to stop the Brazen Beasts or that Succubi unit when they need to be stopped.
That's a really good point, actually. How valuable was that dice spike clearing them out in one magic missile? It could be a huge thing, actually, because we were talking before about what can he and can't he chaff if he's got another one, whatever he wants with their movement, basically.
Yep. Yeah, and that's
gives
why
away a scenario point as well.
Yeah.
There's a cost to it. Big cost.
It is, yeah.
Well, so there isn't really a cost because of the fact that both Wretched One units are going to die.
So it's going to be 3-0 to Ed at the end of this combat round, we would expect.
Yeah, you're already down so heavily
3-1
on the
once the
secondary.
Sirens have gone down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're down so hard, it doesn't matter if you're down farther.
No. I mean, 3-1 up and the Siren's already gone. Ed hasn't exactly got cheap units to throw away. I guess the Clawed Fiends are vulnerable, but...
Yeah, and there's an assumption that you can pick up the Clawed Fiends and the Myrmidons with correct chaffing.
And a bit, yeah. I mean, Hellfire's not going to do it, is it? So... Well, I suppose it might on the Clawed Fiends, but...
Well, no, because Hellfire won't get you the
yeah, it doesn't
point.
get the objective point. Of course it doesn't, yeah. So, you need to get into combat, yeah.
How important is this magic phase? It looks like most of the combats are foregone conclusions, and there's not much to shoot at. So I'm not entirely sure how.
Yeah,
important this magic phase is.
this feels like a magic phase where you're just gonna circle the wagons around the warriors, like remove any motivation to go into them at all, and just try to hope. This is also, I think we're gonna see the Veil Serpents go into the bus as chaff. If these wretched ones don't die this turn.
And I'm right in thinking Veil Serpents fly, don't they?
Yeah, they're fly, but they're a pretty short march. They're only March 12. So they had to kind of push up to get into this position where they're gonna need jump on a hand grenade.
I do really like this team. I like any list with a lot of flying. I think it gives you so many extra options just by the fact that it's almost impossible to hold you up by standing in front of you. It allows you to sort of to react in a game.
I think the demon list is well placed in the meta, looking at the list as well. Not a lot of cannons at this event.
No. I mean, I don't think there's a single cannon, in fact, in the whole of the Masters list. So there's definitely at least 3 bolt throwers, 2 of which are in Kev's army against the Lucky Sixes Dragons. But
yeah, double Scorpion is.
You know, I may have been hearing about that for the last 4 days. You know, but I think Rory's got the other bolt thrower and KOE Scorpions.
Those Scorpions are absolutely fantastic.
So cheap, so cheap.
So cheap. I mean, you can shoot them off with ballistic skull shooting, but how many times do you come across a highborn elf list with bloody 30 archers anymore? Something like that.
Well, we've got a lot of dice rolling going on. Very much like you say, it's the cards going on the units, and to some extent, this is the calm before the storm, is it? It's buffing up what's left afterwards.
Has he put something on the unit that's in with the Scourge? The Myrmidons? There's a card behind them. I don't think that was there before.
Yeah.
That might just be the alchemy attribute.
Oh, right, yeah, fair enough.
Because it doesn't look like a full-size card.
I just want to. I'll have a little glance.
Ah, good man.
See, I might hold off just until we finish the magic phase.
Yeah, just wait till the magic phase is over and then.
Yeah, I've got a very small gap to squeeze between this piano and my table, so the less times I have to do that, the better.
Small gaps in wargamers are not.
Oh, yeah. Definitely balance is not my strong point, and there's a stage right there, so you know. Not that I have any doubt that you guys would be able to continue the live stream without me. You might wonder where I'd gone.
We need Matty walking between the tables on his horse to be able to see everything from a bird's eye view.
I know.
Get a camera on him. Ideas for next year.
Yeah, definitely.
I'll tell you what would be really interesting if we made the top table roll into respective dive trays and you just had a top-down camera on them. Could be interesting. I don't know if room-wise that would be possible, dependent on venue. But
it is very different. Every venue would be different. Yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
GoPros. It's all about the GoPros.
I mean, you know, PTG is one of those things that is our baby, our love child, really, and we are very much learning as we go. So, technology not our strong point, but we get by just about. So
the fiends have died and the courtesans there alone. Still in
She
combat.
moved into the middle, hasn't she?
right, I'm gonna go and take a quick glance at the
Yeah, it doesn't look like we killed a wretched one.
Yeah, just the one. The Warriors can't countercharge at all now, though, with where they are.
Well, they're still. We're going into Ed's turn.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
So now it's kind of rough for the courtesan, but I think these Veil Serpents are about to do a very good chaff impression.
So how's the scenario looking now? So he's lost 2 chaff and other
we're
fiends.
We're pushed on this scenario right now.
Oh, yeah, because one of them went off to a missile, didn't it? Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, because Sirens and Fiends died in combat, and Dogs and I'm
If the
assuming
Clawed Fiends have gone down. Yeah. Oh, you just said that. Yeah, Fiends. Sorry.
yeah.
So
And
I thought it was going to be 3-1, but it's actually going to be 2-2, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be 2-2 here in a second. But it is 2-2 going into Ed's turn.
Yeah.
It's true.
And you'd assume that the Myrmidons and the Scourge will get through those wretched ones now.
Yep.
Well, I mean, there is a chance that the wretched ones just stick around, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, fives, saves on fives can spike.
Yeah, they're both rolling demon saves, so you just spike it one way or the other, and it's all of a sudden very different maths.
The D6, the D6 reliant games, they're always very swingy.
Certainly are.
But I think it looks like they're dead, and we're just rolling them out. Maybe they're not dead.
Nothing's been removed yet. Oh, here we go. Some Myrmidons going down.
Yeah. Oh, he was just doing his
Yeah.
bats, wasn't he? Yeah.
There you
Okay,
go.
no, that's fair enough.
Yeah, so that is the...
Oh, yeah, I can see the paint now that they're like lifted up at an angle.
There you go. So yeah, that is 2 Carnage points for Ed and 2 for Tanker.
What a turn this is now. I mean, we said that every turn, haven't we? It's been a really, really exciting game. But what a turn now for the demons.
Yeah, turn 3. I might have really misjudged this one, but are we surprised to see the Clawed Fiends go down? I thought they were in their element against Wretched Ones.
So they're in their element, but also they're kind of the ideal thing for Wretched Ones to fight.
Because Wretched Ones will always attack. If Clawed Fiends go first and kill their enemies first, then they're in their sweet spot. But because Wretched Ones will attack no matter what, the Clawed Fiends just can't sustain that amount of attacks. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, because it's 50% of the hits are wounds, and then a third of those are saved.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of free.
Yeah. Okay.
Where Clawed Fiends have the numbers, but they don't have the wounds.
Yeah. Sure.
It's the consistency from the wretched ones because you don't have that possibility of spiking really low on you to hit. That's why I really struggle with them.
It's one less roll, isn't it? Exactly. Yeah.
I always think of it essentially when something like that is hitting, especially because it gets to hit regardless of whether it dies or not. You might as well double its attacks. Realistically, most of the time you're hitting on 4s with whatever you're rolling with. It kind of feels like they've got twice as much output, which you kind of have, I suppose, on average. But yeah, there's scary things. So are we into demons turn 3 now?
I believe.
Yeah, I think we're thinking about the post-combat reform from killing the Wretched Ones, because I think there is an argument to just turning the Myrmidons around and packing up their toys and going home, and let the Scourge keep on going, but send the Myrmidons home.
There's not a lot more they're going to be able to impact, is there? Is there anything in there that you want their help with that won't kill them in return?
Well, what happens if the Myrmidons turn around and the Scourge turns around and flanks the other wretched unit?
So I don't think the Scourge can help the Courtesan just because of the positions of those Chosen Knights. Just because the static res of taking Chosen Knights in the rear for the Scourge, the Scourge can do a lot, but that is a lot of just basic static.
What are Chosen Knights armed with? Are they... I know they're Wrath.
Chosen standard stuff, so Wrath, Standard Bearer, Flaming Standard, Musician, Champion.
So that's just hand weapon shield, is it then?
You have to pay for it.
Yeah. So I mean,
this is the official term
for Chosen Ones. Chosen Knights, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Yeah. Oh, good. Yeah, go for it. Should be fun.
Yeah, the Scourge kind of has a free charge, and it looks like the Myrmidons are just going to keep facing forward.
I mean, can they hunt down the barbarians, or is that a bit of a stretch?
I mean,
Maybe.
they can if all the rest of the stuff gets engaged.
Yeah.
Also, the mage is kind of by
He is
by his
out on
lonesome
his own,
now.
yeah. I mean, just if the courtesan can get free for a magic phase, which obviously it isn't now, then he can pop a
Have a look. It looks like an easy enough charge for the Scourge.
He's
anyway.
in. He's in.
In comes Billy.
Was it only taken 1 wound, as far as we know? Clipped by something?
I'm not even sure it's taken a wound.
Was it not? Oh, was it the courtesan?
The courtesan took a wound, yeah.
So one thing I've just noticed on the table, which I don't think we spotted, there is an Evo 1 written next to the Chosen Knights that have just been charged by the Scourge. So that might mean Ancestral Aid on the Chosen Knights,
Yeah.
which would be handy against the Scourge.
Yeah, helps versus distracting on the charge for sure.
So Tanka has shown some foresight, if that's correct.
But we are going into a div
are.
magic phase. I'm kind of surprised that the Brazen Beast didn't declare a charge there, but it might just be farther than it looks.
Yeah, maybe they just want to move up and guarantee the charge
Yeah.
in 2 turns, because you would...
Because at this angle, it's pretty close, but it might just be that it's... Oh, yeah, looking at the tape now, it's definitely farther than it looks. Okay.
Yeah, probably about
And they're
18
pretty
inches
safe
forward.
there, aren't they, to be fair?
Yeah.
Barring a miracle against that Scourge.
The Succubi moving up makes sense, but at the same time, I don't know what else they contribute. So I guess they're just kind of one more zoning threat.
It's similar with the Myrmidons are looking to hunt down that thing, aren't they? But the Mage Bunker. But it is similar to that. Like, what can they hit that wouldn't kill them for hitting it? Like,
So this was the march block for the Veil Serpents.
Yeah.
And now, yeah, they're going to be Super Chaff in a stick.
Yeah.
And we're checking range for Deceptive Glamour
Yes. And,
on the unit the Scourge is fighting.
I guess Ed is hoping the courtesan can deal with the wretched ones either now or next turn. It does, because it really matters which of the two, and that'll put him.
Well, and
up.
the Veil Serpents being there buys the courtesan a ton of time.
Two turns at very least, so courtesan will get another Ed's turn 4. You would hope it would take him 2 turns or 2 combats or less to get through those last 2 wretched ones.
Well, the thing with the courtesan too is if you can't pin her in place, she'll just leave.
Yeah.
March 18.
So fast. So fast. Or do that annoying thing where they walk just out of your line of sight, so you can't charge them, and they just stand there looking at you, being annoying. Like, it's so quick.
Yeah, she'll hunt down the barbs if it gets a chance to leave, I think.
So we've just hit 30 in the view in the live stream. Thank you very much, everybody. That's another milestone ticked for me. I'll take it. Yes, come on, keep it coming. Get your cat a login name and get them logged on.
It's Henry showing off those sexy shoulders. It's drawing in the OnlyFans crowd.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
It's about to snow, but it's no weather for sleeves.
Stay around, everyone. It's strip 9th age next round. It's a new round for the Masters.
Yep, new objective. Definitely. I think the players voted unanimously yes, actually. So yeah.
Yeah, I've seen Kev's Masters photos. We know.
We've all seen Kev's Masters photo. Yeah. Oh, we've got Lucky Sixes with his hand on his head. And he's just said, "What the f?" I don't know if what the fuck has just come out of Lucky Six's mouth.
It was an exclamation of pure joy as his dragons rampage across the table.
Well, maybe. I mean, the big dragon's still on there. We've also got Josh cheering in joy because he's made a long charge against Kieran's something.
That's how that matchup. You can break that matchup open because that Kieran's list is, I think, at least personally, my favorite for this event.
Oh, yeah. It's just filth.
It's disgusting, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it feels like the perfect call.
Big shout out to any design team that can make an assassin worth taking, because I'm 32 years into my gaming career, and this is the first time I've ever seen one.
What, the Vermin Assassin?
Yeah, I'm saying they're fantastic. They're just for so long, assassins in every army have been so bad across any given system. So we're into Magic now, aren't we?
Yeah.
Has something gone on to the Scourge already? I know dice were rolled, but there's a
Ooh.
card behind him.
Well, I've just heard Lucky Sixes say great game, so he's obviously enjoying himself. Whether that's good or bad, I'm not sure. It may well be Ancestral Aid on the Scourge, which is what the Scourge actually has. It looks like that, which makes sense. So that's a bit of an equalizer on that side of things.
And I think that's a spell you kind of have to just let go.
Yeah.
Because the Scourge buffing its output is way less important than them debuffing your output. So all the courtesan spells are way more problematic for that unit than the Scourge's rerolls.
Very much so. Are we expecting a Chosen Knight to duel out the Scourge for one turn? Or there's not really a lot of support there, though, so are you just delaying the inevitable?
It's funky because you have the rerolls this turn, and you're swinging before the Scourge.
So do you
it's
not
almost
do the duel so that you can hope for the best?
Yeah, it's almost better to just swing out this turn, and then if you don't get buffs up, then you have the challenge for next turn.
Yes, so save the champion for later.
If you're the demon player, do you throw attacks into the how many are you going to kill at best? Do you throw attacks into the champ?
So the Scourge is weird because it's how much did your opponent piss it off, right?
Yeah.
So in the Magic phase, it's really hard to determine what the Scourge is going to do.
Sure.
Until your opponent's done wounds to him. Attacking a 3-wound champion is always risky because if you miss it by 1, it's a waste. So I'd probably just swing into the unit.
I always do. I just hate it when I have these really good plans and then someone beats up my champ and I'm like, I didn't think of this.
Yeah, Warriors are the one army where I won't swing out a champ because half the champs have 2 wounds for some random reason.
Yeah. We just got Smite the Unbeliever attempted on the Chosen Knights. Welcome back, MattyP.
Matty, you got a reverb echo from both video feeds.
Hey, there you go. Shut the other one down. Can you hear me okay, guys?
There you are.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Cool. Thank you very much. Thank you. Just been standing in the rain, covered by horse shit. Nice.
So
The
Smite,
pro wrestling
how are you getting
style
on?
late doors running from Matty here. It has been a hell of a game, mate. It has been a hell of a game.
Wow, Ed's all over him.
Yep.
it's definitely got tank on the back. I'd not
Yeah,
say
he
that.
just his turn
might hear
2,
me.
he essentially just went at him. It seems to have just created a lot of very difficult decisions for the Warriors. But,
Kev's put his coat on, and Lucky Sixes is on his way up.
imagine losing so bad you have to go home after game 1. That must have been an absolute beating.
Hang on, I'm going to speak to him. I'll be back in a second. You watch the.
First Masters fisticuffs in the parking lot. game 1. I know. Sorry. Yours is a land of culture, so it's pistols at dawn, right? Not
Queensbury rules, mate. All this.
Hello, everybody. How are we doing?
Hey, not too
my
bad, mate.
word.
You good?
Look, it's
Pretty
Tom.
good.
How are you, man?
Yeah, really good, really good. I mean, what is it? 2 hours? We got loads of time to kill. So, yeah, no, good game first. How is everybody? He's doing all right with the stream, right?
It's just
Yeah.
swear words.
Yeah.
It's just 4-word expletives. That's all he's throwing.
Yeah.
At
Well, that was my MO to him, so that's good.
How'd you get on, mate? How was your game?
Well, it's a 11-9 loss. But
Oof.
if I'm honest, the Masters gods have really killed me for not having a BSB. Matty, Kev beat me. 1-0 to paired weapons.
Oh no. Really? Well, he'll be dancing for hours now. I'll never shut him up.
Yeah, man, it was good. It's a swinging game. I killed it. I killed one of his scorpions before he goes, and his scorpion one shots my dragon, panics my mage off the board. Mate, my magic's gone turn
Honestly,
one.
do you know what? Those scorpions are the best point investment in the game.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
They rolled 4 6s. Rolled 4 6s in the first 2 turns. But yeah, no, really, really fun game. And yeah, enjoy the stream and look after him for me.
Yeah, he's doing. Do you know what, mate? He's doing you proud. He's doing a real super pro job. So well done.
Good,
well
man.
done,
I'll go and get Kev so he can lord it over me.
Yeah.
I think we failed to kill that wretched one
We
again.
did. Yeah.
Yeah.
I looked at the dice being rolled and assumed it was the scourge because the courtesan wasn't taking off.
Tanker has just said,
I think as long as the courtesans kills it next turn, that's not bad.
Yeah.
It
However,
actually doesn't really make much of a
the
difference.
chosen knights
But
have got 0 to the scourge.
Oh, the chosen knights haven't touched the scourge.
Have not even scratched it. So that
They
is,
must have challenged it.
No,
Surely.
No. It
No.
was
Oh,
a bunch
amazing.
of dice rolled just
Yeah.
four
So
up.
that tanker's just turned around literally to report that to me while Lucky Sixes was here. So clearly, Tanker is somewhat dismayed at that, which you can imagine.
It has taken one wound though. That's probably off the carks, I'd imagine, because here comes the scourge attacks.
Yeah, here it comes.
Just the one.
So first round 1 result in then, Matty. You must be delighted with 11 points for your boy.
Absolutely. I know we obviously had a bit of theory hammer on it early during the week, and
Was
you know,
the
I mean,
theory shoot the dragons?
yeah.
It's good theory.
Yeah.
You know, it was
Well-
shoot the dragons and div everything else that was left. The hippo. You know, we were talking about another hippo lord. Sorry, we were just theorying out some things, but yeah, I mean, basically, I thought I felt that Kev had most of the right tools to do the job if he could hit, and it would appear he can.
I'll
so.
have you know, Matty, that Lucky Sixes and myself played out that battle as well as a bit of a practice.
Yeah.
And yours truly, playing as Kev with Equitane, which is an army I do not know how to use, I won 20-0. So
Oof.
Kev has only got 11 points. What's going on?
So
I 20'd Lucky Sixes in 3 turns. What was he doing?
I don't mean to interrupt, but
No,
I
please
think this this wretched one being alive has actually blocked the warrior's wheel into the myrmidons.
Wow.
Yeah, he's measuring it. Yeah.
Because
Oh,
I
I
saw him
think it might be,
put down the art. Like, oh my god.
You mean
This-
into the Veil Serpents?
Into the Veil Serpents, but also just he was checking the arc
Yeah,
and
for the
wheel
Myrmidons as well.
to
Yeah.
the myrmidons as well.
Because then there'd be a sweet overrun into the scourge, wouldn't there?
Because I think, yeah, it's just so. This is so wild, and also the wretched one being alive means that even if for some reason the Veil Serpents close the door to you, you can't even overrun into the. Oh, I suppose you just stack the combats the other way, but yeah, this wretched one being alive has kind of made this game pretty swingy. It's been the swingiest part about this entire game.
My prediction of this not going 6 rounds looks like it might not be right because we're going to be right down to the wire on this one, I think.
Yeah, just relying on this one wretched one to get us to all 6 turns.
Once it kills the courtesan and moves on to the scourge, then we'll be.
I with what I've seen from Ed's courtesans, I would not be surprised if this wretched one killed this courtesan.
Just one thing on the Lucky Sixes thing. I would be annoyed if I turned up at a tournament with a bunch of dragons and only 3 war machines, and in my first round I get 2.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's not ideal. Look forward to.
But it just means it's smooth sailing from then on out, right?
This is it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's got 9 points, and he's got the 2 war machines done with, right? It's
Yeah.
It's uphill
That's a
from
good
here.
point.
I mean, downhill.
Yeah, and it's Sylvan and Elf City, so let's bring on the pyromancy.
Yeah. Yeah, he'll be furious if he draws an Infernal Dwarf next morning. He'll be...
He definitely
Or
will.
somehow gets rats.
Plus, he's never even read the Infernal Dwarf book, so yeah, he'll definitely be crying if that happens.
The secret of the labs is you don't have to read any of the lab books. Your opponent tells you some ridiculous rule, and you're like, "Yeah, that sounds right."
Yeah,
I believe you.
I do that with vampire counts. When someone's going through, well, this vampire does this after about 15 minutes of them telling me about his special rules and how he can't die, and if he rolls a 2+, he gets to stomp on my models. I'm just like, oh right, well, yeah, whatever, mate. So much can be stacked on those guys. I just give up.
So we are coming up to the 2-hour mark on this battle, and all the battles, round 1. The rounds are 3 hours, as voted by the players, which some found less popular than others.
It's
Tanker
kind of
especially wanted a quicker round, but
it's kind of flown though for 2 hours because every single turn we've been saying, well, this is the turn.
yeah,
You know what I mean? It's been one of those games.
How long's lunch?
Good question. I do not know. I've not thought that far ahead.
You can tell I'm a tournament regular. I'm like, all right, 3-hour rounds.
Lunch is the most important part.
How long's lunch?
Yeah.
Game 3, I can start drinking. So let's figure out what time I'm going to the bar.
Lunch. Lunch. Well, we've got a gap between 12:45 and 1:30.
Okay.
So 45-minute break for lunch. Obviously, that'll be
bad.
sleepy time for you, Henry, I would imagine.
No, that's going to work.
Oh. Right. My gosh.
What is it you do?
I work in case management up at the hospital.
Right.
So
And he's Henry's also writing his PhD at the moment. So.
And here's Kev for us. Let me pass over to Kev.
Hello, everyone.
Hey,
Hello,
Hey,
man.
right, mate.
buddy.
Kev, how are you, man?
I'm good, thanks. Got a win, so I'm happy.
Yeah, I see. It's the plan worked then, eh? Scorpions for the win.
He killed one Scorpion turn 1, which is upsetting. But then, yeah, the other one downed a dragon, needing a 6 to hit, and got it. Boom. And then I've never seen anyone fail as many 10 discipline checks as Tom did then. I think he failed like 4 that game.
If you had a BSB, you wouldn't have needed it.
You know, he's an idiot. I can't believe he didn't have one.
BSBs are for cowards. I've said it for the last 3 years.
Well,
If you lose and you don't need it.
his
So.
Swordmasters lost like enough to an orange strike to panic off the table as well. So I was quite lucky. So yeah, it went pretty well. Quite happy. Yeah, I made a stupid mistake with Yeoman and lost them for nothing. Otherwise, it would have been 12-8. So quite annoyed about that. But it's all good.
That's a good.
Excellent
We
start,
drew the
Kev.
objective.
Well done,
The
buddy.
objective's quite tough actually, because I failed a march block check on my hooded men, and so he got them annoyingly. But yes, how's this game going?
Those are not the hand gestures of someone who's having a good turn.
And Ed's wearing his
Yeah.
Team USA shirt just for you, Henry.
I know. I get the stars and stripes right in my face at 3 a.m.
I just like to say it's a wonderfully understated shirt, isn't it? The Team USA.
Subtle.
It's
I know it's a little subtle for my nation.
I don't count a single exclamation mark. I'm not even sure that's an official
Yeah.
Team USA.
That font could be bigger.
Right, I'll
dear.
put staff back on.
Yeah. Well done, Kev.
Well done.
Bring it home, buddy.
Well done, Kev. Congratulations. I hate you. Anyway.
Lots of shuffling this turn. Then lots of shuffling from the Warriors. I think.
Catch me up. I couldn't hear what you were talking about. Catch me up.
Yeah, I'd imagine he's going to pop out one of the adepts now to block the merms. David down in Oz is pointing that out as well, so that's good.
Both adepts are already out.
Okay.
One is behind the
they're running.
barbs.
Yeah, there they go.
And one is still in the Warriors unit.
Has the Warriors refought? Oh no, they're not. They turned around, haven't they? I was going to say they actually gone into a bus.
I think they have reformed. It looks like more of a cube than a horde.
Yes,
And
they
Ed
have.
is now my hero. He has sat down so I can see what's happening on the other side of the board.
It's almost like I told him to do that. I didn't, but you know. Yeah, it was definitely a great move by Matt Wilson getting the chairs out for the players because it tempts them to sit down and give us a better view, doesn't it? So yeah.
This is such a difficult turn for the Warriors. I can't really. He doesn't have many choices to make. There's not much to do but shuffle and hope in a lot of ways.
So,
Strangled.
someone clarify on this scenario for me. So, if the barbs choose to flee and flee off the table, that doesn't count?
Correct. Yes, they have to be
So-
fled away from a combat and run down in order to give up their points.
So I think there's a world where if the Myrmidons charge this barb unit, the correct choice is just to flee off the table. Because you're dead anyway, and it lets this Warrior's Brick pick up the Myrmidons.
Yeah, very much
And
so.
that is actually a scored point.
Yeah, that would be the play, wouldn't it?
But that's assuming that Warrior's Brick is facing towards the Myrmidon and the Scourge and not towards the Courtesan.
I can confirm that it is.
Okay. Yeah, so I think that's kind of the play here is those barbs just flee, take themselves off the table, and then you get the Myrmidons and that objective point.
The Myrmidons don't have line of sight to the chosen. No, they don't do. I'm just thinking because it could cause disruption to them. I mean, it'd be ridiculously risky because you give up so much combat res when the Warriors go into the back. But I don't think they can see them, can they?
Yeah, and it just kind of springboards the Warriors into the Scourge too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Myrmidons can see the Chosen Knights, but like you say, do they want to?
Yeah, because they'd need to hold both ranks to cause disruption, wouldn't they, and get rid of any steadfastness.
Yeah.
I always forget about that rule. This is why I always lose, but I always forget about that rule.
So, I mean, this is a great battle between England and Scotland, isn't it?
It is. Yeah.
Whoa. Yeah.
In fact, it's two former captains. Neither of them are captain of their respective team this year, but they were last year. So, yeah. Very interesting in so many ways.
It's always a weird matchup when you've got two armies that can't flee across the board because the movement becomes so this inflexible. Like you have to commit to everything you do because you don't have that option to free things up. Well, the notebook's out. Is that the rule book? It is, isn't it?
That might be the player pack.
That looked like the army book or something like that. Either that or Ed has immaculate handwriting.
I wouldn't put it past him.
My game notes are awful. Awful shorthand.
We might have to warn people that we can see their phones when they're checking through it, just in case of all the 9th age groupies in the top table nudes, which I'm sure is a thing.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, he's just checking his inbox for anything juicy. Confidential information of that government contract that you've just signed, yeah.
Those bloody Suckerby, can't get them off, can you? Everywhere.
No, we're checking the rule book for something. Wonder what it is.
That's the he's going in. Is that the compendium or the rule book he's in now?
Well, on another note, I can see that Spectral Blades is now written next to the Chosen Knights against the Scourge, so that has changed. Different spell, different Evo spell on the Chosen Knights. Obviously, Ancestral Raid didn't do them enough favours in the last one.
Yeah. I wonder if it was just
traditionally fought up it.
Maybe.
I love it when we sort rules out like that.
I wonder if it was just checking the new casting costs for the Evo spells or something like that.
Fail to wound makes sense, doesn't it? Because we were saying before that they're just there with their hand weapon. So what are they? Strength 5?
Must be strength 5.
Yeah, strength 5.
So they're hitting wounding on 5s. Yeah, they might not be struggling too much to hit him. But
yeah, because Wrath is
rerolls.
lightning reflex is always now, or is it just the first turn?
No, it's lightning reflex was the first turn, but the Scourge was distracting the first turn.
Sure, so cancel it.
So the rerolls make sense there.
First turn, yeah.
But now the rerolls to wound is a lot more crucial. Also, Rod of Battle still in play, so trying to stop rerolls to hit is you have to stop 2 spells rather than 1.
Sure.
Is there anything you can do to stop that Brazen Beast going into his flank?
The flayers are right there.
So you have to hit them first and then go around. I mean, he's got another 2 turns, and I just can't see those chosen. I suppose the Warriors are on the way out. That's his out.
Yeah, the Warriors. I think there's going to be a decision point for Ed here, where it's, do I bother with the Warriors at all, or is that just the last thing that's on the table, and I just walk away?
Yeah.
Because with Hellfire being the only ranged spell, it is very much free at this point to walk away.
There go the Veil Serpents.
Yeah.
And that will mean that it is now 3-2 to Tanker.
Yes.
But then we're expecting the Wretched One, singular, to go down.
If he doesn't,
soon.
that Courtesan's in a world of trouble if he doesn't.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. For some reason, the Courtesan can't do this last wound to this Wretched One.
It's so quick. If you wanted it out of trouble, would you be tempted to run away, or is it worth threading the needle between those 2 units and just standing out of charge range of both of them? And so you've got the option of rear or flank charges later, just to leave the threat on the board. Or if you wanted the Courtesan gone, would you just go?
So with it already having 1 wound on it, the fear of just kind of gutsy 5 dice Hellfire, for something that's 1,000 points, is very real. I suppose so I'd be tempted to walk away.
Yeah. If it goes, I suppose the other thing is, though, that the range on its spells essentially stops it being a wizard on the board, doesn't it? That's the thing. But yeah, I think I'd be more tempted to just walk. Like you say, it's so quick. You can walk and still leave a charge threat, even if it's a long one.
Yeah, and I don't think going into Wrath, Chosen Knights in the front is a fight the Courtesan wants.
No, the Courtesan is no Scourge.
I think there's an interesting. I think you're right here. There's a massive decision coming for Ed. Assuming this Wretched One dies, I would imagine the Myrmidons will go into the Warriors, Scourge in the flank, and they'll try and drill them in one go.
Oh yeah, because it's particularly good in the flank, isn't it? I forgot that about the Scourge.
You can't go into the Warriors' flank. There are 9 reroll steadfast, and then the Chosen Knights just come in and murder you.
No disruption is there.
I think Ed will be forced to give up the Myrmidons to the Warriors to delay, and hopefully the Scourge can come into the game with the Courtesan later on.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the Brazen Beasts are now a new threat, having dealt with the Flayers. Because that will be another objective point for Ed when he kills the Flayers, if nothing else.
Yeah.
I suppose if the Scourge sneaks between those 2 units, it's got arcs on those pesky wizards who are running around as well.
Yeah, the wizards and the barbs being able to flee means that taking like pot shot charges is really risky with kind of where the Warriors and the other Chosen Knight unit are. Because at this point it's just about traps. For Tanker, it's just about traps now. Trying to pin down these greater demons.
Those 2 sorcerers are 670 points.
Yeah.
It's tempting. With the way he's been playing so far, though, Ed will probably just charge everything all at once on it.
Every time he reaches towards that Scourge, I
think it's just taken 1 wound out of a potential 3. 10 saves past 7 is what Tanker's reporting.
Wow. Good old 4-up. Good old combat 4-up.
It's only just over average. Doesn't feel good when it happens, does it?
Yeah, as if I was playing in Ed's shoes, all motivation is just to walk away. Like feed the Myrmidons into the blender and just walk away. Because you can still threaten with the Brazen Beast and the Scourge and the Courtesan, but you don't need to be over there anymore. You got your points.
Succubi definitely going home. Now.
Yes, Succubi can just go home.
They're surplus to requirement, which is saying something in such a small demons list anyway, actually. You know, you only got like eight units in the table to begin with demons, and for the Succubi to not be
Max
necessary.
in Australia likes to call them a cheer squad. That's exactly what
Yeah.
Did we just see 3 Chosen Knights taken off? I mean, one of them may have had less wounds,
Yes.
but I swear he just picked up 3 bases.
Yes, we
That
did.
is a big round.
Wow. Yeah.
Did, but I think they stuck
They haven't
I think they did.
yet.
off the reroll.
Goodness me, that must have been a hell of a reroll. You did one back. So he's done what, 3, 6, at least 7 wounds, minimum 7 wounds.
Yeah, Ed's rolling a lot of dice.
Them.
So he's chasing him.
Run. Yeah, and the
Yeah, he's
players
chasing
are
him, innit?
panicking potentially.
Okay.
There they go.
And
Looks
it's moving into Demon's turn as well, isn't it?
Yes.
Moving into Ed's turn.
Chasing is actually super interesting because we can just come on and push back.
Yeah, I think he did. I can't think what other dice he rolled. He definitely rolled a set of 3 dice.
Unless he's failed the restraint check.
Yeah, that could be the restraint.
Here's a real question that came up midweek between Kev and I. Can Wretched Ones pursue off the board?
Tanker's feeling very hard done by. So
Yes, they can pursue off the board. Just when they come back on, they can't move.
Right. Okay. So you basically lose the next turn, do you? To the Wretched Ones, right? Okay.
Because
We
the
played that
point
wrong,
when
Kev.
you come on the board is past the point when random
Yeah.
movers move.
Scourge stayed. I don't know what it was. I mean, he must have been rolling through his restraint, actually, as Ryan said.
Yeah.
Scourge stayed, and that leaves it very interesting.
and that also makes it 3-3, I believe. And the Wretched One still stands.
Let's see that he's not rolled that dice yet. There's this bloody Wretched One.
Yeah, this combat being the last combat, it makes sense that this is the last combat to do because this is the most. No, it's the most pivotal one. So this is the one that should have been
we're
done.
actually into Demon's turn 4 now.
Warriors choose which order, though, right?
We're into Demon's turn 4 because
yes,
Beast is now just declared a charge on the players, which
Is that Wretched One still alive?
it is. Unbelievable.
Classic
Tanker's
Warhammer
players-
right there.
The players have fled, which was obviously the right move because it doesn't give up a carnage point.
Yep, and you don't need to protect the Chosen Knights anymore.
Yeah.
Give it a name, give it a flag, a rank, whatever. It deserves something. That is insane. Points for points. That is insane.
Yeah, just the fact that this courtesan can't clear a T4 5-up model is impressive.
As good as that round was for the Scourge, and it must have rolled through the roof to kill so many Chosen. As good as it was for that, there can be no complaints about luck if that bloody Wretched One has been there since 1643 fighting us.
Well, apparently, according to Francesco on the chat, they're saying that Scourge made 7 out of 10 saves in that fight. So,
Yeah.
It's there's an interesting problem now where it kind of means the courtesan has no one to protect her anymore from these Chosen Knights.
Very much so.
Yep. So the Merms did charge that Barb unit, and the Barb unit did flee off the table.
So a lot of points having to disappear from the table, unfortunately, for the Warriors, but it's the right move for the objective, which is still tight.
Yeah, everything that can flee should flee because it's going to give up an objective point and it's going to die anyway.
Obviously, Myrmidons don't have that luxury when it comes back on them, though.
Yeah. This is just so weird because I think pretty much everything Ed set up was based on the courtesan being free this turn.
I think so, and I think that's what's causing pause for thought. The courtesan's in a lot of trouble now, I'll be saying.
Don't you love a game that has many twists? Just keeps flipping from one side to the other.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to apologize to Ed because every time I watch one of his games, his courtesan just doesn't do its job. But I think you have to just walk away. I think you give the Myrmidons up for dead and the Scourge just walks away. There's nowhere safe for it to go. They can't go into the front of those warriors. Yeah, this is really funky.
I wonder what the scenario is looking like.
Sorry, say again?
Tanker is up by 2 right now because that wretched one still isn't dead.
Yes.
Or no, up by 1. Sorry, because the Scourge killed its Chosen Knights, so he's up by 1.
Yeah, the demons got the point for the wretched ones and the dogs.
And the Chosen Knights.
I'll be 3 for the demons, and the warriors have the sirens.
The sirens, the veiled serpents, the clawed fiends.
Yeah.
So it's 3-3 right now.
And points wise, I mean, we're up, demons up, obviously. But if the courtesan is in trouble, then that could very much bring it back in line.
Yeah, Ed's up right now, but the Myrmidons are going to die.
And the courtesan looks in trouble.
The courtesan's in trouble. So it might swing back pretty severely.
It's almost 1,000 points, that courtesan.
We think that the Chosen Knights can deal with the courtesan, do we?
I think that it is their preferred fight, especially with Wrath. Because it kind of gets around the distracting.
Yes.
So they're 4s into 5s, but there's Alchemy and Evo.
Yes, there is.
To get the rerolls.
Just quickly for the chat.
Has Ed put any buffs out on the courtesan yet, or is he?
Not yet. No, not yet.
No, we're just going into the magic phase here in a minute.
Just for the benefit of the chat, I went on a dice probability calculator. The chance of rolling 7 4-ups out of 10 is just over 17%. Similar to rolling a 6-up. Not the end of the world.
Yeah, demon saves.
It happens.
Demon saves. I hate doing maths when I feel that somebody spiked ridiculously. It always depresses me that I'm complaining for nothing. Still unlikely though, don't get me wrong.
One of my true favorite things is if an opponent starts doing maths in our game, I'll start just naming off math that's very clearly wrong. And just being like, oh yeah, it's like a 45%. And they're like, no, it's 17. And you're like, no, it's 45. It's definitely 45.
Yeah, definitely. I'm certain, yeah.
For me to roll a 4 to 5, it's 45. That's how maths works. I mean, come on.
I mean, let's not get political, guys. I mean, not with Rishi Sunak and his maths until we're 18 claim. I mean, you know, I'm sure Matty, you got an opinion about that?
Oh, please don't start me on that. I mean, we can't find enough math teachers to teach until they're 16. How are we going to do it till they're 18? You know?
Yeah. I mean, you know, I only studied maths until I was 16, and you know, I turned all right. So I clearly didn't need the extra 4 years, right?
Just need 100 kids to a teacher, right?
We are seeing right now if the Scourge can get out of the arc. That's what it looks like.
You realise, Matty, that was my one joke for the whole live stream. I've used it on round 1.
Well, there you go. You shot your ball early doors, didn't you? But it's right. Well, I was just wondering, is that your feet we can see in the top right of the picture? Because you could do that.
Oh.
You could.
Ooh, yes, it is.
I love
I did not notice that.
You could do that thing that they do with the policemen doing like number 10 Downing Street when the Prime Minister's outside. You could do like a little foot shuffle.
We hit 3 figures and the shoes and socks come off, guys. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, at least I'm wearing trousers, you know. Superb. Good spot.
This is such a swingy game. The narrative of this game changes completely if that wretched one, the ever living, actually died at some point. It completely changes. But then at the same time, that Scourge probably had no right to do 4 million wounds either. So.
It is 3s re-rolling into 2s.
That's true. Especially if it's taking a couple of hits as well. It gets better and better.
So this is interesting. So it's hoping that the Scourge is enough of a dissuasion that the Chosen Knights won't go into the courtesan.
This is interesting, right?
Yeah.
I mean, is that going to be the case? I mean, the Scourge has got 5 wounds left.
I mean,
what happens if the rich one lives and these guys flank it and get the overrun?
If the wretched one lives again,
surely not.
Just everything is so rancid.
Could this Scourge? I didn't see the position the Scourge was in at the end, and maybe it was too far. Was there any room for the Scourge to just nip over and hit that wretched one and hope to overrun into the Knights, or would it have took its back?
I think the Myrmidons were blocking it.
I don't think it had the arc was its problem.
Yeah.
This is
and I suppose if it hits it in the behind as well, it's completely useless, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the same turn the Myrmidons have declared the charge on the Barbarians, so I think they blocked it off. Yeah.
What do the Myrmidons do here? Charge into that? Oh, it's the same one that they did the Barbarians.
Yes.
Could they have redirected into the?
They redirected into the Wizard that's back there, and it was like boxes or an 11 or something like that.
I mean, that would have been a bonus if they made that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, because that is them. Their get out of jail free card is hitting that Wizard.
Yeah, because then they overrun off the board and into the sunset.
Yep.
The Brazen Beasts. Are we into magic? What are the Brazen Beasts doing?
The Brazen Beast had a charge into the flares.
Right, no, he ran off. Yeah.
He ran.
That makes sense.
Right, I'm going to see whether or not we've got any more results in.
What are you looking for here, magic-wise? It's just everything on that courtesan, isn't it?
Yeah, your Myrmidons are dead. There's no point in throwing anything after them. It's just making sure courtesan doesn't go down. But losing Deceptive Glamour last turn is pretty rough.
Yeah. Which spell, if you could get the one, which one's the one you're pushing for?
Know Thine Enemy, because it puts the Chosen Knights back to 5s to hit in the first round.
Got to try and bait out a couple first and stick that on there. What's the AP of a courtesan? I should know this. 'Cause...
I think it's 4.
Okay.
She's strength 5, AP 4.
Insane.
So she's still got a threat back, hasn't she? She doesn't need tons.
Yeah, it's just having 1 wound marked on her already is she's pretty fragile compared to the Scourge.
That toughness 6 again. It's the only thing it's got. Can make a big difference with their strength 5.
Yeah.
So they'd be 5s and 5s, wouldn't they? The Wrath Knights. It's not impossible he comes in and fluffs this, you know.
Well, no.
Ah,
So
oh, yeah.
right now they're 4s.
Oh, yeah, if he can get the,
Yeah,
he's gonna
if
have
we
to.
can
He's gonna
get
have to. He's gonna have to 5 dice.
He's also going to
No,
have
he-
a
an enemy.
ways to buff them as well with
Ye-
rerolls and rerolls to wound with the alchemy.
and Raw to Battle and rerolls to hit.
Yeah.
Is it
Um,
tempting? Is it tempting when there's such an obvious spell you want off, and considering how easily demons cast because of they find it easier to cast in general? Is it tempting to act like you're trying to pull out dice and get 2 or 3 other spells on, and just give up on the big one, hoping your opponent saves their defense dice for as long as possible? So you end up with 3 buffs, maybe not the ones you want, but 3 buffs on it or 2 buffs on it that you. Do you know what I mean? Is it tempting to try and get those little nickel and dime sort
So
of?
the problem is losing the Veil Serpents. We're down to 5 spells. Rerolls to hit, know thine enemy, the 2 div missiles, and one other div spell.
Yeah.
So really, there's only 1 spell because the courtesan doesn't need rerolls to hit. She's hitting on 2s, and she's already got distracting. So it's just 1 spell.
And she's the one casting Deceptive Glamour, isn't she?
No, Deceptive Glamour was off the Veil Serpents.
She'll be casting no on enemy, and I imagine
Oh,
he'll
she's
5
the one. Sorry,
dice
yeah.
it. Yeah.
No, you can't 5 dice it because
What,
any
she blows up?
miscast is bad for the courtesan, and it's even worse for you because it frees up the Wretched One, and it frees up the Chosen Knights.
There's a card gone down.
I will take a glance.
Yeah, it might just be the maximized, like some div spell just to get the maximized leadership.
Yeah, there's nothing to shoot, is there?
This Wretched One is just keeping on.
He
apparently.
can't reach that wizard at the back with missiles, can he? Because they are
No,
not
she's-
well
she's-
protected.
She's engaged.
Unbelievable
Of
news.
course.
Unbelievable news has just come through. The Wretched One has not only survived. Oh, no, it hasn't.
No,
he's gone.
it's not survived.
No, but it
No.
has. The courtesan, however, I think has taken a lot of wounds back.
Oh, really?
Yes, that is the big news. Sorry. It's dead.
Ah!
Oh, her being
no.
dead is actually.
Tanker has rolled 4 6s to wound the courtesan with his Wretched One.
That bloody thing.
No, her being dead is actually, I think, good for Ed. Like, not good as in
No,
it's what we wanted, but like it kind of frees up the Scourge in a weird way. Like,
Wow,
so it's not
can't believe that Wretched One.
good as a positive, but it's not bad
the end
that
of the
she
world.
died.
So I mean,
Yeah.
those Wretched Ones were there to die, but they actually killed the Clawed Fiend and the courtesan.
Yeah.
So they got charged in turn what? Or 2.
Turn
2,
two.
wasn't it?
Two.
Top
When
of
we
turn
all
2.
went in.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they've been there the whole game. That is absolutely unbelievable.
Also, it puts a positive on that combat for the objective for Tanka.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an equal trade, isn't it? And courtesan
No,
Doesn't
no,
work
it's
away.
it's a positive trade
It
because
is. Yes,
it's
yes.
yeah, Wretched Ones pick up 2. Take 1.
As a Warriors player, I love Wretched Ones. They're just silly.
Yeah, just the maths on them. There's so many dice you don't need to roll because they're unbreakable and they auto hit. Their consistency is just in a game like this where consistency is everything. That's they are quite a thing.
So that was interesting. So
The
both
Knights
the
have just
Chosen
moved up.
Knights and the Chosen Knights charged the Myrmidons and they failed it, and the Warriors charged the Myrmidons.
Warriors want to run into that scourge, don't they? I imagine.
Yeah, I think that's a really far overrun, but I'm not even sure charging with the Chosen Knights does a whole lot,
Well, they're
rather
dead
than
anyway.
just backing up, like just completely throw it into reverse. Because the Myrmidons are dead and there's no real reason to get back over there.
Yeah.
And since they can't flee,
have the Suckerby missed their chance to escape?
so I think so they were moved up with the intention of the courtesan kind of being free. And now
they're vulnerable.
Now I think they're just kind of committed.
Because I mean,
but
this is tankers.
They're actually pretty happy to fight.
Yeah.
Great weapon warriors. Like if there's anything that's not one of the greater demons that's happy, it's the hitting on 3s, wounding on 3s or 4s, succubi.
Yeah. If they could catch a flank, they'd be absolutely ripping them apart, wouldn't they? But yeah, it's got 10-10 written all over it. These guys are tearing each other apart. There's not going to be any models left by the end. Killing each other.
Yes, it's just going to be that warrior's brick and the scourge and probably the brazen beasts. Yeah.
Well, it's a bloody good game to get us up and running, isn't it? I mean,
it really is. And
yeah.
Also, interestingly, we've still got all but one game going on elsewhere. The only result is Kev's victory, so he is currently winning the Masters, Matt.
Just call it now.
Yeah.
Walk around and let them know they can pack it in.
Yeah.
Stop the count. Stop the count.
Matt, if you were there, mate,
11-point lead.
Just pull that lever, get the fire alarm set off.
Yeah, terribly sorry, everyone. Home you go, Kevy the Master.
Stranger things have happened. Brilliant. So we've got some thought going on here at the moment. To be expected at this crucial stage.
Well, we're done with the charges, aren't we?
We are into Tanker's magic phase currently.
Yeah, I think he's buffing the Chosen Knights. I'd imagine he's going for rerolls to hit.
Yeah, I mean the Scourge is going for 2 for 2 on Chosen Knights, isn't it, potentially? So the circular cards or wooden blocks are Tanker's magic dice, magic spells.
Tanker's magic phase is like really built for it to just be one combat. So this is kind of the ideal situation for this magic phase.
Yeah.
The whole last gasp from these Myrmidons.
Yeah, let's not count them out.
Before they get evaporated.
After those wretched ones, they could table them. You never know.
Oh, it looks like we swung on the champion. Yeah, it looks like we swung on the champion. Which is pretty smart, because it leaves the Scourge a... Maybe that was swinging on the mage? I can't tell with these models.
I think it might be the mage, you know.
Yeah. But either way, I like swinging on one of those two options, just because it makes it a bit more open for the Scourge to go in. I don't think the Scourge is supposed to go in, but might as well give yourself the option if the Myrmidons are going to die anyway.
Yeah, those two mages are pretty squishy, considering the fact they need to be. I suppose the plan was to stand behind, wasn't it? But they are both pretty squishy.
Yeah, I think this is one of the matchups where they can't both be in the bar bunker. So one of them drew the short straw.
Just working out the combat res on that. See whether they pop, I imagine. And here they go. There you go.
So what are we feeling then for next round? What are we feeling?
What in terms of
Where do you go? Where do you go? You've got 2 units, haven't you? And you can. You definitely don't want the Succubi going into the Warriors on their own, I wouldn't imagine. So do you just combo charge them?
So there's an interesting thing here where if the Warriors turn to protect the Chosen Knights, then they give the Succubi the flank. But if they just face off against the Succubi, the Chosen Knights are kind of out in the cold.
Could you stick the Scourge and the Succubi in there and just try and kill as much as you can?
It's just so risky with the Chosen Knights being there.
Yeah.
And how many do you need to kill? What, 15? I suppose it depends what they kill back, but
yeah,
15, something like that.
It's a lot of attacks back from the Warriors. Even if you deal with half of them, you still got a lot of attacks coming at you.
If the Brazen Beasts were anywhere to be helpful,
yeah. If they were just facing the other, even with a long charge, you'd take it, wouldn't you? But it's overrun.
Come get me.
In that combat that just happened, was it the champion that got slotted, or was it the mage, or was it both?
It wasn't both, and it looks like the model has a little white hat, so I'm going to assume it's the mage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chef's hat.
Well, the one that died, the mage that
Yes.
died, or okay.
Yeah, whatever model was removed has a little hat. It's by the tape measure up there.
Oh right, I see. Yeah. And we think that's the. Do we think that's the Evo or the alchemy guy?
It would be the
alchemy. The one at the top is the alchemy one. The one that's still alive.
Oh.
Evo then. Yeah, I would have put the plate armor dude in the Warriors as well. But,
oh no, sorry, the alchemy.
Yeah.
Alchemy is in the Warriors unit.
Yeah, because he's the one with Hellfire.
Yes. Yes, the Evo one is
so
the one that's
he's gonna now be unable to. Right, I'm just thinking about triggering flaming standards.
What turn are we on here? What turn are we on? Is this 5?
This is going
into Ed's 5.
Yeah.
How are we for time?
We've got 20 minutes left.
The big guy's gone in.
Succubi come in. Scourge comes in.
Just hope they break him.
Guess we're putting it all on the table.
Maybe he's hoping that the Scourge would last 2 turns, even with him in the flank. But it is an incredibly high risk. Well, it's one. Yeah, because the Brazen Beast might follow back up. It's if you slot that. If you slot that combat in 2 rounds of combat and take out the Scourge and the Succubi, because if not, Brazen Beast can come into the flank, and that could be very interesting for combat res.
You know, I have seen stranger things happen with Chosen Knights going through ruins as well. Could that be a little twist in the tail?
You've said it now. Curse of the commentator.
There you go.
They're all going down.
Let's see if we've got any more results come in, shall we? None in the Masters. Anything in the Open? Let's see. I mean, I'm very disappointed in MattyP. He hasn't finished within half an hour. He can't still be going, surely.
Did the Brazen Beast not have Musician?
No, I don't think
interesting.
I like this from Ed. I think this is
yeah, they do. They do.
A good move.
Huh. Interesting.
Sorry, Ryan. What was you? I missed what you said there, mate.
I think this is a good move from Ed. You know, you don't win Masters by playing passive, and I think he's down at that point after losing the lady, so just gotta go for it.
Yeah, it is a good point that this is game 1, so you don't know if you need to conserve or push at this point, so just err on the side of pushing.
It's done him well so far, hasn't it? At the end of the day, I think regardless of who wins this, if Tanker wins this, I think it'd be fair to say that the pressure has been on him for a lot of the game, because there's been a lot of very difficult, tight decisions for him to make, whereas Ed has just kind of grabbed the side of the table and tipped it and kind of gone in, and I think that sort of approach might have helped him to get to this point, so I'll stick with it.
And if memory serves, last year, Ed was kind of coasting 10 or 8 points up on the rest of the field.
Yeah. Day one, he won all three, and then actually lost both games in day two, and still won the Masters.
Yeah. So like if that's his previous experience, there is a lot of kind of a nod towards if you know you can play up and get a lead, then you can give yourself a bit more of a cushion for your later games.
I think the Courtesans have reroll to hit from the look of it, because the enormous pile of dice must be their attacks, and then a handful of them came back out. So it looks like they basically all hit.
Yeah, they're looking for definitely threes. Yeah, it's just threes. But
Decent
they do
APL
have like
well,
50 billion attacks, so Ed might just not have enough dice.
Yeah, that's fair. They've got decent AP as well, haven't they? So it's going to be, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, about 12, I think. In there.
They're AP1.
Oh, so fives.
Yeah.
Which is great against the Great Weapons, yep.
Yeah.
There we go.
Looks like we made 0.
Oy, yikes.
2 ranks worth.
2 ranks. 2 ranks.
And the Scourge is charging, so we're going to go before the Great Weapons too. And the Scourge is looking for 2s.
It's got to be 2s, I think, is it? It's good that the hit first.
Oh no, it's
well.
not. It's only 3s. It's only 3s. I think. No whip crack tail.
Hitting before the Great Weapons could be important as well, because of the number of attacks that they get back from so deep in the unit.
Yeah. And we get to add the Thunder Stomp at the same time as the Great Weapons. But it looks like we only stomped 1.
Jeez.
But all
3
of a
ranks?
sudden, it looks like we peeled about 3 ranks.
They might need to get a rank off that. Oh, they're in hard actually, aren't they?
No, they're not. They're not in horde
Are they not?
anymore.
Are they 7?
Yeah.
Oh no, sorry. The
The Succubi.
Hmm.
How big is that unit?
I think they're hoarded out.
No, unit's 21. So they're seven by 3.
So they can break them.
He'll take the back rank off that easy.
It's got to, yeah. It just needs to get rid of that.
Well, he is only hitting them on 4s because of mesmerizing plumage.
Half and half in it.
And
the spiky 5-ups.
And I don't think he buffed any of the warriors, right? Because it was about buffing the chosen.
Knights, yeah.
Isn't it fantastic? I mean, Tanker pushed this unit into Ed's face, and Ed has just gone for it. And
Yeah.
It's great, isn't it? He's done that all game. Ed's like, I've set a trap. He's like, I'll eat it. It's fine.
Sometimes the only way out is through. Like,
Yeah.
If we can't find a way, we'll make one.
Yeah. How many's he got here? That's 6.
Looks like
7.
7. So rank on rank.
Yeah. 2 ranks each.
I think they're not steadfast.
No, they're not.
Yeah, the
He's
hands
beaten by a lot as well.
Coming around.
The hands on the hips is not. Yeah, I think it's auto break.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's pretty nuts. That's pretty nuts, and that kind of just shows what I think Succubi. I think 2023 is going to be the year of Succubi being the demon core choice. The change to smother is just so strong.
Yeah.
Just keep those Sylvan Elves off the board, because they eat him alive with their with their bows. Everything else is fine.
Shopping.
Well, I wouldn't
well,
say what Matty does is commentating, but yes.
Enlightening us with his presence. That's what he's doing.
So, I mean, for the Carnage point, the Succubi have still got to run down the Warriors successfully.
Yeah. And the Scourge tries to stay, surely.
No, there they go. They've been run down. That's another carnage point then.
Try and get out of that.
Yeah, them all having Swift Stride here is the benefit of being demons.
Have they? Oh, he's not moved them yet. I was just about to say how far
He
did
went
they
to
run?
and then didn't.
Ah.
I've watched a bunch of stream games, and I think this is probably the most entertaining one I've
Hey,
seen.
that's what PTG and Paired Weapons Podcast does for you,
That's what
mate.
it is. That's what it is.
Yeah, I think this has been the one that's had the most game action actually take place.
Please
I think
tell
you
Lucky
can see
Six
him.
is that when he comes on.
No. When he comes on, I'll just sit in silence.
Yeah.
I think he's got him. I think he's got the flank of him.
It's very close. Again, the measurements stick out. Looks like
think
he's
that's-
in the back.
I think that's good, yeah.
Looks it, doesn't it? Really, really looks it.
But the thing about demons is, even if you break their steadfast, even if there's one succubi there,
Yeah.
You don't want the Scourge into the back of them.
yeah, then you're. It's
Literally
so
end the battle
funky.
with 2 units left on the table, if that's the case.
I think he's let him.
But like with Ed, I mean, does Tank have, he's just going to go for it, right?
You have a choice at
Yeah.
some point. He doesn't want to go into that Scourge, does he? So it's either run away or try the... Because if he doesn't have Arc on that, then he doesn't have a... No, unless he wants to go into that Scourge.
I mean, going into the Scourge is not the worst. Like,
5's to wound and falls on the save, innit? If he spikes about, but he might not have a choice.
it's just so funky because if you go into the succubi, the Scourge and the Brazen Beasts most definitely murder you. If you go into the Scourge and you spike, you walk away scot-free with the Scourge points, and that's the end of the game.
Unless you can overrun off the table, but you are asking a lot of dice there, aren't you?
Yep.
Something's been rolled. He hasn't got any spells. Oh, he has got spells left.
Oh, this DTs?
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, looks like DTs.
He's killed one.
So I think that means we are charging the
killed one.
Scourge. Yeah.
He is. Fair
Yeah.
play. Go big or go
Only
home.
way out is through. Like, you can't risk. You can't risk just... The succubi costs so much less than the Scourge does, that if you're going to lose the Chosen Knights, lose them going after the real points.
Realistically, if they try to run away, they're at risk. Because they have to turn right round and stuff. So, like, there's no safe option. So how many DTs did he lose there? Because there's dice down as well. It looks like
There's
five?
two wounds on the back Chosen Knight, so I think it's
And
5. Yeah.
And a guy died. Jeez. You could have
Unless
done
the
without
Veil
that.
Serpents did a 1 or 2 on their way out, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Wow. Ouch. This needs... Oh, yeah, he has got spells, hasn't he? He's got his Owl. No, his Alchemy.
No, he's got the Evo guy
Yeah.
left, so he's still got all the spells in the world.
Yeah.
All the spells that matter. But if he can kill the Scourge here, he's actually in a really solid place.
I think he's won it. Has he won it? He might have won it.
I
He's
think
lost
it's
secondary, hasn't he?
I don't think he's actually lost secondary. I think they've traded pretty much point for point.
Yeah, it's been mutual destruction.
There's 11 Warriors units in the list, one of which was shot off, so 10 possible points. And on the table now we have...
No, two willingly fled also.
Oh, of course, actually. Yes, we're down to 7, and the Sorcerer is separate still. So.
Yep. So I think it's...
It's gone 7.
Yeah, I think it's pushed right now.
6, because we've got the... Oh. Yeah, because there's not that many to kill from that Demons list. We've got the Courtesan, the Scourge, Myrmidons, Succubi, Clawed Fiends, Brazen Beast, Sirens, and Veil Serpents. That's it. We've still got Scourge, that's 1, Myrmidons. Not Myrmidons, the other one's 2, and things. So the maximum he's got is 6. I think it's 6 plays 7. I think.
Yeah.
To the to Ed.
Interestingly, possibly, although our eyes will very much be on this one, my tourney keeper isn't updating, so there are other matches that are finished, but I can't tell you anything about them. So we are all on this one battle.
It's just waiting with bated breath for this one.
Exactly, yeah. So that's something I'll look to get fixed for the next few rounds, but for now we will look only at this one.
So we're still in Magic, it looks like.
Yes, we are. Tanker's just doing his last spell. Ed is getting his Dispel dice ready. They're all coming down. Dispelled.
He's gone in, hasn't he, to get rid of it? I think he's got rid of it. Whatever he went for, I think it's gone.
Yeah, this looks like a big card phase, which is not what you're... This looks like a big card phase, which is not what you want at this point.
Goodman Kev has reported its Spectral Blades on the Chosen Knights.
Spectral Blades. Alright.
We've got a big crowd watching this battle at the side as well now, which is awesome to see.
Spectral Blades is the one you don't want on them, right?
I think he put that through small, then went big on something else that got dispelled. I think.
He's got Ancestral Aid as well on the Chosen Knights.
Oh.
Yikes.
Ooh.
I know this is no time to leave, but I've got to go shopping. So best of luck.
I'll send you.
Believe it.
I'll send you my list, mate. You can drop it off on your way back round.
Yeah. Get us a bag of potatoes, will you?
Yeah. All right. Fair enough.
No worries, man.
Cheers, Matty.
All right. Look. Henry, Ryan, thanks so much for coming on, guys. We'll maybe catch up with you another game tomorrow or something.
Matty, super quick before you go, give us a winner. Super quick, a winner.
Oh, Ed.
Yeah,
all over
beautiful. Love it.
Yeah.
Take it easy, mate.
Yeah. Cheers. See you later, chaps.
See you, bud. We've got a lot of very energetic dice.
Oh, there was a clap.
Oh, that is a lot of force.
That is a lot of force. I think there's one. Yeah. I'm not doing the math on that. I refuse.
There's a wound on the...
Oh my god, all those dice.
Yeah.
There must have been 7 there. 6 or 7 there, right?
Easy.
Yeah.
Scourge. Oh my god.
It looks like 9... Tanka did 9 wounds. And...
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's rough.
That is very, very rough.
Coming back hard.
Oh my god, this would have been 20-0 if that courtesan hadn't have packed its pillow. Unbelievable. Wow. Yeah, my hands have been... That's one of those dice rolls I apologise for.
Whereas Ed just clapped.
It's a winner's mentality, that is, mate.
That's the way to do it, clearly.
2 more gone, so at least 4 wounds, minimum. Yeah, just 4 wounds, isn't it? So he's not putting any more wound tokens back on.
Yeah.
So he's down 2. So it's going to stick.
Oh, he stayed, yeah. Didn't even reroll, did he? First thing I measure as well.
Well, this is going to be an interesting turn 6. Because nothing really happens. It's just this combat. There's only one spell.
Yeah, that thing can't reach, can it? It's way too far. Depending on the dice, it might not even be worth rolling a spell because you just really don't want to risk blowing up here.
There's no point to risk the miscast.
Your opponent will have dice to deal with you if you try and throw small numbers, won't it? Brazen Beasts too far then, I assume?
Yeah.
They are quick.
Kev just confirmed it was 8 out of 9 4-up saves.
Jesus. Goodness me. Ouch. The Scourge has got a lot of wounds left on it, hasn't he? So, I mean, if he ends up getting him down to 2 or 3, then it's big. But if he does nothing this phase, then maybe it's not a big deal.
I think that almost makes up for the retro one killing the courtesan.
That's twice that Scourge has done that. But yeah, I think it may be.
Yeah, the Scourge is working for 2 here.
Man of the match. MVP, as your side would say, Henry. Or was it the wretched one?
I
It's gotta
actually
be.
weirdly I think yeah, MVP is. It's weird because part of me actually just wants to say that it's like the courtesan just for killing those flares and making the flares not the MVP.
Yeah.
Because I think if those flares are alive, this is a very different game.
Yeah, that spell at the beginning was absolutely vital, wasn't it? Because that's what allowed the room for the pressure that has just pushed and pushed and pushed.
Oh.
Oh!
It's gone.
Yeah, Ben's in turns back.
Game.
Oh, and that's it. We have the
What a
show.
game, guys. I'd love to see the score of that. I think they might have drawn on secondaries, possibly.
That's yeah.
I think so.
It's going to be close.
I might be wrong. It's probably worth looking through the list and seeing what they destroyed, isn't it?
So I mean, that's a last-minute genius move by Tanker to charge the Chosen Knights in, isn't it? It's really paid off.
Yeah, it was the dicier. So it's 6 on for Tanka, and it's 1,
2 less. It's 6 on 6, isn't it?
4, 5, yeah, it's 6 on 6.
6 on 6. That's going to be an incredibly close guess.
No, it's 6 on 5.
6 on
neither
5.
neither flare unit died in combat.
One was shot off and one ran off, didn't it?
Yep.
Got ya.
So it's up on OBJ for Tanka, so it's probably
13?
13 or a 12.
To Tanker. Gosh.
Wow, what a match to start us off. Goodness me.
I mean, that has roller coasted up and down, isn't it? And sideways.
Yeah. Wow.
We've definitely had a few loops as well.
Oh no, the mage is still alive, so I think it's like 14.
Oh yeah, of course.
Look at the carnage though. For a carnage objective, we've literally got 3 units left on the battlefield with the lone wizard.
They went in.
Yeah. I mean, the dead pile covers almost half the table.
It really does, doesn't it? Yeah. Wow. What a fun game to watch. That was really, really, really interesting.
Right. So now I will say a massive thank you to you guys. You know, it has been a fantastic first round battle for the UK Masters. I'm very pleased you've been able to join me for it. I think Ryan and Henry, we're going to be losing you to the real world for round 2. But so
Yep.
because you need to sleep and work respectively, or in either order.
I plan to sleep at work. I know my boss isn't watching this stream, so I plan to sleep at
Do you want
work.
to talk? No, it's 11:09. Oh, right, cool. Sorry, Henry. Tanker's just confirmed it's 11:09 for Tanker.
Oh,
So
wow. That is an apt score, to be fair, for such a good game, but that's crazy.
Yeah. Cool. Sorry, Henry, I cut you off there.
No.
Cool.
I was just saying I'm sleeping at work.
Brilliant. Yeah, definitely do that. But you know, when you wake up, if you still haven't got any work to do, join us for round 2.5. Or round 3.
Yeah, call on live from the hospital floor.
Absolutely. Will we be seeing either of you tomorrow or later on today? I mean, probably not later.
I will be here for round 4, which will be tomorrow.
Superb.
Can't wait. It's gonna be great. Army swap 2. What a fantastic round of combat.
That's definitely
All of the best.
I will, if the matchup is interesting, I will forgo sleep to show up.
Oh, good lad. All right.
If it's like UD and rats or something like that, I will be here.
Oh, right. No worries. Cool. So I'll say thank you to you both. Kid, you're staying on for the day, I hope.
Yeah, I got nowhere better to play. My girlfriend's actually listening to this, and I'm foregoing spending time with her, so I probably should have rephrased that. But yes, I'll be here with you, mate.
Give her an invite.
I know.
Have her on. You know, expert opinion, definitely.
Yeah, she'll know what's going on better than Matt will. So.
Do you know what, mate? She knows exactly as much about that rat book as I do, so she's an expert.
Okay. So yes, I'm not sure if we'll have extra guests on for round 2 as well. We'll see who turns up. What I am probably going to do is just sign us off on round 1, so that we can have a quick break for lunch, me and you, Kid. And we will be back. The round 2 starts at 1:30. So if I say that I'll be back on the live stream for about 1:15, and then we can have the lead into round 2. So that is about half an hour from now. So half-hour break, folks. The live stream will still keep rolling. It'll just say starting soon. And yeah, I'll see you all in 30 minutes. Thanks, chaps.
Fantastic.
And,
Lovely meeting you guys as well. Cheers,
cheerio.
guys.
Speak to you all soon. Thank you very much. Right. Hello, live stream. I hope we are back, and we are fast approaching round 2. And with me, once again, I'm very pleased to be joined by Kid. Hello, Kid. How you doing?
Hi, mate. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. It's a very, very interesting match. It's going to be very different to the last one we commentated on. I think
It really is. It really is. Yeah, it's going to be insane. So I mean, the reason why we triggered the live stream we're going is because the two players are furiously already setting up, which is absolutely fine. And we have got Kieran Dunn's Vermin Swarms, Filth, versus Chris Bond's Ogre Khans that look like giant squigs. So, you know, don't be fooled by the fact that we have a lot of squigs on the table. Gobbo, you're going to love this one if you're out there somewhere. And yeah, we've got quite a battle on our hands. So both of these chaps got 20s in their first round, which is why they're on the top table. So very worthy of this position at the top. In fact, they are the only two that got above 15 points. So
wow.
Incredibly, you know, we've got two people on 20 at the top, and then we've got 15 and below elsewhere. So a little bit of a gap for these two, but of course that is going to even out because they're playing each other.
Pressure on this game. If somebody wins this one big, they could create quite a lead.
Couldn't they just? Yeah, they really could.
You know, looking across these two lists, I've heard a lot of talk beforehand about how scary this Vermin Swarm list is, and it is. It's got so much that can damage people quickly, but I think if there's one advantage, if I was piloting this Vermin Swarm list, I wouldn't be too keen on facing this Ogre Khans list. It's incredibly quick. It's got Kin Eaters who come on with ambush. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they play out the first couple of turns.
Isn't it just? And speaking of really interesting, we have been joined by another guest, and it brings me great pleasure to introduce to you Veil of the Ages superstar, Mr. Essence of War, Piteglio. I'm very glad that you've joined us. I don't know where in the world you are right now because you're just everywhere all at once. Hello, my friend. How are you?
Hello there. It's a pleasure to be here. It's also that from wherever I am, I do manage to connect because I didn't want to miss this. This looks awesome. The coverage, as always, is making people from the ETC, bite into their elbows out of jealousy. This is great. Great to be here. Hello, Abdul. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Yes, welcome, mate.
This is Kid. Apparently, Abdul, your name is so long and complicated that we call you Kid. Is that right?
It's just easier.
Up. Yep.
It's just easier, yeah. And you're going to get called Veil as well because just for safety first.
Yes.
I mean, I brutalize Piteglio every time I say it, don't I? But there is an Italian way of saying it. Go on, give us it. How do you say Piteglio properly?
That would be Piteglio.
Yeah,
you have the year. You hear the year. It's like rolling.
Sure. Yeah. I'll leave it to you because it's just far smoother when it comes from your lips.
I'll call myself. I'll just mention myself all the time, as we all do in Italy, right? That's
absolutely.
Talk about yourself in third person. Never say me. It's always.
Superb.
What do you think of this matchup? Then we've got Ogres and Vermin. New book for the Vermin.
I was going to say, Piteglio, that Ogres. I mean, you know all about ogres in essence, don't you? So it's not bad that you've seen them on the big table now.
That's it's so a bit of context for the other viewers. Yes, I am mainly a player of the reduced version of fantasy of the 9th Age, which is called Decisive War. And so here I'm playing the role of the standing noob. I'm going to be the guy who's going to be asking all of the silly questions. So if you are in the chat and if you are seeing the clever discussions between the advanced players and all of that, and you have the impression that, that they're having interesting comments and they're asking, relevant questions and making good predictions, and you feel a bit lost, I'm your champion.
Yeah.
I'm just talk to me so I can be the one who raises the issue and loses face like for you, so I can play that
I
role.
think, well, we're all going to claim that card, to be honest, because I mean, I introduced you, kid, as the newbie to the scene. I think you've proved that wrong with the quality of your commentary in round one. So I think I'm going to bump you up to pro, kid. I'm afraid.
I'll take it for today.
So there you go, because I'm definitely neither.
It will be
newbie nor
interesting. It will be interesting for you though, because I play a lot of skirmish games, so right down to small number skirmish games, and the approach is quite different. What I really enjoy about some of the smaller scale games is the ability to adapt on the fly. It's so much more exciting for stuff like that, whereas you do kind of have to think a couple of turns ahead. That match earlier, the demon team that we were looking at, the demon army, had lots of single models, and I think he was able to adapt because of that. These are big, bulky vermin swarm blocks. So I have a feeling that if he sets up right, it's going to be difficult. But we do have a lot of little maneuverable things from the ogres, so it will be interesting to get your point of view on it.
Yeah, great. And particularly, how much of round one did you manage to catch? I know that you're a different time zone to us, so.
Yeah, I only managed to connect towards the very end, so I lost part of the surely.
With our international coverage, that is to be expected, so don't you worry about that.
By the end of it, it probably looked like one of the games you're used to seeing. So like 3 models left, mate.
3 models on the table. Yeah, that's pretty much Essence. How Essence starts, isn't it? Yeah. So
bit of a challenge. I remember that there was a game that was played between Lucky Sixes and Remy, who will probably also join in the show at some point, to playtest the adaptation of the Sukubai into Essence of War, because we feared that they were a little bit too strong, and that game was a bloodbath because the Sukubai were all over the place. Yeah. And it was nice to see that we almost solved the problem for Essence of War last year. I think we're going to have it again.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think it goes anywhere, that problem. Yeah, it's rinse, repeat. It really is. Oh, brilliant. So I've just been very kindly handed the magic spells that both the players are taking, because I was ahead of myself this time and I got them to write it down for me. But we'll get to that, because I think rather than clouding the situation with magic spells, we should probably start with the lists for our viewers. So, dare I ask for a volunteer for Vermin Swarms, because it's the longest list in the tournament. It's also probably the most difficult one to get your head round. So I'm going to throw it on screen, because we haven't got the deployment to compare it with anyway. Because obviously
that's a good thing.
Happened yet. That is a good thing.
Because I'm going to struggle to identify.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I'm happy to. I was just having a look through, so I'm happy to have a
go ahead
crack.
Then. There's about 300 unit entries, so.
There is. So we start off. We start. Am I? Yeah. We start off with a Swarm Priest on a sacred platform. So it's a big platform, has to be in a unit. And the Whispering Bell essentially just makes it better at casting, and obviously quite tough. Wizard Adept on Witchcraft, Obsidian Rock, and then that thing at the end that I can't pronounce, something Pantheon. That just allows him to take the top level spells, I believe. We then have a second Swarm Priest, Wizard Adept on Foot, rocking Thaumaturgy. So it's an interesting selection of spells, actually. The Vermin Senator, our little leadership bubble man, who is more than likely going to end up in the Black Fur Veterans, because they're bodyguards for him. We then have 3 House Prefects with deep fire throwers, so lots and lots of shooting. And these are the Alchemist ones, which I can't remember what they do, but they do stuff. I'll find them for you.
Two of them are Alchemists and one's a Ratchet Technocrat, actually.
The Technocrat dude is easier. He is an engineer on a 3-up. So he'll be sitting at the back, I imagine, causing all sorts of problems. Whereas, the Alchemist gives the unit lightning reflexes if it's rank and file. It's crazy for that. I know. So it's everybody's favorite army. So we have those 3 guys, and then we have 3 assassins standing there.
Unbelievable! I can't. How are they only 375 points for 3 assassins? I'm already upset, and we haven't even got anywhere yet.
do you know what? It's just nice to actually see a Sassy model reach a tournament table because they've always been cool, but yeah, you just never see them. Then two massive blocks of Legionnaires, 53 Legionnaires, Spear, Musician, Standard Bearer with Eagle Standard, so the Legion Standard on either one. Interestingly, no champs. Guessing they've got characters all over the place, but no champs.
I think they don't really need champs because the vermin can decline duels anyway.
That's a fair point.
You know, their whole what did it used to be called? The courage or something like that.
Yeah.
So they can decline duels without actually worrying about it. So there is that. In fact,
it makes a bit more sense,
two of the prefects with Orator's Toga have got stand behind as well.
Right.
So
safe as houses.
They are very safe, yeah. Carry on.
And then we have what I'm guessing is a bunker, which is ridiculous for a 25-man unit, but there you go. 25 other Legionnaires with the Banner of Discipline, which I'm going to guess probably going to see the Senator in there because he's the one who can give out his leadership to 18 inches.
Yeah.
Some slaves, some more chaff, just in case he needed some more vermin models on the board, and 46 Black Fur veterans. These guys hit like an absolute truck, fighting extra ranks twice as long as they're steadfast, with an Eagle Standard, and they're also bodyguards for the Senator, so I imagine it's where he's going to go. We then have lots and lots and lots and lots of experimental weapon teams. I know, right? Rotary guns, normally absolutely devastating. Interesting in this one, though, only strength 4, I believe, they're rotary guns against everything that's toughness 4. So maybe not as horrific, but still plenty of shots coming your way.
Yeah.
The canister launchers, we've got 4 of those, and 3 deep fire throwers, essentially flamethrowers. These ones I think are going to be really interesting. The Ignifier Grenadiers, I think they're called. They have a very high strength attack, shooting. It's a short range, but it is bloody hits like a truck. So it is strength 6, and they are 2 shots at range 8.
And it's pretty much all the possible attributes you could get to the shot that mean they don't suffer too many minuses to hit.
Accurate, quick to fire, volley fire, whatever you want. All the special rules. AP2, strength 6. They're the ones that really jump out to me as they can just delete some of these units with that rely on their toughness.
Although it has to be said that Bondi does rock a Pyromancy Master, and that could be a danger for those Grenadiers.
Fingers crossed.
We'll get to that in a minute. Thank you very much, Kid. You've done a very good job there of taking us through the Vermin Swarm list. A lot of the conclusions that we're reaching could be completely inaccurate. We will disclaim that right away. Not that I'm saying you're wrong about anything, Kid, but, you know, we will find out as it goes. And
this is all new to us, isn't it, on the table?
Really
I don't think many of us have got many reps in with this army.
No, definitely not. And before we move on to the Ogre list, I am going to say that it looks like we've got 1 unit has been dropped already. 1 unit of saber-toothed tigers, it looks like Bondi has dropped, and it is counter thrust. So I believe that is, you have to drop 1 each for 3 rounds before you can drop for anything. And counter thrust as well, you have to be 20 inches or 18 inches away, I forget which, from the units that get dropped. So basically Bondi has put that unit of saber-toothed tigers out there to push back the vermins right from the off. So that's what we're seeing on the table. So, Peteglia, do you want to go with the Ogre list, or would you like me to read it out?
Definitely. I can
Brilliant.
show you the tainted pronunciation of the Ogre cans.
Not at all.
Yeah, so this one will be the Chris Bond list, is that correct?
That's right, yep.
Excellent. I'm looking to see the list from the thread. So we have 3 characters. There's a shaman and then 2 mammal hunters. The shaman, as you just mentioned, has pyromancy, is a master, and is carrying the magical heirloom and the rod of battle. So that's
6 spells on him. Yeah.
Right, there's going to be also the hereditary spell, and there's going to be another augment plus, so it's like one character that's going to cover the basically the entire magic needs.
You got it, yeah.
Then the 2 mammal hunters, one of them is the battle standard bearer with Destiny Call, the Iron Fist, Hunting Spear, Then he has Cult Leader and Leader of the Pack. So
Yeah.
this one, it's gonna be quite important. It's gonna be quite important to function from the leadership point of view, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, with the hunting spear, it can do more than just that, I would say.
Yes, although it's interesting with the hunting spear. I don't know how many targets Spearman will have because they're generally useful to take down multi-wound models.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm not sure the rats really have a lot of that, but we'll see. Anyway, I've interrupted you rudely, so carry on.
And I would say that it's also notable that it's practically the only model with proper shooting options, basically.
Yes,
so
it is.
the shooting phase is going to be a bit one-sided in this game. I think that half of the player turns are going to have lots of that. I mean, could be expected. Anyway, Mammoth Hunter, the second one, has the Essence of Mithril, of course, Iron Fist, another Hunter Spear, Talisman on Shielding. It's going to be Scouting. This is the general.
Yes.
And is the one with, Wild Hearts. That's why it's the
triggers
general.
the Wild Heart,
Yeah.
Very good. It's good to see Wild Heart, actually. It's one that I used a few years ago and lost every battle with, so it's interesting to see it.
It's gonna be nice to see what happens from the point of view of the managing of the discipline, because you'll want to have the scouting and the scouting general and the battle standard bearer, both.
Yeah, and they're also exclusive, the Mammoth Hunters, and that might be quite scary going into a lot of shooting from the vermin. So we'll have to see how that works.
Yeah, and we can imagine the discipline from the OK point of view is going to be a fun thing to manage, I would say.
Yeah.
Yep. Then let's have a look at the core units. We have the Tractsmen, 5 Tractsmen with Banner of Discipline and for command, and then three units of 5 Tigers.
Yeah.
Then we find, so this, I think that this have been deployed, all 3. Were they the first 3 drops? I'm trying to see whether I can see that on the.
Let's just quickly turn the list off and have a little look. No, it looks like we've only got 2 of them down so far.
Yeah, 2 of them down.
Yep.
All right. Yep. And so let's see. Then we get to a couple of small units that take up a tiny percentage of the army. These are this is gorgeous. This is almost 1,300 points.
Yeah.
10 Tusker cavalry with great weapon, ammunition, and champion divided into 2 units. So that's
your meat, isn't it?
I suppose this is gonna draw some fire, probably. That's,
you would think so, yeah.
Safe bet. But I mean, if this happens, then there's 2 more sets of 2 units, so it's a bit of a parallelist. There's 2 Kineters and 2 Slave Giants.
I mean, the Kineters could be a problem, ambushing on the back, maybe.
Right, so the 2 Hunters and the 2 Kineters and the 2 Slave Giants are going to be requiring some attention as well. But of course, the massive Tuskers blocks, they present a different kind of challenge. So I don't know how many threats in the sense of mobility can the Vermin Swarm pose to this list. I think that there's going to be, between mobility and discipline, there's going to be we're going to see lots of shooting, definitely from the VS point of view. The Shaman can create problems to the small units of the vermin, but I think that the discipline and mobility battle is going to be the main.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of target saturation, isn't there? There's a lot of units that you think, all that shooting, that'll take that unit off. But how many turns have you got before these ogres, who you're only wounding on 5s at best with your veterans? How many turns have you got before they're sat on you and just crunching through? It's a really interesting matchup. I can't. Almost no other army puts out the quantity of attacks that ogres do. So big blocks aren't as terrifying to them as they might be to some others. It's a really interesting lineup. I'm going to go out on a limb here. I reckon I fancy the ogres on this one.
Do you? Okay.
I do. I think the vermins have probably got a better all-round list, but I just wonder if they can do enough in turn 2.
I mean, looking at this, and I've got to be careful with raising my voice too much because it's right in front of behind the players. I might be wrong, but it looks like Bondi might be about to drop for first, which has got to be the right move, don't you think? Because you've got to get on that vermin list quickly.
Yeah, got to reduce the number of times to shoot. A lot of their shooting is relatively small range.
It is,
but
you've got to get there sometime. You've got to go at some point. You know, you can stay out of range for 1 or 2 turns, but you've got to get there eventually, haven't you? So, yeah, it does look like Bondi's deploying with his full army now, and I think you're right.
With the scouting options, I would say that bring pressure from the back as well.
Yeah, the kin eaters. I mean, we haven't seen kin eaters in tournaments regularly. I mean, I love them in theory, but sometimes they just don't do anything. You know, they can really not achieve much sometimes. So, but this might be their option, especially if they're going up against a rat bunker with a couple of characters in. It might be their time.
It's a really good point, isn't it? I think certain armies, they just sort of bounce off and don't do a lot. But having said that, they're only 175 points. They're in the realm of chaff when it comes to point wise, you know. And it might just be a flexibility thing because it's such. I wouldn't even call it MSU.
No,
it's just like 6 models. There's everything there poses a threat to this army, apart from possibly the tigers. And if he's spending time shooting tigers off the board, he's not spending time putting wounds on giants and kin eaters and those. That Tusker cavalry is frightening. But I do think if you were looking at these two on paper and saying which one do you fancy, I think the Vermin Swarm one does look incredibly strong.
Yeah. I mean, how many of those experimental weapon teams do they have anything with multiple wounds? I confess I've not kept up to date with it. But...
Don't think so. I think they just shoot a bajillion times. But let's have a look up at the top.
And while you check on that, if I can ask you a reminder on how the rules for the sacred platform work.
Oh, there's a question.
Also, from the shooting point of view, thinking of the multiple wounds shots that the hunters can deploy. So, can in fantasy battles, can the hunters snipe? I mean, snipe. It's a huge, gigantic platform. I don't know if sniping is the word. Can it be targeted directly?
I think it can. Yeah,
yes,
because it's different height. Yeah. Different height. So that's a really good point. Actually, those hunting spears might get some work done. It's got a lot of wounds. It's up there with the wounds, but that's a really, really good point. I hadn't thought of that. Picking that out, it's a good idea. Flamethrower, no. Strength 3, and obviously it's a flamethrower, so it hits lots of things. Canister launcher is a catapult 3x2. Toxic attacks, which I don't think we're not big fans of those ogres.
No.
Rotary gun, shots D6 plus 1, strength 4, AP2. No, nothing multiple wound.
Okay,
there's just a lot of them.
Yeah, I suppose is it the Doom Sparks that have got the multiple wound, and we haven't got any of them in this list. So,
to be fair, he's got everything else.
No, maybe not. Maybe I'm thinking of an old Vermin Forms book. I thought they used to be littered with multiple wounds, but I think maybe I'm out of date. So that shows how little I've played Vermin Swarms lately. Brilliant.
The less the better, mate. The less the better.
Yeah, definitely is.
Vermins.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So we're right about Bondi has definitely dropped. I would imagine it has to be first. We'll get that confirmed as it happens, no doubt. And Kieran will be down shortly as well. Those two giants out on Bondi's left flank there, that could cause a problem.
Yes.
Another flanking threat. Because I don't think this big movement tray at Kieran's right side is down yet. I think that's just there for the moment.
There's a lot of res 5 for him to deal with if he gets to combat.
Yes.
Because there's such a low strength army. And the characters aren't super killy. He doesn't have the characters with the big blades or anything crazy on there. So I do wonder if he gets there, and that is still an if, because it's possible after round 1 there'll be 3 ogres left. If he gets there, I do wonder. You might be able to take a bigger risk on a charge with somebody going in that you don't think can break that unit, but you're more confident you'll just sit there for a bit longer.
Yeah, very much so. So, Pataglio, talk to us a little bit about Essence while we've got a few minutes, because that is your project. I know you've taken a little bit of a vacation lately, which was much deserved, but you are now back in action with Essence.
Yes.
Some Essence up in 2 sentences for me.
Yeah, well, Essence is the type of game that feels like the ninth age, but you can play an entire tournament in 4 hours, basically.
Yeah,
That's
that's the entire tournament, not entire battle. But
definitely
yeah.
entire tournament. You can play maybe a triangular league, like a round robin, in the sense because the game is faster. The gaming board is smaller, the armies are smaller, and the rules are somehow simplified.
Yeah.
You can't simply simplify a game like the ninth age by cutting. You have to change a couple of things here and there. But basically, the feeling is the same. That's why it's called essence of it, because the essence of the ninth age is still there. It's just a bit faster.
Yeah.
And so now, something that we're doing now, since we are back at the design desk, is to try and take all of the little armies that we've written for Essence of War and multiply them so that you can field your entire armies using some sort of ally rules. So we're trying to make options so that you can use your collection from fantasy battles, whatever the model you have, you can play with all of those in essence. Because so far, the armies in essence were only a selection, a subset of the choices that you had in the fantasy battles. So we want to change that so that you can combine smaller bits into larger bits if you want.
Yeah, and that's a massive task, isn't it? And you have a team of supporters, don't you? I mean, do you want to give a shout out to your team while we're here?
The team is awesome. They have just started to work like mad. We have Axiom and Calcathin, who are the co-assistant heads. And I mean, I know it's weird because I identify as Highborn. I don't know if you say that in the world of the Ninth Age. I identify as X, but I identify as Highborn. And then I have Axiom and I have Calcathin, and I know that some people have wrinkles up the nose seeing 3 Highborns as head and co-assistant head of the team. But we have a very good system of checks and balances because we also have Remy, who doesn't identify as a Highborn at all.
Reigning Essence champion, in fact, isn't he?
Yeah. Yes, he is currently. We've played the league in the past, so we do have a champion, a world champion of Essence, and I know. So with keeping things in balance there. RH world building is helping a lot, also with the art side of things.
We love Rob
because
Rob's a legend.
He creates his own papercraft models, and that's huge. It's that kind of thing that allows us to have people start playing the Ninth Age without paying anything at all. You download the free rulebook, you download the free papercraft models, some glue, a pair of scissors, and you can start playing basically. So that's awesome. And then we also have Idem and helping out with other bits in the design, scanning of 3D models so that we can take models from the reality and put them into the video game so that people can play a free video game of the Ninth Age for Essence. So basically, if you ever have anyone who wants to try out Ninth Age, but they're a bit intimidated by the size and the complexity of the game, that could be a good start.
Yeah, it's always struck me that it'd make a really good escalation league. You start in Essence, build up, and then eventually the end of the league, you end up with one big just like a full-size game. I think it'd also be really cool. It's a really cool set of rules for campaign play. You're a small warlord building up over time, and then you can have the whole campaign rules in there. Because it's as much as we all adore Ninth Age for its focus on tournament play and balance. There is an enormous element of all of these games where narrative is so fun, and I think that element of work that you're doing just opens that door, and it's a really important part of the hobby.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's a great point.
Cravenlands did happen, didn't it?
That
that was a narrative story, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was some sort of the generated content background-wise, and MattyP was helping us a lot by keeping everything in check with the background, with the official role lore. But what happened in the meantime, since the Cravenlands, is artificial intelligence generated art. And so I don't know if you've noticed what Masterwide put out on the forum a couple of days ago. It's a little battle report, old school style battle report with AI generated art.
Wow.
That it's immediately showing the narrative potential of of these games outside of the tournament. So for people who like stuff like the Masters, there's this, and for people who like the narrative stuff, there's that. So I find it awesome that the ninth age can offer both kinds of experiences. A bit more of the Masters bit, because we have competent people, since quite a while doing coverage and other kind of things, organizing the tournament and all that. So that's a bit more visible. But we are also working in the background for the narrative bit, and we're using every little shred of technology that we can channel into that.
Yeah.
Looks like deployment's nearly done there.
It does, yeah. I mean, it's anyone's guess which unit of which is vermin swarms, because they're all just ranked up infantry, aren't they? I think we can be pretty sure that looking at Kieran's right elbow now is where the bell is. Which is that's easily identifiable. The unit, the base movement tray that I thought hadn't been deployed looks like it actually has.
Well, I was having a look. I don't think they've got anything that does Vanguard. Oh, they've got the little rat tunnels.
Yeah, sure.
Is it a tunnely thing? Oh no, he's not put them down yet. There we go. Because I think they're all weapons teams. Are the skirmishy ones all weapons?
The skirmishers are they're the Ignifier Grenadiers.
The Grenadiers, right?
Yep.
Yeah, they're danger men.
Yeah.
They get up close.
The unit on the right side is the big one. I wasn't sure whether it's deployed or not, but I think it might be, because it hasn't moved for a little while. So we'll try and work out which unit's which. Yeah, we've got our spoils of war, in case anyone's wondering of the objective. If you've just joined us, that's the 3 pennies. I mean, we do, and we also have the 2 white tokens, which I guess is a tunnel marker, potentially.
So in terms of deployment, that's something that I wanted to ask you as a noob. So the choice of putting the Tuskers 4 wide, how much of an auto choice is that? Is there an advantage in having them? Because I understand the occupation of the board, given that the horizontal occupation of the space is very different across these two armies.
So I think that the reasoning behind the 4 wide is I mean, Kid, forgive me, you can add to this if I'm wildly wrong, but 2 wide Tuskers will be 100 millimeters wide. The 5 wide Vermin Swarm infantry units will be 125 millimeters wide. So you can get 3 Tuskers in, but you could also get 4 if you match up. Your 125, you've got space to get 4 in. And the Tuskers will lose the actual mounts attacks from the back rank.
So the 4 attacks.
Yeah, you'd only get the rider attacking in the back rank. So the fact that you can get 4 Tuskers into the front of a Vermin Swarm's infantry unit will mean that you're only losing the rider attacks on 1 bank rack model. And also, as well as that, is the Tuskers are armed with great weapons. So there's half a chance that you might even lose one of those Tuskers before they even strike. And it looks like we're off. It looks like we're off on Vanguard. And we've got a Mammoth Hunter in with that Saber-Tooth Tiger unit. I completely forgot that Leader of the Pack meant that the Mammoth Hunters could go into a unit.
He's not shy, is he? He's gone right in. Do we think that the unit that looks like it has white basing, that I'm assuming is likely to be the veterans, because it's based very differently to the other big units?
Yeah, more attacks potentially, whereas I imagine the 5 wide are going to be the ones that don't put out much damage themselves.
Well, he is being aggressive. I don't think he has a choice but to be aggressive, does he? Really? He has to get in.
I mean, you've got to get turn 1 and use it, so yeah. It looks like there's a bit of movement there. Saber-Tooths are covering that spoil. Not sure how much they'll be able to do with it when they get there. But
I suppose one of the other things about going so wide with his unit as well is just because his army is so compact, the extra real estate that would take up, where you can sometimes get you into your own feet with big units, it's just not as big a risk for him, is it? Because he's got such a compact army.
Yeah, we're going to have to tell Kieran he's going to have to change his passcode for his iPad as well after this. I think we all know his code now. So there is that too. Hopefully he doesn't look up anything too incredulous while he's here, but we'll see it nonetheless. Should have warned the players of that. So who's going to be the first to fall foul of it? Have we got another Mammoth Hunter next to that unit of Tuskers there? Because we've got 2 giants and then one in is a Mammoth Hunter again. That must be the one that. So obviously they've not both gone with Sabertooth units. Which makes sense.
So that'd be the not the. Oh no, it's definitely not the Shaman, is it?
Oh no, sorry, he's left the Sabertooth unit, hasn't he? The one that went forward in Vanguard has now come back.
Yeah. Okay.
So the Sabertooth have just gone up to chaff the Bell and one of the infantry units, which we're still trying to work out which is which, aren't we?
So then, I suppose now we can advance as aggressively as he wants, can't you? Really?
Yeah, potentially. Although there's still a bit of toing and throwing. So while we're on Bondi's turn 1, I'll talk about his magic. We established the Wizard Master, the Shaman, has got 6 spells, one of which is the Ogre Hereditary, which is -1 to wound, very handy in combat though, so that won't help the shooting against them. He has got Rod of Battle, which is +1 to hit, and then for his Pyromancy, he's got Fireball, Cloak of Cinders, which is another -1 to wound, very useful. He's got Pyroflow and Enveloping Embers. I mean, that's very aggressive missiles, isn't it? 3 Pyromancy missiles. I don't imagine any of that is a surprise, really, is it?
I think that's exactly the right choice, isn't it?
Yeah. And that Shaman's
I like
going to
the
be
minus...
sitting on that unit of tribesmen at the back, isn't it? I would have thought.
I really like the idea of putting the -1 to wounds in there. Again, it seems like one of their biggest advantage in combat is that toughness. And if you need 5s and 6s to wound, you can get some really nonsense results where you're getting 3,000 attacks on you and you still don't get anything through. So I do like that.
Yeah, very much so. It's going to be really hard for us to work out where the assassins are going to be when they pop out. So I think I might be wrong, but there's right at the bottom corner of your screen on the right is potentially where those assassin models are. So if we watch that corner very closely and see where they pop out, then we might stand a chance. But if they turn up on the left, Kieran's left, then we're not going to see them go into units. So we'll have to wait and see. We need to have a word with Bondi not to advance too quickly, or we're not going to see it on the camera.
I think at this stage, he might as well just grab the side of the table and tilt it. I think he just needs to get forward as quickly as humanly possible, or as ogily as possible, and try and get stuck in. Those giants, have they moved? Because if so, they've not moved very aggressively.
They've not moved yet, I don't think. No.
Oh, okay. That's all right then. I didn't think he deployed in the water, but going for a nice swim, that's fine.
So, Gobbo on the chat. Hello, Ryan. How are you doing? I have been requested to put up the round 1 results. So, very good idea. So, hopefully you will see on your screen now, viewers. I'm afraid, Kid, particularly, you won't be able to see this, I don't think. So you can log on to Tourney Keeper, but I'll run through it anyway. While Bondi finishes up his movement phase. So round 1, we had Ed Murdoch versus Tanker. Tanker won that 11-9. Kieran beat Josh Burns 20-0, which is what's led Kieran to being up on this table now. Dan Minto went down 6-14 against Hugh Scarlin. Artem had a 12-8 victory over Jake. We heard about Kev Stonebanks having a very unpopular 11-9 victory over Lucky Sixes. Wow. Tony Hale had a very decent 15-5 versus Guillaume. Luke Williams unfortunately went down 0-20 to Chris Bond, which is why Bondi has also made it to this top table now. And Wes Wheeler 5-15 against Rory. That was in the Kingdom of Equitaine Civil War. So they were the results from round 1. And let me quickly, while we're here, and we'll try and catch up with Bondi's movement phase in a minute, because they're just shuffling magic cards now, so I won't be able to linger on this long. But we'll switch over to the Open. I'll tell you what's happened in the Open, in case you're following that as well. Fred Brown beat Barry Lynch 15-5. Matt Pell had a victory 14-6 over James McCormick. Dan Winter 12-8 against Ollie Mather. Paul Godbold went down 1-19 against Tim Botnick. And Matt Wilson, who was standing in as a spare player, 14-6 versus Shane Baxter. And there we have it, folks. hopefully that answers your questions, Gobbo, and keep them coming in the chat, because I am extremely grateful to all of you who are watching. We're up to 26 now, which is awesome. Really pleased with that. Yeah, keep the questions coming in. We'll try and see them and respond to them as we can. So let's just summarize what's happened in the movement then, Leo. Have we seen any giant movement, or have they stayed still?
I think they might have just nudged forward.
Holding the line.
A lot more cautious. I suppose the shooting is shorter range, and maybe he just didn't want to walk into range of it.
Yeah. I can see that the other Mammoth Hunter is with the unit of saber tusks that is in the ruins, for info. So we've got, so going from right to left, we've got giant, then Mammoth Hunter, Tuskers, the tribesmen, saber tusk with the other Mammoth Hunter, Tuskers, and saber tusks. Very symmetrical, actually.
What can his wizard reach? Because Pyro's not got the longest range in the world, has it?
24 inches on Pyro Flow. Fireball's pretty far. I think I can go up to 36.
30 odd, isn't it?
Yeah. Enveloping Embers must be a 24 inches one, but surely that's got to be the one that Kieran dispels, right? I mean, taking a decent straight hit on a whole unit of rats is not going to be pretty, is it?
No, it's game over, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he's still got other units of rats still to come, but...
Yeah, but he gets 3 of those off.
Yeah, well, exactly.
It's not an enormous not coming back. Pyro. Embers is 24, yeah. I actually thought that was short for some reason.
Yeah. And very good point. Spotty Dog lads, Pearl, Winter and Fred have won all 3 of their games in the Open. Well done to you 3. Cheers for the chat. And we've got Tommy Taylor on the chat. It's not been the same without you, Tommy. Welcome. And I know that you're going to hopefully pop onto the actual Zoom tomorrow, or I mean, maybe I'll get you on it today if I can convince you, but we'll see. Right, we've got some magic rolling. Something's going on. Thank you for pointing at the unit you're doing it on. That's very much appreciated.
He's got the Pyro list up, looking at it, going, "You can't mean every model in the unit."
How many dice is Kieran rolling? He's dispelling that one. Yeah. It looks like, unless Bondy rolls 50 dice in a minute, we can safely assume that's been dispelled, I think. And it has to be enveloping embers dispelled, doesn't it? It has to be. You just got to take Pyro Flow and suck it up, haven't you? Although there's a lot of decent targets for Pyro Flow as well, because I mean, experimental weapon teams won't enjoy them very much either, will they?
Toughness 3 is such a beautiful thing to be targeting with your flames.
Yeah, I mean the units themselves are only resilience 2, aren't they? So even better there. I think they're still resilience 2. That hasn't changed, has it?
No, yeah, you're right.
Oh, I love you too, Tommy. Pyro into the rattling guns. Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have to watch very closely for what Kieran removes from the Pyro. It doesn't look like he's lost too much, from what I can tell.
I think we've had one attempt that's been dispelled, and I don't know if it's going now.
Yeah, maybe. There's some measuring going on. Oh. This is into Kieran's turn. He's fleeing with his Sabertooth, by the looks of it.
The magic did very, very little then.
I can't see any counters for the Vermins. That's possibly disappointing for the Ogres.
Maybe you've had a bad one. I was just about to say, is there a world where the first couple of turns of ranged attacks somehow favours the Ogres just because they've got a little bit of reach and a Vermin set? They're so combustible.
Yeah, maybe. And I mean, there is that with the range threat of the Vermin. Spoils of War does mean they have to come and get them. So is there a chance that the Tuskers and the Ogres move up, get the spoils, and then go home? I mean, although you have said the Ogres do, once they get into combat, they do hit like a ton of bricks. So maybe they just keep going.
Quick question for Vale over there. How in the smaller system do you deal with big models? Because they can be very hard to balance when you try and take a scale down.
That's a very good question. This has been a design challenge. For example, stuff like the Tusker cavalry, we have them as single models, for example, so you can still field them, but you cannot field units of those. And also, the game is a bit more tactical in the sense that the objectives are a bit more rewarding compared to the to just the point killing, basically, in determining at the end who's the winner. So you pay a lot for not being scoring, basically. So if you're big, then you're lone, and if you're lone, you don't score, and that costs a lot in the in the general level of the game. But we thought that like the essence of what we play was the rank and file, basically. I don't remember, like a couple of years ago, there was a big discussion on fantasy battles becoming too cowboyish in its direction, at least for certain factions, for many factions, and that wasn't really liked. So yeah, we're really trying to, I mean, not pizza boxes as unit trays, but still more for the larger units.
At a smaller phase, action economy becomes incredibly important as well, doesn't it? Me having 5 units, you having 2 when it's a objective-based game is actually huge. Whether my 2 units are really big and scary, it's just, you still have basically more actions than me on the types of stuff.
Yeah, definitely. We were considering adding a scenario, like a special mission for assassination of a character, because that would have made for, easier narrative stuff as well. It would have been a lot of fun. But then in the end, the counter is that it privileges the big, strong models, and so we didn't really want that. So that there was a tough act to keep together and to balance and counterbalance that.
It's a fine line, isn't it? When you're not dealing with hundreds of wounds, you're dealing with tens. Can't see a ton of charges from the vermin. Can't see them galloping forward at this stage.
Yeah. So chat's also debating the flea move, and I will tone my voice down a little bit so that people don't hear. Yeah, he's potentially chaffed himself with his own saber-tooths there by fleeing it. It does look like they've got away from the charge, which obviously was possibly unlikely considering they were stood right in front of the vermin unit. So maybe they weren't supposed to get away and chaff the Tuskers. He's just chaffing his own units a little bit, maybe.
I'm not 100% sure what he got out of that.
What, the flea or the charge?
We'll just put him in front of him. Just because if he didn't, then that big combat block would have walked forward. If he did, then that big combat block walks forward. Perhaps slightly less, but they're not going to overextend anyway with 2 giants on the side, are they?
Yeah, unless the bell doesn't cause terror, does it?
No, I don't think so.
No, because
I'll certainly find out.
Yeah, just thinking, did they flee from the terror check?
No.
No, because saber-tooth tigers do not have discipline. That is the one thing they definitely don't have. So, yeah. But I'm still looking at this vermin list and thinking they must have made it. They must have got away with turn 1 magic completely. I couldn't see a single casualty on Kieran's side.
No, I'm absolutely sure. Unless I doubt it because of the level of play, but unless he just, with his movement, was just a bit out with a lot of the spells, maybe. But there didn't seem to be a ton of dice.
I suppose if you might be right. If Pyro Flow was more than 24 inches away, then it might have only been an option to do Fireball, which obviously gets let through. And then if you only want 1 hit on your Fireball and it misses, then potentially it's a waste. So maybe that's what happened. But oh, here we go. We're checking a Tusker charge to see if they've been chaffed by their own saber-tooths. Looks like they might be able to charge something, but it's still a fair distance, so it does potentially leave them in a bit of a problem. I think that looks like Kieran's just asked Bondi to check if they can charge. So we're still very much in the vermin turn at the moment, but Kieran's checking what his potential counter threat is.
If he can move.
Looks like only has to use the 1 wheel basically to do that. Yeah. But so speaking of the ranges, given that the 2 armies are so very differently spread across the field, and that the ogres have the ambush and all. So cornering up again, another noob question. Cornering up for the ogres, since they had basically the first shot at deployment. Cornering up would that have been interesting from tactically speaking, since many of the shooting weapons are like 18 inches for the and the traffic jam option is massive problem for the swarm in this case. So I have the impression that the ogres are also not pointing, and charging and focusing on one sub portion of the vermin army either. So they were spread off, and they are still spread off. So is that the way that the pros agree that this should be played, or is there somebody who would have focused things somewhere?
I think if the secondary was different, then maybe because of the spoils, this could be a tight game, and maybe they just don't want to give away the secondary. But it is a good point, isn't it? Because getting gigantic units is absolutely brilliant because they're hard to break down, but also you can get under your own feet so easily with them.
Just to interrupt this very important scene, I have just been informed from my home that my lovely daughter Aoife is watching me on the stream, and I am so pleased to. Aoife, I love you so much, and I'm so glad that you got to see Daddy on TV. I'm way more excited than you will be by it, but love you loads, sweetheart. And yeah, now you know exactly what I'm doing when I say I'm going off to play with Tom again. So yes, here I am, and yeah, I hope you're enjoying. I know you won't have a clue what's going on yet, but I love you loads, and I will see you tomorrow evening when you're asleep. So anyway,
he's a star. He's a total star.
He's the main event. We're here just to look pretty. He's the main eventer.
There you go. Oh, brilliant. Apparently she's hugging the telly, and I will hug you back, sweetheart.
Adorable. You need to teach her to play, though.
Well, Essence. I'm handing her over to Partiglio first of all, So yeah, she's in safe hands there. But she did ask me if there's a pixie army available, and I said not quite, but maybe in the future. So
we'll make one.
Good.
Pledge. It's a pledge. It's an
awesome.
Official pledge. We'll have an homebrew.
Brilliant. Oh, superb. Right, what have I missed? Back to the battle. Anything important? No?
Lots of shuffling. Yeah, good. I think the weapons teams are going to start trying to measure the ranges. You were right as well. The leadership bubble is so incredibly vital for them. Everything has to be measured 3 or 4 times with the ones.
Definitely. And I think that is something that you can really be surprised by if you are a Vermin player, if you suddenly realise your Eagle standards have failed you. I mean, in essence, it works very similarly, doesn't it? If you don't have those bubbles up correctly, and you suddenly drift out of the bubble, you can be in trouble very quickly if you do get it wrong. It's very compact Vermin army at the minute, and is that moving backwards with the Grenadiers, or have the other units moved forwards? I can't tell. It's still shuffling at the minute. While we're on Kieran's turn, when he's finishing his movement, I will let you know Kieran's magic setup. He has got Hand of Heaven and Smite the Unbeliever on Thaumaturgy, and he's got Wheel Turns, the Vermin Hereditary. So I get that's swarms, isn't it? Rat swarms.
Yeah. It's like a summon, isn't it?
Yeah, and Deceptive Glamour. So only the 5 spells for the rats. But they can all cause you a lot of problems if they go right, can't they? And Hand of Heaven in particular, that could pop off a giant if things go well.
Yeah, it's a good spell to have handy, isn't it? It's a question for you, Hyper-G. You're much closer to the tournament scene than I am.
That's credit where it's not necessarily due, but I'll take it.
Just because you're closer doesn't mean you're close. It's fine.
Sure. Very good point, yes.
One of the things that I always fear when I'm list building is redundancy in spell selection. I kind of feel if I end up with 8 cards, that's awesome. I end up casting 3 spells a game again and again, and I've spent the better part of 500 points on an extra wizard. Where do you? I mean, I think it obviously depends on your build and your play style. But where do you think that balance lies in the top level matter or across these lists?
It's a really interesting thing, because I would say, although you say I am closer to the tournament scene, I am very far from the top, as we well know. Not like Lucky Sixes with those lofty heights and all that. But still, I would say, interestingly, about a year ago, maybe a little bit more, I would say that it was kind of an average of 7 or 8 spells in a list. But I have seen a gradual shift, and this Masters is definitely an example of that. That there are lists in this Masters amongst the 16 who are only rocking like 5 or 6 spells. So it does seem like it's got a little bit narrower in terms of spell choice. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you're getting less spells off, of course. It just means you have less selection. And like you say, with that saturation, like the Ogres have got 2 spells that do the same thing. This we saw in the last battle. Ed had Divination and Deceptive Glamour that effectively did the same thing. So I think there definitely does seem to be a shift towards less spells being taken. But whether or not that's an overall meta thing, or whether, we haven't necessarily got the international people joining us this time round to check with them. But I think it's definitely an observation that is accurate. That, Lucky Sixes has only got 6 spells to his name, and he said how uncomfortable he was with that.
He's elves as well.
Yeah, exactly.
They love a little bit of magic.
Yeah. And hello to MattyP, you're back.
An interloper.
Hello, guys.
Welcome
I'm back
back.
from the shopping. Hey, kid. Hey, staff. And hey, Peteglia, how are you, man?
All is good. So great to see you. So great to see. I am doing some mental rotations. Try and imagine. Well, it's good.
Sorry, I'm there.
I need some stretching in my neck. That's good. So.
I'll get you the right way up in a minute.
How much have you been able to keep up to date in the shop? Have you been able to hear what's happened or not?
I saw the results come in on Tournament Keeper, and I guess that isn't in fact Furion playing rats. I'm guessing that's Kieran.
Furion has not appeared. No, it is Kieran deceptively using the Furion shirt.
And it looks like he's playing against Ogres that obviously got that really big win in the first game against the UD.
Absolutely, yes. It's 20 points apiece for these 2 players at the moment, so something's got to shift.
Well, I don't know how it's looking to me. On paper, this is one-way traffic, isn't it?
Well, yeah. Go on.
Yeah, we were saying that, weren't we? We were saying that the Vermin Swarm just look like they can do so much. But this ogre list is very, very fast. It's got target saturation. The Vermin Swarm shooting does kind of mean that they have to get close-ish, and no one on that board hits with a strength higher than 4. Interestingly, the ogres have taken 2 spells that can buff their toughness or resilience. So if they do get there, we also have Kin Eaters who can jump in behind, and obviously Vermins hate fire. Although that first turn that went to the ogres, it didn't look like they turned up with a lighter, because they did sod all.
Yeah,
really. He's got to kill the weapon teams. He's just got to get them out. Otherwise, when he gets into combat, he's just going to get wasted then. So,
yeah, definitely.
Because they can hit you in there, can't they?
Yeah, and another thing, we've got the Giants on one flank, and they are opposite one unit of Grenadiers that has no threat from the Pyromancy Wizard. So those Grenadiers are also in a nice position to get rid of a Giant, potentially, which we could see in a minute when we get to it. Because I think we're still on... Are we still on movement, or are we going into Magic now? It looks like Magic's being measured.
I think we're getting to that point. I haven't seen him roll I haven't seen him roll at D8 yet, but I'll draw a card.
No, not yet. Unless it's to his left now. There is a card there that might be Magic card. But yeah, we will see in a minute. Good to have you back, Matty. How are you fixed for the rest of the day? Are you with us?
I will be dropping in and out.
Sure.
I've got my daughter with me and horses and stuff like that, but I will do my best. And in a little while, I shall be enjoying a beer.
Good, good. Well earned one.
That'll be the start of something tremendous.
In fact,
so,
Miss
Peteglia,
I see you're gripping a mug there. What wonderful liquid is inside?
Oh, I have to say that I don't know if this is going to come as a disappointment to you, but this is tea.
Ooh, wow.
Oh,
Green tea.
that is a
Yes.
pot and a half right there.
Such a classy fellow. I think we've got wounds going on to a giant there.
Oh,
I
yes.
saw a dice hit a giant's base. This is not a good
must
sign.
be Hand of Heaven. That's the
Gotta
only
be,
one
hasn't
that it could be, yeah. What about yourself, kid? Are you on the alcohol already, or are you starting slowly?
No, I think if I did, I'd be asleep by turn 3. Didn't get a ton of sleep last night, so I'm going to try and stay coffeeified for a little bit. Although I did just eat an absolute ton of chicken, and I'm feeling nappy. So hopefully this is as exciting a game as the last one.
Well, we are coming up to 3 o'clock sleepy time, so bear with us if we can. Yeah.
I think that the players have a responsibility on our drinking patterns. They
do.
don't know that what they're doing right now is affecting the lives of so many people in so many different ways.
It could take years off my life if I start drinking here.
It's a sacrifice worth making.
I still don't know if any shooting is in range after this shuffly movement. I still don't know if any of it. It doesn't look. There's some dice.
Now we're looking at 18 inches.
Yeah. What's he rolling?
So behind the impassable, what do we have behind the impassable next to the pencil? Is that like the canister launch? No, can't see that.
Where are we looking? What?
Right behind the impassable terrain.
With the pencil just above the list, in between the bell unit and the other wide one.
That's one of the weapon teams, the unit of 4.
Is that the canister launcher? I think.
Yes, canister launcher. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Good spot. Are they the only ones really in range, do we think? Because the 3 unit of weapon team is behind the big unit, so they're not going to be doing a lot, are they?
No, the 3 is the deep fire throwers, which obviously a little bit more dangerous as we get closer. To be fair, the deep fire throwers, this is not the matchup for them.
No. No, it's not at all, is it? It's not going to do anything.
No, there's no ranks. Even for an ogre army, there's no ranks. This is the least ranks I think I've ever seen on a board. So then that makes sense that they're sort of hiding away, I guess.
Actually, canister launchers are pretty nasty. I mean, I guess they would be nasty if it wasn't for the fact that the Tuskers are Res 5. If the Tuskers were Res 4 or something, then the canister launchers would be horrible.
Yeah, it'd rip them apart, wouldn't it? That's what I mean. The shooting just doesn't like high toughness. The shooting doesn't like high res. In a lot of cases.
Yeah, and even the
trial and error helps a bit there, though.
Yeah, it does.
But as soon as you have a pyromancy, spellcaster in front of you, if you lose half the weapon team, then trial and error then becomes a bit backfirey.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I have another noob tactics question for you guys. So can you tell me how it works when you have an army that's so chain leadership, chain discipline dependent, like the Vermin Swarm, and you have an impassable terrain in the middle. If you manage to punch a hole next to that impassable terrain, wouldn't that be like a big challenge in terms of isolation, more than for other armies? Because I can see that to the right of the impassable, then you have a very good concentration of whatever the unit is. It's like it's a strong one that can hold close to that, but it's not like immediately close to the impassable are the most resilient units that can be fielded. For example, the bell is to the side, basically.
Yeah.
So if you punch a hole there...
Sorry, I'm just wondering if that actually is impassable as well. Because I don't remember that.
Could be ruins. There's an impassable in the top left with all the gear on, next to the kind of
the can.
soda. Yeah. There's a.
I'm not sure the one that's at the top of the pencil is actually impassable, because I don't remember that being impassable in the last battle. I don't even remember what that terrain was in the last battle, but
so does that mean that there's no impassable at all?
No, I think under the notes in the top left of the screen, I think under that the house has just been buried at this point.
Yeah, it's all
with the flux cards.
Yeah, so I think your question about impassable particularly might be somewhat
Alright.
because it might not be impassable, but I'm not sure
Okay.
what it is because it does look like a lot of rocks.
Because I thought that the saber tooth had to extend like 1 inch past that. So all right, that's the okay. No, so maybe it's
sure.
not. Okay.
Not sure.
It's a
Sorry.
good it is a good question though. Impassable is
Let
an
me go and
absolute
ask.
nightmare
Let me go and
for armies
ask what
that
that
are,
is because I need to know.
yeah, for armies that have an inherently low leadership and are relying on characters for leadership. Impassable can be a bit of a nightmare because it squishes you in really because you can't go in either side is such a high risk.
Yeah, I mean, this is a real problem with the Empire bubble, for example. It's one of the reasons I was looking at trying to run, essentially pods, because if you lose side choice and you end up with exactly this scenario, it means you've got to go one way or the other, and that canalizes everything. So it's
So I'm
easy.
gonna go back full circle on myself, and that is impassable.
All right. Okay.
I don't remember it being there in the last battle. Kid,
It
help me
was.
out
I don't
here.
think it wasn't. No, I don't think it was. No, I think we've got a different map set up though, haven't we?
Have we?
Think so.
Because the ruins are still in the middle.
Oh, that's true, actually. Yeah, and the water's there. Nah, that definitely wasn't there in the last.
It wasn't, was it?
No, those all the combat happened there, didn't it? Around there.
Yeah.
That's where they went through the.
The Scourge went through there.
Yeah.
The
I
Myrmidons
suppose it
went
can
through
fly.
there.
But, yeah.
Is there an item in the book that we've missed in the lists? Place it impassable.
I don't think so.
I didn't think there was one for vermins. I mean, maybe. We're having a lot of discussion over this. Someone just added an impassable terrain feature onto the battlefield.
Yeah. Maybe that's the tactic. You just slide one on there.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, chat, maybe help us out. Does anyone remember that impassable terrain feature being there last battle?
I think it was there, but I think Ed intentionally ran the Scourge to the right of it, and it was coming up the left. I think it was the Courtsound was definitely there, wasn't it? Maybe the Myrmidons were coming up that way. I can't remember.
I think the Myrmidons charged through it because they charged into the wretched ones, didn't they?
It's in a straight line, isn't it?
I don't know. Let's not worry about it. It's there now, and both players are playing it, so that's fine. So I guess, even though that's taken 10 minutes particularly, you did originally start asking a question about it. Oh,
we've got charges. We've got charges going in.
We might have to put your question on hold, I'm afraid, because yes, we have a charge.
He's twisted, not stuck. He's gone in. He tried to go in with the doggies on the left as well. The saber-tooths on the left. Yes. I think they failed. So they're going in.
They are, and
jeez.
So have the saber-tooth tigers rallied in the middle?
No, they're still facing the wrong way, I think.
But they haven't run either, have they? Oh, he's just pointed at them. Is he rallying them now?
Yeah.
Yes, he's rallied them now.
You do have to charge us anyway, don't you? You do have to charge us.
Oh, good point. I'm getting so lost in the moment that I'm forgetting the order of things. You're absolutely right.
That's all the charges. Is he going to have to go through that block? Because there is a... Oh, actually, can the other ones go in because of the impassable?
Yeah, maybe they're blocked from wheeling. Because you can't shut the door when you're already in combat.
And their ass is going to hit the weapons team as well, isn't it?
It is.
That's a rally.
Oh my goodness! What an interesting thing.
So are the vermin swarms being blocked into a corner? I mean, cornered rats.
I can't see what was on the left of that unit, but you've got to think there's a counter charge into the. Oh, hang on.
Yeah, you really think so.
Here's the chaff. As I say it, here's the chaff. I think he's popping his other
Mammoth Hunter coming out, and I think maybe the saber-tooths. Are they coming forward? They can only be 14 inches, though, saber-tooths, so they're not the best chaff in the world. Or is it 16?
16.
16. Yeah, fair enough. It's still not the biggest chaff in the world, is it?
Oh, he hasn't got anything on the left to hit them, has he?
No.
Oh no, because those are his 3 units, aren't there? The one that's been charged, then there's littler one, then the one with the bell, and then
the Ignifier grenaders. Sorry.
Yeah.
Maybe those Tuskers are just going to go to town.
The Grenadiers are the strength 6, 2 shots each.
He has chaffed the saber-tooths in the middle, though, just in case. So he is obviously worried about a flank charge. I mean, the Grenadiers can fire into combat, can't they? So
I think, are they the ones that only hit their mates on a 5?
I think that's only against slaves, isn't it?
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Again, real limited knowledge for Vermins. Matty, the fact that you've rejoined us means you are now the official pro of the group.
Well, sorry about that. I was just swapping around. I had it the wrong way around on my phone and my laptop, so I'm now back as I should be. I don't have to hold my phone.
Pleased to hear it.
So he's obviously gone in on the left with the Tuskers. What's that unit? Is that Black Fur Veterans or is that?
We think that's one of the Legionnaires, actually.
Yeah,
because
the
Black
veterans
Furs are wider.
Yeah, we think the veterans are the one with the white bases on the right.
Okay. Actually.
Yeah, so the Grenadiers. Their deep fire grenades only hit on a 5, but they've got 2 shots each.
Yeah,
they've been jinxed by a chance anyway.
Balls, aren't they?
Yeah, this is shaping up to be really interesting, I think. I mean, obviously we need to know how this combat's going to go before we can really give any sweeping statements, but surely that's a great thing for turn 2 Tuskers charging, isn't it? Against a shooting vermin list.
I think this is Bondi's only chance, isn't it? Is to get in there and smash a unit. And if he can, he'll be lucky to, but this I think is his only chance. Otherwise, he either just pulls back and gets a small loss, or he loses big. And I think this is probably his best option.
And the Giants are saying bye-bye.
Flank here, there, doesn't it? Looks like he's going to push hard on his right flank and pull back on the left. He obviously doesn't fancy that.
Yeah. I mean, it was quite a charge for those Tuskers. It must have been at least a 9 or a 10, mustn't it?
Yeah.
Because we didn't really get a chance to talk about it because I was so focused on that blooming impassable terrain. But it must have been a decent distance.
Yeah.
And also, have we seen anything happen with the King Eaters?
No.
Because we're now in movement, right?
We are.
So
we're on turn 2, yeah.
I don't remember seeing the the rolls.
Oh, I don't remember seeing them unless they both failed.
They must have done.
I haven't seen Bondi walk around the table to Kieran's side, so he's definitely not tried to move them in behind.
There's holes in behind the right as well, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean,
be tempted to thinking about.
Well, you definitely you sent the King Eaters to kill the weapon teams in turn 3, wouldn't you? That's their kind of combat, isn't it?
Because what we're seeing now is single models. There's the 2 giants and the two hunters, right?
Yes, and the giants have moved back to avoid the grenadier threat on that flank. Is he looking?
Took some wounds from the mage, didn't they? I think last turn.
Oh, the grenadiers, did they?
No, sorry, the giant. I think one of the giants got clipped in the magic phase as well. So
the one in the water, right?
Yeah, I
sure.
think he's had enough of a swim for today. Oh, going for. I think we're into magic.
Yes.
Okay.
So we'll see what the ogres can do, and I guess the ogres have only got the 3 scoring units, haven't they? The 2 Tuskers and the tribesmen. Is that right?
Yeah.
So the tribesmen must be looking to pick up the spoil behind the Tusker unit, mustn't they?
Being a hunter general doesn't turn doggos into scoring, does it?
No, it doesn't. That'd be amazing if it did. I mean, this ogre setup is a way of getting only 900 points of core, which is amazing.
He's targeted the bigger unit off to the right. With something, looks like there's some debate. I think 3 dice were rolled.
Okay, so you probably need more than 3 for embers, don't you?
Yeah, maybe he's just trying to pull out. He's trying to see what he can take off with embers, isn't it? So he's checking there.
Yeah. We still can't see those King Eaters anywhere, can we? So I think the ambush units haven't come on.
Good. That might not be a bad thing, to be fair. Tie more things up, let them get on.
Yeah.
Later on.
Yeah. Well, once you're in combat, the ogres don't need to worry about shooting.
Which is the unit as slaves? He hasn't gone into the slaves, has he? He's gone into one of the big thingy units.
Yeah, it's difficult to see, isn't it? We can't really see much of Kieran's behind him, but
I mean, the slaves are 30, right?
There's only little, yeah, they're the baby one.
So the other one is the 25 Legionnaires.
Yes.
So which one would that be?
And then he's got 250s, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, the other ones are larger.
I think the slaves are next to the weapons team. There they are. Every time he rocks to the left, there's that little weapons team. They're not the weapons team, the grenadiers. There,
Yes.
I think they're the slaves there.
Slaves there.
Yeah.
That surprises me though, because why are they still there? Why are they just sat there?
There's a lot of dice being rolled here. I'm guessing he's gone into him with some sort of missile.
It must be pyro flow because we're not seeing 50 dice.
Yeah.
It must be a high 2d6 on pyro flow, I think.
Yeah, because he only cast it on 3 dice, I think.
I mean, the changes to the magic has also, not that they needed any help, but it has really helped rats as well, because, with Embers and Unity, that really would have worried a rats player, but now they're down to 6x6. It's still pretty bad. It's just not as bad as it used to be.
Exactly, because it used to be every model in the unit. Now it's just 6x6, isn't it?
Yeah, that res 2 means that fire punches him right in the face, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose potentially is and I will definitely say this a bit quieter. Is Bondi the best person to deal with the rats because of pyro?
I do wonder, and the fact that he's so hard to put any damage on him in combat with 5s and 6s.
Yeah. And so I'll go quickly to you, Matty.
He just blazed off a grenadier there, didn't he? So
okay.
Oh yeah. What unit took the brunt of it? I've not seen. Oh, that one there with no models in it. Yeah, that might be the one.
Yeah.
Goodness me, that was a good spell there.
The black fur, as we think, don't we?
That must have been flow. I guess that must have been pyro flow.
I think so. And you're wounding on 2s with plague, so he must have rolled quite high on his 2d6.
He's just dispelled something 3 dice to 2.
That's got to be embers.
He's only got a couple of dice left now, hasn't he? Do you risk putting toughness onto him? I don't know, whatever. He's going for something. Nah, that looked like a big roll in defense, didn't it?
It did.
That's fine. I mean, he's done his damage. That's a lot more than the shooting's had a chance to do so far.
Yeah, I can't see that either player's using cards for spells or anything yet. I don't think those Tuskers have got any buffs on them.
No. Yeah, I was wondering that. Whether it's worth it, because they are hitting on 4s, wounding on 5s, even with the extra rank.
Yeah, and I suppose Legionnaires are only strength 3, aren't they? So they're already wounding on 6s. So you don't need to minus anything. So you don't need Cloak of Cinders or the other one, the Hereditary.
I think we've got combat going in, is that right?
Yeah, he's taking rats off, so it looks like he's done, was that 6?
Yep,
so far?
6 so far. That must be impact hits.
Then he'll obviously strike, I imagine, at agility 6, isn't it, with the rats with spears?
Yeah, they do actually look wider than 5, though, don't they? So that's even more reason to go wide with your Tuskers there.
I think it's 7.
Yeah,
yeah, 7s, isn't it? Yeah.
I suppose if you've got 50
he'll
anyway.
Ranks, so he'll be maxed out at 7, yeah.
So there'll be 21 attacks coming now, I think. 22 if they're the champion.
I love these strength 6 attacks going into res 2 things. I just imagine them turning into mist.
Yeah, yeah, that's overkill for you, isn't it? Yeah. Even the Tuskers are going to love it as well. Well, especially the Tuskers,
Yeah, there's going to be some. There. So the counter charge here is slaves.
Yeah, if that's
it,
right,
isn't it?
Unless that's a unit of Legionnaires, the small unit.
Yeah, no,
I think that's the one with the bell, isn't it? The one with the bell's got the other.
Oh yeah, because otherwise that'd be enormous. That bell's big, isn't it?
Yeah.
So was that 1 wound placed next to it?
On the Tuskers.
So.
Yeah, it looks like the Tuskers are hitting now. So
yeah, the Tuskers have only got 4 up armor, haven't they? So
snuck 1 through. That's fair enough. There is a lot of attacks if they're hitting in 3 ranks. Well, 4, isn't it? With the spears and fighting extra ranks.
Yeah.
Here comes a whole shit ton of dice. Look at that.
That's just going to be the Tuskers. No, they're probably the Ogres at the same time, so we might get that repeated in a minute. This looks like the Riders, I think.
I always loved taking a big unit of them with the Iron Fist, and then when you get into vampire counts, I've got 50 zombies. Like, you've got 7 zombies. Like so many attacks hitting.
Yeah. I was just saying, I don't know why Kieran's picking up dice because he's had a
doesn't
lot
have
of
an save,
surely.
Yeah.
What's that, 9?
Yeah, and here come the
Tuskers, yeah.
Uh-oh.
So slightly less for them because the one at the back doesn't attack. Hitting is the hardest part for Ogres.
Mm.
And it looks like, I think Rod of Battle got dispelled, and that would have been useful to the Tuskers.
Ask him if he wants to roll it again. I think it might have been a bit cocked. Yeah.
Sure.
Some gentlemanly play going on there.
Or ungentlemanly.
It's an interesting thing, actually. I always say to any opponent at any tournament game, how do you want to reroll anything that isn't flat? Because I've been rerolling all that stuff that's on those that's landed on those.
It's a busy battlefield, isn't it? It is a busy battlefield.
So is there no expectation for people to have a mat where to roll like BS have? It's not something that's mandated.
No, no, it isn't. We saw Ed using a dice tray. We've got Kieran there doing one. Clearly, Bondi
There is
doesn't.
a can of soda though.
Yeah. We were saying that in the first game on the continent. It's very, very common. You see most players have a dice tray to roll on.
That's right.
Yeah.
Back when I was playing, on an actual table rather than playing online, the only items that were admitted on the battlefield were the dice tray and the ashtray. Like no other stuff, no beers.
Don't forget the pistol for when they tried to cheat you their way through. Just a statement of intent.
Yeah, you've got to try and pull a fast one every now and then, surely. Just, in a nice friendly game. Yeah, I've got a large table in the dining room downstairs that we tend to play on, but the floor is concrete and then tiled over it. If you drop a dice, it'll be bouncing for about a month. They bleed.
Oh no, the Grenadiers.
So is that unit broke then?
It must be unit broke. It has to be.
It must have failed its re-rollable 8s. I suppose it's not impossible, is it?
And they've played as well. Oh boy. Oh boy.
They were always good. They were always good.
We might have a quick one here, boys.
Oh my word! His gamble's coming off in a fairly big way. Well, surely that Legionnaire block's broken then.
Yeah, I think they've gone. I think they must have done.
Yeah. It looks like he hasn't also done the same for the Black Fur veterans, which is something, but it's only going to be. We've literally halved the VS army here, haven't we?
We were saying beforehand as well, the next highest win was a 15. If someone 20 is here, they're going to have they're likely to have a sizable gap.
Yeah.
Weapons team testing now.
Weapons team testing.
They're fine. Didn't even reroll.
All right. Yeah, they're okay. And speaking of the nearest being 15, it would be a certain MattyP's Dark Horse Tony on 15.
Ooh.
Yes.
So
well, it's I don't want to put the kiss of death on him, but it's a hell of a good
start.
Oh no, they've gone.
They're going.
They've gone as well.
Oh no,
don't panic.
Just
calm down, boys. Calm down.
And no.
But they won't be there long.
As well, be gone.
It changes everything.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just brilliant for Tuskers, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty satisfying when you get a long charge off and it just ruins an army.
Yeah, and that's before wheel turns can help the firm out. Now it's no point in doing wheel turns anymore. If they held a turn.
I can't believe they popped through there. He must have
unbelievable.
failed his minimised rollable then.
Yeah, must have done.
Wow.
Sensational. I mean, it can happen. An 8 is so failable.
Would it have been 7 because of fear?
Oh.
Yes.
So it would, because Tuskers have fear, don't they?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that is... I mean, as a Saurian player, I know minimise does not mean auto pass. So take my word for it. Minimise is failable. And I think that's gone down to a 7. So, wow, that's big though. How does Kieran pull himself out of this one?
he's kind of in control of the secondary because he's taken the middle of the board very early as well. Kieran's going to have to do something because there is not a whole lot stopping the ogres.
I mean,
just taking a breather.
The Black Furs could just charge the saber-tooth tigers, get them off the board, and threaten the tribesmen. But Bondi's been very clever in moving his mammoth hunters into that area. So that's not a clear run to the middle objective by any means, is it?
Are we sure they're the Black Furs and it's not the ones on the white bases on the right? You'd think it was them because they're in the middle giving the leadership, aren't we?
Yeah, we're not sure.
You would think it'd be them, though, because the leadership bubble is so vital for them.
Yeah, I think it's another unit of Legionnaires on the right side. But it could be wrong. I mean, we didn't see assassins pop out there, did we? Would that have been a good idea? No, because they're only multiple wounds against characters, aren't they?
Yeah.
And they're low strength as well. They're only strength 4. They would have been wounding on 5s. So assassins couldn't have done anything against those Tuskers, could they? So.
No, it's a bad matchup for the assassins.
Yeah. Yes, it is, because the characters are coming nowhere near combat, really, you wouldn't think.
I'm trying to find the assassins, so I'm doing a little search on the PDF, and I didn't realise I'd clicked on the address bar and just searched for the word ass.
Superb. Explain that one to your employer.
It was a high-risk manoeuvre, is what it was.
You're not using your work laptop, are you?
I have as well, yeah.
Oh, dear.
My other one's, I think it's a bit dodgy.
Superb.
It's fine. It's fine.
Packing up some assets, you know.
Some assets, this is it.
It's work.
Good call, good call. So I think Kieran's trying to work his way out of the hole now.
Yeah. It's really interesting, though, because the temptation for Kieran was always to not necessarily sit back, but take his time. He's got the shooting, he's got the range, he's got big numbers of blocks that are hard to break down, and this makes it a completely different game now. He has to go at him.
Yeah, and we're back over 30 on the live chat. Thank you, guys, on the live view. Come on, let's push us to 40. Come on, boys, you're doing good. I mean, this one's another really interesting battle for very different reasons. So, I mean, is this a case of Kieran now potentially trying to get as many points as he can, as opposed to...
But I was thinking about preservation, though. That unit of Tuskers is in his flank.
Yeah.
And it can just charge with impunity.
And there's another unit of Tuskers right there. So.
Yeah, and if you turn to face it, you're just given another flank. He's already in a corner. And this is something that was Vale mentioned earlier on. These big unit footprints do not give you a lot of opportunity to react. No. Like, you can go in with a great strategy, but tactically you don't get to react very quickly with them. So maybe it's a little bit harder for him because I don't know where he goes to not get killed. Kind of has to go at him.
And I see the chat very much agrees that things are looking good for Bondi. Oh,
I would love to have known what that charge was. Must have been 10 at least.
Well, the Tusker charge, you mean?
Yeah.
I think so. I mean,
but so how much do you think is between the for the flank charge inside the ruins against the tribesmen? How much is it needed there if it goes into the into the saber-tooth and then wins and then pops to the other side? How much is that? Is that doable?
I think it might be a bit far because it's only 2d6 overrun. Yeah, I think that's what he's actually. Do you know what he might be measuring that now? How far can I get? I think it might. Yeah, I think that looks because maximum you can do is 12 inches.
Yeah, and is he looking at potentially avoiding one of the mammoth hunters? Because if the mammoth hunter charges in solo, then maybe pop your assassin, and that's when you do it. So maybe there's no threat from that.
Yeah, I don't think he wants those Tuskers going into the front of him if he kills them.
No,
because next turn he's got Tuskers in his flank.
He's got more problems. Yeah, he either does something about it now or he's finished.
It's so difficult to recover with big armies. It really is. Your options for maneuverability are really, really slowed down.
Yeah. Is it the case that maybe Kieran had too many units for this battle?
Sometimes it looks great, doesn't it? You've no gaps. Everything's there. Your whole from left to right flank, you've got lots and lots of guys. It all looks comfortable and safe. and when it comes forward, all the math works, and it's like playing a Yu-Gi-Oh deck. You know, this thing triggers this thing, which triggers this thing,
synergy,
and then and then sometimes you fail 3 leadership tests in a row, and you know, where do you come back from it?
But I mean, at the same time, if I think of what the Giants are doing, and you know what the Hunters are doing, I can understand that, you know, they're putting pressure, and then the right flank of the Vermin is not advancing as fast as it would, blah blah blah. But maybe also not. It's like if one of those Giants weren't there, basically, if one of those Hunters weren't there, tactically, from a macro point of view, the same stuff would be happening. Like the right flank of the Vermin would be scared to advance because you have the five Tuskers. So basically, movement-wise, the tactics rather than strategy, that it's doing practically everything. It's like you could. How many points do we have in like one Giant and one Hunter? We're looking at like 400 and 300, like 700 points in this specific context. Tactics-wise, they're basically, you know, not used. At table 1, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, I think because they're individual models as well, they're the ones that people are most scared of getting shot up. Because you can lose them so quickly. But you have got a point. They're not threatening. It's easy now to say that it's good play to not threaten as much because you don't need to. But had that combat gone differently, then you've got Vermins moving up very slowly up the right flank while the left flank sits in a mire.
Yeah, you know, with respect to the hindsight comments, shout out to David from the chat, who, you know, a while back, before things were happening, before charges were declared, was like, no, left flank, right flank in this picture of the Org is going to stay back, the right flank is going to push in, and that was pre-charges, so that was
a good call. It's definitely a good call.
It's a good point, right, as well, because David, I think you were with us for round 1 as well, and you're very vocal in the chat. Thank you very much, because that chat is really going mental, and I love it. It's very much appreciated.
These are all our friends down in Australia, so...
superb.
I
knew you'd know who everyone was, Matty. You know everyone, don't you? You know, the Masters is just a sideshow. They're really here just to see you, Matty, aren't they? So
he's the main event.
Yeah.
He's got the guns on display, giving us a gun show.
They're good. Which way's the beach? Yeah. I imagine it's Saturday night in Australia, isn't it? I believe isn't it compulsory to be drunk at 7 o'clock in Australia?
Superb. And go on.
That's to be drunk and watching Englishmen throw dice. Those are the 2 rules. I'm pretty sure it's a federal law out there. I don't know how it works.
Reliable Dice has said quite rightly, watch out for a cornered rabid rat. Might try some high risk plays. So is that Kieran's only way out now? I think
he has to get those vets in. He has to attack that. Like was pointed out earlier, the Ogre's left flank is timid. It is falling back. It's timid. I think that's his route out, isn't it? Is to go up that way.
It looks like they're just checking some line of sight on the Grenadiers as well. Just checking that the Grenadiers are in the front of the Giants, I think. Still moving it around a bit. It's bold move, that. Surely that Giant can terror off the Grenadiers?
It looks borderline catastrophic for that charge, and it is from a table perspective. It is only about 700 points, though.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? Because it's Vermin, you've killed so many of them. They have got a lot of points on the table. It's not like this is over.
No, not at all.
That's like one of those Tusker cavalry units has gone.
Yeah.
Does it ever happen at this kind of, this level of games, that the overrun that we had with the Tusker going into the was that possibly the deep fight thrower, I guess, that is engaged now? Has it ever happened that it's just removed as is without rolling dice? Is that an unsportly thing to do?
I think it's up to the players. I mean, there's some people who say always roll the dice, because you never know when something's going to spike. And in round 1, we did see a wretched one survive about 19 turns longer than it should have done.
It's a greater demon. Yeah.
So that would be a good advocate for always rolling the dice out, no matter how obvious it is. I don't think there's really a set rule on it. It will be player dependent.
I think gentlemanly, as long as it's suggested by the person who's removing them. I would never say to somebody, just move it, mate. But I've just picked up units in the past when I've just thought.
Yeah, I would agree with that, definitely. It's up to the person who's going to do the removing. And you've got to weigh up how much time you've got as well. Because when you're playing a timed match, those extra few minutes of getting out your 50 dice against a unit of dogs might mean you get the battle finished in time. So,
unless it looks like you're going to lose really heavily, then you take them off one model at a time.
Absolutely.
You grab them very carefully.
Surely not suggesting slow play there.
Listen, it's definitely not cheating, and I know all about cheating. I've had 5 very successful divorces. I'm all over that. Don't you worry about it. It definitely doesn't count as cheating.
Good stuff.
No, it's just delaying the inevitable sometimes, isn't it?
Very much so. So the Black Fur don't appear to have charged the saber-tooth tigers in the middle. Is that right? Because obviously we're onto movement because the Grenadiers have moved. So the Black Fur haven't charged in the middle. Is that surprising, or are they just thinking it's not worth them doing so?
I think if they go through them, they're just going to sit there and get beat up by tribesmen.
Yeah.
So that may be going to be reused for stopping the
something else.
The Tuskers.
They turn round.
Okay. Yeah.
So they don't get flanked when the Tuskers destroy this unit. Yeah.
And they're going to stay out of the tribesman charge. Not that they would do that anyway.
I think he's positioned them in such a way that if the the chaff's not facing the right way. I was going to say because you could just chip the chaff into one very clipped one and let somebody else do a long charge, but they're facing the wrong way, aren't they?
No, David's making a good point in the chat. Is if they charge the dogs just flee, and then he gets hit by all the stuff. And then he's just pulled him out of position. So I think we can see the answer to this question now, but I wasn't sure he was going to be able to reform in Horde as he's obviously trying to do with the Black Furs. I'm guessing we're saying that's the Black Furs, then, aren't we?
I think so.
It has to be.
That'll be where his general is, the dude with the high leadership, because he's a bodyguard.
Yeah, and I suppose leaving the saber-tooth there doesn't mean that Chris is chaffed by the unit again, or blocked, not necessarily chaffed, but.
Because would it be possible for the Tuskers to, go past the hill and then slam to the flank of the? So how far is that?
Ooh, that is it's an interesting one. Yeah, maybe.
Because if he reforms the Tuskers in a way that like one Tusker is off the line of sight of the hill and can trace the line of sight, I think that's doable. What's that going to be? Is that going to be maybe 17 inches?
Tuskers are what? 7 on the move.
Right.
10 inches on 3 dice.
I mean, if that happens, then
What do you reckon, Matty? It's a bit risky leaving them open if they fail, leaving a flank, but.
Well, I mean, obviously, when the Tuskers go straight through the weapons team, which they will, he can post-combat pivot. Obviously, they won't be allowed to reform if he wants to charge in his subsequent player turn, which will obviously be coming. I don't know if he's got enough room to get.
Maybe not.
He might have enough room to even get through and get into. It's a long way to the bell, isn't it?
That's what I'm thinking. But I mean, if he hits it, it really is game over.
If he hits it, it's tickets, isn't it?
Because it's the next turn, and if it doesn't work, I mean, who cares? Is it behind the impassable on its way there?
Probably out of the range. Probably out of the range of the others as well. I just wonder whether it's worth taking a risk when you're this far, quote unquote, ahead. Obviously, points wise, we're not. It's not a million miles.
Yeah, that's true.
Such a strong position. What value is there in leaving the veterans in Horde now? I know they get the extra attacks and they need to keep a threat, but they already have fighting extra ranks twice. One for being who they are, and one for as long as they're steadfast, they get fighting extra rank. what benefit now is there to that as opposed to sitting really deep and making them much, much harder to break, do we reckon?
Frontage.
Yeah, this is
Like,
it, isn't it?
no, I mean, in the sense, in the hypothesis where the vermin is scared that the Tuskers might do that thing, then that might be the reason. That's meaning.
It's a point. Yeah, it protects his flank a little bit better, doesn't it, with a bit of width?
Because I think that the assessment of risk when you are the player who might get the flank charge on your bell from the on your sacred platform from the Tuskers, then like you evaluate the risk differently than maybe the Tuskers who don't want to try that and don't want to risk that. But,
yeah, especially after having already had a long charge come through and hurt you so badly. Yeah, no, it's a fair point. It's actually quite good to hold that left side a little bit. Dice are being rolled. Are we on magic? I assume.
Yes, I think so. Yeah. I believe we are.
Hasn't lost his wizard, and he's got tons of range from that bell, an extra 3 inches on each one. How good looking is Veil of Ages in that picture? Goodness me.
He is a gorgeous man. He is.
So classy as well, aren't they? The Italians.
I'm gonna take myself a minute here. Well, magic-wise, what are you going for here? Like,
I mean, you
don't want combat, so
no. I mean,
what do you do?
There's a limit to what you can do with Hand of Heaven.
Get reroll to hit on that weapons team. Get them punching.
I mean, I was thinking wheel turns, but no, that's not gonna. Still not gonna do it, is it?
No. I think moving everything back out of missile range, magic missile range is actually not a bad idea, considering his options are very limited in this particular turn.
I mean, what's the unit that's stretched in front of the bell? Is that a unit of?
They're gun people.
Oh yes, they are.
They are gunny people. I don't know which ones. But I think they're shooters. I think it's 2 units of shooters. Is it
two units? Yeah.
Canisters and the deep fires?
It must be. But well, the 2 units that aren't 3s.
Yes, it will be because the deep fire throwers didn't. Oh no, they're dead, aren't they? They're the ones on the left being charged. It's not the deep fire throwers.
No, so it's
I
the
don't
2
know who
units.
that is.
Let me check on the list quickly.
Definitely canisters. Oh, rotary guns.
Yes.
Machine guns. Forgot about them. Because he's got 6 of them. Jesus.
Oh yeah. Wow.
66 plus 6 shots.
They're going to need to do some work now, then, aren't they? To thin those Tuskers out.
Ooh, they've got a lot to do.
But that's after magic anyway. I mean,
yeah.
Can you buff them with any magic? Don't think so.
Don't think anything affects shooting, does it?
No. Smite the Unbeliever to reduce resilience, maybe.
Yeah.
That has to be the
that's
big
a good
one,
shout.
doesn't it? But
rotary guns are only 18 inches. Is definitely further than that, I think. Yeah.
There's something going on the Tuskers now. I think it might have just failed to cast.
Oh my gosh, I hate when that happens. When it rains, it pours.
I've just heard Kieran rolling 3 dice and then immediately say nope as soon as he's rolled them. That can't be good.
The chat is saying that.
He's just got Hereditary off.
From the random mover.
He's just got Hereditary off in front of the Tuskers.
Ah.
That's a swarm going out, isn't it?
Yeah. Sorry, Matty, what was you saying?
They were just the chat is saying let everything go off apart from random move spell.
I don't think he hasn't got Will-O-Wisps. He hasn't got it.
Oh, is he not?
No, not taking it. That's Will-O-Wisps, isn't it?
Yeah. Those rat
right?
swarm pop-ups are pretty sweet though, aren't they?
They're very good.
Nicely.
I mean,
saves you having to worry about taking chaff yourself, really, doesn't it? Especially with their magic set, it's only a 5 to cast. Goodness me!
But you can go straight through them, though. You're not actually chaff. You go right through them.
Yeah, that is true.
So it's not actually chaff the Tuskers. That would be incredible if you had a hereditary spell that just gave you 3 chaff. I'm talking to you, vampires.
You redirect, can't you? More than maybe redirect. And those rotary guns feel really impotent at 18 inches at the minute, unless he's able to get shots off there. It doesn't look like he can.
It looks
that's
like
too
a
far
long
away,
distance, doesn't it? Yeah.
They have to have moved and then move and shoot, are they not? I'm not sure if they are actually, but they're certainly going to be on low to hit rolls.
Yeah.
He's gone for another spell there, do we? I think he was pointing at the Tuskers. Oh yeah, no, he's put the thing in front of the Tuskers, hasn't he? So he's trying to get on them.
Yeah, I mean, Kieran's the one who wrote down his magic spells, so I'm triple checking. He definitely hasn't written anything that looks like Will-O-Wisp. So, and, I mean, I'm really not familiar with the Vermin book, but did he need another Calesian Pantheon to get access to 5 and 6? Do you need 3?
Cowl, can't you? It gets you.
He hasn't got Cowl though, has he? He hasn't got the Cowl.
Has he not?
I don't think so. Is that why he hasn't got? Has he not got access to 5 and 6? He's got 2 Calesian Pantheons. Do you need 3 to get access to 5 and 6? Is that why he can't take 5 and 6?
Well, without three
Pantheons.
Calesians or the Cowl, yeah.
Because the Cowl is a free Pantheon, isn't it? And maybe that's why. But I'm just looking at Deceptive Glamour. I mean, is that even that useful in this matchup? But he's taken it, so... What do we got rolling? We got more dice coming out now. I think Tanker's come to chat with Kieran, so that's what we're waiting on at the minute.
Who's making waves in the open then? Who's setting the pace there?
Sure, I'll have a look to see if there's any results in.
Well, where are those Tuskers going? He's hitting them with spells, doesn't he? What's the missile he's got?
Hand of Heaven.
Good missile. Hand of Heaven. Right,
Hand of Heaven, which most people just let off, don't they?
Ouch, 6 wounds. Yeah, it will be 6 wounds as well because he didn't use it last time. He's not shooting, is he? He's not within 18 of those rotary guns. It must be Hand of Heaven, that right? It's a lot for Hand of Heaven, though.
Just killed 1 Tusker. I mean,
2.
Bondi.
Took 2 off.
Nice. You didn't hear me.
What's in front of the Tuskers?
A rat swarm.
Yeah.
So there's no results in from round 2 of the Open yet, Matty.
Would be Hand of Heaven. Yeah, I don't think it's in shooting. I think that must have been Hand of Heaven, but he's rolled very well there because he's taken 2 off. So that's 6 wounds.
No, he's only taken 1 off.
No, there's 4 in that. There's 5 in that unit. There's only 3 left.
Yeah, no,
oh yeah,
definitely taken 2 away. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's just the...
And it didn't hit him last time. He hit the giant with it last time, so they weren't down on wounds. So it's 6 wounds in. It's only D6 plus 1 hits with D6 plus 1 strength, unless he's gone in.
Boomed it. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe because I don't think that shooting can possibly be in.
Well, the thing is, you do let it go, and sometimes if that's ended up being 7 strength 7 hits, then boo-hoo.
The old Warriors of Chaos missile was similar, wasn't it? It was D6 hits or a random number of hits with a random strength, and when that went off, it could just take off.
Is this
silly stuff?
Is this the amount of shots he's doing?
Is he shooting?
With the gun?
Yeah,
Can he reach? Goodness me, if he can reach, this could be trouble.
I
thought they would be out. They're gone.
No, they're not.
No,
they're just changing his movement tray. Don't worry.
It is 66 plus 6 shots from the rotary gun.
Yeah.
But they're only strength 4. Still wounded on 5s. Rotary guns.
Yeah.
Something. Goodness me. Might be worth not threatening that flank for a little while.
Yeah, I'm just going to go and check, see if that was Hand of Heaven. I'm going to go and find out.
I mean, it's strength 4, but Trial and Terror though, right? So it could be 5.
Yeah, no, that's there though. That's fair. I always forget about that rule. Yeah.
So it is scary.
I think they're AP2 as well, so it just cuts through.
Mm.
Tuskers aren't high armor.
Right.
Interesting.
So the shooting's already happened. It was that killed the Tuskers. The canisters and the deep fire throwers are both, not deep fire throwers, the rattling guns, rotative guns. They've both already shot, and they've done the damage to the Tuskers. So I think we've combined magic and shooting together, and missed when one ended and the next one started. So that's.
They do kind of blend a little sometimes, don't they?
So
doing cowardly things from range. That's how I'd.
Yeah, so we haven't got any more shooting to come. So there's that for the Tuskers. They're still 3 out of 5 strong. But there are two wounds on the Tuskers as well.
Oh,
so,
wow. That was a round.
Yeah.
Just combat. There's only the one combat.
They've gone. And so now this is just the pivot, isn't it?
So what happens now?
This will be interesting.
Yeah.
And they can't.
See, this is actually quite a good example of why, in my opinion, you should always mark units here, because this could be, exactly.
Could be right or couldn't it?
Exactly where you're pivoting to. I mean, obviously, in this case, he's just going to go straight into the block. But there could just always, it's good habit to get into to mark your units. I think.
Yeah. With it being Ogre's turn next, so.
If you were to now say to Bondi, well, hang on, I think that's probably not bang on the middle. You can't go back to where you started from, and that's when little issues turn into big problems.
Yeah. What are we rolling now? We've got. That's a little Eagle standard discussion, I think, because we've got a bit of a
panic, wasn't it? Because of the death within 6 inches of him. For the black fur.
Okay. And I think Kieran's showing where the leadership level tracks back to. Oh, a lot of dice being rolled there.
What are we? Have they run? They've kind of run. Because it did take DTs, wouldn't they, for the man? But I don't know what he's rolling.
Oh, it's just knocked a swig off.
If all else fails, break their models. That's what I say.
Right, yeah.
He's broken his model. Oh, that's fighting.
Oh, it is. Bondi's straight over there to have a little bit of a wet magic sponge on that one.
What do we roll here? It's another leadership.
Bells attack? No. No, alright.
Nothing's ran. I just wondered what all those dice were, because it looked like DTs because he was running through the world, but it must have been.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm not sure.
Into the turn here.
Maybe just rolling dice for fun. There he goes. He's trying to knock his own units over now. So
we've had a little bit of chat about this earlier, but it's fascinating to watch the body language of the players, isn't it? See who's up here.
Absolutely.
I'm no psychiatrist here, or I reckon Kieran's body language here ain't so good.
No, you can see the pressure on Chris though. He looks hyper focused.
Yes.
Yeah. Fists. He does not want to let this run away. You don't want to end up 10-10 after this start.
Oh, is that a giant charge?
Oh dear, it is.
The Grenadiers.
They can stand and shoot though, can't they?
Well, unless that was what we saw. Did we see a stand and shoot?
Mm-hmm. We did, didn't we?
And he didn't do anything.
It's tickled him. Long range.
More or nothing.
And so they were only hitting on 6s.
No, Grenadiers are accurate, so it wouldn't have been long range. It would just been 6s.
Oh yeah, but they're 5-ups and then
DT
6s.
Yeah.
Oh, he's failed.
Yes, he's failed, and he's now got 5 wound tokens on that giant. So I think that's what we saw. We saw the stand and shoot.
And this is the ambush, right?
Yeah. Looks like they both come on maybe. Got 2 models in his hand. Geez, where do you stick these now?
Well, one's gone behind the bell.
Yeah. He always must have fancied that.
And that's got a line of sight into the weapon teams.
Can't charge this turn though, can it?
No. Okay, he's just checking to see if he can fit between. Yeah, you can't see because Kieran's standing there, but they're just checking to see whether the Kin Eater can fit between the Bell unit and the Legionnaire unit and charge
What's the distance?
the
What's the distance? what's the distance it has to be away from other units in it?
No, it can come in anywhere.
Oh, can it?
From ambush.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
I think there's different rules for the Undying Dynasties and that special ambush. But the standard ambush can come right in on the board edge. Just has to come an inch in and then move. He's got his other one in there, and they're going for the other experimental weapon teams. So yeah, that could be another problem for the Vermin. Turn 3.
That's assuming that the Tuskers aren't in their flank already.
Yeah.
Because if they burst through this unit here, they'll go straight through, won't they?
Yeah, right. Isn't that?
I mean, you'd imagine that it's still got to be heavily favoured for those Tuskers that have charged the Black Fur, because even at strength 4 on the Black Fur, only one of the -1 to wound spells for Bondi, and they're wounding on 6s again.
Yeah, I think that's whether they'll get enough to break Steadfast.
Yes, but it's already been broken once, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Well, you don't need to break it if they keep failing leaderships.
No, well, to be honest as well, the Tuskers can stand there all day, can't they? If they're being wounded on 6s,
they're going to grind
do that slowly. Yeah. With
What's
stomps
the,
as well.
What have the veterans got? Are they sword and board, or are they spears, or?
The veterans are standard bearer eagle. Yeah, sword and board.
Right, so he's going to be hitting on fire. Well, that could be a problematic. So he's got access to Cloak of Cinders, which is -1 to wounds. You got what buffs has he got?
So he's got Cloak of Cinders, he's got Rod of Battle, and he's got the Hereditary spell, and the others are all missiles. So
right, okay.
So 3 and 3.
He's got 3 to choose from, so he'll try and force one of those 3 through, won't he?
Yeah, and then I imagine we're going to see the tribesmen going for one of the objectives in a minute as well, while the Tuskers push forward, maybe.
Yeah, they might as well do, hadn't they? Might if he clears up the secondary, I think this game becomes very, very hard to.
Those dogs are back. Yeah, the fleeing dogs are coming right back. Right back to where they were at the end of turn 1.
Yeah, they were running directly at the general, weren't they?
Yeah. And yeah, the Black Furs are unbuffed. Reliable dice. Posing a question there. We'd have no buffs on the Black Furs.
I think the general of the 2 Mammoth Hunters, I think the general is the one that you can still see now, not the one that's just covered. I think it's the one who looks like he's drunkenly holding up a I don't know. Is that like a stick of some kind that's just behind the? I think that one's the general.
Yeah, interestingly, the ogre models are all trolls.
Love it.
And the Tusker models are all squigs or gnashers. So
always fancied a monster army. I always thought that just an out-and-out monster army makes sense. Or if you're going to have monster-type characters, love to see a customizable giant character in a ogre army. I think that would be fun as hell.
Here's another question for you guys, because it's come up in chat. There doesn't appear to be any spell cards on the board anywhere. We're not sure if that's really because there haven't been many buff spells going off. It's been a lot more missile spells than this one. But generally, should you always have magic cards to show that you've got a spell off? Because
I think it's nice. Personally, I'm not an enormous fan of them. Actually,
you're not. Okay.
I think the table is cluttered enough.
Yeah.
So I'm personally not that bothered, but I know that most people do. So it's not an issue or anything. But maybe at a tournament it would be nice. Yeah. Maybe at a tournament when it's a bit more high stakes. But in a friendly game, the board gets so cluttered it stops looking pretty to a point where you might as well be playing with numbers on the board.
So you in TTS, in essence, you have your own little fancy tokens, don't you? But they're very smaller ones.
That's it. Yeah, that's something that I was thinking. Since the Masters coverage last year was, as nice as it was, and this year it promises to be same level of things. I think that for next year's Masters, there should be a conversation with the organizers, seeing whether, if we have a camera on table 1, and if this camera can be from the top, like with a tripod or something.
Yeah.
And if we can make sure that, if there's a table 1, everybody comes with the cards and comes with the right dimension of trays. I do understand that it's more work from the organizer's point of view and from the player's point of view, but having cards, not having other things that are not game related on the board, having a full top camera, that would be awesome.
Well, if you want to start encouraging sponsorship for PTG, then we will definitely deliver.
Get them a tripod. Get them a tripod. Where's the donate button on the YouTube thing?
You know,
it's like
any other watchers are camera specialists with tripods and all sorts. Send them our way for next year's Masters. Absolutely.
Interesting. You know, this year does feel like an evolution, doesn't it? And I think the last few years kind of it does feel like this is a complete game now, and it does feel like the coverage is getting. It helps having two people who do podcasts so naturally, because it just give it that element of sort of professionalism, whilst me and the other guests are just talking nonsense. But it does feel like it's good. Yeah, I think it's a really interesting point, actually. I actually used to play with a guy who's a professional photographer, but now he has a very pretty wife, so I don't speak to him as much. But he would have been the right man. I might have to ask.
Get him back in.
Darren.
Yeah.
Kieran, you speak to Darren. You can get him going.
There you go. That's another shout out. What's happened with the Tuskers here?
They've run off.
He's reformed them good enough so that he can. He obviously doesn't fancy any more combat with them now, does he? So he's going to pick up. I imagine he's now looking to take the secondary for sure.
Too many points, isn't it, to lose? It's so many points to lose. One more wound and they will be half. Is that right? Oh no, they're already half. Are they not?
Yeah, no, they need to be below 25%.
Oh, 25 now, isn't it? All right, yeah, of course. Yeah, still thinking for. Oh, there's one.
There's one. Is that? Yeah.
That's the DTs off the rats.
Yes. Yeah. It's
You
like
only have
certain
one to
amount
lose,
of strength one hits or something, isn't it? Very low strength, only on 6s, but it's done enough to get one more. Very good.
Oh, Tommy Taylor's out there.
He is, and he's going to be joining us for round 3, Matty. So looking forward to having him on board.
Yeah, when he's finished getting off his tractor.
And you're right, Tommy. You are one of the valued Patreon members of PTG. I know, Patiglio, you're also in one of the elite crew. You join us, but I'm not going to push that too much on this. This is all about the Masters today. But you know, if you did want to see,
you know, we're talking about the Masters next year as well.
Yes,
the extra thing. So you know, it's the.
I definitely think there's something that I said it this year. We never got around to it. Right, you're absolutely right, Teglio. We if we could have just like cards with numbers on them that would correspond to spells, so that people knew what. I think. Do you know
that would be better. I agree.
Yeah, big numbers, so the camera could pick up on them. Yeah, definitely.
Just a side tray. You could even literally have a movable side tray, but just a side tray with two dice boxes in to throw in, and a camera above would be really helpful as well. That would be so lovely.
The only counter argument is anything that we do as a coverage is interfering with the players.
Sure.
It has to be about what the players want to do, because it is a players' tournament. You know, the Masters is the biggest one in the UK. You cannot change a player's routines too much at the biggest tournament of the year.
Spectator sports, come on, we need to get them out there in flashy uniforms.
Yeah. Dicky bow tie, you know.
Yeah, treat it like snooker. I like that idea. Super dressed up.
Yeah. Right.
Spells going down.
They should do like wrestling entry as well. They could have like songs to come out.
If somebody doesn't provide the photographs, might provide somebody to hold the indication of who's the match.
This is it. Yeah, card girl. I like it. Think I can manage that, guys. I've got a bikini around here somewhere. Could get that sorted next year. We've had a spell go down. The card's not come back up. And it's behind the Tuskers. I'm guessing that went through. It looked like he rolled like crap, but maybe it's just not been attempted to be dispelled. It looked like a 5 and a 2, so I don't know what he's cast.
The problem is he only needs one of Cloak of Cinders or the Ogre Hereditary to get that effect off, doesn't he? So maybe he just lets the first one go through, so the other one doesn't matter. And then you concentrate on dispelling the missile. When it comes, although the tribesmen, have they got much of a view at anything? Because they're behind.
I don't know if they've even got range.
Yeah.
24 inches is not an enormous range. They're the same size, though, aren't they? So they'll be able to shoot over them.
So what's going to happen with the spoils is Is the are the Tuskers gonna go to the ones next to the soda can, and then the
so
tribesmen
it looks
are
like
gonna be on the central one?
the unit of 2 Tuskers looks like it's on the middle objective to pick that up at the start of Ogre's turn 4. It would be
That's a good
my
question.
guess.
You can only take one though, right? So would it be worth them running right across to the right flank and let the?
The
I
tribesmen
think that's
get the
what was,
middle one.
yeah, that's actually a good idea. That because you can only hold one, right?
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
correct. Oh no. Yeah, no, I think you definitely can only hold one, but they can't march as well once they've got one.
Yeah, those Tuskers are going on holiday on the flank, I think, aren't they?
Of course, there is one more turn of vermin shooting before the Tuskers can get there. So
true. It's true.
Because the Kin Eaters can't charge yet.
Can't see them anymore though. That's impassable's infinitely high, isn't it?
Oh, true. Yeah, that annoying impassable coming back to bite me.
That invisible impassable.
I still don't remember where that was in Battle 1. I don't know why that's there, honestly.
It's a special guest piece of terrain.
Yeah, you can get it on after that. So it's won this game basically, hasn't it?
Yeah. Maybe we'll go back to the camera, watch someone place it there in between the rounds.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if we've got any results coming in anywhere. No one's come over to tell me their tales of woe.
There's a there's a big roll. There's a big roll there. Kieran did that expression that I do when I throw my head back trying to be theatric and jokey when I'm actually thinking, oh, I wish you'd stop rolling these fucking dice at me. So we've done movement for ogres, right? So yeah, must be rolling magic at him. Oof,
looks like every
that's
match is still happening.
That's a flame spell that's gone off, isn't it? With that number of dice, it's got to be. That must just be a fireball because of the range.
Yeah, maybe the tribesmen can only see with a fireball.
Oh, is this combat? He's taking off his veterans.
Oh yeah.
Is this combat? Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think you could see anything with fireballs. Or
I think maybe that was what Kieran used as the spell dice on the missile. Let one of the -1 to wound spells go off and then dispel the
just
missile.
killed it.
Which is possibly also why Bondi didn't really bother too much with getting the Shaman in a decent position to use the missile.
Yeah. Whoa. That's a busy right arm picking up rats right there, isn't it? Jeez.
Right, how many has he killed then? Is that just the impact, presumably?
Yeah. I mean, that's just ideal scenario for the Tuskers. They've had 3 combats, 3 impact hits. You know, they're having a great day, aren't they?
In the post-match breakdowns, when you go and pester them, IPG, do ask how far that pivotal charge was, because
I will do, yeah.
That's the one. If he's box card that awesome. I don't think it was that far.
No, I'd be very surprised if it was
11.
anything lower than a 10.
Yeah, it looked to the point where we weren't talking about charges because we just didn't think there was any.
Exactly. Although, you know, focusing is not my strong point either. So
yeah, no, it's true.
As we found out by the fact that I thought we were on turn 1 in round 1 and we weren't. So
oh, bless you, though, Staff. You were panicking on your first live.
I was panicking.
Okay,
I hadn't even pressed go live, and I thought they were already into turn 1. I thought, oh, geez.
They set up in about 3 seconds, though. Like, to be fair,
yeah.
He just held the models down. Oh, he's got a Tusker. Although he had wounds on him anyway. Oh, and he's put a wound on another. Okay. 3 wounds through. There is a lot of attacks coming through. Even wounding on 6s. Every single rat there can hit, I think.
Did we work out what Bondi managed to get onto the Tuskers then in the end?
It's either going to be Cloak of Cinders or the Ogre Hereditary. They do the same thing, -1 to wound in combat. So.
Right. Definitely not Rod of Battle though, because that would be. Nice.
Oh, I suppose.
He's putting wounds through on him, isn't he? So maybe they haven't got the defensive spell. But again, though, it's a ton of dice to be thrown into them.
Yeah.
And that's great weapons, right?
Oh, it's another one.
Oh shit!
Another one gone.
Oh my
Dead.
lord.
Another one gone.
It's going south.
Another two.
Oh my
He's just,
goodness.
he's
Another
just failed
two.
to. He's just failed to roll four ups. It's pretty
Wow.
bad.
Is this turning? I mean, there's arms in the air from Kieran. Is this going horribly wrong?
Nowhere near as many attacks coming in now, is there? Nowhere near.
If the Black Fur win this and reform going into their turn,
They could be really,
That's a
really. It could be a lot
disaster,
of
isn't
trouble. Yeah, because they could go through the flank of
they
those.
go through the Saber Tusk, then
Tuskers.
through the Tuskers, into the Tribesmen. Oh my lord. I mean, I'm not calling that yet because there's a lot I don't understand. But
I think the tribesmen, by the time they've got through those and taken a few more wounds, it's possible the tribesmen just punch them to death.
But so just to understand that, those are not the Blackfoot veterans that are now in combat with the Tuskers. Then.
We're just wondering if they're going to kill them or break
No,
them.
because what I mean is that they have great weapons, right?
Mm-hmm.
So did they Tuskers attack before?
They've just done it now. They're just doing it now. I think that's where it's moving.
but they've lost 3 models before they've attacked.
So they lose a lot of attacks.
Yeah.
And we established that the Blackfoot veterans got sword and board, so it's he must have rolled a ton of 6s.
Oh no, but how do they?
Well, maybe you're right, Matty. Maybe it was Rod of Battle that's on the Tuskers, which is why the Black Furs are only wounding on 5s.
But aren't they Praetorians? So in the armor list, I see that they're Praetorians. So they should have great weapons. They shouldn't be attacking before the Tuskers, right? And I don't know that I've seen the Tuskers attack.
Are indeed Praetorians, yeah.
They've just taken some off there, so maybe that's a good point actually. Did Praetorian?
Are Praetorians great weapons?
I'll be honest with you, I don't know what that does.
I think Praetorians are great weapons. So
Let's have a look. Let's have a look.
yeah, right. They are Praetorians.
Yeah.
So it's a bit strange.
Oh, I know what's happened. I know what it is. The Praetorians are great weapons, but he's got a model in there with lightning reflexes.
Ah.
So lightning reflexes has cancelled out the 0 agility of great weapons.
Yeah.
That's what's going on.
Of course, yeah, they've got those little prefects.
Yes.
Prefects cancel.
It's the prefect that's giving them.
Yeah, there's a prefect with Scorch It Alchemist. Is that right? Lightning reflexes.
Yes.
Okay.
That's so bent. That is really bent.
So that's why they're getting around great weapons. So they're going to be strength 5. It's even worse.
That's what's doing that. Okay.
So they're that and attacking extra ranks 2.
Yeah.
With offense 4.
Cool.
All right.
That's pretty
that
lethal
was,
actually, then, isn't it? And yeah, they've won.
Well, in the words of Tom Hanks in Saving Private Ryan, Dog Beach is open now.
Oh dear.
I mean, this is going into Vermin's turn 3 as well, isn't it? Is it turn 3 or turn 4?
Yeah.
Turn 3,
I think.
I mean, we are now 2 hours into the battle, so we've only got 50 minutes left.
It's literally if the Vermin pull this out, it's literally a 1-unit show. No one else has done anything.
Yeah, Black Fur are the winners.
I think he's not caught them because obviously he wants to reform to try and blast through.
Yes, they have run away, the Tuskers, so they've lost 0 points because they're above 25%. So there is that, unless those 2 models have taken some wounds as well, but I don't think so. Can't see any wound tokens on the Tuskers.
Tuskers are fearless, aren't they?
They definitely cause fear. I don't think. No, they're not. They cause fear, but they're not fearless.
Right, in that case, that reform from the rats is basically lining up for getting as close to the tribesman as he can. Because if he charges the dogs flee. He then redirects. So he's going for to get past the front of the 2 Tuskers and into the tribesman.
Surely you take that with the dogs, surely, because then.
Yeah, but then you get the overrun into the flank and then overrun, don't you? I mean. Has he got a second? No, he hasn't got a second charge, has he?
Oh, in the chat, very good point. The assassins may have popped up in the Black Fur veterans. They are no longer at the bottom corner of Kieran's table.
Good point. Yeah.
I don't know if the table's
So
moved because we can't see the
he is
bottom corner anymore, but-
fleeing the dogs. He's fled the dogs. He'll now redirect, but he's lining this up. He could redirect into the tribesman if it's close enough. And he's on a hill.
No, he's going for the dudes. I think he pointed at the.
And the
They're
Tuskers are fleeing as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
that makes sense. Force him into the tribesman.
Trouble is for Kieran is that if those Tuskers both rally, he's got 0 points for them and he's still down.
Mm.
I mean, admittedly,
good.
the objective
That's
is
the
still up
challenge.
for grabs, but
It's good. It's good play from Bondi, isn't it? To just try and create a bit of space here because
he's not giving up any
those
points, is
veterans-
he?
Those veterans have gone in. Need to get some bloody spells off on
He
them
needs to
guys.
get Pyro off now. Yeah.
Wow.
Jesus, they are rough.
Oh.
Jesus, they are rough.
I mean, these experimental weapon teams are really important now, aren't they? For Kieran.
I don't think they can see much. Are they gonna have to turn around and shoot those kid eaters? Are they not? I don't think they can see anything from here.
Yeah, I mean, Kin Eaters are unbreakable with a Fortitude 5 up, so,
Hmm.
you know.
Those rotary guns do 4 billion hits, though, don't they? It's 5. isn't it?
Yeah, they'll just mince them.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh, this is just swinging right back, isn't it? Here?
Mm.
Looks like
Oh, what's
Bondi's
going on
removing those fleers. Is it to see if he can get past the Sabertooths?
Yeah, well, I suspect what Kieran is saying is that they're not going to pop through the unit,
No.
and therefore he could catch them. I think that's what he's potentially
If they
looking at
catch
here.
them with a reroll, that could be horrible for Bondi.
Yeah.
They've still got 2 giants back out back there, but he might, if he catches them, he'll be clearing the tribesman's charge out.
One of those giants is facing the Grenadiers, though, so
Yeah.
it's no use to him. And it's already taken 5 wounds as well, so that could surely be finished
Yeah, one
off.
of them's nearly dead, isn't he?
Mm.
Got his 2 characters back there as well.
Yes,
one
does.
of them's popped into the unit. Yeah, one of them's popped into the general's popped into the tribesman unit.
No, it can't. Not allowed to.
Oh,
They're
he's just
exclusive.
standing next to it.
That's, yeah, right. That's a shame.
See how the body language has now changed.
Kieran's really into this, isn't he? Yeah. Yeah.
So I mean, there's a hell of a roll coming up that hill, isn't there? If he gets to the Tuskers and then passes leadership check to to pivot, which he will do, he's then. He could be back onto wiping Bondi out here.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, those
Here he
veterans.
goes, measuring what he needs.
We are saying how good those veterans are with that character in that makes them so good. They are over 700 points. They are a lot of an investment. They're not
The
cheap.
assassins have to be in there. I mean, the assassins are only strength
gotta be.
4, but they're still. If that was Rod of Battle instead of a -1 to wound,
Could be a
then
crucial
the assassin
mistake.
would have been
couldn't it?
wounding on 5s. Yeah. It didn't. Yeah. What's up?
I don't think he can hit them in the back. I think he has to hit the tribesman unit. I don't think he could ever hit them because he's too wide, isn't he? He's going to clip them.
gonna be a
He has to go in a
failed
straight
charge, yeah.
line. He has to go in a straight line from the impassable. Maybe he can make it through and it's the angle, but he has to go in a straight line from the impassable.
Here we go.
Yeah.
See what I mean? He's going to have to go in a straight line from the impassable. I'm just
So
not sure.
he's a 90. He'll wheel. He'll do his initial 90. So it looks like he's made it. He's going for
He
his
does,
90
he's going
degree
for it.
wheel there.
Because that's
And
more
then
than
he
6 inches
connects
alone.
at any
So yeah.
given point. He doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's he's gonna get.
Mhm.
He's gonna
Clip him.
get there. He's then. Oh, this is going absolutely
horrible.
tits up if he's in.
Wow.
I think he's got him, hasn't he? He won't be moving him.
Wow.
Oh, wait. No, I have the drop shot.
Is the impassable clear?
It looks
Is
to me like he's going through the
It
impassable
is,
with that
and it
movement.
He's split
clips
them,
there.
and then he's going to
Wow.
test to reform. And
It looks to me like he hit the impassable there, if I'm being honest. Look, his bases with his
There's
face
the
in. So he
reform.
definitely did.
it's raised, though. The base is raised. So
Oh,
that-
yeah. It's
Yeah,
also
yeah.
on a die.
I don't know.
It's
It's close, that one. It's very, very
You know,
close.
this is the biggest comeback since Lazarus.
This
Oh.
is,
He's all
This is
over
a
it
one.
now.
Oh
yeah.
my. Yeah.
is he, yeah, the tribesmen can charge him if they want, can't they?
Well, I mean, they won't even be. I doubt they'll. They're in the front, so he'll probably only get one file in from there.
At least they go first. Yeah, he's not going to get a lot in, is he? At least
So-
they go first.
Basically, am I understanding this right? That the main problem was that when the Augurs chaffed the Praetorians with the Sabretooth, they left more than 1 inch, and that's why the Praetorians got the chance to reform that way, expand the range, and then block the Tuskers from moving around them. Basically.
Yeah, I think so. I think that reform was really, really crucial, wasn't it? It's been a game of very tight movement from the Vermin Swarm
the Vermin,
team. They have been very, 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 very. I'm still dubious about that angle to get past that impassable.
So, are we saying that the fleeing of the slaves and the grenadiers has been a blessing in disguise?
Maybe. I think it's just
more room, or not?
Just overconfidence in the Tuskers. I think because I would have gone in with the Tuskers, but I mean, it's easy to say that now, but I would have gone in with the Tuskers. And maybe because they just did so well, that's why you went with an aggressive spell as opposed to a defensive one. Maybe.
So I mean, we didn't realise. You see, this is it with rats. Is not. There's so many rules to remember. Because I mean, if someone said to you they're fighting in 4 ranks, and they've got great weapons and lightning reflexes, plus 3 assassins. I mean, how many rules? You just got to remember so much stuff. And of course, you're on a roll. You're thinking about a billion things.
That's not to mention bodyguard and minimised.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? Even if it was Rod of Battle that went on, and even with that quantity of attacks, they're still hitting on 4s and wounding on 5s, and he still did 3, 6, 9 wounds. I mean, he obviously, Bondi failed a lot of armor saves, but that isn't against odds combat, regardless.
I mean, is it telling us that the Tusker charge into the Black Fur was not the best idea? I mean, obviously hindsight is 20/20 and all that, but are we saying that maybe the Tuskers should have taken their their good start and stuck with the 2 units rather than going for the hat trick?
Well, I think in retrospect, run off the board, don't you?
Yeah. Run off the board and
go through
job
the
done.
team.
Or maybe even turn around and go for the outside objective in the lake.
I mean, it had rerolls of 1s to wound. It had great weapons. It was striking before. It's like it's bang.
Yeah, I can see why he went for it. I can definitely say. I mean, he could have always just run past them.
Yes.
When you're fast, you can always just walk past something. But again, how many games have we had, or anybody had, against this iteration?
Exactly. Exactly.
There's a possibility that, I mean, I'm not putting words into anyone's mouth, and Bondi is a very, very, very good player. But is there a possibility that someone has forgotten lightning reflexes? I mean, it took us a while to clock on, hasn't it?
Yeah. And he's got into a 750-point unit with a 650-point unit.
Sure. Plus,
but it just doesn't look like that when they go through them. He doesn't. Oh, more than that. Then if the 3 thingies went down, he's gone into a 7, 8, 9, 10, like a nearly 1,000 points worth of unit. Nearly 1,000 points worth of unit with a group of 5 Tusker with no characters in. But it didn't look like that on the board. I think we all thought that they ripped the veterans apart at that point.
I mean, I think in that sense, if you are a top table player, right? If you're a table 1 player and you're playing Vermin, and you split your army, and you have somebody who has played a dozen games of Essence of War, wonder why, as a Vermin player, you're splitting your army. Of course, what do I know? He's in table 1 at the UK Masters. So maybe he was the one who had, the 1,000 points unit, and we didn't know. And you can afford to split the army once you know that you have the 3 assassins there.
Yeah.
So,
seeing through the matrix, isn't it? Sometimes takes a little while to get your eyes on things. It certainly did that to me with demons. There was a few times with demons I looked at a Myrmidon unit and thought, well, I'm not fighting them. They're absolutely terrifying. And then I run into him or something and beat the daylights out of them. You think, oh my god. And vice versa with other units. Sometimes it takes a little while to get the instincts of that risk reward right. But yeah, those Black Fur are going in. This is their game.
Notes. And actually, by By the way, the
Hand the Heaven spell's really swung this game, hasn't it?
The body language when MattyP noticed,
Yeah.
when you noticed that the vermins were very tense, was that one moment where it was possible for the Tuskers to say, okay, I'm gonna walk past the Praetorians. That was the moment of maximum tension.
Can we also point out that, and I'm definitely whispering when I say it, but Bondi sat down. Is that defeat?
It is for me. I get very tired when I'm losing.
Yeah. Resignation. Oh dear.
Taking
I mean,
notes.
if this was a poker game, you'd be calling Bondi now, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Look at the way he's playing with his dice, exactly like you would do with the poker chips. Yeah. No, it's interesting, isn't it?
So much to learn this game. Wow, I'm taking notes.
Yeah. It is funny how there comes a point where your experience and your ability in the game gets to a level where your mental strength and your temperament is probably just as important as anything as your list.
Well, I mean,
your ability to concentrate.
We've seen here two players now who are obviously fantastic players, but both of whom I think pretty much at my level would have frankly rolled over and lost 20-0. Tanker looked like he was going down hard. Kieran looked like he was going down hard, but they just keep trucking, don't they? And they're waiting for their chance, and when they get it, they play to they play for it. And obviously Tanker just wouldn't roll over, and neither's Kieran here, and he's got his chance and he's taken it. So it's I think there's a lesson for that in all players. It is not over until it's it's absolutely over, because Kieran's now back in the buck seat here.
Yeah, you only need that that one random moving chaff piece to hold up a demon for 5 turns, and it's crazy how dice can go, Yeah.
That gives me the answer to the question before, like, would you remove the 3 weapon teams charged by the 5 of them? Like, if somebody asked me, like, can I just remove them? I would tell them, no, like, roll the die. Maybe you survive. Please don't remove. It's like, that's a reminder.
Yeah, you can always roll the double one to say stay, can't you, as well?
Totally.
I was years ago. I was playing against Nav, and after the end of first, we both had one turn. He actually said, I said, well, you're going to win now, and he said, do you want to re-rack? And I nearly re-racked and just said, yeah, it's a 20-0 to you, and just played it for fun. Anyway, we said, no, we'll keep going. Anyway, and then I won 18-2 just off the back.
It's incredible,
of it.
isn't it? Yeah.
It just happens.
Just
sometimes.
shows you.
I'm not claiming skill level. I'm just saying, that when you're throwing cubes, who knows?
Yeah, very much so. Average only goes so far, doesn't it?
I suppose the gap between average players and top players is that they continue to put themselves in a position where if they do get that spike, that they can capitalize on it. Whereas absolutely, I agree with you, Matty, in his position. I might have gone, well, let's see what happens for fun, and thrown things at things just for the fun. Whereas the patience and that ability to go, well, but if everything goes right, I can capitalize if this happens. I think that's the gap, isn't it?
Yeah, so what are we seeing with the bell then? The bell has
reformed, doesn't it?
Reformed. It looks like it's facing a Kin Eater and blocking the other.
Yeah,
I think it's just blocking. Yeah.
So the one at the bottom right is blocked by the back of the bell unit, isn't it? And has the 4 rotary guns turned to face the other Kin Eater to shoot it off?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
While the 4 canister launchers are now, well,
making their way up, aren't they?
They haven't got a lot to shoot, have they? We imagine the Grenadiers are going to deal with this giant nearest to them. So that's more points. I say more points, that's some points. Because actually Bondi hasn't lost that much.
Neither of them actually have. It's weirdly, neither of them actually lost that much. I mean, those Tuskers are pricey, aren't they? Those Tuskers are, where are they, 600?
690 odd, I think, something like that.
There's a lot of points in them, but They're probably very similar point wise now. There's some dice going in now though. I think this is shooting, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the Grenadiers. I imagine 2 shots on the giant. I'm guessing. We had magic. I'm not sure.
I think so. I didn't see a card go down, so I don't know how successful it was. To be fair. With his range and where he's at, I'm not sure there's a million things he can.
Yeah, there goes the Kinita. Kinita's gone for the... And it looks like there was a misfire, trial and terror, for one of the deep fire throwers. No, the rotary gun, sorry. The rotary gun.
Yeah, one's gone, hasn't it? Actually, 2 have. Was there not 5?
There was 6 wide to begin with. I think he's got a few across the turns. Yeah. I suppose Kieran hasn't really needed his magic, believe it or not.
No.
It was only smite. It's only Hand of Heaven that he's really had to use, and we think that got a good one, didn't we? So there we go.
Yeah, I think he's kind of in a corner with one of his wizards now, isn't he? So
here we go. Here come the Grenadiers, about to shoot off the giant. I would be very surprised if the giant stayed on the board.
Yeah, it should have it. So is the giant at the top, not the one in the water? Is that the one with a couple of wounds, a few wounds left on it? The one
that one's taken 2 wounds. The one not in the water, I think.
So it can go into the veterans on the side, can't it? Without
if it's on a death wish, yeah.
Do you reckon?
Yeah, they're bodyguards. They'll just turn around and whack it.
Oh no! If the tribesmen go in as well, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh sure. I mean, yeah, potentially. But we've seen what happens when you go into backfire veterans.
Yeah, that's true. At least you're hitting it initiative now, though. At least they're hitting it initiative. They're not great weapons, either the core guys, so they'll at least get to punch him. I don't know how many of them they'll actually get in.
Well, the problem is with VS with lightning reflexes is their agility is so high. And maybe actually that answers my earlier question about why take Deceptive Glamour. Now we know it's because lightning reflexes is there.
So actually, when you're in that situation, as the ogre player, and you've just realized that, you're noticing how the attacks from the vermin are going. With your taskers, would you try and eliminate the alchemist so that you don't have this problem with the giant in the near future if you want to charge with that?
The only issue is that you can't, with impact hits, which was the only thing that was striking before the black furs, you can't actually target models with the impact hits.
Yeah.
You just have to kill rank and file.
So he had like 2 left, right?
Yeah.
So in that case, I wouldn't have thought back then that the best play to do was to put everything on the character, basically, because that character has a...
I mean, maybe one character did go down to that. We don't actually know.
I think he took a decent chunk of models off, though, didn't he? So I think he went in hoping to get some sort of combat runs.
Look, Kieran's moving like an absolute whirlwind now, isn't he?
I know, he's on fire, isn't he? This game will be finished in the next 5 minutes. He's going.
Yeah.
So he's taking the giant's gone, hasn't he?
Yeah. In other news, Tanker looks like he's closing in on a victory on Mr. Kev, I'm afraid, Matty, if you're still with us. Tanker suspects victory there. We've had a result in the Open. Matt Pell has got his 2nd victory with a 12-8 over Matt Wilson in the Battle of the Mats. So Matt Pell 2 for 2 in the Open. And I think that's the only official result that's come in. Everything else is still fighting.
Going to the wire with these ones.
Oh, yes. David has pointed out in the chat that the characters have the toga, Orator's toga, so they'd stand behind. So they were.
So you can't hit them anyway.
Yep.
Wow. That's...
Of course, if the assassin popped out, then they might have been potentially targeted. But
that is a lot. That is a lot of rules at that point.
But 185 points is a lot of rules, and it's a lot of effects, I would say, in that unit.
If there was an item, or if there was an upgrade to a unit that could do that, you would think it was insane.
It's auto-take.
Yeah, it basically is. I do worry about, I've not looked enough at this vermin list, but I do worry that it's going to go that way with some of their choices. A little bit like the Infernal Dwarfs, who I have an Infernal Dwarf army, and I do love them, but the shape of every Infernal Dwarf army is the same because their core cannot fight. So what you end up doing, it's very expensive and doesn't really fight very well. So what you end up doing is you end up with a big flying monster, expensive lore, and then a bunch of Turoks. You do end up with very similar shaped armies. I do worry that might be a challenge for the Vermins, just because some of their stuff is very, very good. I mean, I know we're not in the final phase yet.
Yeah, I mean, I've only played against, well, this will be my third encounter with Vermin Swarms, which makes me a very lucky person. Two of them I've played against. I've played 2 battles against them, won one, lost one. Now I've seen them for a third time, and every single one of those 3 has had 2 big Legionnaires and 1 big Black Fur veterans in core.
Yeah,
So,
the core shapes a certain way. Yeah,
and there's been 6 units of Grenadiers between those 3 lists. So
very good.
And experimental weapon teams in every single list. So you're absolutely right. There is a lot of samey Vermin Swarms lists coming out.
I wonder how this would fare with Sylvans. Just because the Sylvans get probably 2 turns of shooting before the Vermins get to lay a glove on them. And they can just pick off what they want. If they've got enough shooting in them. And also they can hit like a truck on the charge. That'd be an interesting matchup.
We've got 2 Mammoth Hunters marching around the Black Furs. So I guess that's a couple of hunting spears coming in just to plink a few extras.
He's not gone for the charge. I suppose charging them's actually worse in a way because of the spears. Maybe it's just...
They're great weapons.
Oh, of course they are.
Not spears.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
He might just be looking to pyro. I think he's pyroing them down and hunting spears
that's a great
on the
shout.
side. He's going to close it on all sides, I think.
Yeah, get that giant across.
Although he is in trouble with the objective now because the Legionnaires on the right have moved forward onto the objective. So
he's still got some Tuskers though, hasn't he? That's rallied. They can run off and nick there.
If they've rallied, I think they have.
Yeah, I think so. I think are they not at the bottom? Yeah, I think they are.
They're behind Kieran right now.
Yeah.
Although they are still, they are currently facing the objective.
Yeah.
I imagine that's a rally. So
that's where they're going, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I mean, in any case, the Praetorian Alchemist combo, I think it's scarier here because there's not much ranged threat. I mean, there's Pyro, of course, but it kind of ends there for a unit that's that large. Maybe the investment is not badly priced because here it looks very strong. It looks like very, very good work. But it was the right agility opponent, and it was like the right resilience and armor opponent. I think that these guys they still die. I mean, not too easily because they're still Praetorian, but they kind of die if you shoot them, right? What's the?
I think he's asking if he should have clipped the rats that were put up in front of that giant.
Rest 2, armor 3.
Yeah, I didn't even see that. When did that appear?
He can get past him without thinking though, because he's a single model. He reforms, doesn't he? Doesn't free pivot, free reform, so you can certainly get around him without clipping him.
Yeah, unless the rat was put onto the bottom of the giant. Is that possible, or is that not a thing?
I think so.
I make up rules for Vermin Swarm because usually I'm right. Like they write their own rules.
I actually quite like this setup. I was a little bit skeptical about not just having a crack, but I quite like this setup because what you've now created is a situation where the Black Fur have to break a big unit, or they could be in a lot of trouble. They have to break that unit of 5 tribesmen and a wizard.
I was just looking to see really what the purpose was of the tunnel markers, but that's where he's bringing his swarms on from.
Right.
And that looks like an 18-inch swarm that's got in front of the giant there. So I think you can actually put the swarm into an enemy model. No, surely not.
You take, it's something like something very, very high. You take a large number of D6 hits from them, don't you?
3d6, 2. 51. That's still pretty nasty.
Yeah, it's nastier against something that's high toughness, isn't it? Where the strength 2 doesn't really make a difference either way. Looking for 6s.
I love the way that when he takes rats off, he just does it like he just doesn't give a shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's just so many more where they came from, isn't there?
Yeah.
Can you imagine painting? Can you imagine painting an army with what's this one got? 250.
You could have stopped
Something like
that
that,
sentence
rats.
at "Can you imagine painting an army?" for me.
Army painters, speed paints have a lot to answer for my current turnaround in painting. But can you imagine painting that many brown fur
Soul
rats?
destroying. Yeah.
There comes a point where you want them to. Sorry.
Just buying them's expensive enough, isn't it?
There comes a point where you start to yearn for monopose, the old school monopose one model, because then you can batch paint them so much quicker. It's like, look at this guy, he's dead cool, he's doing a handstand. It's like, I'll get him to stand up and do this, please, because 6,000 to paint at the time. I'm batch painting up a bunch of the old dwarfs, with the really stumpy legs. Really small, stumpy legs, and just the axes to the side. I think I got through them in about 3 hours. 40 of them. Got some dice being thrown. Must be into magic. Must be into tragic phase because must be magic, right? I think he's trying to blast those rats off so he doesn't have to take so many hits. Is he? Oh no, yeah, he's getting rid of them.
Removing black furs are going, and no one's crying about it. Yeah.
So what's happening with the two tuskers? In between the water and the hill. Where are they? Are they looking towards the objective still?
I think so. Yeah, I think it's time for them to run and grab the objective. Yeah.
Yeah, they haven't changed their trajectory since rallying. So.
What's that King Eater doing? He's just standing there, picking his nose.
Yeah, at the minute.
He actually hasn't moved him, has he?
No.
You might as well put him up near them. No, I don't know. I can't think of a reason why. Maybe he's just forgot about him, to be fair.
Yeah. I'm also not really sure what the unit is directly in front of Kieran, next to the hill. What are they?
Next to the hill.
Max is struggling down under. How long have we got left in the round?
In the round, we've got 25 minutes.
25 minutes, mate.
To the left or right of the hill?
That's a rotary gun.
To the left of the hill. So.
Oh, the left.
No, to the left of the hill.
Really,
I can't quite see it.
Can't see it very often because Furin, not Furin.
Tribal.
T-shirt, whatever that unit is, you just
That
see
thing.
it there underneath him.
Is it doggies? He did have a load of doggy units.
Yeah, there was a dog unit all the way on the flank, wasn't there? That went.
Yeah, maybe it's that.
I think it must be them.
And he's hiding behind the hill to not get shot off.
They've come all the way around, yeah. Some delicate movement going on now. Got a laser pen out as well.
Is he chucking a spear? Because that's his mammoth hunter in the back is aiming. He's measuring range too.
No, the two mammoth hunters are in the flank.
What's that behind him?
Has the shaman come out?
The shaman came out.
Right.
Surely not. You can't see
right.
anything.
That explains.
What?
The tribesmen are losing wounds, though. They're moving backwards in. I think maybe he was just using the single model to see how far they could move backwards.
He's already done shooting. How did he lose rats in the movement phase?
And how are the tribesmen now moving? I'm really confused.
I don't know. I'm really confused because he definitely removed black fur before, which I assume was just shooting some magic at him. Have they just run off? No, nothing could have caused them to panic, could it?
Because this is ogre turn, and the Kinnear hasn't moved either, so we're all a bit confused where we are.
I mean, it makes sense that he's taking an incredibly long time for a movement phase, but it doesn't make sense that black fur veterans are just dropping dead. Maybe they're just dropping dead of old age. Rats have a very short lifespan. They're starting to keel over now. Told you slow play was a tactic.
Yeah, but also playing the phases in different order is rather interesting. We don't know where we are.
There might be a Skaven item that does it, Hyper-G. We don't know.
Absolutely, you're right. There's probably four items that do it. Yeah.
I am completely baffled as to how he has to still be in movement. He's got to still be in movement. In which case,
So what killed the black
what are we rolling at? What are we?
Oh, there's a lot of dice being rolled by Kieran.
Wait a minute. Are we in? I think we might be into the.
Are we in
we're into
Kieran's
Kieran.
turn? No, that's more armor
because they're just
saves.
dying.
Do they pass the panic? Or have they? Oh, they're charging.
No, they charged them.
He's doing dangerous terrains for charging into the ruins, isn't he?
Right. He must have started doing them a while back, and then they've tried to figure out how many are going to clip, and then he's rolled the additionals. Okay. So his magic,
the
his
tribesmen have been run down.
Yeah.
Have they?
Yeah, I think they have. Yeah. They fled. I would have took that charge. I think.
Yeah.
I don't see the point in fleeing that at all. So the Fire Master has
jumped out
about 12 wounds in 4 magic phases against Red's 2 guys. That is not fantastic.
Criminal, isn't it?
Yeah, he must have rolled really bad for spells because he's
Did he catch the bruises?
They're not bruises.
The
The
tribesmen.
tribesmen. They're dead.
I have no idea why they fled.
Tribesmen. Did he catch tribesmen?
Yeah.
Yeah. I have no idea.
I mean, the shaman must have jumped out of the tribesmen.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
But then that surely meant he had no line of sight for his pyro spells.
Maybe that's why he didn't take anybody off with pyro spells.
Maybe. I mean, I'm confused as to why it would go behind his own tribesman unit as opposed to the side, but
where he might be able to draw a line of sight. Yeah.
Well, I mean, there was the 4 canisters, right? It's like shooting wise, they're still but fleeing from the charge when you have the 2 hunters and the giant set up for some sort of retribution. I mean, unless you're scared of panic, unless you're scared of losing the thing, and which then still happens if you get caught. So I haven't understood why the flee. Yeah.
Unless he was hoping they'd flee, get far enough away, he'd get stranded, and then the counter charge. But I mean that's asking for a lot, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, could this be a disaster for the ogre objective as well? Because those black colours are now stopping the Tuskers getting onto the objective, aren't they?
Yeah, they can't go anywhere near it, can they? They'll get charged. Goodness me, what a turnaround!
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I mean, yeah.
Again, the more I look at it, the more I look back and forth to the list. If he's popped all 3 assassins into that unit, which it does look like he
and the
probably
lightning
did.
reflexes, great weapons, is the game changer.
It's very, very good. It is an 1100 point unit. It should be able to beat a 600 point unit very easily.
I was just trying to work out how many points to get a similar Empire set up with Imperial Guard and Lightning Reflexes in it, and to get them to Agility 5.
But you have to use an Arcane Engine for that, and that's vulnerable.
You need an Arcane Engine with a Div Adept on it.
Yeah.
Well, any Adept on it with Know Thine Enemy.
Your leadership in your res is higher, isn't it? Your baseline res is higher.
But you're not in the second round, unattackable. You're an engine. You're a separate engine, and so
shot off. You only got 5 up armor save unless you.
Very dealable with.
Yeah, it's 1,000 point investment by the time you finish buggering about.
Yeah, but compared to the VS who can do it for 135 points.
Yeah, that was a nice little bit of arse crack there for you as well, there, troops.
I think the best thing that the Empire can do, is not to emulate this build. It's just to bring some crossbowmen, and I think that these black fur dudes, they absolutely hate them. Like totally.
Or just drop a rock on them. Drop a mortar on them. If you hit it with a mortar, it's gone. I always really liked it with the KOE's old. What's it called? They're old trebuchets that 9 games out of 10 they will do nothing. That one game though, you win because they're there.
You just need that.
I would imagine that in the summer, every team's going to have a vermin player, and so there's going to need to be some lists in there that are going to be anti-vermin.
Yeah.
And 2 mortars with flaming swords on them. 20 writers with machine guns. 60 crossbows, 60 militia. That'll roll the fuckers down a bit.
Yeah, and do you know what as well? As good as they are, Dark Elf Core with the right build on them, or the right whatever their champions are called, the axe that gives your opponent -2 defense and stuff. Like they're going to hit first, and they're going to do so many wounds to those, and they're just the base core dark elves. They're going to just rip them apart. So I think there is a point that this might just be a terrible matchup for them. Also, he must have rolled a bucket bunch full of 5s and 6s.
And I mean, if you don't have the infantry with agility 6, and if you don't have the shooting power, you do have 2 keen eaters and 2 tigers and even 2 characters that if absolutely needed, then it's I think it's just a matter that one wouldn't expect the 1,000 points unit being there, and there was just
yeah, it's hard to imagine there being 1,000 points worth of rat anywhere, can't it? Used to him just keeling over the little buggers. It is really interesting. It is really interesting, especially when you're looking at any unit that is res 2 and just heavy armor. It's really interesting to look at them and then go, these guys are really bloody scary.
I mean, you said earlier maybe it was lots of 5 and 6s to wound, but a strength 5 they actually only needed 4s to wound.
Strength 5, great weapon, Jeff.
If Rod of Battle was the spell that went off, I mean, obviously
must have done.
It must have only been that, as opposed to the -2 to wound. But yeah,
I think we've all had that moment, haven't we? We've charged a unit thinking we're going to go through them, and then we see the dice come back, and you think, oh, okay.
Yeah, and then you flee and die, and the counter charge ruins your whole weekend.
Yeah, very much.
I mean, the body language that we're seeing, I know you can't see Bondi, but it's very forlorn now. So yeah,
this is looking heavy, to be fair. There's not, after those tribesmen have gone, there's not a lot of points left on this table, to be honest. There's those Tuskers who either, well, they just run away, don't they? That's the best they can do is not die.
Yeah, they have to conserve points.
And a giant.
I mean, objective's gone as well now, so.
Got a wizard who can try and whittle them down. And a whole world of shooting.
I tell you, the other critical moment as well was that Hand of Heaven that made Bondi think seriously about what he was going to do with his other unit of Tuskers, because then when they came across to pick up the objective, that obviously turned out to be But that big spike on that spell was, and you just never know, do you?
I think that turned out to be shooting in the end. But yeah, when they were on they looked like they were pincering him in, didn't it? And then all of a sudden he went down to 3 models, and I think it made him. Yeah, that was absolutely crucial.
Although that was when we forgot which was the magic phase and which was the shooting phase, so we don't actually know that was all Hand of Heaven, do we?
No, I think it was.
Some of that was the
rotary
canisters
guns
as well, and the rotary guns. Yeah. But still, that was even then that was good rolling because it was 5s to wound. So. Yeah.
And I think this Vermin Swarm list is very, very good. We might well be commentating on them again this evening. I think HyperG.
Well, everyone has to change table. So actually,
you always have to change table.
Even if Kieran's on top table, he won't be on table 1. So we will have a different matchup.
Yes. As good as that list is, I'm not looking at it thinking this is completely unfair. This has been anybody could just run this list forward and win with it, like I have done with previous editions of other rank and flank type games. I'm not looking at it feeling like that. I am looking at this thinking, where the hell have they gone? Oh no, they just failed to charge. But yeah, I'm not looking at this thinking it's invincible by any stretch of the imagination. Actually, it's a shame that I don't know any local Vermin Swarm players, because I would be interested in bouncing off a few of these lists to try and get a feel for how badly they bloody my nose.
If you fancy a game, Andy Catload's got a
really?
Vermin Swarm army. Yeah,
he knows what he's doing with it as well.
Yeah, that could be good learning experience. Yeah, I'm flirting with Dark Elves at the minute. I'm using some high elf proxies to see, because I might just 3D print the whole world of them. But yeah, I think I've got a game with Kieran later this week, so we'll see.
Right, I'm just
early next.
Gonna refresh, see if we've got any results in. Yes, we've got Tanker result. He has got Matty. Tanker versus Kev. It's a 19-1 Tanker.
Ooh, he was playing well today, though.
Oh, that's a bit
Let's
brutal,
be fair.
isn't it? That's a bit brutal there.
He was
in the open. We've got Dan Winter with his second victory over Shane Bacter. So, yeah, the Spotty Dog Boys for 5 out of 6 so far, with Fred's result still to come in the Open. And yeah, that's the only result that we've got in the Masters at the moment. So, yeah.
It is a bad matchup for Kev.
Yeah.
We established that on Thursday, but and obviously in the hands of Tanker, it's worse, isn't it? So.
Yeah, we saw today, didn't we, earlier on, that he's not lacking for concentration or for gutsy plays.
So what do we think the result? We've got 10
good
minutes left of this game. I mean, I don't think Bondi's lost a huge amount of points, but it depends on that other unit of Tuskers, doesn't it? Really, if they can stay on the board or not.
Yeah, just got shot up. They're down to
They're
1.
definitely less than 25%. So that is 350 points.
What's he actually got? So let's say there's them that's 350. There's a giant that's what 310. So we're on 670.
All 3 of his characters are alive. So
where is oh yeah,
hanging in the middle, the Mammoth Hunters.
So we're talking about 1,300, 1,400 maybe on the board.
It's just so upsetting when you add up the VS points, though, because they've lost nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, the Vermin Swarm are almost.
They've lost slaves, 1 unit of grenadiers, and 1 unit of weapon teams. That's it.
Yeah.
Oh, and legionnaires.
That probably adds up to about 33 points, doesn't it?
Exactly.
Let's not go back to the days of half-point vermins. Let's. I can't deal with that. Can't handle that.
Insane. I mean, interestingly, chat and those watching, I do believe that according to the Game 3 timings, Game 3 is due to kick off at 4:30, which is exactly the same time that Round 2 is due to finish. So something's got to give there.
They're going in.
I am desperately going to need the loo any minute now, so we'll have to see what happens. There's some sort of crossover, but yeah, I don't know how that's going to work.
You just continue with whatever units you've got left on the table from Game 2.
Yeah.
You just go straight through.
Straight through. That's definitely a campaign rule, right? Remember that one for Essence.
Who's coming on for who's on for Game 3 then today? Who's going to be?
We've lost Tommy. He's decided to go and see his missus instead, which is outrageous. You know, I think one of your international superstars is joining us for Game 3, Matty.
Super duper.
I can't quite remember who, but nonetheless. And are you staying with us particularly?
I have a playtesting game scheduled for an hour now.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Well,
we have to check whether we put the Raptor pack into the new Saurian patrol. So
okay.
Sorry, mate.
Well, that's allowed. That's allowed. Yeah, fair enough. But we'll see you back for Game 5, maybe particularly, or not sure tomorrow.
Tomorrow, I'll give it a try tomorrow. Yeah, I would like to learn more from
well,
everything that's happened
fantastic
today.
having you, and thank you for joining us. I mean, obviously this match has got a few more minutes left, but still, carry on.
Yeah.
We need some exciting dwarf options in this short form of the game. I think it's appropriate for the dwarfs that they do well in the short form. But I did notice there's a few armies that are not represented at this Masters, and I was having a little look through, and it's 9th age is so well balanced now compared to what it is before. But dwarfs really don't do well in tournaments because they just can't run down a 20. They really you can kick the living daylights out of someone with the dwarf list and win 11. You know, they're an interesting bunch. So I think their redesign will be an interesting one. So I'd love to see them at a short level. Used to love them in Mordheim. So anything skirmishy, I think the dwarfs always look cool in. It's difficult to balance them for an army.
So those underrepresented, what was Ekitane and Sylvans that were overrepresented?
Yeah, and Demons.
And maybe Demon.
You can't read too much into it. There was one Warriors list, and I would say they are probably still the most, as far as miniatures go, everybody's got a Warriors.
All the Warriors players came to the Open. There's 3 Warriors there. 3 out of 10 is Warriors in the Open. So
I do like to see UD still around. Do you remember the days when UD were absolutely bent and they just used to run in those units of
2019
chariots and just kill the world? Yeah. It was a place.
Williams is still holding on.
Just checking who's coming on for Game 3. It is my mate James Root, who will be calling in from Vancouver.
Ah, exciting.
Brilliant.
Classic. Good morning.
Are you staying with us, kid?
Yes, yeah. I'll be
Superb.
about.
And
Yeah.
Matty, you're probably not with us for all of game 3, are you?
No, I'll try and jump in and out again. It's,
Good man. Good man. Well, yes, I'll say, you know, cheerio to you now, particularly. Sort of. You stay with us as long as you want to, obviously. But I think there's going to be a pretty quick crossover between 2 and 3, according to the timing. So
absolutely.
I don't know how much of a crossover there will be, but stay with us as long as you can. And you're welcome to join us again whenever you like. And it's been a pleasure having you.
Lovely.
Yeah,
Thank
definitely.
you. This was great. I was very happy to be with you guys on this one. And I mean, I don't want to micromanage your bladder because, you know, I suppose that you know what you're doing. But if there's a tiny break between the two games and all the players are going to have that 1 second, you don't want to queue. So maybe, you know, you should leave this last 5 minutes to the three of us.
Actually. Yeah, cover me, Matty. I need the loo.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, go for it, Steph.
I'm genuinely going to do that because that is a great idea.
Yeah.
I'll make sure that Matty doesn't burn down the house
All
while
right.
you're away for 2 minutes.
You're in charge. You're in charge. I'll be back shortly. Good man.
In the meantime, we've got some march blocking going on, and a Tusker running off, desperately trying to grab a spoil. I think is what's happened there, isn't it?
Yeah, and we've got. Oh yeah, he could. I'm not sure that the Black Furs have picked that up.
I don't think they have.
So if they can, he might be able to draw the objective here with some shenanigans. And as you say, march blocking tastic, which is cool. You know, what we are seeing here is two players who played. I wouldn't say they played very quickly, but they're certainly playing quick now. They're probably going to get through a third of the game in 15 minutes when they took 2 3/4 hours to play 2/3 of the game. So it's,
that leadership bubble is so vital for the Vermin Swarm that just the opening movement phase where I think 2 units moved half an inch took about 40 minutes because you make one slip up and then
ramifications.
It can all just fall apart.
But so in this scenario, towards the end of the battle, Black Furs. Oops, finished. As if
I think
we're hoping. But the a rear charge on the no, because they're bodyguards. Because they're bodyguards. I keep forgetting that they always have a rule that kind of
I've got a lot of rules. It does feel like the Black Fur you don't have to make a decision as to which unit you take, this one or that one, because everybody's got their own rules that protects them, and you get to a point where it's not a hard decision to make anymore.
So you can't even stop the ones from the spoils. Yep, I see that too. Okay, so second of Tuskers is gone. One of the giants is gone.
Yes, Scott shot off. Yeah.
All right.
I think he's going to march up and try and take all 3 because he can just. Interesting. Threatening the characters. Oh, he hasn't got any units to pick him up, so he has to win. He's won the secondary, hasn't he? There's no scoring units.
There's no scoring.
He has done now that he's passed that March test. So
once he got rid of the thing, is the not saber-tooth Tuskers. Once he got rid of the Tuskers, there's no more scoring to pick him up, is there? So as long as he gets the 1 on the right, he's won. We had naught to say without you, mate. Tusker's dead.
Tuskers.
Yeah, the Tusker died, so the secondary belongs to the Skaven without him having to chase any of the middle or left objectives. So he's just threatening the characters, I think. Yeah, there we go. Fair play. What a comeback.
Oof.
What a comeback. Playing out the last little bits, but I think it's... He shot one.
Removing another canister.
He's blowing up his own guys now.
He might have taken more points off his side than.
There we go. And that's it.
There it is. Well done. What a deserved victory that. As much as we are saying that those Black Fur do feel slightly overwhelming, or at least an easy choice. There was like all the credit in the world to coming back from that, because that was. Really did. Fair play.
Well, this could be quite fun because they've literally got 2 minutes to get this score into Tournament Keeper. So
I would
Yeah.
love it
You
if
can,
neither did. We count it
wanna
as a
see-
0-0.
You want to see some power maths? Watch the power together.
Some
And,
crunching going on there.
It's taken, I don't know, 7 hours into the live stream, but I've also realised that since I returned from the loo, I didn't unmute myself. So even though you guys could hear me, the live stream couldn't. So I hope I didn't say anything valuable in the last 5 minutes, because I don't think I did. But the
You
live
just
stream
made the
didn't
rest
hear
of
me
us
anyway.
sound insane as we were just randomly replying.
You were replying to questions that never came. Yeah, brilliant. So let me talk to you about some results that have come in as well as this one, because while they count up. So these are the results that have come in so far for the Masters. Tony, your dark horse, has gone down as well.
Tony Hale is that one.
Tony Hale has gone down 5 to Rory's 15. So it looks like Rory's having a good start. He's got 30 points now.
It's the list with a more in it, isn't it?
Tony's got the more, yep.
I don't like to see that big fatty lose.
And Guillaume has had a 14-6 over Wes as well.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Shooty demons.
There is that.
Here's the...
In the Open, I think we're still just those 2 results come in. Yes, just those 2 results in the Open. But
how heavily did Lucky Sixes win?
Yeah, that one hasn't come in yet. I had no idea.
Still stomping them.
Still rolling dice. I can still see Ed rolling dice.
Such a prima donna, has to be last of last, you know, everybody.
Main event. When it comes to working out results or tracking things through the games, apps, websites, things like that, does anybody use them? I use an app purely to do the scoring bit because I just find it easier. There is one, I can't remember, I think it's just T9A, it's just literally the 9th age. Has anybody used things like that, or do we prefer a bit of paper and a bit of mental arithmetic?
Yeah.
You mean as you're tracking through the game, or at the end? Because I just use a bit of paper at the end and a bit of old-fashioned maths. But there's some quite good spreadsheets that allow you to keep up with where you are in terms of just Excel spreadsheets as to where you are, so you know whether or not you need to push and stuff. Looks like the result has just gone in. But yeah, I mean, certainly in sort of team events and things like that, it's important to know how you're getting on. So
yeah, just playing a few other games, they have some very handy apps. Some of them are really, really bad, and some of them are quite good. I'm not very good at programming for anything like that. I'm a bit rubbish at it. I've tried it in the past and it always comes out dead clunky, but I do wonder if there's something that could from a tournament perspective.
Yeah,
click through.
I've got a spreadsheet. I'll send it to you, and you can use that. But it's obviously that means you need something running alongside, you know, iPad or something.
So Kieran's just confirmed it's an 18-2 to the Vermin.
Wow.
I mean, that's big, isn't it? That's a big lead.
That's incredible.
Now.
Absolutely incredible.
With Tony going down, Rory's going to be the closest contender, I think.
Goodness me.
Tanker will be on 30. Rory will be on 30. Kieran obviously on 38, I think is the top of the chart. Unless we see a big win for Ed, which they're still playing.
So what we're probably saying is it's probably going to be Rory versus Kieran.
Yes, but we won't see that, I don't think, because we can't see Kieran on table 1 again. Well, I'll have a chat with Matt Wilson and see what we can see.
Oh, that doesn't look like a fantastic matchup for Rory.
Oh, no. I don't want to see that. I don't want to watch Rory.
We've had enough Vermin Swarms for one day, right?
Oh, goodness me. He's got a Paladin and Hippogriff. He's going to have to go hide in the corner quietly and not say anything rude. Goodness me. 8 Hedge Knights, and 1 Scorpion.
So we've got another result in that Jake has had a victory. So over Dan Minto. There goes the result for Chris and Kieran.
Jake got, that's the Infernal Dwarf.
Yeah.
Fly Punchy Lord.
Your man Paul, Matty, has had a 19-1 victory over Barry Lynch. That was a vampire mirror match, I think, wasn't it? Or was Barry on
VC,
Warriors? I can't remember. Yeah, I think it was VC. So there's that. They're all coming in now. I mean, the round is officially over. I can't tell if Lucky Sixes is still rolling dice or not. But yeah.
Might have re-racked.
Maybe. Start again, yeah.
Sorry, who was Lucky Sixes playing?
Ed. Playing against Ed. Tanker's just come over to find out how Kieran got on. You can see, is that future 2 challengers for the Masters? One sitting on 38, one sitting on 30. Kieran's going to have an 8-point lead going into round 3.
Yeah, it's huge. We said a big win here will give him a big lead.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oof, and he's got a
result in is Artem 13-7 over Hugh. So some Sylvans against Lizards there.
Yeah, that's right. So Artem's had 2 small victories then, which will put him in a decent place.
I think Sylvans kind of lend themselves to being being very hard to win.
Yeah, you don't tend to, well, unless you're going in and getting stuff wrong, or they've got Pyro, then it's hard to take them down.
Yeah, so at the minute, in terms of the overall rankings, if Ed gets a big win over Lucky Sixes, or vice versa, then they could slip into the top 5. But otherwise, it's Kieran at the top with 38, Tanker 30, Rory 30, and then Artem 25. So there's already a little bit of a gap between 1st and 4th there.
And I think you'd fancy that KOE matchup with those vermin, but just because there's a lot of 2-up armor saves sitting around waiting to be shot at that cost an enormous amount of points.
Yeah, toxic attacks available.
Yeah, he does have the Ladies Courtier, which I applaud for flair. I think the Druidism one actually, so it's not too bad because it's Druidism, I guess. But really, really interesting. Really interesting. Completely different to how I run KOE. So very interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Goodness me, so that's two great games today.
Yeah, really good, isn't it? I mean, we couldn't have picked them better if we tried, really, could we?
No, absolutely amazing.
I'm really enjoying myself. I'm exhausted already, but I don't know about you, kid, and Matty. Second round for you guys. We definitely need some fresh blood to save our energy, don't we? Round 3.
What's the weirdest thing about this weekend is it seems like it's Friday 4 o'clock and then literally 10 minutes later it's Monday morning again.
Yeah, that's it. It will
going to be the hard thing, isn't it?
Absolutely flies.
Yeah. So over in the Open, we've got Tim Botneck leading the way. Another one of your boys, Matty.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
He's on 34.
Love a bit of Tim.
It looks like he's the only one keeping. Oh no, Fred unfortunately has gone down for the Spotty Dogs. So it's Tim being followed by Dan Winter and Matt Pell in the Open. A little bit of a gap opening up there as well, actually. Tim's got a 7-point lead on second in the Open.
I haven't seen Tim's list. What's he running?
Warriors. He's running Warriors as well. I couldn't tell you what's in it, but yeah. Because we've got 3 Warriors in the Open. So.
Has he got that super punchy multi-monster list? That's usually what he likes to run with.
No, actually. Can't remember. Is Lucky Sixes result in? That's what we want to know. Oh, it is in, and it's a 17-3 to the Master Ed. Tom's gone down big. Lucky Sixes not so lucky at the moment, unfortunately.
No.
Oh, dear.
That list always struggles against things. It struggles to break things at the best of times, and then going into demons.
Yeah, so that shoots Ed into 4th place on 26.
And Luke Williams 13-7 over Josh. So the UD over the top of Sylvans.
Yeah, that's a good matchup for UD, isn't it?
Well, it looks like the Colossi got to work because if you get them into pretty much anything, they'll kick shit out of it. So it's right. Well, there you go.
So we have a new guest on the Zoom, Matty. Who we got here?
Hey, there he is. Hey, Rooty, how are you, man?
I'm all right. I'm good, thanks. So I'm slightly late. I just rolled out of bed. Made a smoothie.
You're all right. There's no such thing as late when the round 2 and 3 roll into one another, apparently. So yeah, welcome.
Where's it all at?
It's a welcome to another West Coast North American. This time a little bit further north of the border, once from the United Kingdom, but now a peripatetic ninth age enthusiast, currently to be found pushing his wares out in Vancouver in Canada. Member of the Canada ETC, an all-round bloody good bloke. Engineer when he's not busy playing his dreadies. It is James Root. Welcome.
Well, thank you for the introduction, Matty.
I'm loving your peanut arbuckle.
Yeah.
I can't remember names, so you're going to be referred to as Peanut for the rest of the day. So it's.
Peanut's fine.
But how's the weather in Vancouver this morning, mate?
Oh, it's good. I can see the sky. I mean,
Wow.
usually you can't. It's been grey, overcast, slate grey Victorian sky for the last week or so, just constant rain. But it's nice this morning. It's all right.
I'd also like to point out the marvelous way in we've got three bald guys all on the road.
I'm having to be very careful with my lighting because you won't see anything if I get this wrong.
I'm taking that personally as a long-haired dude, and so I'm deciding to leave the room right now.
Thank you for taking me over.
It's been lovely meeting you, mate.
Also, so that the new guest.
Thank you for doing round two.
All four of you have the.
I hope to see you again later in the weekend. Thank you very much.
Glad
you've enjoyed it.
Bye,
Take
everybody.
care, mate. Bye.
I'm going to go nip and get a coffee before people start
Good idea.
dropping miniatures at me. So I'll see you guys shortly.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of what you've missed, James or Rooty, which do you prefer?
Either's fine. Call me Rooty.
Rooty, you can be Rooty from now on. That's fine. So it looks like timings wise, in fact, Matt Wilson's coming up to me now, so I'll find out what the next matchup is. Hang on.
Well, shall I suggest we take a 10-minute hiatus now that we've got James on board, and we can all go and replenish our
Very
drinks.
good idea, Matty. Very good idea.
Right,
I'll be there in a second. So 10-minute break for the live stream. We'll be back in a minute, guys. Right then, fans, live streamers, PTG, Paired Weapon Podcast Extraordinaire. MattyP, you're with me still. We're into round 3, just like that.
Well, crikey me, doesn't time fly when you are having fun? And fun we are having whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
And do my eyes deceive me, or is that a James Root that I see there? I think it is.
We had a bit of an introduction at the end of round 2, but because you joined us just in time for that. But you decided you're not horrified and running away for round 3. You're going to stick with us, so excellent.
Yeah, I've just been out and done a quick tour of the troops, and wife's watching Planet of the Apes from the 1970s.
Oh, that's a 9-hour-long film, isn't it? She'll be busy for a while.
At least. Daughter's on her iPad and has now got orange juice. So I've certainly got another sort of 20 minutes, half an hour in me. And then we can see. So welcome to the live stream, James. Excited, or you literally leapt from your bed?
I'm excited now.
Yeah, and this next battle coming up is what you definitely call a mid-table clash. The chasing pack.
It's 2 firm favourites, isn't it? Here we've got Tom Parker, obviously your alter ego.
Never heard of him.
Yeah, never heard of him. And that looks suspiciously like Wes Wheeler to me.
It does. The man with the smoothest voice in Ninth Age. I mean, we'll hopefully get him on at some point because, Rooty, if you haven't heard Wes Wheeler's voice, then you missed a trick because it is
smoothest voice, coolest name. The alliteration
exactly,
is just
it's that as well. Yeah, yeah.
Could be a character from a book, like a 1950s gumshoe or something,
And I've just noticed he's left-handed as well, so he gets even more thumbs up from me. So there you go. I forget Lucky Sixes. Where's you going to win this one for the lefties? Brilliant.
Now this is actually quite an interesting matchup. Because you've got obviously Tom with all his dragons, with quite a punchy highborn list. Wes has got a very aggressive KOE list. I mean, when we were doing the review of it, we said, Wes has only really got one option, and that's to go forward and go forward hard.
Yes.
And I think this could be well. I anticipate quite a punch up, to be fair. So.
I think so as well. Yeah, and I've just put for the viewers the table, which is currently up, and obviously, as I said, this is a chasing pack battle. So this is Tom Parker sitting in 13th at the minute versus Wes sitting in 15th. I mean, whether or not you would agree that that's a mid-table clash or whether it's a relegation dogfight, I don't know. But either way, a big win could catapult the winner back into the contention, by all means. So that is, and just to give a bit of context as to why we're choosing these two. Table 1 with the terrain set up as it is. No player can be on table 1 twice, which means looking at the top of the table, we can't see Kieran because we've seen him. We can't see Tanker, we can't see Ed, and we can't see Bondi. So that is 4 of the top 6 that we aren't allowed to see on table 1. For rounds 4 and 5, we will potentially be changing the terrain on table 1 and swapping it with another table, which will mean we'll be able to see different people or potentially the same people again for tomorrow's battles. But this will basically be the closure of day 1, and we'll obviously keep an eye on how Kieran, Tanker, Rory, Ed as the top 4 are going. Because Kieran at the moment, Matt, has got a 8-point lead going into round 3. I mean, that's pretty good, isn't it?
Well, if this was a horse race, to be honest, the bookies wouldn't be taking any more money on Kieran. In fact, no. I imagine they would have closed the book on him several weeks ago, as soon as the lists came out, really. And now, I mean, you won't get odds on him winning this. I thought he was up against it there. I thought Chris did a super job of really putting him against the wall.
Yeah.
And he just, I mean, at what point did you think in round 2 that was going to be an 18-2 to the Rats?
Absolutely not. Yeah, it was never going to happen. I mean, it was a good an hour and a half in, and we were saying Rats would trapped in a corner, and then they got out of it with a vengeance, didn't they? So
Who was he against?
so Kieran played against Bondi's Ogres, and the Ogres had a long Tusker charge, which puts the Rats in a lot of trouble, just to catch up, and Kieran got himself out of trouble, really, and came back on 118
the whole left wing of the Vermin Swarm just exploded, and we were like, well, it's going to be 20 now. And then Kieran just went, no, I don't think so.
Yeah, my right
and
flank's
the Black
still strong.
Veterans went bonkers. So
went through the whole of the Ogre army, yeah. Yeah, so James, you say you play Dread Elves. No Dread Elves at the UK Masters this year. Are you disappointed to see that, or not too surprised?
Bit of both, really, isn't it? It's kind of suggestive of the overall power level of the book kind of dropping. I mean, I suppose, I mean, there haven't been that many of the top players playing Dread Elves this last year, apart from Tanker, really, to my knowledge.
Agreed.
And obviously, he kind of, dispensed with them a few months back maybe after ETC, I think. So I've been playing it for a few months. Yeah, just a bit disappointing, really. But I mean, there's only 16 entrants, so it's inevitable that well, it's not inevitable, but it's highly probable that you're not going to get one of each, So, yeah.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Yeah, well, we discussed this briefly, didn't we? We were talking about Samuelson's revealed preference theory.
Exactly. Yeah, revealed preference. Yeah.
Given everything else being equal, the pricing. Just choose it, and these are obviously every single person here knows what they're doing, and a lot of people who would have, Tanker, for example, who might have thought about Dreddies, looked at the recent update, and I think Dreddies just fell off the edge of the world, didn't they? Really?
In the last one, definitely. The Gorgons getting an attack removed, the Thunder Packs, which, to be honest, they weren't that common. They were just used with. Very effectively by, I think, what's his name? Is it Frederick?
Yeah.
The German, yeah, I think. Apologies if I get his name wrong. I think it's Frederick. This guy, the kind of lip ring piercing, tall German guy. The ETC scored about 1 million points.
He plays for Australia, but he's German. Yeah.
Yes, Frederick could be Humke. Yeah, I think anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, they got toned down significantly. A lot of impact. I think all their impact hits removed actually.
Didn't they lose light troops as well? I mean, that was pretty critical.
I think they did. Yeah.
It was a weird one, wasn't it?
It was completely incongruent with the whole kind of an idea of them, wasn't it? Thunder Pack and light troops can kind of nimbly kind of dance around.
It was a weird one, wasn't it? Because it was a lot of the troops that are very strong in Dread Elves, or at least are very appealing, and they did okay, and then they just started random. There was certain random bits that went, and you were like, "Oh, hey, what are we?" Like, I was surprised by a lot of the things that got hit, because I didn't think they were particularly fantastic. The problem that, because I'm thinking about picking up Dread Elves, just the problem that I found after it was I kind of felt like my options were more narrow now than they were before. I don't know if it's a terrible book or anything still, but it did feel like a lot of options were taken away to try something a bit weird.
Yeah, I mean,
I just think that they at this level, tiny apart from Rats, tiny differences win and lose tournaments, and they got a bit of a nerf, and you only need a marginal effect for that to be very problematic. So yeah, but Hyper G, will you do me a favour, mate, and just stick your head over the table? I know you won't mind with Tom there, and find out what spells they've gone for.
I've already got them.
I've
already got them, mate.
We're deploying, and would I be right in thinking that this is marching columns, bearing in mind that they're both doing that silly deployment thing?
Let me tell you what it is.
It's marching columns, isn't it? You see Wes just coming on from the left here, and that's 3 drops each now. So I imagine Tom will drop.
It is marching columns breakthrough, yes.
Oh, marching columns breakthrough. Crikey me.
Yeah.
Well, that's 2 cavalry lists doing that.
Yeah, insane, really. Yeah.
Yeah, and meanwhile, we should really run through the lists as well.
I think we should. I think we should. Do you want? We'll better do lists before we do magic, hadn't we? I have got magic here, so never fear. That will be up shortly.
Sorry, guys, just catching up. Who have we got playing? Was it Wes Wheeler and
Tom Parker
Tom
on
Parker.
Lucky Sixes? It looks like the stream might have paused, so bear with me while I just sort out something technical. Right, that should be back now. Apologies to the live streamers who might be thinking we've broken. We haven't quite. Hopefully that is now back in action. Right, and let's go for the lists. So where do you want to begin? Who would like to? Now, Kid, you very admirably took on vermin swarms in the last round. So James, I'll give you the first option. Do you want the highborn elves to read out, or do you want the Equitane? Tough choice.
Let's do the Equitane. I'll do Equitane.
Okay, right. Here you go then. So over to you for Wes Wheeler's list. And have you got it there handy? Because I
do have. Yeah, I was just control
throwing
F
it on the screen for our viewers.
On a Wes. Yeah.
And then just take us through at your leisure.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be able to read it out. I don't know too much about Equitane.
Oh, don't
but
worry, no one
if anybody wants to pause and pick something out,
feel
then,
free to say it as it is on the screen. That's fine.
Exactly. All right. So, do I bother with the points as well, or
no? Don't worry about that.
No,
just the viewers can see it on the screen, so you can just.
Very well. Okay. Yep. So, top, he's got a Equitane Lord on a Hippogriff. Duskforge Shield for the reroll, Battle Standard Bearer, Ether Icon, got a Bastard Sword, Ghostly Guard, and Forbearance.
Yeah. I can't remember what Forbearance does, but apart from that, it's a pretty decent Griffin. Yeah, Griffin,
seems like
Hippogriff.
One up reroll guy.
Yes. Interesting that if you do use the reroll, you don't get your Aegis save. So there is that. It was one that was picked out on your podcast, wasn't it, Matty? I think Craig Johnson pointed that out as a potential contradiction.
Yeah, I mean, it's an unusual build. The problem is it's very difficult to get to a 1-up against everything. So he's got the 1-up rerollable against non-magical, but then against magical, obviously it drops to a 3-up, and that's why I suspect he's then looking for his, maybe he'll be coming in there with the ward save, with the Aegis save, but I don't know.
Yeah. Forbearance is the distracting.
It is. Yes.
Yeah, so that's quite useful defensively.
Oh wow! 1-up reroll in distracting. If he gets that into some just regular infantry.
I think that, and because he flies, he can often pick his matchup, can't he? For it, that could be. That's actually an interesting build for just sitting there and annoying people, even if you can't get through the numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and he's a damsel on Destria. Yeah. Wizard Master, Druidism. He's got a folk hero, which is his general, on Face Steed with a great weapon, Cleansing Light. He's got an Essence of Mithril for presumably a 2-up save, Potion of Strength, Sainted, Castellan, and Minstrel. I don't know what any of that means.
He's fighting. He's fighting because Castellan is 2 attacks and Minstrel is a musician, and I think a wizard apprentice on something not evil, maybe Div. They're definitely a magic person.
It's definitely know the enemy. Yep.
And being sainted means that they have the Orison buffs. So this guy can, considering the fact that they're generally quite crap at fighting, this guy can sling his sword about a little bit, takes him up to his 3 attacks.
Yeah.
Quite good.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually a surprisingly aggressive folk hero build, given how much you can get into it. But the only thing I miss about this is the minstrel should have been named Troubadour, but I got overruled. So there you
go. not like the other kind of minstrels from the 60s or 50s.
Matt's just trying to avoid controversy, and they are caught in it.
So we'll skirt around that, and we'll go into. He's got 12 feudal knights, full command with the relic shroud, 6 feudal knights, Musician, Standard Bearer, Banner of Discipline twice.
Mm-hmm.
9 Knights Resplendent twice with Musicians. 6 Hedge Knights twice.
Yeah, there's a lot of doubling up there.
Like in the pairings, and then it's got 5 Yeomanite Riders, bow shield with a bit of shooting chaff, and a Ladies Courtier, Courtier of the Dusk, which is on Witchcraft.
Yeah.
So
He has got a lot of magic. Sorry, I was going to say he's got a lot of magic because he's got the Relic Shroud is the thingy spell, isn't it?
Yeah, the hereditary.
Yeah. Goodness me.
Mm.
Spells everywhere.
Yes, it's
I mean,
8 spells.
It's a very aggressive
9
list.
spells.
The Resplendent Knights are going to have to do a hell of a lot of lifting, but I mean, with very limited chaff, it could be hard work. Could be hard work.
He's got some big flanks for dragons to look at, hasn't he? He's got some big old flank.
I'll whiz through Tom's list quickly because we should then talk about spells. It looks like they're getting ready to get going.
Deployment's coming down, so yeah, good idea.
So Tom's got an Ancient Dragon General with a High Prince, obviously, Light Armor, Great Weapon, Cleansing Light, Obsidian Rock, and Queen's Cavalier for 950 points. It's a lot of points on that. He's got a Prince on Griffin with Dragon Forged Armor, Ghostly Guard, Shield, Lance with the Nova Flare because Tom loves the Nova Flare, and then the Diadem Protection. Mage on the Giant Eagle, Adept on Cosmo, Essence, which is a very nice build at 310. 30 Sea Idiots with full command and the Banner of Discipline. Lots of Banners of Discipline coming because there's no BSB. 5 Highball Lancers, full command, Banner of Discipline, and then exactly the same again, minus the Champion. 24 Sword Masters, full command with the Navigator's Banner because of reasons. 2 Initiates of the Fiery Heart, 1 on Pyro, 1 on Alchemy. And 5 Watchers that are grey.
Amazing.
And as you can see, he has dropped pretty hard for a right flanking push.
Yeah, I mean, marching columns, you do have to do one each for 3, don't you? So he has had to be patient with that. But I know Lucky Sixes does like to drop for first, and this time he probably has. I'd be incredibly surprised if he dropped for second, put it that way.
So it looks to me like he's gone. It looks to me like he's gone. Wizard Eagle, Hippogriff, Lancers, Watchers behind them. Then the Sea Idiots. Then that looks to me like the Initiate with the Fiery Initiate with the Alchemy Initiate behind it. Swordmasters who are going to be wandering through the ruins with the Navigator's Banner, obviously, and then anchored on the big boy.
Yeah, that is pretty much it. I think. Yeah, and then looking at the Equitane, we can't quite see all of it, so I'll probably start right to left. We've got a unit of 6 Feudal Knights. Got a what's that smaller unit? Is that the Yeoman? No. What's the unit 2 wide? Are they Hedge Knights?
It's also 6.
They're Hedge Knights.
Also 6.
They're Hedge Knights, because they're pretty manoeuvrable. Then you got the Yeoman 5, and then looks like the 2 units are, I don't know, actually they're also 6s, aren't they? So there's a lot of units of 6. Yeah, the 2 units in the middle, not quite sure. Wes is coming over. Tell us, Wes. Talk to us about your deployment.
Hello, who am I here with?
You're here with Matty, you're here with Kid, and
hey,
you're
buddy.
here with James.
How are you, man?
Tell us your deployment, because I can't work out what's what.
Right, so my teal and gold knights, who I've borrowed from Hugh, thank you Hugh, I didn't have enough painted. Those are my feudal knights, so I've got 2 lots of 6 with discipline banners out on the flanks because it's breakthrough, so need to sneak something through.
We can't, yeah.
I need a big unit just to the left of my hippogriff, that's got my damsel in. The Norman knights are a little bit more lightly armoured and look more like yeomen. Those are my hedge knights, so I've got some next to the field on the bottom right, some off just in front of the forest on the left, and the ghosts are my resplendents, and I'm hoping to zone that ancient dragon away from me, because otherwise I'm going to have trouble with it. I don't have any characters that can stand up to it, because it's got cleansing light as well, so even my folk hero is just going to get murdered by him, so fingers crossed.
I have a feeling you have an advantage because of your cavalier style facial hair matches your army.
Exactly,
so there's a synergy there that,
And by the way, guys, you got to just Wes your voice. Just love it.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to see you guys. I'm going to run back to the game. Thanks for saying hello.
Good luck, Wes.
Thanks for coming over, Wes. That's really appreciated.
Right, the only thing we need now, mate, is spells, and then we are good to go.
What a good lad for coming over and telling us, because I was struggling with those units of 6. But
he's got millions of them.
Yeah.
So, just to confirm them with Wes's setup from the right, he's got 6 hedge knights, then he's got his yeoman, then he's got 2 knights resplendent, 1 on the hill, hippogriff, feudal knights, then that looks like the courtier. The courtier's behind, isn't it? And then you've got the final hedge knight block. What's the bear? Is the bear must be the courtier then? I'm guessing.
Where's a bear? I can't see a bear.
I'm right on the left-hand side, just underneath his phone. You can see at the moment behind the hedge knights on the left.
Well, it could be either the hippogriff or the courtier, couldn't it?
I think that's the courtier for the size of the base. I think they're on the square one.
Yeah.
So what's to the right of that then? That's the single model inside the bigger base.
The folk hero.
What's he
on?
on?
Oh yeah, it is.
Oh yeah,
he's
face
on
steed.
He's on a face steed, isn't he? Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's the folk hero.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Right. Do we have any idea on spells?
Yes,
then?
we do. Yes, we do. And we're into Lucky Six's movement, so we'll start with him. We have on the the Pyromancy Initiate, which I believe will be the orangey dragon in between the Sea Guard and the Swordmasters. He has Pyro Flow and Flaming Swords. The Alchemy Initiate, who is currently facing sideways behind them, has got Word of Iron and Glory of Gold. And then we have on the Cosmo Eagle, and I'm trying to figure out where that is.
It's right on the left-hand side.
Oh yeah, near the Griffin. Yep, on the other side of the Impassable. That has got Perception of Strength and Ice and Fire on Cosmo. So just the 6 spells for Lucky Sixes, which I know he is very uncomfortable about because he's told me many times. He's not used to only having 6 spells. So there you go. And then into Wes's setup, and we've already mentioned he has a lot of spells, 2 of which are not really choices because he's got Relic Shroud on the big feudal knights. That gives him the Hereditary as a bound spell, and that's the Hereditary spell that gives Orison tokens. So very useful nonetheless. His Sainted Divination. So is that right?
Minstrel.
Yeah, Minstrel, that's it. I couldn't remember why. That's got no done enemy because it's just an apprentice and he's already got the Hereditary elsewhere, so that's fine. So no done enemy, obviously. The Ladies Courtier has Witchcraft, which is Deceptive Glamour, and Wheel Turns, interestingly. Is Wheel Turns an interesting choice in this one? Equitane don't usually need that, do they? But maybe they do against Highborns. Interesting.
Swordmasters, it'll make difference there.
Yeah, true.
That'll be it.
Yeah. And then the Damsel on Druidism, which is a traditional choice for Equitane, but maybe the new Druidism might. Yeah. But Wes has got a lot of single models, so maybe Druidism makes sense for that regard. You got Fountain of Youth, you got Master of Earth, Stone Skin, and Summer's Growth. So both of the healing spells are there in the Druid setup. In the Damsel setup, and Master of Earth is a damaging spell. Is that going to look to kill off the Grey Watchers pretty early doors? Because
I'd imagine so.
That measures from terrain. I don't know whether Lucky Sixes has clocked that because it doesn't measure from impassable. So he needs to keep the Grey Watchers. I don't think it even measures from ruins from Druidism, does it?
No, it's just anything now, isn't it?
No, I think it's hills, water, and forests.
Forest, water, hill.
So none of those are near the Grey Watchers, so maybe the Grey Watchers are a little bit safer from Master of Earth. Don't know if Lucky Sixes has done that on purpose or by accident, but hey.
That spell is very good against elves because of the low toughness. 2d6, strength 4 hits. I mean, that going into the Swordmasters causes an issue.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because that Swordmaster's block is a bit of a challenge for him, isn't it? AP2 hitting first.
Yeah.
With a bajillion attacks takes him down to what? 4 ups.
Yeah. And potentially AP3 with Glory of Gold and/or Perception of Strength as well. So.
Yeah, they could be a bit of a. But other than that, if you're this Equitane player, what are you looking at here? worrying about, because the maneuverability of those dragons just and the length of my flanks would be the thing I would be bricking it.
And we've already seen the dragon move quite aggressively sideways there to cut off half the battlefield for the Equitane, and we are playing objective breakthrough for anyone wondering. So that is very much get a scoring unit into the opponent's deployment zone. Maybe Wes was hoping to get that unit of 6 feudal knights in the bottom right corner into the opposite zone, but it's kind of like lancers versus feudal knights, isn't it, in that far side? And who's going to win? Who's going to get the charge, really?
Where's his Scorpion?
No, Wes doesn't have any.
He doesn't?
Rory has one Scorpion.
Rory has them, yeah.
Yeah,
right.
So Wes is the only Equitane without a Scorpion, which I think Lucky Sixes will be very pleased to see.
That ancient dragon's looking a bit more cocksure now.
Flapping about in the wind, I would imagine. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, there goes. Oh, yeah. We've got some lancers moving backwards, so that the pyro wizard looks like he's measuring to the hedge knights. Did we decide that they were?
Yeah, I believe so. Hedge knights are 3 up.
Yes.
Armor, aren't they?
Instead of 2 up, yeah. So.
Yeah.
Because in terms of missiles, Lucky Sixes has pyro flow and ice and fire. So just the 2 options.
Yeah. Generally speaking, missiles are not as sensational into KOE anyway, are they?
No. Although ice and fire does mean they've got to re-roll armor saves, so could plink off 1 or 2.
That healing could be really important. Where's the druid wizard? Oh, she's in the big block, isn't she?
Yeah. Big block of feudals,
the big,
I imagine.
Yellow block. Yeah. Oh, good one on the back.
Yeah. How are we feeling then? Predictions, James?
Yeah, I think I'm feeling like the KOE on this one. I think they've got just so much charge range. Is it? Yeah. I'm feeling I'm going KOE.
Okay. And Kid, any thoughts?
Just because I love how ridiculous this high elf list is at a tournament, I'm gonna pick them. But I think I've been playing KOE on and off for a couple of years, and I think James has got an incredibly good point. If you can get around them, then they look so vulnerable, those big darts. But with the charge range, and as long as somebody's willing to take a risk and charge you with 2 and just go, if I fail, I lose. If I win, I'm going to win everything. It's really bloody scary trying to get around this army. I do like these when they have the banner that ignores terrain, and I do like these when they have the banner of anything that helps with the movement or re-rolling charges and things like that as well. Having the hill is interesting. I'm surprised the big dart isn't on the hill.
Yeah, because they easily could have been, because they dropped 2nd. Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, the Highborns have got quite a lot of kind of range threat as well in terms of charges. I mean,
yeah, I mean, it does.
Just getting around the sides of either of these armies is going to be hard.
Does Wes tempt the Swordmasters to charge through the ruins to reduce their numbers, or is that too much of a risk or a long charge?
Ooh.
Because I mean, Swordmasters losing just 1 rank's worth of models in the ruins is, I mean, I know it's only on 1s, but it's still losing some.
Yeah, there's a lot of dice to roll it, isn't it?
Did Tom march them into the ruins, or was he just
no, he didn't.
Just trying to slowly move
through? I think is the plan. Right. Yeah, because it's only 1s in the ruins for infantry. But still
annoying to have a ruins in front of you when you deploy, but.
He's got a lot of flying though, hasn't he? I'm surprised that I'm surprised the Swordmasters went there.
Yeah, and there does seem to be a kind of a vacant patch of grass next to them, but obviously that's just how it worked out in deployment.
Yeah.
This is a good matchup for the Sword. They're usually so vulnerable in the early part of the game.
There's literally no shooting at all coming at them, so they will not be pinned down. Yeah. Exactly.
And that spell's so easy to see coming as well, isn't it? Because first 2 turns you can shoot, the next 2 turns you're trying to save people. That's it.
There's 5 shots from those Yeoman Outriders.
Yeah, that's it.
And that's where you'd be shooting. You'd be shooting at Swordmaster. I wouldn't bother.
You might as well.
with the dragon, but
yeah. So we've got some spells going down, and we have a hedge knight that's gone. I think. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
hedge knight.
looks like it. I imagine
Some
that's
fire.
some fire. Yeah.
And there's something on the singy songy man. Sorry to be all technical with you guys.
The minstrel.
That's the guy, the bard, sitting there.
I just keep thinking of Papa Lazarou from the League of Gentlemen. If you remember him, I believe he had the makeup. So.
I think he did. I have a feeling that if I go with this paint scheme, I'm not going to make it through the. Do they still have the option where they can take someone who can give them that witchcraft spell? Have they lost that option? Because they used to have the teleport spell available to them via a what's he called?
What,
Via a
Ravenswing?
folk hero. Yeah, they used to have Ravenswing. I think they still do.
Yes,
is it Quinn?
Quinn. Yes, with a Q.
Oh,
yes,
Ravenswing is
it.
absolutely petrifying on this army.
Yeah, although the Ladies' Courtier has got witchcraft, he's just not chosen to take Ravenswing.
I
think Deceptive Glamour and Will Turns. I mean, I was surprised to see Will Turns anyway, but
I don't think I've ever cast it. I have finished so many Magic phases where my opponent has dice in their hands in case I went for that.
Sure.
Do you know what I mean?
Sure.
They were so scared of it going off because
Wheel Turns. It works on characters now.
It does.
So maybe with the dragons.
And it's either -1 to hit or -1 to wound, isn't it? Is that right? Or
I think it limits.
Or wounding on falls. I can't remember.
I can't remember. Yeah, but it affects to hit wound rolls, but it never used to affect characters. It does now.
Yeah,
melee attacks against the targets always hit or wounded for the boosted version on a 4+.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I suppose against elves, that is a great idea, actually, isn't it? Because they're almost always hitting on 2s, aren't they?
Swordmasters will bloody hate that.
Yeah.
I do believe that. I believe the lightning it affects the lightning reflex. Sorry, you apply the lightning reflexes after that.
Yes, you do.
Initial kind of hit.
Oh no, you don't. No. Actually, this is a conversation I had, funnily enough, with Wes, who is indeed playing this.
Because it says always.
Always.
So
always trumps.
It.
Yeah. So the Swordmasters will hate it.
Yeah, that's right. Because always defined in the rulebook now, isn't it? As a thing.
It's in bold for a reason as well. Yeah.
4+4+. My God.
So, wounding on 4+ as well. That could be such a useful. That is such a useful spell.
Yeah.
Don't play it. So go on.
Sorry, what happens if shamanism casters cast a spell, whatever, but so that you've got to wound them on a 5+, but then you've got this spell in play. Which one kind of supersedes the other?
I think you hit them. I think you wound them on 4s. I think it works against you.
Always 4s.
I think so because it's not at best 4. They used to have the I can't remember one of the magic weapons used to wound on at best it can wound on a 3+ or something like that. I think. This is specifically always it's a bloody good spell though. God, I need to stop playing an army that's got a witch in it. Dark Elves can take witchcraft, right, mate?
Yes, they can.
Hey, there we go. I love that then.
Do it.
My 3D printed witches. Oh my goodness, that is a move.
What have I missed? I've just been talking to the chat. What have I missed?
Look at the Griffin.
Oh, he's gone for it.
They're behind impassable. Does he know that you can't walk through that? The unit he just touched then, that bit
of mounted yeoman.
Yeah. Because they're not swift reform, either. That's going to take them a month to get from behind that.
The mounted yeomen are light troops, though, aren't they?
They are. Of course they are. Yeah.
So,
I'm getting them mixed up. Getting them mixed up with the hedge knights again.
Yeah.
What is he? What's this? What's this lord got on him? Because apparently he's well hard. Has he changed his mind a bit? No, they're just marking his position. That's a hell of a move.
Oh my God. I mean, to be fair, what's going to threaten him there? I mean, he's not going to fly in with. I think he's got a mage on a dragon.
Yeah, he doesn't want that
at the back. He's got a big block of swordmasters, which it looks like he's trying to bait. And then he's got some, I think, sea guard and some skirmish as well. He'll have those all day. I don't know what the stuff on the left is, to be honest. next to the house.
Forbearance is good against the Sea Guards because they're only hitting on 3s. Essentially gives him parry, doesn't it? I don't know. You know, those Sea Guards going and do 2 wounds. Does a wound or 2. They've got a banner. They beat him by 3. 4. He's what? It's on a single 6-up roll. Oof.
Is this the one up reroll guy? Just stuck out in front.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, okay.
1 up reroll, ether icon, forbearance, so that it always counts as having a parry. I think forbearance was that.
Forbearance is distracting.
Distracting, yeah. So yeah, it goes down to.
What's defensive? What would the Swordmasters hit him on? Probably 3s, but maybe 4s.
Maybe 4s.
4s after distracting, yeah.
So probably defensive seal 6, yeah. So half hits, then.
And then he's saving on rerollable 3s.
Yeah, so only one in 9 wound gets through.
But there's a lot of buff spells that the Swordmasters could get to help out.
Oh yeah, I think they've got Awaken the Beast. You said, didn't you?
No, they've got Perception of Strength and Flaming Swords.
Perception of Strength is what I'm thinking of.
And Gloria Golds. So.
Which one gives you? I don't. Gloria Gold might give you a magic attack. So if he gets magic attacks off, it's curtains. So.
Yes.
Glory of Gold. Glory of Gold, Flaming and Magical.
Yeah.
Yeah. AP Flaming and Magical. It's only an 8.
But Perception, I don't believe that gives you any magical. So that
no,
you'd have to let that
on strength and armor.
You have to let that through. So there'd be AP 3, be 4 up, and it's much riskier.
Yeah, everything has to go on Gloria Gold, doesn't it? Because even letting Flaming Swords off is only +1 to wound.
He's got a magic phase himself as well, hasn't he? That's the thing. So if he puts something on there that makes it even less appealing to go in, and you're absolutely desperately needing a specific spell that your opponent's going to throw his entire hand at, maybe it will make him think twice. And he has to take DTs, like you said.
Yeah, through the runes.
It's not a lot, but you take what 5 Swordmasters. That's a lot of points to just lose without you having actually done anything.
Yeah, it looks like Wes is getting fairly aggressive with his knights over here as well. Surely that's a Lancer charge. Easy enough, isn't it?
Love to see it.
I mean, I suppose the only threat is that if you do fail a Swift Stride 8 or 9, then you are getting counter charge for less.
Yeah. I know it doesn't get played a lot, but I still like the item that gives you +2 strength if you get charged, but you fail the charge last turn. It just makes me so bold. Good night. So I just take any charge because they're actually better.
A lot of people say that taking that almost encourages you to play badly.
I do. Yeah, it definitely does. It's good on the guys who've got bastard swords because they're actually better if you charge them than if they charge you because they get +2 instead of +1.
Oh, the beer's out, Matty. The beer is out.
Yeah, it is
good
out.
Man. And speaking of which, Matty, I've just had this brought to me by Kieran, who is our current leader of the Masters. It smells deadly, but here I go.
What is it?
I have no idea. I've just been handed liquid. It could be anything, but I'm going to down it and find out. So you know,
you need to drop it like a bad habit, Hyper G. Just
absolutely. Yeah, I mean, wish me luck, right?
Now, actually, one of the interesting things that is occurring at this, and a shout out here to my mate Barry, who I believe is providing a free bar from his own personal. It looks like you enjoyed that, mate.
Oh, that's bracing. That is. Oh.
Looks like it's woke you up a bit, mate.
Yeah,
some of his plum brandy.
It's warmed me up. It's warmed me up, that's for sure. Oh, pyro flow in my lungs right now. Oh, yeah. No, good one, Barry. That is a very good point. And I think, to be fair, another opportunity to shout out to all the tournament organisers.
Yes.
You know, Matt Wilson in particular has meant that PTG and Paired Weapons can bring this coverage to you. Without his help and cooperation, this live stream couldn't happen. Well, the whole tournament couldn't happen, to be fair. You know, it is a real brave thing to do, to volunteer your venue and your organisational services towards a tournament as important as the UK Masters. So well done to you guys, the Durham Raiders.
Looks like it's gone smoothly as heck as well. It looks
so far so good. Yeah.
Yeah. Even from here, it's looking like it's going great.
Yeah.
So
I wish I could. Sorry, I wish I could take a picture of Tanker's face and put it on screen because he is watching Kieran moving his vermins and not looking impressed on a different table. So.
Matty, what do you reckon about that aggressive play so far from
Wes?
From Wes, yeah, that's some ballsy stuff.
I mean, he's going with he has kind of made this style his own of using these characters as sort of almost like wretched one chaff pieces, where he shoves them up and says, "Right, what are you going to do about them?"
Yeah.
If you charge me and you don't get through, because he'll challenge and then he won't die. And then he's got all those counter charges, and if you don't, he's got flyers that are going to pop over and into your stuff. So, I mean, it's a good call because apart from the ancient dragon, I can see what Tom's trying to do here. He's obviously trying to get into the flank there, but I think that's perhaps a mistake because that allows him to be very aggressive in that style. He wouldn't be doing that if that ancient dragon was in the middle of the board.
No.
Sure.
What's the static combat res on those Sea Guard if they go in? Can they lose?
Well, they are if they go in, which I imagine he probably will do. They're in Horde, aren't they? So he's only going to be going in with
the Sea Guard, sorry, not the thinger.
Well, that'll be four static, won't it? 5 with a charge.
And then if he gets any defensive buffs off, challenges out.
But don't forget the hippogriff is minimized roll, so he's 9. He's going to be probably 9. He might lose combat by 1, but an 8 on a 8 with 3 dice on a reroll.
Yeah,
he'll be all right. Wes has got a BSB somewhere, hasn't he?
No.
Right.
Yes.
In that case, he's just going for a straight up 8 reroll.
He does have a reroll. He's got the folk hero.
Okay.
He's got the Bannerman. What's it called? I can't remember what it's called.
No, he's not. He's got the.
No, you're right. He hasn't.
Castellan. Yeah, he's got the fighty and the singy. Not the thing. Because I was looking for Bannerman. I quite like. He's not. Do we still get those things in? They weren't taken away from KW where they can have an extra. Their champ carries a banner as well, right? And they get an
banneret.
extra.
Yes.
Yes.
It's still
they're
there.
still a thing.
I don't think they're as popular as they were when the book first came out.
You get an extra wound and an extra combat res when you don't get the thing. That's interesting. But I suppose he's gone for a lot of quite small units in comparison to the three big ones.
It turns out the hippogriff is in fact the BSB. So he even if he goes in there, I mean, if he goes in, he's coming in with a static res of
he is?
5, isn't he? So Tom will have a static res of 5. He'll challenge. He'll slot it for 4. Plus a banner, so he's 5. So he's going to be drawing combat anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, I forgot that Lords can be BSBs for KOE. Interesting.
Yeah. The thing that does worry me is he's going to have to wear a whole world of magic. And of course, Lash, for example, which
Lucky Sixes has not got. No, has not got.
That could be problematic.
Well, I think the issue with Lash is that the units that Lucky Sixes would be targeting have the ability to regrow a model with at the start of their magic phase with a Orison token. So effectively, Lash, and I think Lash triggers the 5-up Aegis on the Equitane models as well.
Ignores the armor, doesn't it?
Ignores the armor and goes straight to the Aegis, which means it gets boosted to a 5-up Aegis. So Lash potentially only does 1, maybe 2 wounds if you're lucky. And of course, with one of them being grown back at the start of the magic phase for the Equitane, maybe Lash isn't worth taking.
Great rolling technique there by Wes.
He's got a lot of flair, hasn't he?
Gathering the dice together at the end to present the results.
Yeah. Oh, we've got something going on.
Got a save being made.
And that's a bad miss.
I do like a clean and organised playing table like this.
It looks very clean, doesn't it? Yeah.
It does look so much better, doesn't it?
Yeah, Tanker versus Ed was a disgrace.
Well, to be honest, the round 2 battle, where half the battle was covered in paperwork, was pretty manic.
There was a lot
of
paperwork.
Yeah.
A lot was printed out. Yeah, it reminded me of a very old-fashioned tournament where you had to physically present your list on paper.
So I'm going to go and find out what those magic spells are on the Griffin and on the backup Resplendence as well. Bear with me.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. Oh yeah, he's got those funky little tokens for them, hasn't he?
What the green ones?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
On TV? Well, okay.
Got shot down hard there, Matt.
Yeah, no, looks like my daughter's going to be coming on TV in a moment, so she's very excited for that. But first
That's a
of all,
game
she's gonna
changer.
go to the loo.
That's a game changer on the Griffin. We've got Stone Skin.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
only
Stone Skin
wounding on
is
5s.
Stone Skin is a sensational spell for this army.
Yeah.
Because it's one weakness really is everybody's toughness 3.
So he's got one up reroll, distracting, and now he's got Stone Skin off on that.
Yeah.
So it's a BSB, effectively, reroll against break tests, in case he lost, which he won't.
And the issue is for Lucky Sixes is that Griffin can fly, so everything is vulnerable. It cannot be chuffed.
I do think Tom's made a how should we put this, a tactical error here with the dragon being out there on the so far out on the flank. I mean, if it was angled in, maybe a bit, but it's.
So I mean, in terms of countering,
out of the game.
I mean, I'll lower my voice again because I don't want to be heard, obviously. But is it a case of not charging the Griffin, putting a Fey Miasma on them so the Griffin is -1 to hit, and trying to minimise the damage the Griffin can cause?
Yeah, so that counter charges, I guess.
You haven't got a lot of range to hurt the Griffin is the issue. So
is he able to just go in big with the Swordmasters and the Sea Guard for the rank bonus and the Sea Guard, and try and get a buff off on the Swordmasters to be strength 6? What they wounding on then?
They'll still be wounding on 5s because of Stone Skin.
Well, there's just a shitload of attacks. AP 3.
The other dragon could hit the flank if you really wanted extra, I suppose. But
I think
then it just sits there, doesn't it, and get countercharged?
I think he needs a ranks from the Sea Guard. The actual maybe some wounds from the Swordmasters, and he might.
What's the risk if he doesn't go in? What's the Griffin charging?
Yeah.
Well, here we go.
Anything at once.
Here we go.
Yeah. Hello.
Hiya. Hello.
This is Hattie.
Hey, Hattie.
Hello, Hattie. She's probably sick of seeing little men living with you, Matty.
Oh, it certainly is. Yeah. Yeah. You like playing dice, don't you? A little bit of dice.
Yeah. Welcome to the live stream.
I try my best to avoid playing children. They roll a lot of 6s. Keep an eye on them.
Yeah. Yeah. It's the little fingers. That's what does it.
It's what it is. A little bit of luck.
Yeah. Definitely.
Oh, here we go. What's the choice?
We've got a reform, a swift reform, and a sideways move.
It's shifting.
Mm.
It's closing off options, I guess.
So I guess the Griffin, if the Griffin charges into the Swordmasters, it takes a DT 1 and 2s in the ruins because it's cavalry. Is that right?
Oh, it's running, isn't it? Yeah, because it can't fly in. Yeah.
I think
Is he trying to get out of the? Oh.
It's large, so he's going to be taking
two DTs, wounding on 1s and 2s.
Mm. You see, I mean, he's got his ward save against that, but it's
dicey, isn't it?
Well, you don't want to be at all weakened going into Swordmasters, especially if Lucky Sixes buffs them up to high health.
Is he? I'm guessing he's moving the Sea Guard because he's moved the dragon away to try and make it a harder charge. Where he was before, he couldn't be charged because
I think he's resetting his line entirely here.
Yeah.
This is back to basics.
Like a big 10, didn't it?
Moving backwards always a bad sign.
Right, he's gonna. Like, I think you're right, Steph. I think he's gonna stick Fey Miasma onto him.
Onto the Griffin, but buff up the Swordmasters to make that unappealing, especially with the DTs. But what do the Sea Guard do? Because they're not going to have that advantage of being in ruins, or he can't buff the Sea Guard and the Swordmasters, can he? And surely Wedge just charges the other. Or does he?
I imagine he'll just he'll just move back a bit, won't he? Stay out of range of the other blocks and say, "Go on, come on if you want to," I guess.
I mean, similarly, the Griffin can't break the Sea Guard easily, can it? So
if he sets up a counter charge with the big dragon.
Yes, the dragon has to come over here. It has to come back.
It's fast enough, and if he only gives him the Sea Guard to charge, and then the daddy dragon goes into its hip with any spells that he can get off, he'll decimate that thing. But
going to the other flank, has Lucky Sixes forgotten to charge with the Lancers, or has he chosen not to?
I think he's chosen not to.
That's an interesting one. I don't see him turning down many 7s, 8s, or 9s. I mean, maybe it's a 10 or 11. Maybe the distance is a bit deceptive on the camera.
Yeah, it does look makeable, doesn't it?
It's a big move. He's just gone down the flank with. What is that?
The Griffin's a big boy.
Griffin-y thing.
Yeah, Griffin versus Hippogriff in this battle.
So he's in the flank now.
Maybe the Griffin thinks it can take on the Courtier.
The Courtier is not that good. Like, in a fight, it's not terrible. I think it had a worse reputation than it probably deserved for a little while. I'm trying to find what they look like.
So that must be his general. Oh shit.
No, his general's the Damsel.
Yeah, no, I'm getting confused here.
I think the Damsel is a general, isn't it?
So the Courtier is...
No, the Pokier is the general.
Yeah. Yes, he is. Yeah, because he's allowed to.
What's the KOE unit on the left? Looks like a bear. What is it?
It's the Courtier.
That's the Courtier.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Cool.
So the Courtier 6/12 movement, supernal, fearless, usual stuff, and it's just got 5s for all its stats: 5 HP, 5 defense, 5 res, 3 armor, 5 up. Aegis goes to 4 up in close combat, 5 attacks, 5 offense, 5 strength, AP 4, and agility 7.
That's pretty scary, but that's still that's before the Griffin, but not before the Rider.
So it can fight a bit, but it's also a caster.
Yeah, it's 450 points. 450 points, but it is because it gives you access to witchcraft, which I think this army does very, very well with.
And which model's on the left of Tom's? The one that's just going to bomb down the flank.
The Lancers, Highborn Lancers.
Right.
So they're just a core unit of 5, so not anything really. It's a bit of a stalemate over there if neither wants to charge. Because I think surely the Lancers outmove the Feudal Knights though. Lancers are move at 9, aren't they?
So what's the unit on the far left of the screen? There's an Arc of Sight kind of template, an orangey one.
Oh, that's
the
Griffin.
Griffin.
That's the Griffin.
That's the Griffin.
So a High Prince on a Griffin with Nova Flare.
Exactly right. Okay, cool. Got it. So he's got his own probably at least a 2-up rerollable, or is that a 1-up rerollable?
That's a 2-up against non-magical. So I don't think the Courtier has magical, does it?
Okay.
I don't think it does.
Supernal? Does Supernal give you magical? I don't think it does, does it?
Nova Flare, Lance Nova Flare.
I was just wondering with this, because it looks like he's going to threaten with the dragon. I'm just wondering if you do just whip it round the back of that
here it comes.
Just wonder if it's worth whipping it round the back of that, and just putting it in the back of your opponent's army and just going, right, okay.
I mean, what is going on here? Because that dragon is
just giving him flanks and fronts. I mean, the flanks are only on the yeoman, which won't do anything.
But the resplendent surely are a little bit of a problem, aren't they?
Yeah, that's what we call a very bold move.
Knights Resplendent aren't so good. I mean, they are. They're fast. They're very, very fast. +1 advance and +1 attack on devastating charge and strength 4. So it goes to 5/6 on the charge. Offense 5. They are good.
It doesn't look like they're units of 9, but they are. They're 3 wide.
Yeah.
So it's 13 attacks, hitting on 4s, winning on 4s. AP 3.
No, it's more than that. Don't they have 2 extra support 2 on the charge? Which one? 18 attacks, isn't it?
Yeah.
19 attacks with a champ?
On the charge, all of them will be able to hit. But they've only got 1 attack each. The Resplendents.
You sure?
Yeah, but they got devastating charge 2, but I don't know whether they get extra support in attack 2. So let's say they don't, just to do the maths on it. So that's 3, 6, 9, 12, 13. He's going to hit 7 times. He's going to wound 6 times. And Tom's not going to make any saves. Typically, maybe makes 1. So on average, his average dice has 5 wounds.
It does get extra support. It does get extra support too.
Yeah.
Right. In that case, we stick another 1.5. 50-50 kills it.
I mean, he's got a turn here. But does he breath weapon them? Does he do something?
I think
whittle
breath
him
weapon's
down,
going to
maybe?
be out of range. Breath
Well,
weapon's
maybe
only
actually,
6
yeah.
inches.
Yeah.
I'm
That's
shocked.
very bold.
I'm shocked.
I just want, yeah. I don't know if I would have whipped it round the other side, or put it across and threatened the Griffin, because the Griffin's free to charge. The thing is now just sit on him, isn't he? The Sea Guard. He can just sit on the Sea Guard for the rest of the game, punching him slowly but surely to death. The only thing he really doesn't want to go into it is the dragon.
Interesting. So we're going into Lucky Six's magic.
Maybe this is the master plan.
Well, I've been in very strong positions against Lucky Sixes and lost 20-0 before. So
yeah. I think we've learned our lesson today about counting our chickens.
Certainly have. Yeah, I mean, we called the ogre victory, didn't we, at the hour mark, and look how that turned out. So,
and the demons one looked shut down at one point as well, and then came flying back and flew back around.
Yeah, really good. So here you go. Here's the buff wagon, surely, for the highborn elves. It's got to be.
It's got his 6.
But what are your buff
6
now?
spells.
That you've got the Sea Guard, you've got the Sword Masters, and you've got the Ancient Dragon, all vulnerable to a very decent Equitane charge. What are your buff?
I would say if you put yourself in this position, you have to have a very, very, very specific plan, because
yes, you do.
like if I was Wes, I would want and I got to move my opponent's pieces, I'd probably do this. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It seems like such a strong position for Wes that he must have a plan.
Yeah.
He's just pointed. He pointed to his sword master. Oh,
going on
no,
the dragon.
he pointed to his dragon. Actually, rolled 4 dice, I think.
I
All
would
right,
imagine that is
Word of Iron. Word of Iron buffed, boosted, I think.
It's got 4 to get rid of it.
Look like there were 1s. Maybe he's pulling back. Looks like it maybe failed.
Looks like it's gone in.
Hasn't been removed
Card's
yet.
card's still down.
Yep.
And you wouldn't
Looks like
cast
successful.
the lower Word of Iron on 4 dice, so it has to be the boosted one.
Yeah, he's got it.
He's got
It's
it.
on.
And he's taken some dice out of Wes as well, so that's an interesting one. That'll put the dragon to a 1-up armor save.
It was a bad miss from Wes Wheeler.
Yeah, you've got to stop that.
Because the dragon starts with a 3-up armor save, so it's gone down to a 1-up. But against Resplendent, it'll be back to 4-up armor, I think.
Yeah.
So that gives him half a chance, but
He only has to hold them around, and then they're nowhere. They're half as effective.
oh yeah, the dragon slaps them around
Post-charge.
in return,
Yeah.
and off the charge they're nothing.
I'm genuinely surprised Wes didn't 5 dice that, because the critical piece on the table is the Ancient Dragon. He's got a fighting chance here of dropping it in one go.
You've got to blow all your dice on that, haven't you? All your dispel dice go on that.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that Lucky Sixes has got that can save the dragon.
What about a toughness buff though?
There isn't one. For Lucky Sixes.
He hasn't got a tough. Of course he hasn't. I'm thinking of the KOE have got it, haven't they? Oh my goodness, yeah.
I think Perception of Strength is too far away as well on the Eagle, because the Eagle's on the other side of the battlefield.
Yeah.
So I think that's the only defensive spell for the dragon. So it has to be dispelled. Here comes another dispel attempt. No, that's a cast attempt from Lucky Sixes, sorry. What's this on?
I hate matching dice. I hate rolling the same. I'd rather just pick one to end.
This is a big spell, by the way, because Lucky Sixes are rolled number 8 magic card. So he's also channel 6 with this flying surface. So this is a huge magic spell. So maybe that. I mean,
he's let it go.
Not that Lucky Sixes would have known that when he did his movement, but he's got the right magic card for it because he's got a lot of dice.
I think that just was let to go, wasn't it? Whatever it was.
Where's the card gone on the Sword Masters?
Nope, there's hands. Yeah. The dice. He picks up the 6. There's 4 dispel dice left.
Oh, okay. So there's 2 wounds gone on the dragon as well for a missed cast. So
it went
that
through.
Would be the Alchemy Dragon doing word Glory of Gold on the Swordmasters, I believe.
That would make sense.
And it's an
Especially
Iscast
against-
that's done 2 wounds to the dragon.
But it's gone through still, yeah.
Yeah. So he's got 2 very useful spells on the Swordmasters and the dragon at the cost of 2 wounds to the Alchemy dragon.
Yeah, the Griffin can't go into the Swordmasters now. It's got, for a million reasons, not least of all, it's got a better target, but those magical attacks make that combat a lot more swinging.
Oh, sorry, and the Alchemy Dragon's one at the back, right, hiding.
And I think this is going to be Seaguard shooting on something.
It is, yeah, that's where we put the dice down for the wound, so it's the one directly behind the Swordmasters, I think. Who are the Swordmasters? Who are they shooting? They're going to be shooting the Griffin and hoping the
Griffin, you
best.
would have thought, yeah, just plink a wound off, make it less appealing.
You never know with those bloody elves hitting on 3s. Yeah, he's good.
He's safe, both of
Loves
them.
it.
Yeah, he's wounding on 6s. Looks like he's passed both of them. This is the Fey Miasma coming on the Griffin now. 5 dice from the Grey Watchers. They're very kindly rolling dice into the space for our camera, so that's good.
Very, yeah. Just a very gentlemanly game. It's a very presentable game, this, isn't it?
Yeah.
Some beautiful models on display as well. That helps.
Interestingly, Lucky Sixes has not put his Fey Miasma token on the Griffin. I'm wondering whether Wes has passed all the resilience saves. That would be a problem.
He's got a bonus to his resilience on that, hasn't he?
He was Wes rolled armor save, so it's off.
Yeah, but then Fey Miasma is on a resilience save.
Oh, of course, yeah. Right.
And he's got a buffed resilience as well, hasn't he, because of the spell.
Oh, yeah.
Where are the Grey Watchers?
Grey Watchers are right at the back. I don't think the spell helps that. I don't think the spell helps the Fey Miasma effect because it's just on a resilience test. So Wes just needs to not roll a 5 or a 6 in order to avoid Fey Miasma, I think. I think you can roll equal to, or I think if you roll less than your resilience, you pass a resilience test, which avoids Fey Miasma.
Isn't the Hippogriff res 5 though?
Yeah. Yeah, so I think
just
if
6
Wes rolls, just 6s. Is that how Fey Miasma works, probably?
I can't believe he didn't stop Word of Iron.
Yeah, it's insane. It doesn't look like he stopped much else, although we don't know.
I mean, he went for it, didn't he? But matching dice. If it was a very low roll, maybe it was a very low roll and he just felt 4 would do it and then just rolled terribly. Maybe I didn't see the. But I do know what you mean. It's almost worth just picking a spell, one spell per turn that can't happen, and just ignoring the others.
Yeah, it's interesting to know what Wes dispelled with the rest of the dice, because I strongly suspect he still managed to dispel something, because Lucky Sixes had Channel 6 and the Big Magic Days, so there's no way he would have only got 2 spells off. So Wes must have still been able to dispel something, even despite failing. So there's that as a saving grace, potentially.
James, your face is melted.
I think we're into KOA, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. He's looking at charges.
Well, there's one that's going in, isn't he? He's going into the dragon, I think.
Well, whatever it was that Kieran fed me, I need another week. So over to you, Matty. You're in charge.
You look like you're cold there, mate. Is it cold in the hall?
Just wearing one glove like
it's
Michael
absolutely
Jackson,
freezing.
I
I know.
that.
I can't do anything with the live stream with 2 gloves on. So my non-functioning hand has the glove on because I'm freezing.
Can we get a hee-hee?
We do need a hee-hee. There you go.
That was terrible. That was terrible. Right, I'm going for a wee now. You're in charge. Bye-bye.
Right, so.
Back in 5. Less than 5.
Oh, the Griffin's gone for a walk. The Griffin's gone for a walk. Why isn't the Griffin charged? Oh, he has. I'm looking at the wrong Griffin. Ignore me. Goodness me. I'm on, I think, hour 8. So I'm just seeing nonsense now.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Do you now put the resplendence in? I think you have to
Yeah, he's
anyway,
doing-
just to
yeah.
try and
Yeah,
block him.
put some dice down.
Yeah, photos for the podcast, videocast, I should say, for Wiz. Cavalier's tale, of course, out there in the ether. Get involved.
Yeah,
I was unaware.
Silver-tongued Cavalier.
Got me started on Equitin when I was looking at a new army. Was Cavalier's Tale.
Yeah, I mean, very interesting now what he does with the Hippogriff in particular.
How far do you reckon that is Hippogriff to the Alchemy Dragon? What do you reckon? 20? It's 2 feet? 20 foot? Is it 22 inches, maybe? Maybe.
It looks like he's over halfway over the board, so probably, I don't know, maybe an 18, so probably 11 on the dice, some 10, 11 on the dice, something like that.
If it was 10 on the 10, I reckon, yeah, it's probably just under 2 feet. Well, 22.
The dragon's not set up for a counter charge on that Griffin. It can go into the Sea Guards for free.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what about the Griffin? I do see some sort of hippogriff, Griffin-y kind of thing. Just to the left of the Sea Guard, which is the obvious kind of.
That's a mage on a giant eagle. He's not going anywhere.
Oh, is it?
I thought it was Griffin.
No, that's the mage on the giant eagle is to the left of the building, over by the pyro dragon.
Oh, is he? That's him hiding, is it? Got you.
Yeah. So that, I mean, it's a punchy high prince. It's not the worst high elf you've ever seen. So that is the resplendence.
But that in the flank.
Is it because he's got a general on an ancient dragon, high prince on a griffin? I thought the high prince of griffin ran down the left hand side of the board and is now standing to the left. We can't see it of that bear because there was a summit ran down there. What was that? Or is that back up? Do you remember the one that bombed it down?
I think it popped back over.
That's him and he's popped back up. Right, fair enough.
What have I missed? What have I missed? Tell me.
Missed that.
We're trying to figure out.
Can you remember if the Resplendents have got champions in them?
I can tell you. Where's?
I don't.
They don't.
They did.
No, just musicians. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Oh, they're in. Yeah, they're in.
In this situation.
32 people with us on the chat. Thank you guys, by the way. Carry on, Matty.
I would have been possibly tempted, without Word of Iron, I might have chucked in everything and just gone in and just be like,
what has gone in? I can't see. The Resplendents
have gone in.
Okay.
The Resplendents, yeah.
You think? Would you have put the Yeoman on the flank as well, Matty?
Yeah, I would have. Yeah. I'd have been in there for that lucky horse. You know, in it goes, rolls a 6, drops a dragon.
So no Griffin charge, no Hippogriff charge, is that right?
It doesn't look like it.
Yeah, it might be avoiding that prince. That's the prince with the Nova Flare, isn't it? That's jumped back up.
Yes, the one that's come back home. I think almost what we've seen is Lucky Sixes make an aggressive play turn 1, and then turn 2 had to go back on it.
Yeah, as good as that BSB on a Griffin is, he doesn't want a Nova Flare in its hip.
No, definitely not. Because it can't guarantee getting through the Swordmasters in one turn with the ancient dragon right there.
No. Guys, remind me, the Knights Resplendent, what are they the kind of modern equivalent of? Is it the old Questing Knights or Grail Knights?
No, the Grail Knights they are.
They're Grail.
But they've changed a lot. So Grail Knights don't really exist anymore because there's like 4 or 5 different knight types. So Grail Knights kind of disappeared and they're all gone now. But Resplendents are very, 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 very good on the charge and terrible elsewise.
They're still pretty hard. Okay, well, he's got one in the front with his dragon.
Yeah, they're very fast and they're very good when they hit. But then after that, they lose a lot of. Do they have bodyguard?
Yes, but no character in them to make use of it.
Oh, okay.
So.
Right, okay.
What's he done with the 1-up reroll guy? He's moved it into the ruins. It looks like he's just.
Yeah, he's walked it into the ruins.
He's baiting a charge.
We've nearly lost the dragon off the stage there. We nearly lost the dragon. Wes is doing an elbow drop.
To people's elbows.
F's in the chat if anything goes off. Do we have a drinking game? We should have a drink. We should have a drinking game.
We should. 100%.
Anytime anyone touches a dragon.
I can't take any more of that Kieran liquid, whatever that was. So no, thank you. I'm out. So yeah, the Knights Resplendent have Bodyguard with any model that has Sainted or General with Courage. So that
so
is
you can't.
neither. So
Yeah, you can't get into Bodyguard Damsel unless she's General, right?
Yeah.
Pain in the ass, or Sainted, I guess. Sainted a Damsel doesn't seem like a particularly good use of points, but
yeah, I mean, off the charge, Resplendent Knights are very, very basic. So
yeah,
I mean,
really
this
don't
is
like
their
them.
best chance, but with
I
Word
really
of
don't
Iron,
like them in 9. I find them terrifying in 9. The amount of 3-inch charges I've rolled with a bloody set of Knights in my time. I don't fancy them. 466 points for 9 as well, with only a 2-up save. No, they are. I mean, they do hit like a truck. Don't get me wrong, but goodness me.
Yeah. How many wounds are we expecting this Ancient Dragon to take with a 4-up armor save? Are we expecting it to take 3, 4?
So what do we say? 3, 6, 9 attacks, hitting on 4s.
Yeah, so that's.
Oh no, twice, isn't it? Because she gets supporting attacks.
It's 18 attacks.
So down to 9 hits.
Down to 9 hits, and then wounding on 4s, so down to 5 on a good day.
And then
4-up armor
saves.
save is 2 or 3 wounds, isn't it?
And what's it going to do back to its? Because it doesn't complete. It does the best possible thing. It doesn't break their armor.
The High Prince is attacking before they do, so they may even lose 2 attacks per model.
Yeah.
Because the High Prince has got divine attacks as well. So they're re-rolling their 6-up Aegis as well. So they've got to hope their armor holds against.
It's got the worst possible AP. It's got AP 4. Anymore, it gets rid of their armor save and they get a 5-up ward instead of a 4-up. AP 4 is a bloody knife. It's 2/6, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just enough to cause a problem. Do you chuck a breath weapon in it just in case in combat? Strength 4, AP 1.
Probably not on 2s, no. I wouldn't have thought so.
So it could go down to a 3-up save, wouldn't it? It'd be a 3-up save.
I mean, the question now is what's Wes going to do to the in the magic phase here? What card was that? Did anyone see?
What card is that? Number 4.
Okay.
Number 4 has come out.
So he's probably going to get 1 spell through, in which case, realistically, he's got to do something with Resplendence, otherwise he is
got to, absolutely.
Trouble.
I'm not going to, I think I'd throw the breath weapon, depending on how the Prince does, I'd be tempted to, just because, you don't have to declare it at the beginning either, do you? Just because it is 3-up saves and it's 2d6 hits wounded on 3s, you get an extra wound off, or 2, could take that steadfast off him. Have to.
I mean, see, of course.
What else are you going to use it on? Everybody else has got 2-up armor as well.
I mean, the other thing, of course, is the Orison tokens, which he could have stuck on them, which I think would give him swing in that combat. I can't believe he let Word of Iron off.
Is that a +1 to hit? You'd go with, wouldn't you? Or would you want to go 5-up Aegis actually? Because your armor's going to 6.
You'd go +1 to hit, and you blow him off the table.
Well, you could stone skin.
You
could stone skin.
Yeah.
I don't think it'd kill him.
Skin's an option.
It's got 8 wounds. I don't think you're going to kill him.
Well, it's an interesting selection because you've got stone skin, which means you always wound on 5s, and you've got wheel turns, which means you always wound on 4s. So if you don't get stone skin off, you get wheel turns off. Both are very useful to you.
Yeah, they're both good.
So
what are we on here? Magic, isn't it? It looks like something just got dispelled.
And then a follow-up 2-dice spell. Oh.
Oh, are we in combat? Is he? No, we can't be in combat, can we?
We've lost a Resplendent, though.
The wizard's not in there, so he's not blown up. What is going on? Are we in
lost
combat? Has he just flubbed his magic?
As the pin, yeah, maybe the Prince has just killed a Resplendent because Wes has got a lot of dice out for combat.
Yeah,
looks like 16
no
dice
spells
coming
went
out.
on. No spells went on. So the Prince has murked one. Yeah, what else are you using that breath weapon for?
So
Breathe on him.
that's a decent
Everybody's
amount
got
of
armor.
hits, though. Looks like an above average amount of hits.
Yeah.
On 4s. This is the important one, wounding on 4s.
Taking out the
not
3.
Good.
3.
Not good. And then 3 armor saves coming up. How many
See
wounds?
what he puts down.
1, 2.
See what it looks like.
He's failed
Two
two
wounds.
armor saves. I
And
would
then he's got
suggest that's the lower side of average for lucky sixes there.
He'll take that.
I mean, seeing he's going to be wounded. It's res 6, isn't it, in Ancient Dragon, or is it res
Yes,
6?
res 6, res 6.
Yeah. So I mean, you would
so-
anticipate more than 3.
It just can happen, can't it? When you're half in again.
Dragon's about to cause some hurt here.
What is that? 7 attacks, is that?
6 attacks.
2 wounds. He's saved them though. The dragon has done nothing.
Wow.
And these are the horses. No, maybe not. That's 5 dice.
No, because he's throwing them. Yeah.
It's 3 horses to come, I think. No, is it? I can't tell.
No, these are saves. I think he's
saves.
killed.
Oh yeah, we are
one.
losing
Killed
some
another 2.
resplendents.
I killed one. Kill one because that's a. I think. Is he vomiting? I think he might be.
Not yet. Is there another combat? This is a lot of dice.
I don't know what's going on.
I haven't a clue. That's too many for the attacks from the dragon.
It is.
Oh, unless he breath weapon.
That's the breath weapon.
And then that's to wound.
He's rolled well on the breath weapon.
That's to wound, yeah.
Yeah.
Even if you lose another one, you'll take it.
I can see a 1. That's a 1. I can see a 1 from here.
It's 3s as well. He only needs 3s to pass.
2
2 will
with
kill
the
him.
breath weapon. That's incredible.
A 2 will kill him.
The
It's
breath
a
weapon
3
has
up,
done
innit?
more than the dragon.
Is
attacks.
it AP1 or something?
Yes. it's only
AP1, Ancient
but-
Dragon. And they're only 2 up saves. So yeah, it's
Shit.
they're
That's a
absolutely
great.
gross, aren't they?
That's
That's what I call a breath weapon. Perfect.
It's gross.
This is a break test here.
I saw a 1. I
He's
swear.
passed the break
Good
test, I
eyesight.
think, but that's not a good position for the resplendent.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to break. He's going to break him now in.
Yeah, the grind.
It's not even worth counter attacking. It's not even worth counter charging with those bloody thingies, is it? The sword bastards. Not even worth going in with them.
They can't because the hippogriff's in between.
Oh, of course. Yeah. Oh, he's forcing that. Yeah.
So I don't think they can overrun into the resplendent. But not like you say, he doesn't need to anyway.
Yeah, just sit there now.
Yeah. And let's just talk about breakthrough. So I think I missed it when I went to the loo, but the Lancers have moved backwards, haven't they? On this non-eventful flank.
Yeah, they're just looking at each other saying hurtful things.
Probably I'll wait until turn 5, then I'll make a move.
Flank protected by that mighty field on his left.
So are we saying, and I'll say it quieter again, are we saying that Lucky Sixes has judged this one perfectly by moving the dragon up, or are we saying that Wes has made a big mistake in letting Word of Iron go off?
I would say the spell, but he only passed 1 anyway out of 3. He just rolled like crap to wound.
True. But there's a big difference between a 4-up armor save and a 6-up armor save.
Yeah. I mean, it would have been 3 wounds instead. He still would have won combat. Just would have been an extra one down. He would have 5 instead of 6.
The breath weapon's done a lot of work there.
I think the narrative is basically. I think Tom probably moved the ancient dragon.
Turn 1.
Then he had to get it back in, and then he gave the resplendence a shot.
Yeah.
Word of Iron had to be stopped, but wasn't. But then, as it happened, Wes then fluffed.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I mean, it was a very bold move, and you've got to appreciate it because it did look like before that it did look like he was hemmed in. We were saying that he doesn't have a lot of options, and that was a very, very risky thing. And when things like that pay off, you can do nothing but applaud it. You know, he even if it was a fluff, he forced him to roll those dice, and I suppose that's the decision making, isn't it? So. No, it was. Well, this game is another twisty, turny one, guys.
Yeah, I don't think we've got a quick one, one way or the other.
No. Where do you go from here then? Because I don't think the elves are expected to have been on the front foot at any point. Everyone's ran back.
Yeah, we're into Lucky Six's turn 3 now.
3 already? Yeah.
He's pondering. I've just seen him walk away from the table briefly. He is thinking what to do. And if you cause Lucky Sixes to think, then that means he's out of his comfort zone. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, it's very instinctive.
Such a natural player. A natural talent is my man.
Matty, quick. I'm so sorry. Sorry,
Go on.
Staff to interrupt.
Go on.
Matty, am I right in thinking this Lucky Six as a military background like yourself?
No.
No, not in the slightest. No. What makes you say that?
I don't know. I think I must be mistaken, or is it? I'm mixing him up with maybe Drew Huntley. Drew
Drew
Huntley.
is definitely military
Yeah,
based.
Yeah.
Yes.
Drew's army. Yeah. In fact, Drew is he's adjutant's general corps. He's actually attached to my old regiment at the moment. So
yes.
Small world.
I mean,
And Drew's not in
why
this
did I think
tournament,
that?
but he's here. I've seen him. He was walking around
buzzing
earlier.
around.
So,
He's not. Is he in the open?
no, he's not playing. But he's.
Oh.
I've definitely seen him with my own eyes. But
Oh.
so funny you should mention him because he is here, but not playing, which is weird in itself. But yeah,
he's enjoying a bit of hospitality of the Queen's Dragoon Guards. So yeah, he's.
I was saying before, Matty, I don't think you were on, but I was saying before that I sold an army not too long ago, out to the Far East, and it was a American military dude, and apparently Ninth Age is played at that whatever. I'm guessing some sort of military academy out there. I think he was a teacher, an older guy, and he because I got the message through, and it was I think it was China I was sending it to. I can't remember now. It was a few years back, and I saw the name, and it was like John something. I was like, oh. So I just said to him like, oh, that's a bit weird, isn't it? And he's like, no, I'm on a military base. There's a little bit of a scene, and I guess if you're not always on the internet and stuff, it can be easy to miss these things. But people playing all over the place. It's an interesting one.
Well, I mean, like Ryan was saying this morning, you know, he's obviously in New Zealand, and he said last night he was playing a guy who's based in Japan. So
yeah,
it's
crazy.
It's all over the place. Yeah.
So we've got some shifting round of his fire mage who's taken a couple of wounds, so he probably wants to try and stay away from anything that can shoot him. He's got the Nova Flare Gent, but with not a million options.
Yeah. That's it. I mean, of the two, you would suggest that Lucky Sixes has all the range, therefore the least needing to force things.
I think Wes might now be on the back foot here.
Yeah. I'd be tempted with that ballistic skill shooting to have a crack at that Fey, whatever his name is, the bear.
The courtier.
The bear knight. Yeah, because although he's res is very high, I think he's res 5, he doesn't have a great armor.
It's actually, for any Dungeons and Dragons fan, the courtier is actually an owlbear on model.
Oh, cool.
For anyone who is particularly interested, and I do love myself a bit of Dungeons and Dragons. And
I thought it looked like a strange kind of bear.
Beautiful
yeah, an
model.
owlbear,
It's
yeah.
a beautiful model, and yeah. So for any D&D lovers, owlbear is out.
If I could stomach reading through the Demons book without wanting to self-harm, I think I always had the idea of a what are they called? Beholder. A beholder is a greater demon. I thought would always be very pretty.
Yeah.
There's some very nice models out there. That's one of the best things about Ninth Age, though, isn't it? How creative you can be.
Yes.
Like it's so freeing for it to be miniatures agnostic as
Very
a game.
much so. Yeah.
And actually, I was having a look. I follow a guy on YouTube, Gorilla Miniatures Games. I think he's out in Canada, and just came up randomly on here there when he was looking at Ninth Age. It's 8 years ago now. So
wow.
So much for a flash in the pan fan game. I mean, geez, 8 years is
hung around like a bad smell a little while, hasn't it? So yeah,
that's an insane amount of time for a game with a multi-million pound IP or production company behind it. Never mind, never mind something.
Well, there you go. I would put that all on the players. You know, the community. If I'm honest, I think the way that the community bands together and just does what we love, and not only that, the existence of MattyP is enough to keep any game going.
I was about to say, to be fair, the pair of you though have got a lot. I've got a lot to answer for putting me through the ordeals of this game. Just because even if you go 2 months without playing because life gets in the way or whatever, the game is always alive because there's always something to listen to or something to hear about. Or,
very kind of you to say. Yeah.
No, you're welcome. It's important, though. I think it's important. You're right. It has got a very strong community because I play several games, and the communities are very up and down. You get one character who'll do something for a few months, and then they, I don't know, fall out with Star Wars or whatever, and then they get sick of it, and then it moves on. Whereas with this, it's because I think it's so sort of open.
Yeah.
You're always excited for a new project, and it's just good to keep that going. So to keep it here going. So 8 years. Insanity.
I mean, how long has the Paired Buttons podcast been going about, Matty? Because you've hit episode 90, which is astounding.
Yeah.
And congratulations for that.
we're coming up for our 3rd year, so it's
You've had 90 episodes in 3 years. That's
well,
unbelievable.
2.5 years, basically. Well, we started in the beginning of the lockdown, which was 2020, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So 21, 22. Yeah. So well, actually, we're coming up to start our 3rd year, so we're nearly 2 years old now. So.
Wow.
Wow. Well
That's a
done,
lot
man.
of
That's
output.
crazy.
Really good. Yeah, bravo. You and Kev still friends?
Oh,
I mean, I don't get that choice with Lucky Sixes. He's family,
Yeah.
but you know.
Yeah.
Luckily,
No,
Matty,
well,
you've got all the time in the world. You've got nothing else on. Feet up, cigars
I
out,
know, yeah.
super bored.
I know it's yeah. Earlier when I went out, I got bollocked by the wife for spending so much time talking about Ninth Age. You know.
Do you know what? I had the same conversation with Key and his wife at one point, and I was saying to him, "Listen, we can be sitting in playing with little plastic men, or we can be out on the town drinking. You tell me which one is the do you know what I mean? Which one's a more productive thing? Having beers with friends, having a laugh." Calling his dice bullshit, you know, the normal stuff. So much more productive than going out. And I used to be a bouncer, and a night out is always a dice roll. I'll tell you that.
Oh dear,
so,
oh dear. Yeah, don't envy you that job, definitely.
No.
I mean, my resilience is 1 anyway, so you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I definitely have no armor save
It's a
either.
good old
So.
street fight. As you swinging a haymaker, shouting "wounding on 5s."
Luckily, my best street fighting move is that I'm right quick over about 100 meters.
Yeah, that flee distance, eh? Maximize flee distance.
I think we got into Magic, and
Looks
it's
like
just
it.
been shuffling after an incredibly bold turn. I think his blood pressure's come back down.
Yeah.
He's calmed himself.
Well, the Griffin's
settling in
gone
for the
behind
long
the
run.
Swordmaster, doesn't it? The Swordmasters haven't charged. There is a card next to the Swordmasters, but I don't know if that's the spell from the last phase or a new one.
It looks like they just got ready to start casting, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they have got something.
I'm not sure what
No,
the
he's got a
card
lot of
would be
dice,
on the
hasn't he?
Swordmasters.
I mean,
so.
the thing is now that the ancient dragon's in the fight, Tom doesn't need to push this now.
No, not at all.
He can just sit now and wait for Wes to make decisions and be reactive.
Yeah.
The thing with the elves as well is that on breakthrough, turn 5 isn't late.
No.
They're so quick; they can just nip in and cause you problems in no time. So.
Yeah. I mean, is there a potential issue that if the Lancers don't go for the long charge on the Feudal Knights on this right flank, is no one winning breakthrough?
Possibly.
Because, you know, we're already in turn 3. There's a lot of knights for that Swordmasters and Seaguard to get through. You know,
I get the impression that this is one of those games where, how shall I put it? They are suboptimally concentrating on the secondary.
Yes,
I think they might be having a good old fashioned punch up, and whoever wins wanders into the secondary.
You could be very right there.
Analysis paralysis. You end up just leaving units out of the fight because you wanna. See, this is where I have the tactical advantage of always forgetting about secondaries. It's.
Oh. So there's another card that's gone out. I imagine that's on the dragon.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure. Perception of strength wouldn't do anything.
This is combat, isn't it?
Might be another word of iron. Nice. Yeah, this is indeed combat again. No, this is shooting. This is Seaguard shooting.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, looks like you got a lot off then.
Yeah, 2 spells. 1 on the dragon, 1 on the Swordmasters.
Yeah. 3.
It's another word of iron, in fact.
Yeah.
It's another word of iron on the dragon.
What did he try? Oh, we should have paid more attention. What did he try and dispel?
I'm going to go and find out. I'm going to go and find out.
At this stage, word of iron on the dragon is almost superfluous because they're not. They can't hurt it anyway. They literally can't hurt it anyway. I suppose it's to stop anything hitting it. It's to stop the next Night Resplendent that's going in, isn't it? Because the word of iron does nothing for them in this phase. It's just going to kill them.
Yeah, so Gloria Gold is on the Swordmasters again.
Right.
Word of Iron is also boosted on the Dragon again.
I was just thinking then that Word of Iron isn't for this combat round, is it? It's for when the Resplendent's going next turn, because this lot can't hurt this.
Yeah, don't care about this one. It's the potential follow-up Resplendent charge.
Fantastic magic phase. Like you say though, he does channel a lot with this list, so
yeah,
he's
6.
He builds. He deserves this. It's part of the build.
One for each dragon, one for each adept initiate on top of the 2 of the dragons, and one for the eagle wizard.
Goodness
it's
me.
insane.
Yeah.
And it's
Sort of
funny.
Strong magic phase
Looking back at how much banter Lucky Sixes gave me when Saurian Enclaves had channel. He gave me a lot of stick over that, and I was delighted. And then that gets taken away, and then a week later, Highborn Elves get channel 6.
Yeah, but luckily they only get channel on something that's weak and a liability like a dragon.
Oh,
You know,
okay. Oh, that's nice. That should have been my line. Why didn't I think of that? You know, we'll see if Lucky Sixes can prove you wrong with his
I'm
dragons.
sure he will do. Bloody, I have a terrible record against elves. It's Kieran's main army from back in the day. I used to beat the living daylights out of him when Warriors of the Dark Gods were busted.
Is it the same Kieran that's playing in this one as Vermin's, or is it
different guy?
I have wondered a couple of times because you said Kieran a couple of times, and I thought,
yeah, that's how I know Matt.
I'm sure Kieran Dunn isn't local, and yeah.
No, different guy. I think we're going to be looking at the tournament later on this year that the invite came through to. I think there's one in Element Games later on this year. I think that's going to be our first one. Whether it's going to be my fully 3D printed Dark Elves or some horsey boys, I don't know. We'll see.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. So did we see any shooting going on?
We did, but I don't think it killed anything. I didn't see any models get picked up. Yeah, nothing died.
Fae Miasma has gone on the Resplendence, though. I can see the token next to it.
So, is that what that is?
Yes, that's a little token that Lucky Sixes made for Fae Miasma.
Remind me what that does again.
-1 to hit.
Ah, bloody 8.
So those Resplendent are probably not charging a dragon, especially after what's happened to the other Resplendents.
I don't know if he's going to break. Oh, he might break these Resplendents. The high leadership, though, are they not Resplendents at 8? Are they not on 9? 8?
Well, they'll have the general on the.
Oh yeah, he's right next to him, isn't he? And he's.
Yeah, I think so. Although the BSB.
Yeah, they're 8 basic, but yeah.
It'll be. They won't be fearless though, so they'll be down 1 for the terror on the dragon. Don't think they're
BSB
fearless.
is right there. Looks like he's only done 1 so far though. Although he's rolling his second dice, that's never a good sign. There you go.
Yeah, and that.
Whoopsie daisy.
Panic for the Yeoman.
Yeah, fair enough.
They're re-rolling. They might be failing
because
they're fleeing.
They are, because the general's nowhere near him, are they?
No, the general's on the folk hero on the other side, so it's just a re-rollable 6. Or, on the Yeoman.
6, I think.
Well, they're gone anyway.
Yeah, so they've gone. He's got 3 dice down by him. They're gone.
They're gone. That's a big blow. Well, no more blow than we expected, to be fair. But
he could have used them Yeoman though, couldn't he? I think that could be a pain in the backside. It's his turn next, and he's got. I mean, it's a very hard army to chaff. Everything bloody flies, but
the issue he's got now, Wes, is that the Hippogriff has tried to block the Swordmasters. The Swordmasters haven't taken the bait, and now you're wasting a Hippogriff on blocking a unit that is quite happy just to sit there while the dragon clears off your army. So
do you reckon the dragon can get an angle so that not that the Resplendents would go into its flank, but so that the Resplendent's in the front and it's threatening the Griffin or Hippogriff? Gonna make it move. Do you reckon he can get on that side of it, or?
What? So the dragon moves to.
Sorry, so that the dragon's looking at the Griffin, Hippogriff, and so the BSB and the Resplendents are still front. Although I don't think the Resplendents are going in the side, even with -1 to hit.
I'm not sure they want to now.
Saves.
They've seen what happens against the Word of Iron Dragon, haven't they?
I think that's what he's doing, isn't he? He's just setting it up so he can see.
I'm not sure what Wes does as another option though, because Feudal Knights, there's a long charge into Swordmasters, and you'd be going through ruins. That's not ideal.
I have always worried with Equitane. I think one of the things that they do struggle with is big Gribblies.
Especially with potential rubber lance. You don't hit, you don't wound.
Yes.
Although, of course,
James,
the Orisons. Go on.
Go on.
No,
On to
no,
you, Steph.
carry on. I was just going to say the
I was
Orus
just
has
going to
helped
say,
with Rubber
so
Lance.
James, you're coming back to the UK then, mate?
That's right. Yes. Yes, I've booked my flights and come back at the end of the month.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Have you decided on a place to lay your hat yet?
Well, I mean, I have a flat in London, so I'll be moving back in there shortly. Been having a few interviews, so yeah, I'll be probably living in London for a while, I think. Yeah.
Cool. Well, welcome home, and I see you're signing up for a few tournaments. It's probably worth giving a shout out. The
Right.
Bristol is on the 11th, 12th of February, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and it's maxed out. Actually, I saw last night on the forums. Yeah, it's 54 players, which is a really good turnout. It's going to be anyway.
Yeah, and I'm probably going to be heading down for that as well, which is very exciting. But
oh wow, great!
I see you signed up for the. Have you signed up for Tech?
I
And
did.
The,
Yeah. Yes.
one that's up in. Good.
Yeah.
The feudals have just declared a charge into the back of the dragon. The 6 feudals.
Okay.
I know. I assumed it was the flank of the Swordmasters, but it's not. That's wild.
Yeah.
Just
yeah,
tin food.
That's bold, but yeah. Well, James, come and stay at mine when you're up at Stockport, mate. So.
Oh wow, it's very very kind of you to offer. Yeah.
It's we're just around the corner, so it makes sense.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Yeah, banner of discipline, no champ. They don't even have a champ to try and challenge him out. Because they can make that charge into the Swordmasters. That's not a million miles. It might not be a good charge, but it's better than feeding a dragon. Oh, the Resplendents are going in as well.
Ooh, he's having another go, isn't he?
-1 to hit and 4 up armor save, but at least he'll get. He won't get disruption. He'll just get the +2 from charging from behind, won't he? Because they've not got ranks. Not disruption. The other thing, the +1 for charging with ranks.
But Abdul, what can he buff his knights with? What's he got to try? Well, I believe that dragon's down 2 wounds currently. He's got 6, I reckon. You know, he's got 6 knights in the front and back. What can he do to?
Well, I mean, the sensible thing to do would be to put rerolls to hits on them with an Orison token.
Yeah, +1 to hit, is it? Or reroll?
Yeah, sorry, +1 to hit. Yeah, and he could do know that he could drop. No, he could drop know thine enemy. No, that's not going to make any difference, is it?
What about wheel turns? He's got wheel turns, hasn't he? So he's wounding on 4s.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about trying to master, trying to expand output really, but
that's not going to work.
He hasn't got an awful lot of positive buffs. He's got quite a lot of. This is why I have a problem with Druidism. I think it's just very defensive, you know.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. No, I'm with you there, James. I don't think there's an enormous amount he can do.
What defensive buffs are up currently on the dragon? Has he still got, you know,
Word of Iron?
Word of Iron. Is it boosted Word of Iron still?
Yeah. He put it on last turn, even though it didn't do anything against the previous Resplendence, just to discourage this. But then he's gone in anyway.
How did he get it off again? What's
I don't know.
Got to stop that. Just chuck all your dice at it.
How does he keep getting it off? I mean, there must be a worst spell. Maybe it's Lash he's stopping. He's probably stopping Lash.
He's got no, he didn't take Lash. And he got a spell off on he got Glory of Gold off on the Swordmasters as well. So he got 2 spells off again. I mean, he does channel 6 dice. He does channel 6 times, sorry. So he has got a dice advantage, but maybe the dispel rolls have been a bugger because that's 2 spells in 2 consecutive magic phases and crucial ones as well. Oh, what just went?
Yeah, what happened there? I think someone failed something and they buggered off, but it's
a bad charge when you just drop dead, isn't it?
Yeah, that is not good news.
Was that sound like a terror, you know, a terror check or something, or?
But it wasn't just scraps, was it? Maybe it was the. Here we are. We've got get inside information.
Hey, Wes, how are you, man?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
can.
yeah, buddy.
I've snuck into the system.
I love it.
What was just explain to us what happened to the yeoman there you were just taking off?
So the resplendents that are charged in were wiped out in combat. So panic check for a unit within 6. Failed that, and then failed to rally because I've charged my BSB off into the Sea Guard, which is unfortunate. But Tom and I were talking about it. Against 2 move 5 infantry blocks, I don't really need Chaff to stop them from going anywhere because I outrange them massively. And then other than that, he's got Ancient Dragon, the Griffin, and 2 Young Dragons. So I also can't Chaff those either because they can see over me and fly over me. So it's not too much of a loss. And they kept the Dragon from reforming further over to one side.
Right.
So that's why I shifted them up so close.
Sense. Just walk us through. There was obviously we felt that Tom had misplaced his Ancient Dragon. Then he shoved it in, and you rightly chucked the Resplendence in. He obviously then went for the boosted Word of Iron. Did you go for how many dice? Because obviously you had to stop that. Did he roll fairly low, and then you just fluffed, or did you not throw enough dice at it?
So the first time, I think I didn't throw enough dice, but the second time I threw everything I had and was still 2 lower. I don't know what the dice numbers were, but he got 19, I got 16 or something, so...
That makes sense.
I tried to stop it because I was like, okay, no, a 1-up dragon probably isn't great for me, but I've also got Fae Miasma on the unit of Resplendence that have just charged in, so they're going to be -1 to wound already, which isn't going to be great, but... I'm hoping some magic shenanigans. I've got Deceptive Glamour, I've got Northern Enemy. I've got Wheel Turns to change that as well and set it to a 4+, so it won't matter if I fail a fear check as well. So
cool.
I've got options. Let's hope some of it works and I can force a break check. If I can get a break check on the dragon and hopefully run it down, that'll be fantastic. Otherwise, I'm going to be stuck in a grind with it. So staff and people are back, so I'll hand back over.
All right. Cheers, Wes. Good luck, mate.
Look, that cloudy Word of Iron. He was rolling dice at it and just bouncing him off. It can happen. It can definitely happen. Heyo.
That was a bonus. I'll leave.
It was.
I had tears at home from my 5-year-old. I had to quickly go and have a FaceTime call. And there you go. You replaced me with Wes straight away. Look at that.
I'm assuming your 5-year-old was crying about the yeoman failing the panic check.
Exactly that.
No, fair enough.
Exactly that.
That's fair.
Yep. She was.
We found out that the Word of Iron has gone off twice because he just didn't roll high enough twice.
Oh, right.
So he tried and failed twice.
Sure. Quite costly then.
Just going to grab a bottle of water. Ooh, we've got some movement on the right. Finally.
We have. Has he given up on breakthrough there? Is he letting the Lancers have it? That's interesting. Surely not.
Yeah, I think that's possibly a bit of a I'm panicking move.
Because the Lancers are now just going to march up and take 1-0 on breakthrough, aren't they?
Yeah, they need to stay there and zone that.
Unless it's just a bluff and he's going to swift reform and move right in front of them, but then there's still enough time for...
In which case they'll
charge them and,
yeah, I mean, they might be able to get out of that, but it's a hell of a move. But...
Do you know, those things are free now, aren't they? The Sword Masters. If they don't break this dragon this turn, that combat is over. Yeah. Those Sword Masters can just go in and rip them to shreds.
Yeah, I don't think the DTs are enough of a deterrent to stop that. Although there's the Griffin is there as well. Into the flank of the Resplendence, so...
Yeah, no, that's true. That might be enough, to be fair.
Don't even need the Swordmasters to do that.
They can just walk.
And Fae Miasma is on those Resplendence. I mean, is that a suicide mission, going into the dragon? After you've already seen one unit fail?
He needs a spell to go off, doesn't he? He needs a couple of spells to go off.
Desperately.
Well, that looks to me like Lucky Sixes has got a cider.
Yeah. It's that stage of the night, I think. Shall I have a quick look to see if we've got any results in? I mean, we're 2 hours in now.
It's got an hour left, is it?
Yeah, an hour left. There's nothing in on the Masters. And on the... Oh, I can't see the open for some reason. I will find out. There you go.
Just while you're looking this up, I should I'm going to be called away any time for bath time.
No worries.
So,
you do need a bath, Matty. To be fair, it's an important thing, you know.
Well, you know, once a year without fail.
It's your master's bath. You know, what can you say?
Yeah. There's no results in at all. Everyone is still going with only an hour to go on round 3.
I thought the feed had froze, but there was a long thought about the following movement instead.
Don't make me panic about the feed freezing. You know.
No, it's getting.
It doesn't take much to make me panic. You know that.
Yeah, is it a bit blurry for anyone else?
A little bit. Yeah, we have lost a little bit of quality on the.
Seems to be more on the right than the left for me. Is that the same for anybody else?
Yeah,
a little bit of the shine has gone, but
might be greasy or something.
It's the sweat, it's the humidity in the air as everyone's kind of, you know.
Absolutely. I wish there was humidity in the air. It's still freezing. Maybe it's because I'm not in the heat of the battle. I'm the only one shivering in the corner, but you know.
That is my bath call, chaps. So I might be able to jump back on later, but probably not. So I might well then sign off, and I'll see you guys in the morning.
Yes.
For game 4.
Brilliant. Are you with us for 4 and 5, Matty? Or
no, definitely not 5.
Sure,
my
you did
daughter's
say that.
at her swimming club in the afternoon.
Sure.
So
well, we'll look forward to having you back in the morning then. I think we've only got about an hour left to go. So, yeah, have a good evening, Matty. Thank you for your presence as always, and we'll catch up in the morning.
Yep. All right, and chaps.
Take it easy, mate.
Cheerio.
Cheerio,
boys.
See you, bye.
See you later.
I do like the fact that the feudal knights are very in traditional KOE style, being very polite and queuing up to be eaten by that dragon.
It looks like it, doesn't it?
Yeah. One at a time.
Yeah, it's the classic enemies coming at the hero one by one rather than attacking all at once. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not very French of them. That's all I know. I think. Are we getting some spell? We are getting some spells off, aren't we?
Yes. It's got to be Stone Skin, surely, on someone. But then, is it even worthwhile? Because this time you've got the Hedge Knights and the Resplendent. So does Lucky Sixes just choose the other one?
Oh, that's true. Yeah, he just punches. I mean, I would hit the Hedge Knights anyway. I think. Because it's not unreasonable that the Prince and the Dragon wipes them out. Like, how many is the 6?
Yeah.
Oh, no, maybe not. No, he'd need some good rolling for that. But
I mean, he needs to wipe out the Hedge Knights to take away the charge and the rear, really, doesn't it? Because it's 3-0 without the Resplendents.
They've got worse armor as well, haven't they? The Hedge, they're only 3 up.
Yeah. And neither has a champion, so they can't duel out the dragon, which is not great for Wes's perspective.
Having said that, I don't know if a 5 up, 3 up save is better, is worse, because you're giving them a 5 up ward, Aegis save instead of a 6 and a 6. I think mathematically they work out the same. Yeah, I think all of them do. So I think statistically, a 6 followed by a 6 is basically the same as a 5.
Sure.
But in my brain, no.
A 5 feels easier to hit. Yeah.
I definitely make more 5 up saves than I do 4s. 4 up saves are cursed. You cannot roll a 4 up save.
Barry's bringing some very auspicious looking liquid round, which I am going to be refusing.
No, you need to get involved. You said you were cold.
Yeah, no, I did. Yeah, but no, I've learned my lesson from that respect. But yeah, I'm also driving home. No, I'm back to the hotel today, and even though it is only 4 minutes away, I think. No, thank you, Barry. No, thank you, good man. Pressure. Don't fall off the stage on your way down. Good man. Yeah, I'll just drink straight from the bottle, shall I? No, you're all right.
What is that folk hero doing?
Don't know.
He's standing in front of the. He's baiting out the prince, isn't he? Because that prince will just he'll absolutely decimate them.
No, it's not standing in front of the prince.
No, I mean the prince can just hit it because the prince is. Is that not the prince? Yeah.
No, the eagle.
Oh no, the prince on the other side. Yeah.
You've got an initiate and an eagle on the.
The dragon will take it.
Right?
Yeah, the dragon will take that 4 hero.
It's only an initiate. It's only a young dragon.
Yeah, but 4 heroes aren't that good. Was he 3?
I'm not sure.
Oh, actually.
He's sainted though, so he's got a 4 up Aegis.
He has got a 4 up Aegis and +1 to hit at all times and 3 attacks.
Lucky Six has just thrown a dice off the stage and had to run halfway across the room to go and get it. So
that's how excited he is.
Obviously, it landed on 6.
Did he not get any spells off? Are we
yeah,
in combat?
He's got a spell on the Resplendence. The green
right.
slab is a spell.
Oh,
let me shout over and find out what that is.
Yeah, cheers.
So yeah, we've got Stone Skin on the Resplendence, which was kind of expected, and I suspect that means the dragon will just punk the Hedge Knights instead.
Yeah, punch backwards for the combat res.
Yeah, and then you got Fountain of Youth healed a wound on the Folk Hero. I'm guessing the Folk Hero must have taken a arrow from a Sea Guard at some point to cause that.
So you guys, where is the Folk Hero? Is it the kind of lone model?
The lone model on a black base with just a single horse cavalry model inside the black base. That's the Folk Hero.
The
it's on a
north of the owl.
steed, so it's a bigger base.
North of the owl bear. Yeah.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's quite a battle in it.
This one's. I mean, it's going the full distance either way. We've only got 15 minutes left of this round, so I mean, are we going to get all the rounds?
No.
There's not a lot of points gone. We've lost 1 unit of Resplendent. It all depends on this dragon now, doesn't it? Because we're going into Lucky Six's turn 4 afterwards, and if that dragon decimates, it could have a free reform.
I can see the secondary being drawn. There's a unit out on the far left that it looks like they're going to run home.
Oh yes,
and now the elves are no longer at a risk. The elves on the right flank are no longer on risk. They'll just wander up. Yeah.
Yes, but there is a unit of lancers behind the impassable on the top left.
Oh.
So I don't think that Feudal Knight 6 on the far left behind Wes's face is actually as free to move into breakthrough as you might think. I think the Lancers can
redirect Living Daylights out of them.
Yeah.
Redirect them into the wall, because there's nothing worse than when you get caught at an impassable.
1 hour has just been called, so clearly the round started about 4:45 rather than 4:30 as was originally planned. Amazing. So, yeah, I half think the dragon's going to send both these cavalry units fleeing.
Yeah, maybe the combat res was closer than we thought before for him to feel that a rear charge would be enough. But
we've got 1 wound on something, and that is on the dragon. We're definitely on that combat, aren't we?
Miasma followed by the one up.
Oh, we've got a wound.
I think
he's done a little dance for one
wound on the dragon.
God, he's desperate.
Yeah. That's definitely the kind of sarcastic cheer, isn't it?
The prince has hit one of the guys charging behind, and now the dragon's going to go in.
The dragon is hit 7 times. Has it got that many attacks? Blimey.
6, I think. Has he?
Well, there's definitely 8 dice to start with.
Oh goodness me! I don't know. I don't understand these filthy high bonds.
He's got more than 6. Yeah, he's wrong. Just a handful of dice.
What's he called?
Yeah. Oh, the Hedge Knights are dead, like we suspected.
No, what?
Yeah, he's killed all but one of them. There's 1 left alive.
6 attacks.
That's interesting though, because that means you still get your rear bonus.
He's already got
6 attacks, the ancient dragon. So I don't know what he was rolling there. 8 wounds and 6 attacks. It doesn't get. Does it get more attacks when it? Does it get more attacks when it takes wounds?
No.
Nope. 6 attacks on its profile. 8 HP. Offense, defense 6, res 6. It's just all 6s, and then strength 7.
Because it used to be a 7. It used to be called a 7s dragon, wasn't it? It was 7 strength, probably toughness 7, 7 attacks.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cyan going on. I can tell you that much. He's still done enough to win the combat though, hasn't he? Because he's killed 5 Hedge Knights. The charge and the rear is only a +2 for the rear because of
Rear, yeah.
because there's no rank bonus to add to it. So is it a drawn combat with 2 ranks on the Resplendents?
The Resplendents don't have banners either.
So I think it
neither
might
do
be
the Hedge
either a
Knights.
push or only one side's only won by 1. And it looks like no one's taking anything away there.
Oh, there's 3 dice being rolled.
Yeah.
How interesting.
Not sure.
So he's scored 5, hasn't he? His static combat res is 5.
Yes, the dragon's
And
got
then
5.
charge.
Hedge Knights. So charge. Is the rear
Rear.
only +1 if you haven't got ranks? I thought it was +2.
I think it's 2 and you get an extra 1 if you have got
ranks. Yeah. So that's
it's
3.
Charge, yeah, so 3 and a wound.
2 ranks on the Resplendent. I think, did the KOE win by 1 then?
No, the KOE don't add ranks to rank bonus when they're in darts, do they?
Do they not?
No.
Oh, okay.
They just get a bajillion attacks. They used to, but they don't.
Okay.
I believe so.
What, as part of Lance formation?
I think so, yeah. Either that or is it that there's something weird about it. Lance formation. In addition,
if more than half the unit's models have Lance formation and the unit's 3 or 4 wide, it counts as being in line formation and only needs to be 3 models wide in order to form full ranks.
No, that suggests it's still got it.
So that's fine, yeah. Either way, everything's stuck by the looks of it, and we're into Lucky Six's turn 4. He's
looking at
eyeing
that
up a Griffin
charge
into the Feudal Knights.
Yeah.
He might have declared it because they're checking what the distance is.
Well, if he goes into him, he'll that's a really, really good combat for him. If he fails it and flees the subsequent counter charge, he might nip over the what are they called? Swordmasters.
Yeah.
And then just hide behind them. It doesn't feel like the world's biggest risk, actually.
No. I mean, Wes can't flee that either, though, can he? So.
No. That's a very difficult combat. The Feudal Knights are
Here come the Swordmasters
lovely,
into the Resplendents as well, and that's the end of the Resplendents, even if you do lose a few from DTs. I believe the Swordmasters will have a champion, so that will be an auto success as well. I think. It could, unless he needs a 5, but.
Let's do it.
Oh, another charge coming out. Is the Griffin's going in?
Yeah.
There it goes.
Oh.
This will break it.
There might be there might be a bit of an issue here if he fails with the Griffins, wins with the Swordies and can't get them out of. Do you overrun and try and get out of arc, or do you turn and face? Because it's not a good fight
If
for
the
either
Griffin
of them,
doesn't
really.
get in, then it's a potential counter charge into the Swordies, but the Swordies would still attack first against the Feudals, so there is always that. And if the Swordies get buffed, which I imagine they will, even then the Feudals aren't going to want to charge the Swordmasters. So
with Orisons and potential magic, though, I don't know. I don't think anybody wants that fight. Swordmasters die so easily to strength 5 and 6, but then at the same time,
if there's no Feudal Knights left to do it, then it doesn't matter.
It's a fair point. Ooh, eyeing up a very tasty charge. I would walk that up.
I definitely would walk that up, yeah.
You only have 2 turns.
It looks like he is indeed going to walk it up. He hasn't declared that one as well. Here comes a Swordmaster charge. That looks cocked.
Looks good.
That one's cocked. Roll again.
He's re-rolling that. Does it matter?
-6.
That looks good. That looks good.
4 nails, isn't it?
Yeah, that's him. No, they've not made it.
Was that the Griffin? That was the Griffin. I thought it was Swordies.
The Griffin needed a 9. Okay. The Griffin needed a 9 and got a 6.
Oh, that's big. That's massive.
Swordmaster's obviously
really
in.
Is.
But,
Yeah.
But like we say, the Feudals still don't want the counter, in my opinion.
Griffins needed to pin those ones.
Griffin's been knocked over in response by Lucky Sixes. He's not happy with him at all. I'm going to wait and see some DTs. I hope Lucky Sixes remembers.
Yeah, because he ran, doesn't he? They've run on the way in.
And the Griffin will possibly. Would that have been able to fly without going through the roots?
I thought when you charged, you always. Oh no, you can fly, can't you? Yeah.
Oh yeah, maybe if it flies over. I don't know.
Guys, remind me what the Relic Shroud does, please.
That is the hereditary spell, the Equitane hereditary spell. So that's just the Breath of the Lady. So 2 Origin tokens. I haven't seen Wes's Origin pool actually.
No,
I haven't seen him use them either. So that's. I'm guessing they're the black tokens.
Yeah.
He's got green tokens for Druidism. Unless the black tokens are.
Yeah,
the
it makes sense, wouldn't it? Because there's 3.
There's Witchcraft.
There's 3,
got 3 black ones. Not sure.
When he was talking to his magic phases, he wasn't saying that he'd used his Orisons, which this has been a pretty combat heavy game. I would have had him everywhere. A spell you can't dispel is quite the thing. Oh, here you go. The sword is falling. Oh, only 2, 3, 4, 4.
No, that's a unit filler being removed there. So 4.
Yeah,
that's it.
yeah, 4, and then another. There's 2 single models as well. So 6 in total.
Well, that's still 4 models less to attack. So
yeah, every Saudi that dies is a good thing.
In the world of Ninth Age, I couldn't agree more.
Benefits everyone. Benefits the local economy in elf years. You know, it's
absolutely
sensible policies for a better Ninth Age.
Agreed. Right, let's have a little check, see if we've got any results in. Surely someone's finished with less than an hour to go.
Think so.
I mean, MattyP doesn't usually go beyond an hour. No results yet. Blimey.
Oh, are you looking at the Open as well?
Yes, may as well.
Is it being done on? Yeah.
Tourney
Question,
Keeper.
guys. Yeah, well, that's just what I was coming to. Guys, why is it the case, and you may or may not know, why in the UK are we still kind of clinging to Tourney Keeper rather than kind of moving on to New Recruit as is being used around the rest of the world?
New Recruit is being used for list creation.
Yeah.
Tourney Keeper is the tournament statistics updater. I think you might be thinking of the other list creator. I can't remember what it's called.
No, I mean, New Recruit, it does tournaments as well. You can input your results and...
New Recruit does?
As well.
Oh, right.
Oh, yeah.
I think it keeps stats.
I missed your point entirely. You mean New Recruit does tournament keeping as well, does it? I didn't know that. Right.
You arrange it completely through to New Recruit. So all the ones I've been going to in North America have been through New Recruit.
Have they? I didn't even know it existed. Sorry, I missed the question. Oh, great. I mean, in that case, I do not know the answer to the question. Maybe it's just not as well known in England.
It'd be interesting because it's got all the lists. It'd be interesting for it to keep the wins and losses by units and things. I'm sure that stats would be great for the rules teams.
I suppose it may be due to the rankings. Maybe the rankings are directly linked to Tourney Keeper. Because I know Tom Clues does a brilliant job of keeping the rankings up to date in the UK. So maybe it's related to that. But yeah, the easy answer, I'm afraid, is I don't know. We had the Highborn Lancers move up as expected. It looks like the Alchemy Initiate's gone over to threaten the Feudal Knights as well, which is interesting. With the Breath Weapon, but that's a bit odd. He hasn't got any...
A couple of wounds on him, hasn't he? So.
He hasn't got any offensive magic. He's just got Word of Iron and Glory of Gold. I'm puzzled by that, but...
As long as he's still in range of everything he needs to put Word of Iron. Is he still in range of those sword masters? You'd hope so.
Gloria Gold's only 18, isn't it? So I would hope he's not miscalculated that.
I'm just thinking because it's those sword masters that need buffing, isn't it? That big lance doesn't want to go into the dragon.
No. Glory of Gold is indeed 18 inches. That looks like a long 18 inches between the Alchemy Wizard and the Sword Masters. So yeah,
Swordies have heavy armor, don't they? So
they do. Maybe it's
down to 3.
Yeah, I mean maybe Perception of Strength and Flaming Swords, which are in range, is enough for the Sword Masters.
Yeah, that's a point actually. Trying to survive attacks back is not really their key, is it? It's kill you before you hit them.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially with the feudals, it's the same thing applies. So the Gloria Gold is arguably the best one for them. So. So it does both. Plus they have a flaming banner. So no, they don't. They have Navigator's banner. Ignore me. But Glory of Gold is re-rolls to hit, to wound as well, so because of the attribute.
Whatever happened to flaming banners in every list? Do you remember that was?
It still is sometimes, yeah.
Yeah.
Still quite popular.
I suppose since the Orcs and Goblins are not running around with all their trolls as much these days or something. But who else has got units that just walk around with a lot of fortitude saves? I just don't see them as much.
Trolls in an Orc and Goblins army.
So, I mean, it's just them, isn't it?
Yeah. I guess wretched
I'm
ones.
sure there are.
Wretched ones up to fortitude. I suppose ghasts and ghouls potentially with the corpse cart. Is that fortitude as well? Or is it?
I should know. I ran a list, just for a fun game against my lad, where we both had to come up with a idea for a terrible list. So I did a vampire counts army with no vampires in of any kind or any description. So it was just full of bats and spooky spookums. And a massive unit of undead knights. It was not fantastic, I will say.
Sure.
It might not make it to the next tournament.
Vampires are good for a reason.
It was spooky. It was one of the least romantic vampire counts armies you'll ever see.
Fair enough.
It was good fun though.
Oh, and I think the live stream's coming up to nearly 10 hours, and it's been a shift, hasn't it, kid?
It's been an innings, hasn't it?
Wow, have you guys you've been going for 10 hours?
Yeah,
From the start. Good lord. What kind of energy drinks are you on? We're talking
Fanta Zero and whatever Kieran gave me.
That ghost stuff that, you know?
Yeah, could be.
Mine's this. It's something new. It's not even in drink form. It's from Colombia. I'll tell you about it later. It's not even a.
Are you with us tomorrow, kid?
Yeah, we'll be.
Sweet.
Hopefully after a better night's sleep.
Oh yeah, fingers crossed. Yeah. I mean, this one is going to go to the wire. I can't see this ending anytime soon. It's only got 50 minutes left at most. Although some TOs do let the last battle in a day go on a little bit beyond the deadline. But
you know what? No one's actually lost any points.
The Resplendence.
The Resplendence is 600 and odd. I know.
Oh, we've got a cheer from Wes. Is that another?
Is it ironic cheer though?
Oh, Ice and Fire has done 2 wounds to the Courtier.
Oof. I can't remember what Ice and Fire does again. What does that one do?
It does 2d6 hits that wound on a 4-up.
Oh yeah.
AP1 and Divine.
No, I think
that was Unerring Strike. I just told you. Ignore me. You're right, James.
2d6 strength 4, and you can choose whether it re-roll successful special saves or armor saves.
Yep, absolutely right. Sorry. Yep.
That's good against Cowboys. That then.
Too much divination today.
Again, I just don't run any armors that take it. So it's when you get hit by an unfamiliar spell, you could.
I think Dread Elves probably love a bit of Cosmo, don't they, James?
Yeah, taking it's good, but being on the receiving end's not.
No,
good.
definitely not.
When you've got a Cosmo and a Master on the other side of the table, they're either going to be going for the can't remember what it's called, Unity and Divergence, or it's Strength 3 hit for every model in the unit, which is obviously very bad for Dark Elves and Dread Elves rather. Or your alternative is just Ice and Fire, which is similarly very bad for Dark Dread Elves. Can take off a bolt thrower very easily. Or so no, you're right.
Got all this to learn. I'm using dirty high elf models as proxies to see.
Oh,
I know. I like to think that they're false. I like to think they're false flagging.
Well, you're in the right place with proxy table gaming there, so I couldn't possibly dispute that. So
I've had a very strict fantasy career of nothing remotely elven. So I was actually going to use.
Really?
Yeah, not a big fan of elves. I'm originally a dwarf player, but
what are you thinking? What's your rough army kind of outline? What are you thinking?
I'm a big fan of the 2 big blocks of the core units, and then try and find synergies to make them fight okay. Is the general concept.
Sorry to interrupt, but we've just had a miscast.
Gloria Gold. Dragon down. We've got a dragon down.
That's all his wounds.
I mean,
casting.
that is Gloria Gold that's gone on the Swordmasters. We did say is that's a long 18 inches, but
yeah, must
I
have
mean,
just clipped it.
Must have just been in range, but it is at the cost of the Dragon Initiate. So
Oh,
that is points for Wes for
320.
But I mean, now the Swordmasters are re-rolling to wound and an extra AP. So
yeah,
are they re-rolling to wound? Yes, they are because yeah, the attribute's going to go on the Resplendence, isn't it?
They're not a not a fun target for those feudal knights anymore. Those
definitely not. No, you cannot charge the Swordmasters. No.
And they're so long, you can't just run past them either. I don't think you can get out.
Yeah,
Of any kind of...
I don't know if I missed it, but the Sea Guard looked like they've charged the Hippogriff.
I think the Hippogriff charged them.
Did it?
A little while ago, and it's just sat there. I think so.
Oh.
I don't remember the combat ever happening, but I thought it went into them a little while ago.
Okay. Interesting. I mean,
whatever's happening, nothing's happening.
Yeah, I guess Lucky Six is just hoping that sticks the Hippogriff there for the rest of the game, and
yeah, they're just going to sit there forever, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, funnily enough, since the Ancient Dragon moved to that position turn 2, it's not had to move. It's just batted away knights one after the other.
Sat there collecting points, hasn't it? It's been great. How many attacks do you put behind you if you're the dragon? Because you have to declare before you roll, obviously. But you want to get rid of those. You might as well put them all in, hadn't you? There's absolutely no reason for you not to, because the Swordmasters are going to absolutely decimate that.
Yes, and you've got the dragon after the Swordmasters,
Yeah.
so I think the High Prince probably doesn't risk not killing the Hedge Knight.
If all else fails, the dragon can just eat him.
Yeah, because if the Hedge Knight flees and gets away, that's a lot of, well, it's not a lot of points, but it's still a wasted bit of opportunity, isn't it?
If the Hedge Knights flee and the dragon, he can't overrun far enough to get into those knights, can he? That would be an unbelievable overrun, actually.
Yeah, I'm not expecting any. Oh, the Resplendents have got Stone Skin, actually. So that's why Gloria Gold is even more important for a reroll to wound.
Yeah, so it's rerollable 5s, isn't it? Because because the Great Swords are strength 5, and then they would go to strength 5, toughness 5, wouldn't they? Res 5. It's only rerollable 4s.
No, Stone Skin is now you can only wound on 5s.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay, that's bloody brilliant, isn't it? Druidism clearly needed help.
Very important.
Help to make people tankier.
No, Druidism's got nerfed, in my opinion. It's worse.
Yeah, do you reckon?
I used to play it with Saurians. I don't anymore. But then, hey, I'm not at the Masters, so ignore me.
It's always been very. I've not played it in its new incarnation, but it was always very strong with when you're losing with Equitane. I found it's not one that's going to help you get a 20.
Way to get out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which gets you out of trouble more often than not.
And the good thing about Equitane is they're an army that can win very big very quickly. You can collapse under Equitane charges quite quickly, so it's a good compliment for them.
Yeah, so we've got 32 still in the chat, sticking with us throughout the day.
Oh,
so
wow.
thank you to everyone watching in the chat. A little less live chat going on, but I imagine that's because they're concentrating on the battle like we are, which is absolutely fine. I hope you're all enjoying it. Thank you for your support. We obviously have got day 2 coming up tomorrow for rounds 4 and 5, and it's the army swap in round 4. I mean, how much are we?
Morning?
Yeah, how much are we looking forward to that? I mean, that is
very,
always
very
puts the cat amongst the pigeons, doesn't it?
What do these guys do? I'm not telling you.
Yeah, I mean, there's some players who will benefit from that way more than others.
Yeah.
You know, so
a smaller field of different armies might actually help people out on this, but you will have had to have done something really bad in a previous life to get Vermin Swarm or or those the Saurians.
A lot of dice being thrown. Is this the Sea Guard or the Sword? This must be the Swordmasters.
Yeah.
If there's a reroll on this one, then it's the 5s to wound. It needs are these being rerolled, or was that the reroll?
I think it might have been.
Because
there's no way that the Sea Guard have put that many wounds through one.
No.
Yeah, there we go.
There they go. So the dragon The High Prince has not.
He's not killed it, has he?
Only 2 Resplendents to the Sea Guard. To the Swordmasters, surely not. And the Hedge Knight's still alive. What's going on?
5's the wound.
Is this?
Looks like he's attacking with the horses.
Killing Swordmasters back now. What? Surely that
the horses just kicked a couple of Swordmasters to death, I think.
that Hedge Knight cannot still be alive. Surely.
Oh no, this will be the Knights attacking, won't it? We won't be down to the horses just yet. Yeah, I think he is. I think he survived the Prince. The Princes, though, they're prone to a bit of fluffery because what's he got on him?
He's got Cleansing Light for divine attacks, which is very useful against Equitane generally.
Yeah, rerolls the 6s, doesn't it?
I mean, either way, you got a lot of static coming into the flank of. Well, no, not a lot actually, because the Swordmasters are in line formation. So, is this the dragon?
How do you guys feel about line formation? It seems to me that people either always have a unit in their army that does it because they do like it, or just never. It's rare that people flit in and out with it. I've found. How do you guys feel about line?
I think for me it depends on how many attacks the models have.
Yeah.
Right.
Usually, like the Adjudicators in Dark Elves, I'd always run them horde.
Yeah.
Line formation.
Yeah.
The Obsidian Guard, 2 attacks each. Maybe I would. Maybe it wouldn't. Yeah.
And you're guaranteed to go before your opponent when you're playing elves. So almost.
Swordmasters here, 2 attacks each. You still run them in line. It's just got such a good output. With off 5 swinging at initiative.
Oh, there's a fist bump there.
They absolutely hate getting punched as well, so you've got to try and do as much damage as humanly possible before you get back.
Yeah, exactly. I think delete first rather than going to wait till combat res time.
They're expensive as well. It's not so big a deal if you're throwing a core unit or something.
He's checking his BSB is in range.
That Hedge Knight has to have gone, right?
I don't understand.
Or is the dragon just not being yet? Because the dragon's still fast.
It's still faster than any of the knights.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I'd forgotten it was even there. It's just a little
black clip on the back of the
single model, like hiding under the wings of this huge dragon thing.
Maybe the dragon has forgotten he's there.
Oh, they've gone. They're broken. They've gone.
Broken. They're fled. And
maybe he's not seen it. Maybe the Hedge Knight's gone and he's just not picked him up.
He can't have rolled it. It can't still be there. It's not holding.
For info, we can't see the wounds on the dragon because it's behind it. But the dragon has taken 5 out of 8 wounds.
Yikes!
So it's not. It is bleeding. The Hedge Knight is still there.
He can hit the swords in the back or the flank.
The Swordmasters have pursued. That looks like you can see them.
He'll wipe them.
So I'm so sorry, guys. Presumably it's Wes's turn next, right?
Yes.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Okay.
And that would be horrible for Swordmasters if they are.
Interesting.
He's stuck. It's the Hedge Knight.
No freaking way.
Oh, he's really good mates with that bloody Gribbly from the first game. He just won't go.
Yeah, you're gonna measure that charge. That one's coming in.
The Hedge Knight survived and stuck. And the Resplendents didn't die, and the Swordmasters might.
Do you take the dragon or the Swordmasters? I suppose the dragon's worth a lot more.
It's got to be the dragon.
I mean, you
lose. You can't get both.
Have Equitane already lost the objective anyway?
No.
Because if the Swordmasters and the Highborn Lancers are in,
that's like 1,000. I don't know. I should check that.
Yeah, it's close to 1,000 points. You're right. It's 950.
950 points.
The dragon's moving now to be further away.
It's trying to get into the ruins, so forces think that the knights are charging through the ruins, isn't it?
Yeah.
A couple of them, yeah.
Oh, just doing any measures, any charges. It's a good point in the secondary though, if because the elves win the secondary, as long as the
Highborn Lancers get in,
yeah, because the Lancers will walk in.
Yeah, and the feudal knights on the other side are being stopped by the other Highborn Lancers. Yeah.
But even if they go through, you've got 2 to 1, haven't you?
I thought Highborns were edging this one, but I think KOE's back on top now. That
I mean, that
Alchemy Dragon's gone, and it looks like it could knock over this ancient dragon next turn.
I'm going to say it quietly because I think are the Swordmasters pursuing the Resplendent? Is that a mistake?
I think so. I thought it was going to turn and face.
He's still debating his dragon.
He's nervous.
He's very nervous.
There's a flying character. There's a griffin kind of character, pointing at. Looks like he's pointing.
That failed the charge
dragon
last
as well.
turn.
Oh, did it?
No, it failed a charge on the
next turn. Next turn it can charge.
Depending on where the Feudal Knights are by then. Feudal Knights might have gone through a dragon and moved into the sunset by then. And then they are another threat for the objective. So.
Well, I mean, yeah, he could conceivably charge into. Sorry, the griffin thing just to the left of the house, the ruins rather. Who owns that? Is that a highborn or is that a KOE model?
The griffin.
That's the KOE.
And
then behind it is the highborns. Sorry, that's the
griffins are both next to each other.
Yeah. So the one pointing downfield is the highborns, and the KOE one is just behind it, fighting
the Sea Guard.
There's just a mess of wings. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
There's a lot of wings on display.
There is. Here we go.
I can't believe that Hedge Knight's still alive. What is going on there? It's not like the dragon even killed many of the Resplendents, is it?
No. It's he must have put the dragon into the Resplendents. He must have done. There's no way that guy survived. Just can't have done. And if he has, then he's pushing that thing from the first game.
I mean, surely, if the High Prince fails to kill the Hedge Knight, the dragon just pops a claw on him afterwards, right? He must have gone all Resplendents. And here come the charges. Got Folk Hero into the Griffin. That's a dicey one because of Nova Flare. And you've got Feudals into Dragon. Here we go. I don't know which one this is.
Just doing some quick math.
Feudals are in. Feudals are moving. They're in. Feudals are dragoning.
Boom.
3 Feudal DTs.
Wallop. Is that 1s and 2s?
Oh, there you go. There's a celebratory move from Wes if ever we've seen one. Wow. Lucky Sixes is dancing on the spot, but I don't think it's in happiness. I think it's nerves. I mean, Nova Flare can be popped on the High Prince Griffin, but is that enough to save him from Folk Hero?
It looks like he's rolled his DTs and he didn't fail any. Is that right?
Oh, I don't know. I missed it. Yeah, could well be. It looks like we've got Fey Miasma on the Feudal Knights, though, so they are -1 to hit. So surely we're going to see a Orison token to cancel that out on the Feudal Knights.
I don't know if he's got any left. I don't know. I've not seen him use them.
It's a really hard thing to figure out for KOE if you're just watching, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because those tokens could be anywhere on the battlefield.
Yeah. Unless you're literally watching for them.
Oh, of course, right. Yeah, Lucky Sixes has just explained that he had the green token behind the Feudal Knights is the Druidism Attribute Strider to avoid any DTs.
Makes sense.
So there you go. Clearly they can hear me more than I expected. So I hope I'm not saying anything too important.
Luckily, we have the value, Hyper-G, of not being very good at 9th age, so we're not giving too much away.
Yes, there is that.
Right, let's have a little look. Lord, Damsel is still going. Folk Hero still going.
So, Wes pulled the fast one here. He's moved the Feudals to get into the... He's pulled the fast one.
Sausage. That's lovely, that.
He's tempted the Highborn Lancers up, and he's just sidestepped. He's done a little Kansas City shuffle there.
Like that. The Hedge Knights are both dead, aren't they?
Well, no, there's one still on the dragon. Don't forget that one.
Oh, sorry. He's gonna slot that dragon.
Don't be sleeping on that guy.
No,
he's been crucial for pinning that dragon so it can get walloped by those.
The courtier's getting out of there by the looks of it. This This is tight. That dragon's only got 3 wounds left. It's got a lot of feudal knights to get through.
Have the elves got both sets of lancers left, or just one?
Both. The other one is at the top left behind the impassable. In a row of 3 units of highborn elves. So you've got the eagle, the Cosmo Eagle, you've got the Pyromancy Dragon, and the highborn lancers, all at the top left of your screen. In that order, right to left.
Got you. Makes sense. Assuming that Hedge Knight dies,
careful there.
Assuming the KOE have still got 3,091 points on the board, not taking into account anybody who's down to 25%, which I don't think.
So, wow. So yeah.
And the High Elves have got 4,045.
So not a lot's died yet then. But the dragon is a good 900 points though.
Yeah, they've lost the dragon and what else have they lost? The Grey Watchers are still there actually. Have they just lost the dragon?
Yeah, just a dragon from a miscast.
Goodness me, they're flying.
Literally.
Yeah, but yeah, if that big dragon goes, then that's a bit of a. They'd still be. They'd be on parity. They'd be on almost the same points.
Yeah, it looks like the Resplendent have rallied in front of the Swordmasters, but that's just a temporary success, as they will get charged.
In those calculations, those Resplendents are dead. I'm just trying to think of how far away they're.
Sure. I'm going to have we've got half hour called, so I'll have a look and see if we've got any results in.
Yeah.
Nothing in the Masters. In the Open, oh my goodness, we've got a 20-0 victory for James McCormack versus Barry Lynch. And Matt Pell has got his 3rd victory against Ollie Mapper, which will mean that Matt Pell has shot to number 1 in the Open. With 41 points. But there are others who can obviously catch up. In fact, it looks like Tim Bockneck is the only person who can overtake Matt overnight in the Open. So, yeah, interesting. But no results in the Masters yet.
What's Matt playing?
Warriors. I think that's the army he's been with for a good few years, actually.
Yeah, about 20.
Right.
It's Fisher Price 930s Warriors. You just run at them, don't you?
Point and click. Point and click.
It is, yeah. Jadab's a bit more a connoisseur's kind of army, I think.
More of a rapier than a sledgehammer.
Kind of a rolling pin.
Are we on Seaguard combat, or have we've got? No, surely we'd have magic first.
There's tokens down. There's 2 tokens behind the
feudals. That must be an Orison. Black must be Orison, right? Or did I just switch off for all magic?
Yeah. There's a blind spot for magic. +1 to hit.
Yeah.
I think.
The Orison. Yes, because the dragon has divine attacks, so you're upping your Aegis save is arguably not as useful when you're rerolling successes anyway.
Yeah, I think that was the combat at the back, wasn't it? I think that's
I think so.
No,
and that's
it was
just
too many dice.
Sticking forever by the looks of it.
Yeah, I think that's barring a big leadership check.
4 dice being rolled by Lucky Sixes. Another 4 dice being rolled. 3 successes. I'm not sure where we're at.
This will be the prince, won't it?
Yeah.
If he saved this behind him, I'm quitting. Yeah, this is.
That's a wound done to the. No, not yet. Tell you what, I'm in updating. There you go. There's a wound to the folk hero, I think.
He's not even in combat. Is he still casting or something? Is he just miscast?
No. This is the combat between the folk hero and the high prince on the griffin.
Oh, he's clipped him, hasn't he? Oh, I didn't see that. I thought they were just looking at each other all romantic.
No.
Got him. Yeah, folk heroes do, especially when they're sainted, they do have some game, but then their baseline stats are so crappy.
Yeah, it's 3 attacks, isn't it, on the folk hero? And the Fey Steed isn't that much to write home about, is it? So.
Is that the one that gives you magic
Divine?
resistance?
Oh, possibly. No, the Rebel Unicorn gives magic resistance.
Yeah.
Unless the Fey Steed does it as well.
I think you might be right.
That would be a first. My knowledge is really being tested when it comes to this position in the seat. Rebel Unicorn is magic resistance. Fey Steed is Aegis +1.
Oh wow,
that's
useful. To be fair, I used to run a very killy folk hero on one, and he just had a bunch of stuff that just auto hit. So he had like the breath weapon item and stuff, and he was just trying to get as much combat res as possible.
Yeah, so we've got 1 wound on the Griffin on the high elf side, and we've got 1 wound on the folk hero. They've traded, and that will be the Nova Flare pop though. So the Griffin is going to be fighting without a Nova Flare if they're. Oh, wait a minute. The Griffin has got out. Oh, it's moved. It's moved. Yeah. It's reformed to be in the front. But there will be no Nova Flare, so that is interesting.
It's on the charge only, isn't it, Nova Flare?
No, Nova Flare is normally on the charge, but then you can pop it one time only, to count as on the charge.
Okay.
And because the folk hero charged the Griffin, he would have popped it first turn, and he won't have Nova Flare anymore.
That's fair.
So that could be another combat that just goes on for an eternity. But if the Feudal Knights do kill the dragon now, then the Feudal Knights are kings of the battlefield, really, aren't they?
Who's swinging here?
No idea.
We must be on the Prince by
there he goes. There he goes.
Prince finally gets rid of that bugger.
1 turn too late. And this is 1 attack going into the Resplendence, I think?
Yeah, I guess so. He's 4 attacks, isn't it?
No, not Resplendence. Feudal Knights.
Feudals, yeah.
And
it's a lot of them to kill, though.
3 dice.
I think he's killed one because it looked like 2 saves there. And that's his attacks back.
Yeah.
With the Orison, they're hitting on what?
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here's the Feudals, I think.
Yeah. Hitting on 3s, wounding on 4s.
Oh, there's a lot of dice being moved. Rerolling 1. No, he's only hit twice, I think. No wounds. Surely not.
Can't be right, can it?
Oh, no, there's 1. His armor. No, taking another wound. That's,
he's taking it.
That's 6 wounds and therefore half points on the dragon. No, not quite half points. Because it has 8. You need to do 1 more wound to get half points on the dragon.
Dragon's going back. Needs something here.
Massively. He's definitely rolling 7 dice on the dragon attacks. Is the Highborn, not Queen's Cavalier, because that dragon hasn't got it, but whatever they. Let me have a look at Tom's list. Yeah, Queen's Cavalier on the Ancient Dragon. Is that giving him an extra attack?
I think that's on the dude riding it.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
It might do, must do. I don't know what the hell that is.
It just seems
Queen's Cavalier. The model gains devastating charge +1 attack and fear. If the armor contains 1 or more large gigantic with Queen's Cavalier. Blah blah blah. Characters increase to 50. All characters must be. Yep. Dragons and ancient dragons become Seaguard and Slice Loops maybe taking the nope. Just on attacks. Maybe he thinks it always has the +1 attack. But it didn't charge.
No, it hasn't charged for a long time.
No,
I don't think it's ever charged, actually. It's just been charged by 4 different knight units.
So he's taking a bunch of them off, hasn't he? The high
6
AP.
wounds.
6 wounds.
Yeah, he's done a lot of feudal damage, so he's going to win combat, which is amazing in itself, really.
Yeah.
Can the feudals hold?
Feudals don't like big monsters. It's always a risk because strength 6 is awesome. Strength 4 is absolutely horrific, and the difference between a 2-up and a 1-up save is massive against things that have got those high APs.
So have the feudals done their break test? Doesn't look like they're going anywhere.
No, I think they're still working it out.
He's declaring a charge with his grey watchers on the flank of the feudals. So the feudals.
Oh, we're into the last turn.
The feudals are. Well, no, this is turn 5 coming up for highballs.
Oh.
So, I mean, time-wise, it may be the last turn actually.
The feudals on the left haven't moved up for last turn. They didn't move up last turn.
No, they
try
can't
and get
because
in.
the lancers are looking at them from behind the building.
As soon as they get into the light, they'll get caught. Yeah.
And but Wes does have the last turn, so actually he could move up in the last turn to get into the breakthrough zone. So Wes will have both his feudals in at the end of turn 5, you would imagine, unless Lucky Sixes moves his highborn lancers to block that in his turn 5. But if he moves them, then the feudals will charge him. So.
Unless they got right up in the face so that they need a decent overrun to get into deployment. But
yeah.
I still think they'd do it. Oh, they fleeing. They fled.
Yeah, the respondents are fleeing, and I guess that's to stop the swordmasters from getting into the deployment zone, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, that's dangerous for Lucky Sixes if they've only got 5 turns. So if they don't stumble in now, then they're not going to get into the breakthrough zone, are they? He needs a big failed charge.
Looks like a 1 and a 6. Is that?
Yeah, is that cocked?
Roll again. Oh, he's 6 cocked.
Yeah.
I think they've gone about 3 inches, haven't they? Because they got a champ. Yeah.
Are they in the zone?
Double ones.
Are they in the zone?
The cocked dice was a 6 as well.
It was. It definitely was.
F's in the chat.
Well, there's a big roll there. That's the fame. That's the grey. No, the grey watches have failed as well.
Goodness me. What a turn for it all to fall down. That dragon stays alive is 1. That's
Are the swordmasters in the deployment zone or not?
That's not. Nah, that's not
He's
12
measuring
inches.
it now.
Yeah, look, he's
they're
the
not.
12 mark. Yeah.
Swordmasters are not in the deployment zone yet.
They probably needed a 4+ by the look of when he dropped that down. Then it looked like they needed maybe a 4.
So going back to your point, Kid, and I know it was only like a half in jest, but does Wes play us relatively slowly now to avoid a turn 6?
I think just cautiously he'll do turn 6, won't it? Because unless he rushes, which I don't think it's fair for him to rush.
No,
I think at the pace they're playing, look, if this was a friendly game, you rush it, don't you? You throw the dice, you get through.
Yeah.
But in a tournament setting,
I mean, we've got approximately 18 minutes until the round time is over. Now it depends how much tournament organizer Matt Wilson wants to stick to that time, because it is the last game of the day. He may be loose with the time. And I would suggest that Wes will win 2-1 if it ends in turn 5. But if Lucky Sixes gets a turn 6, then he can draw it 2-2.
And I think he has to kill that dragon.
Yes.
I think he's about 1,000 points behind, and I think it could be worse off if the 12 feudal knights die, or he gets.
And they will now because they're grinding. They're not going to do anything to the dragon now.
Yeah, he just needs to get lucky and slot it. He loses a lot of points actually. His wizards in there. Is he sending the bear up just in case to try and go into that unit?
Not sure.
No. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know if he's going up to block. No, the bear can't make that charge. They're not that fast. 7, I think.
So on the chat, we've had a question from Lynn Formento. Look like side charge for the folk hero on the Griffin. Can the Griffin use Nova Flare to the side? That's an interesting one because you can't. Can you use Devastating Charge to attack the flank?
I don't think it says in the front because you always charge forward, don't you?
You count as charging with Nova Flare. So I guess if you count as charging, then it doesn't matter if you're being attacked in the flank. It's a weird one.
I've got the rule book up now. I'll have a quick look at Devastating Charge and see if it says anything
about the flank or front. Yeah.
Well, we've got the joys of me trying to search the rule book, being a dyslexic Moroccan who was brought up in the circus. This might take me a while to get devastating in here, guys.
Well, I have full faith in you. I mean, I guess surely they have to have a conversation as players as to whether they're doing a turn 6 or not, because that affects when Wes moves that unit of 6 Feudal Knights on the left flank into the zone or not, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because if they have a turn 6, he waits a turn. If they're not having a turn 6, he does it in his turn 5.
Yeah. Either way, it's going in, so there's nothing remotely gamey about it, is there? So.
No, but Lucky Sixes has to move his unit in turn 5 if they're not having a turn 6. And he doesn't look like he's doing it, so... Well, this is into Wes's turn now, isn't it? No, it's not. This is Dispelling. That's Dispelling. No, we're definitely still in Highborn, turn 5. And I would say that this was the dragon sitting on 6 wounds taken. This is where you're missing the Druidism tribute, isn't it, for the Highborns, healing those wounds.
Yeah. You can Devitate in charge 360. So the rule of it is specifically when they're charged. Nothing to do with front rank. I guess if there was a way of giving somebody with a lance.
Yeah, James Smith III is saying it's the rules for lance. The devastating charge from lances is only to the front.
Quite possibly, but attacks made with this weapon gain devastating charge +1 attack, lethal strike, and divine attacks. So that's on top of the lance bit. So when you suddenly may be activated at the start of any round of combat, the wielder counts as charging for the purpose of devastating charge. So you wouldn't get the +2 strength from the lance, but you would get devastating charge +1 attack, lethal strike, and divine attacks.
Wow. So
I think
if they played that correctly, and we just have no way of verifying that, but that's a really interesting little set of questions from the chat. Thank you, chat.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody devastatingly charge while sitting around having a cup of tea and then getting hit in the flank.
Yeah.
So, not one I've thought of. It's going into the bathroom, guys.
Yeah, I've no idea whether or not they've played that correctly or not. But yeah, either way, the Nova Flare is either popped or never popped. So, and that Griffin might be stuck there for a while, so we may not find out. You enjoying this, James?
Yes.
It's a good one, isn't it? It's certainly going all the way. We've had 3. I know that it's, we had to catch you up for what happened in round 1 and 2, but there's 3 cracking battles today.
I mean, I've played against these ancient dragons a few times, and I have similar difficulties that are so hard to shift.
Yeah.
And if you somehow are able to wound them, well, yeah, congrats. They've got 7 more. You got 7 more to go, and he's absolutely walloping you in return.
I think we've also just had Ice and Fire and Pyroflow and or Blaze on those Hedge Knights, because they've gone from 6 Hedge Knights to 1 in the space of... And that will be half points on Hedge Knights, which could be important, even though it's only a few points. But this is a tight one, so that half points on the Hedge Knights could be useful.
Yeah, I think this game is really hinging on that dragon. That dragon doesn't die. He's going to have around 1,000 point advantage and probably lose secondary from the look of it. So I mean, that's going to end up a draw. 1,000 point advantage, -3.
Yeah. Yeah, because where does that Equitane don't get points anywhere else, do they? I mean, unless the Seaguard fail a steadfast test sometime soon, or the Griffin lucks out on its Aegis saves. But
what buff did the Feudal Knights get given in that big charge?
It has to be Stonekin. It has to be Stonekin, doesn't it?
The dragon's. It looks like he's eating the charge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
only took 1 wound, didn't it?
Surely it needed to be an offensive kind of buff, just because he only had 2 wounds left. I wouldn't have applied Stone Skin.
I think he gave it +1 to hit from the Orison, but I don't know what.
Yeah, I think the black tokens are Orison, unless Wheel Turns is on. But I mean, maybe I'll ask. That's the easy one. They're running out of time. I can't.
Yeah,
I can't distract them. I can't distract them. Yeah, we'll have to just assume.
It's been another fascinating game, very different to the first 2, hasn't it? Where every model on the board was taken off. This has been fascinating.
Yeah.
And the story of this whole match has turned with that dragon walking into the middle and just saying, "Well,
yeah,
form an orderly line."
Yeah, I mean, we thought it was a bold move, didn't we? But
it was Wes that opened it with the really bold.
Yes, the Griffin,
pushing up the one-up reroll guy, but it didn't really come to very much. I believe he's now just kind of like
killing Seaguard for fun,
killing a few Seaguard a turn. Well, okay.
Not a great return, is it? Yeah.
He spent
Staff's dragon. Staff's a big cowboy that's kind of
because he spent 2 turns standing in front of the Swordmasters and then a turn standing in front of the no, and then he charged the
Swordmasters, yeah.
challenged out, and so he spent 2 turns, 3 turns really, either 1 running up and 2 standing about, and then it's a bit too late to grind down.
I think we're just playing out the folk hero Griffin combat.
Yeah, I think the folk hero's died. The folk hero just was moved back a long way. Look how far.
Oh yeah, it's run away. Oh, it's dead.
It's dead.
That's another points for the elves.
Huge.
I think the real folk hero was that lonely hedge knight that pinned the dragon. He wasn't long for this world. He's
new ballads being written about him. Yeah. The bard is still on the board to hear it, to see it. So you know.
Yeah.
Oh no, the bard wasn't actually. The folk hero was the bard, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's dead now.
Yeah.
Another 350. Another 350.
Brave Sir Robin did not get away.
No, he did not. If we play a turn 6, it's a bigger win. It is a bigger win for Highborns because they will draw the secondary. If we play a turn 6, they just walk into the secondary and then they win. Probably, I imagine it's about 13, 12.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends on whether Wes makes the move in his turn 5 with those feudals or not, because
I mean, we're
he
saying
has
this,
to, doesn't he?
If the dragon rolls like he did last time, he destroys that unit. And if that happens, then he's got an enormous amount of points because the wizard's in there.
There's definitely seven dice being rolled there.
Yeah, there is, isn't there?
But this isn't the dragon yet. Oh, it is the dragon, because one feudal knight's been killed by the prince. Doesn't look like the dragon's taken any wounds from the feudals. Or the feudals are after the dragon, aren't they? The dragon's full.
Oh, yeah.
So...
just removing attacks. I think he's got 2...
Here we go. The dragon's killed 2 more, and then we've got the feudals... what was that? That was a re-rollable something.
Oh, was it? I think. I was going to say, is it armor? Because he's got 1, 2, 3, 4. Does he have a champ actually?
No.
Yeah.
Oh no, he does. Yeah.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3,
Have
4.
they passed
5, 6.
their
He's just got
test?
6. I think he's running them down. You know. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
The dragon's run them down.
I think they've got. Have they got away? They've got away. I think.
Not for long.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah.
Is the dragon risking DTs here, or does it fly over ruins?
I thought it was just woods. You took DTs on.
Yeah, that'd be right.
Oof. Yeah, I tell you what, you don't want a turn 6 if you're
Equitone. No, do not.
Do not want a turn 6 because it will be that will be a 5
The dragon has chosen not to pursue.
Oh, he's got the guy standing right next to it with the Nova Flare, though.
Yeah, the Griffin. Yeah.
So you can just run them down next turn.
Yeah,
easy running down as well.
Well, if they rally, then they're toast. If they don't rally, that might be the best thing for them. No, it's Equitane next.
Oh, is it Equitane next? Oh,
yeah. The Hedge Knight, single Hedge Knight, has just charged the Swordmasters to stop them from getting in the deployment zone.
So we're doing a turn 6.
Hang on, where's this here?
I need to roll some rally checks. And
yes. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're going to verify that it's legal. Go ahead. Go for on the fleeing feudals. 8 to rally the feudals. They've rolled an 8, a double 4, so the feudals have passed their rally check. Yeah.
Then Resplendence down
Resplendence, yeah. Also on an 8, no reroll. They have passed as well on a 4.
Ooh.
So 2 rally checks for the Equitane. Anything else? Yeah.
Maybe mention the dragon attacks.
Yeah, it might be worth asking about the dragon. How many attacks that dragon's pumping out.
I won't ask Wes that right now, but we'll maybe talk to him afterwards.
Yeah, that could cause some swinging.
Yeah, so Lucky Sixes has gone to the loo, and basically Wes just came over to roll his rally checks with me, verifying that they were accurate.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So he's passed both of them. Yeah, because they are running out of time. Lucky Sixes has sprinted back to the top table.
Like to see it's a good sign that he's drying his hands on his pants. There was a possibility he was going to skip a crucial stage. Yeah,
I mean, especially coming up to a post-match handshake.
If this Hedge Knight survives against the Swordmasters, and the Swordmasters can't get in turn 6.
Listen, we all know one thing about Hedge Knights: they are massively OP.
Well,
they
one can survive
invincible.
3 turns against the dragon, so yeah.
Yeah, 5 is terrible, but 1, goodness me.
Yeah.
Those things just go.
It It looks like maybe we're not getting a turn 6 because Wes is moving those feudal knights.
Why charge the bloody thingies then? So it is
He's moving into the zone. We're not getting a turn 6. He would not do that if
I
we were
wouldn't
getting a
have
turn 6.
Why would he charge the swordies?
Yeah, that just loses your hedge knight points, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
In fact, charging them, does that not give the swordies a chance to reform into the deployment zone?
Ooh, yeah, it will do because they weren't far off. They were 2 inches off.
I mean, has Wes handed the deployment zone to the swordmasters?
There's only 4 attacks. Only 4 attacks hitting.
Only 4 though.
3
I mean,
hit. Well, that last one tanked about 46 from that bloody dragon.
But the swordies are unbuffed, and if he uses all his magic on the hedge knight, which is rightly deserved.
Yeah. It seems like a crazy risk, though. That could be a big swing. That could turn this from around a draw to a comfortable or a decent-ish win. Because I didn't think about the reform, but if they kill him, or even if they don't, they can reform.
Actually, can you do a combat reform into? You can in turn 5, can't you?
Yeah, I think you can do combat reforms.
Is it just the last turn?
Yeah, you can do combat reform, but well, you can pivot. That's fine, but you can't. I don't think you can change your formation, can you?
Yeah.
To try and
something
claim
like
objectives. If you go like
he can
if you go to a big line. No. You can spin around on the spot. Spinning around's fine, but like.
Yeah.
Because spinning, I don't even think that's gamey. I think because realistically, if there was a turn 6, he would reform to face them.
Yeah.
So do you know what I mean? It's not even gamey to do it. It's exactly what he would do regardless, kind of thing.
Yeah.
I
suppose it keeps his resplendent on the board by charging the hedge knight in, but
yeah.
Because maybe if they fail a charge on the resplendent, they're still in the zone. So Wes is thinking, give him the reform, keep my resplendent alive because they're worth more points than the hedge knight. Maybe that's what he's thinking.
Yeah.
Is there any way?
Swordmasters are in anyway. Go on.
Is there any way of taking that dragon off? Has he got any way? If you've got a few
wizard
knights,
can cast.
His only spell is Master of Earth, and that's not going to happen.
You need a boost to take off like an ancient dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need a combat buff.
I'd be tempted to throw a Master of Earth, throw some mud at it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Well, you only
At this
one wound
stage,
to get 450 points, so that's.
This is what I'm thinking. And is it D6 plus 1?
2d6 strength 4.
2d6 strength 4. You spike on that. That's a lot.
I mean, the only issue with that is I'm not sure it's within. I don't think Master of Earth is in range because it's only 6 inches. 6 inches from terrain pieces or the Druidism wizard. So the dragon might amazingly be more than 6 inches from any of those features.
Yeah, because the wizard's behind him as well.
Wizard's in the feudal knights, I think. So.
Yeah, and it's at the back. It's not even in the front rank, is it?
So I think he might be 6 because the ruins don't count for Druidism. So I think your mud might not work.
I'll throw mud at someone.
Yeah.
Throw it at that bloody griffin.
Yeah.
What we're going for here then? I think he's casting on that feudal.
Yeah, we spend so much time speculating, we don't actually follow what's going on.
Yeah, I think he's trying to buff them, but I don't know why. Because I can't imagine there's a turn 6.
I mean, if we're talking about body posture, we've got Lucky Sixes sat down with his hand on his head.
just thinking what they can do.
They're pondering.
I think he's just noticed that reform, I think he's trying to see whether he dispels whatever he's trying to cast, and I think he's trying to cast it on that hedge knight. I don't know what it is, but I think he's trying to dispel something, or considering whether he should or not.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if the Swordmasters don't win that combat,
he's let him have it, and it's a missile. I think D6 is just rolled.
Not sure.
What's he done?
Oh, he's got a wound back.
Growing him. He's regrowing him.
Oh.
That's dirt. So it's D3 of him, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, he's regrowing
him. Summer's Growth.
Oh, you'd want to go 3 wide. Sure.
Oh no, it's a boosted Summer's Growth. So he's done that on both units.
I think he's letting him. I think he'll let it through as well. Wouldn't you want to go 3 wide? So it's not enough to cause disruption anyway.
Maybe what. I mean, I'll lower my voice again in case they can hear me, but the Swordmasters don't need to kill a Hedge Knights, they just need to not break so they can get a reform. Maybe that's why he's let it go through. He's not touching the feudals anyway because he hasn't got a turn to get them.
Yeah.
So he's let that go through because he ultimately is going to pass the reform on the sword masters, even if they even lose. They might not lose.
He's tried to get something on the Griffin at the top, and he's failed it.
Yeah.
Oh no, got dispelled. Yeah. No, I think you're right. Actually, in the grand scheme of things, does it actually change anything?
Yeah.
Probably not. It just.
Although it
feels
has
bad to
stopped
see
the
Knights
half points
redraw.
on the Hedge Knights. He's got the half points on the Hedge Knights back. So. And I mean, it could go very wrong if the sword masters now flee. But
I think the sword masters are doing their attacks. I think they've hit 4.
Got 3.
Wounded 3. I'm sure.
That's going to be only a 6 up, 6 up.
Yeah. All 3?
Just 2. The 2 that were healed back.
Oh, interesting. Well, they can't do anything to the swordies, can they?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the sword is
3 attacks.
Navigator's ban now, so.
Who's 3 attacking?
I don't know.
They got 1. Well, champ, so 2. Oh,
No,
was
no
that
champ.
saves?
There's no champ.
Where did you get 3 attacks from?
No idea.
I don't think he did anything. But...
Same place that Dragon's getting 7 from.
Fair. That is a fair comment.
Oh, there you go.
There we go.
That's
That's
2-2.
Yeah.
2-2 on the objective. We're going to have a handshake soon, I think.
Gotta be.
Because we're at exactly the end of the round is coming.
Oh, the dudes at the back.
Oh, if the Sea Guard break now, Tom's going to
You'd be
cry.
fuming, wouldn't you?
No, I don't know what we're doing. No, that's
just
that's
killing
Sea
Sea Guard. Killing some Sea Guard.
Is this a big
Yeah,
steadfast test or not? He's got no BSB.
He's got his attacks back yet.
Yeah, but he's lost 4.
He's gonna slot this thing now.
It's a massive steadfast 10 not rerollable.
He could win. He could win. He
Coming
nicks a couple of wounds. He's only taking 3.
No, he's not.
1 damage.
It's a big steadfast check here.
And now I guess the rider. Yeah. Ugh. Yeah, I mean, I think he's won either way, but they look like they've got lots of dots on. No, he's good.
I think the steadfast might have. What's just happened?
I don't know what you're measuring. Have they gone?
They might have done. There's a big celebratory move from Wes.
And there's a bunch of leadership tests for
Panic.
them.
Yeah.
Panic. They've gone.
Oh, wow. I mean, that's huge.
BSB screwed him.
Matt Pell, triple winner, hat-trick winner of the Open.
already run away with
God,
it.
620.
I got 20 mid morning, so we
Oh, okay. Oh, fair enough. No, you're right.
620 point swing on a 9 lead.
I mean, that's the whole victory point, isn't it? So
he will never, ever leave home without a BSB again.
No. I mean, he told us that was why he lost
the
first round against Kev, didn't he?
He had, I think he said he had 2.
Have we had a handshake, or is that it?
He's still won it.
Still going.
Maybe there's no handshake.
Maybe it's turn 6.
I mean, Lucky Six is dedicated to the channel as always, still taking pictures.
No, he's gone. I thought he was reaching for his calculator on his phone, but no, he's still declaring charges.
No, that's no. It's
no, showing what happened.
He's doing pictures for the channel for the battle report. Such dedicated worker. Wes is doing pictures for his channel, Cavalier's Tale. I should mention them. If another YouTube channel, which is very good. If you want to hear more of Wes's voice, and yeah, I think we're done. Surely there's no more measuring.
Interesting, man.
I'm gonna do a reaction.
Surely we're not doing the turn 6.
There you go.
Hey.
Are we doing the turn 6? We can't be. They're not shaking hands yet.
Highborn would love a turn 6. Please, thank you very much.
I mean, the feudals are dead. If we get, there's a charge out. The dragon.
Yeah, we've got dragon even with 2 wounds left.
And we're having a turn 6, you know, boys. This is turn 6. We've got charges out.
He's winning big because he's going to drop into those guys who the feudals on the left.
Yeah.
I assume if he doesn't get DTs, he'll drop the dragon into that, and then the other dude on the flank.
Yeah, here he comes. He's gone into
Nova Flare. Yeah, the Nova Flare and the dragon you'd think could go into them, even with only 2 wounds left. So many attacks hit before the feudals.
Yeah. The Lancers have gone into the feudals on the left bar,
Is the
left
dragon
flank.
going in? Is the little baby
The
dragon
little
going
baby dragon's going into the flank, and
He's rolling.
the Griffin's gone into the Hippogriff.
Has he declared all his charges?
Yeah. I see.
The big dragon
the big
is not
dragon's
going in.
It must take DTs, or they assume it takes DTs. It must do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's got 2 more wounds. These guys literally can't hurt it.
Bosh.
It must take DTs. They must be assuming it takes DTs 3 wounds. Maybe it does.
Well, I mean, if it could fly out of the ruins, flying out of the ruins, I think that's fine. But then I think due to the spacing, it'd still land in the ruins, and I think that would be DTs.
That would DT. Okay.
Big base.
Yeah, in which case then definitely not, because it can die. But I don't think the little dragon will break him.
It's gigantic, so it's 3 DTs, isn't it?
Not worth it. Not worth it.
I mean, yeah, it's not worth losing even 450 points of models on 1 failed DT, is it? There's only 1 fail to get half points.
Does that baby dragon? So go on.
The baby dragon has a strength 4 breath weapon, AP1. And I guess it might well be the only target of Lucky Six's magic. So
yeah,
strength 4 breath weapon, AP1. Perfect.
Yeah. And 5 attacks. At strength 5.
And there's only 3 attacks from knights who are grounded coming back. So
is that 5 or 6?
Yeah.
An extra attack just for funsies, right?
Dead horse. No.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I imagine Lucky Sixes will get him on the chat, so I'll let you ask the question for complete impartiality.
Yeah, just shifting him across, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that next turn, if you need to. Oh, not next turn.
Turn 7. How long are you here for?
Until there are no models left, apparently.
I mean, clearly Matt Wilson TO has not declared there to be an end of the round tonight, which, you know, I guess that's fair enough. If
you got to play until the whistle, you know.
Yeah, there are still. You know what? I haven't checked the other results. Surely there's other results in now that we're 5 minutes overdue. And
these next 2 turns can't take more than 10 minutes.
I mean, how bad is
There's
this?
nothing
We're
left.
reporting on the Masters, and I'm so focused on this battle that I haven't even talked about who's leading the Masters yet. Tanker and Kieran is still ongoing. They're counting up points. I don't know how that's finished. Bondi has made a 12-8 victory against Artem. Actually, let me put it on screen. You guys won't be able to see it. I'll read it out anyway. Rory has had another win over Ed Murdoch. Rory has defeated the current master.
Wow.
Rory's going to be up top, near the top, depending on the Kieran Tanker result. Hugh Scarlin has had a big win over Tony Hell. Jake, another victory, 16-4 over Guillaume. And Josh Burns has had a 17-3 victory over Kev. So that is very interesting. I know I probably should be looking at the battle as well. I hope you're watching that.
The Warriors of the Dark Gods with Tanker, I think, have got a very, very solid chance to have won that one against the Skaven. But the Vermins.
In the Open, Tim Bockneck has got a 20-0 win over Dan Winter. So it's going to be a 2-horse race for the Open between Matt Pell and Tim Bockneck. Some
big finishes there, isn't there?
Yeah. There we go. So that's a rundown of the scores. That's grandstand for you. Back to the battle. What did I miss?
Any idea what we're rolling?
No.
What we seeing?
Not a clue. Magic cards.
Tragic, yeah, a bit of magic phase. Get it.
Yeah. Tanker and Kieran are counting up for the big one in the Masters. Not sure what the outcome is of that yet. So this is a five dice. It's not a magic spell, surely, with 5 dice at this stage.
I think there is.
That'll be Nova Flare. That'll be the Griffin High Prince with 5 attacks, I think. And of course,
makes sense.
the Lance still gets the buffs because now it has charged.
Oh, He's saved. No, he's not.
There you
The
go.
little fist bump is very confusing. He seems to do it when he dies. It's very confusing.
Yeah, it's a victory dance or a dang nabbit.
Yeah, I think maybe that's it. Yeah. That was a good charge.
Yes.
That was a good charge.
And that's a lot of points. Folk Hero is General or BSB, one or the other?
BSB.
BSB, it's a lot of points.
I think so.
It's bringing it in for the highborns now, isn't it? This turn 6, exactly like you said, is exactly what the Equitane didn't want.
I think he was...
Turn 5, they probably could have salvaged 8, but with a turn 6, I think it's going to be at least a 15, isn't it?
The folk hero was... I can't see who the bloody general is.
The general was...
It's the folk hero.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But either way, it's an extra 200 points.
Yeah, it's plenty. Ouch. And they've cleared them out. They're not going to charge. Oh, they've been charged. High ones. They'll smash through them, I think. Oof. Every hit and every wound.
Just
the horses, I think.
Can they do the miracle? Oh, we've got a cheer from Lucky Sixes there.
Yeah, I think he's done that. Done them in. That's the last of them running off. This is the fact there was a turn 6. I think is a big swing.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I'm glad there was one though, because
yeah, I mean,
it would have been a shame.
there are other battles in the room that are also continuing, so it's not like this one's had a different rules to anyone else. So, and it looks like they were obviously discussing that throughout. So it's not like Wes has moved up, has made any turn 5 moves that he shouldn't have benefited from. So.
No, when he sent the guys into the Swordmaster's flank, it only makes sense if there's 6 turns. However, exposing the knights on the far right seems like a mistake.
Yeah, he's picked up the resplendent points as well there. I didn't even see that at the bottom.
Oh yeah, just went through them. The horses kicked 2 to death, I think. Going for the breakthrough with his feudals on his extreme left has done him no favors though, because he could have just waited a turn.
Yeah,
and dropped them in. Like
he could in turn 6, yeah. I mean, even worse if the Lancers win this. There's another cheer. He's killed 1. But that's going to break Steadfast, so that is important.
Well, yeah, charge. They're down to 7-6, unless they kill one back.
He's 2-0 up with a charge and a wound.
Yeah.
So he hasn't got a BSB or a general over there. Is Wes going to hold with these feudals on
Lancers, the Lancers have got Banner as well, so he's beaten by 3.
Yes.
Yeah, he's gone.
And he's gone.
He's gone.
It's going to be a big win for Highborns.
It would have been 5s, wouldn't it?
They're going to get the objective as well.
Yes, yeah.
They've got the objective with that. This is easily 15, maybe more.
No, it's just the knights in the middle. We've done the knights in the middle. No, we haven't with the dragon, have we?
No.
That AP1 breath weapon is a bugger when you're only a 2-up armor save. 2-up armor save is such a big drop.
Are they res 3 as well?
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm looking out for those. He rolls 2 dice to see what happens.
I do love a breath weapon.
Well, this list has 3 of them, so
as a dread elf, you're not going to like breast weapons.
No, my main opponent over the years has played a lot of elves, so that's probably why I like breath weapons so much.
Yeah, those dread knights hate a toxic breath weapon. They absolutely hate a toxic breath weapon.
Love a dread knight as well. I think that's such a cool unit.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Iconic, and the great models as well. You know, with the 8th edition resculpt.
See if I can be bothered to.
You're gonna print them.
Oh, is that a breath weapon? 2 dice.
Oh, here we go.
No, maybe not.
No, I think it was
Wes immediately rolled a dice, so perhaps not. Here comes the breath weapon. There was another 2 dice. That's a lot. That's a big breath weapon.
2, 4, 6,
Is that
7,
10?
8, 9, 10.
5 wounds, wounding on 3s.
Yeah, to reroll
Armor
2. I think it's
saves.
2. 1, 2. Yeah, that's good.
Well,
Good value.
that's
Very
curtains
good
for the
value.
feudal, surely.
Very good value.
Charge flank is up by 2.
Are they steadfast?
Not if he kills another team.
No.
Oh wait, no. Monsters have 1 rank, don't they? So he's not.
No,
if he kills
not
another
It's
one.
got
flyers.
a flyer.
The flyer, so it doesn't have a rank, so he is steadfast.
Unless he kills a couple.
Needs to kill 2 with the dragon's attacks.
It's doable. It's doable.
What's the guy?
The dragon might have already attacked. Might have already attacked though, the dragon, because he did the breath weapon.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's a good point,
Before
actually.
or after? Don't know.
In which case, then it did nothing. And then so he did get very unlucky because it's got 5 attacks.
Oh, we got a Wes turn 6 magic card being turned over. That was a number 1 magic card being turned over. So we're moving straight into Equitane magic.
He has no movement, has he?
He's only got a feudal knight unit left, doesn't he?
Just has to survive that combat now, because that would be a huge win if he gets that, because the wizard's in there and she's worth.
Yeah.
It's 400 not, is it? 450 something like that. 430.
Thanks again to the chat. Maintained a good 35 in the chat for the last round of the day, which is very good. Thank you guys for following us the whole way today. Obviously, we're back for 2 more battles tomorrow. We've got an army swap to look forward to in the morning. Are you around, James, tomorrow, or is this your one and done?
I think it's one and done because the time difference. I'm 8 hours behind you, so this is. Of course. I think the second game tomorrow would be 5 in the morning for me, so I don't think. It's
why is that not okay?
Where's your commitment, man?
I'm just lacking the commitment of real hardcore, like the Matties, the Hyper Gs, the Kadirs of this world,
Putting that shift in. What time is the first one tomorrow?
First one, I should probably be thinking about that because obviously I want people to join us. Game 4 begins at 9:30, so same time as today. No, actually, that's 15 minutes earlier than today. But yes, it will be a 9:30 start tomorrow morning. Please do join us again. In fact, Ross Townley has just asked that same question in the chat. So hopefully 20 seconds you will find the answer because we've just said it out loud. So I'll write it in the chat as well. 9:30 game 4 and 13:15.
Has he broke? He's killed the dragon.
No way.
Whoa, hang on. No.
He's killed the dragon. I was just wondering what he was rolling. It was a bunch of panics. He's punched the dragon to the left.
Wow. Well, that's a whole victory point back then. It says 300 points actually for an initiate.
Yeah.
But it might be a victory point back.
Good God, that was what a turnaround.
Any panics? What about those?
Yeah, that's what he was rolling because I saw him rolling.
Those scouts are in 6 inches.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he threw him. I saw him rolling a bunch of 2 dice, and I'm thinking they're not attacks. What's happened? Surely he's not done that dragon in. With strength 4 hits, with 3 strength 4 hits, he's knocked out a dragon. Sensational.
They're not even strength 4. They're strength 3 because they're not charging.
Eagle Knights. Oh my gosh.
They must have some sort of bastard swords or so.
No, they definitely don't.
What?
No.
Sure.
He's killed a dragon to the side.
With strength 3 attacks. Are feudal knights strength 4? Have I got that wrong?
They are strength 4, yeah.
Oh, well, still. So it's wounding on 5s, but still.
Probably
It's only 3 attacks. Well, 6 attacks over 2 rounds.
It's actually killed him as well, hasn't it? It hasn't run him down.
No, just knocked
killed him outright.
And clean.
Oh, caught him.
Oh, caught him.
I'm going to deploy a Tadara emoji.
Okay.
As soon as they handshake, I'm going to do a Tadara.
The dragon was run down.
The dragon was.
Having taken 1 wound in the combat.
Sensational. Right, I'm going to have to run, gents. I've got.
Fair enough. You've been with us all day. It's an admirable move. So thank you very much, and I'll see you tomorrow morning.
It's been a lot of fun. It's been really nice to meet you as well, mate. Take it
Brilliant.
easy, guys.
Take care, mate. Good night.
Bye.
Right, I'm going to throw up, now that we're having a count up on this table, I'm going to throw up the other results. Let's see. So there we go. You won't be able to see this, James, but I'll read it out anyway. So we already knew that Chris Bond had won 12-8 against Artem. Kieran has beaten Tanker 11-9. which means Kieran is going to be, well, possibly caught up by Rory, who has had a 16-4 win over Ed. Let's see the table. I don't know if you can, James, if you want to look at it on Tourney Keeper directly, then you can see what I'm looking at. But
I'll log in.
yeah, Rory has caught up into second place. So Kieran has had a third victory, but Rory is right on his tails, having had a third victory of his own.
Is this Rory Stoves we're talking
It is,
about?
with Equitane, yeah.
Second
18-2 to the Highborn Elves on this table. Yeah.
Fabulous. Good showing by Rory.
Really good showing. And Hugh is definitely within striking range in third place. As is Tanker still, to be fair, only 10 points adrift. Jake sneaking up with 2 wins in his last 2 games, only 13 points behind. I think there's still a lot to play for in this Masters, especially with an army swap coming up. But surely no one wants to be taking hold of the vermin swarms, or maybe they do.
Not me.
No. not to play correctly, anyway.
I don't want to play with them, or definitely not against them in the current iteration. 49 points, win-win-win.
Yeah, and over in the Open, we've got Tim Bockneck leading the way on 54 points, with Matthew Pell 41 points just behind, both with 3 wins each. Paul Godbold in with a shout in third in the Open, 37 points, and then a little bit of a gap to fourth on 30 points.
Yeah, Tim doing well, 54. That's a big score.
It's a big score from 3 games, isn't it? Yeah.
Daniel Winter down in 7th with Frederick Brown. I know these.
So yeah, the Spotty Dog are
exactly,
going back down the table. One of them near the top, two down the bottom. But all to play for in the Open as well, I think. Yeah, and
no
there we go.
No Dark Elves in the Open either.
No, none to be seen anywhere.
Dread Elves, sorry.
Yeah, none to be seen anywhere. We've just got 1 result left to go in. I'll probably keep the live stream going until this result is entered. I'm not sure if they're planning on doing it. Let me shout over to them and see if they can put the result in, and then we'll have a full table. Well, actually, we can work it out. So Lucky Six is going to be on 30 points, which will put him in joint 8th with Ed and Dan. So Lucky Six isn't out of the hunt just yet. He'll be 19 points down. Probably not going to make up 19 points on all the leaders. So maybe we're not going to see a PTG Lucky Sixes Masters win, but he's certainly mid-table-ish. And I guess really Kieran has a 3-point lead going into round 4 on Rory, and the army swap will likely be Kieran and Rory because they haven't played each other yet. So Rory is going to have to give his Equitane to Kieran, and Kieran gives his Vermin Swarms to Rory. I don't know who comes out of that better. Oh, Tom's update. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think at least they have the evening and overnight to kind of look at actually swat up on.
That's exactly it. I think that's why the army swap is round 4 overnight.
Yeah, I mean, it's only fair, isn't it? You can't expect to be like an expert in every bloody
army. Right. Well, thank you very much, James. I very much enjoyed meeting you, and thank you for your commentary skills. I think as we are coming up to 11 hours on screen for me, I think I'm going to call the live stream there for the night. So I'm going to say thank you very much to everyone who stayed with me throughout the day, or if you just popped in for a little bit. It's about time I went and had a curry. So yeah, thank you for day 1 activity. It's been a lot of fun. I think we've had 3 cracking battles, and I will look forward to whoever joins me on commentary and everyone else in the chat tomorrow. So thank you very much again, James. Thank you to all the guests that I've had on, and I will see you day 2 of the UK Masters coming up tomorrow on PTG Paired Weapons, very much in support. Thank you very much, and good night.
Ciao, guys.